Okay, all right. So what happened is I just started live streaming, and it cut off recognition of your voice. Aristides, can you hear me and
Yep.
talk?
Yes.
Okay, so we cut off Peter Moon somehow. Let's see if you were recognized by the online broadcasting software. Say something, Aristides.
I'm here, and I hope we find Peter.
Okay, you're recognized. So it's something on his side. So we've got Peter, but the problem is whether or not he can be recognized. Let's look in the text. Okay. What we might have to do is call Peter back. So what I can do is call you first, and then we call Peter back. Okay? So I'm going to call again, and we're live streaming now. So let's hang up. Okay, now I'm going to try and call both of them back. Let's see if this works. We're going to start with Aristides as the backup, and then we're going to call both. Okay. Let's see if this goes to him. Okay, let's see if OBS recognizes you. Say hi.
Hi, I'm back.
Excellent. Now let's try Peter and his guest. Could be because he's with a second person. I'm not quite sure. Okay, and whether or not he recognizes my attempting to call him again would be a problem as well. So let's send him a message. Let's press the add button and then send him a message on his private Skype. Okay.
I'm not seeing him on the display.
Okay, hopefully he sees that message. Send him a message as well, please. Yes. Both cellular text, though he won't see that. Just the Skype text. Cellular text is a backup. I'll do that as well. He's not going to see those, but we'll do it as backup. Let me turn my phone on. Okay.
I could do either right now. It's the question what you think he's going to see first.
He's going to see the Skype first if he sees anything at all. And let's see if we're showing up on the live.
I assume he does the Skype on his computer.
Yes. He's like me. He's older. AfterKeek96 says, sounds great. Are we live? Amor Fadi says, hello, Mr. Douglas Dietrich and Team Dragon. I'm going to try to listen to the full transmission this night. My welcomes to all. We're going to see if we can get Peter and his guest on with us. Obviously, if he has a special guest, apparently they've done something to block that. Said something about the Tesla labs blowing up with the person who might know about that. This is the least response I can get. We've got a lot of people here already, and we're going to try and get Peter back on if he's responding. He probably still thinks that he's so... Let me try calling him on the cell phone. You do that as well. If we both call him at the same time on a cell phone, then
I don't know if I can call on the cell phone because I'm doing this on my phone.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can try to put
there
it on.
He is. Okay, good. Okay, now we're going to see if the OBS recognizes you this time, because the OBS recognizes Aristides, but not you. Say something, Peter.
Okay, my network had just shut down like a bang.
Yes.
That's what happened.
There you go.
My network, I tried to get back on. It went, but it shut the computer down too. So anyway, we can talk about that when we get on the air.
Well, we're on. We're live. So we're gonna. Okay. So basically, Peter Moon has a great guest tonight to talk about the Tesla lab explosion. Peter's going to introduce her now. He's just going to take the stage right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and just so you know, I don't think it's a coincidence, but as soon as we got on the air with you, my computer went down.
Dude, the NSA totally blew your computer the moment you said you had a special guest who was going to talk about the Tesla lab explosion. So the moment you...
The thing is that blackouts will happen, but the computer went down, but none of the lights in the living room went out.
Yeah, it's just the computer. It was a direct attack. It's what's called a direct server attack. It's at any rate, they got you. Introduced this wonderful young lady who hasn't been with you in years or seen you in years, and explain the context there and let her introduce herself as well, or introduce her. I mean, it's all yours.
Yeah. Okay, so this is my friend Yanda Ashley. She's been with me. We've been friends going back. She knew me before the Montauk project started. And that's a whole other story I've talked about before. and I've had many adventures with her. She's been out to Montauk with me many times, where she's one of my closest friends, and we haven't, she's been trying to get to Nassau County for a long time because she lives out near the Tesla lab.
Yeah.
Right next to it almost. But the thing is, first off, there was an explosion, and she'll tell you more about it, in the Tesla laboratory on Long Island, and it has been very undercovered. It was sent to me by a friend of mine in Carolina, and I didn't even know about it because the Channel 12 News, if they covered it at all, they didn't cover it very well. So this should be an interesting, if not big, news item. So I wrote to her, and I was hoping to at least read a paragraph of what she sent to me, but she had sent me a picture of the lab when I was on my way home from football, and I wrote to her. I said, hey, we're doing a show tonight. Would you like to be on? And as soon as I came in the door to my house, she called me and said, oh, yeah, I'd like to come out. So she drove about an hour and a quarter at least to get here tonight, and she'll be with us for as long as she can, as long as she wants. So anyway, this is Yanda Ashley, and she's going to talk about what happened at the lab, and she's had a lot of energetic connections. She's very psychic. So anyway, without further ado, Yanda, this is Douglas Dietrich, and vice versa.
Hello.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, my dame. I want you to know our numbers are extraordinarily high already. Our last episode was even more popular than the one before it, and they're getting more popular each time because apparently our man Peter Moon is doing a good job of circulating the news of each impending episode. And I want you to know you're more than welcome here. It's an honor to be graced by your presence, and the stage is yours.
I would love to talk about Nikola Tesla. I live in the village of Shoreham where he lived,
yes,
and where his lab is.
Yes.
And we have many stories of him walking on the beach, and we feel more of him like a friend and a neighbor because he lived out there.
Yeah.
So he communicates to us. He communicates to many people, so we should just cross that barrier.
Yes.
He's very intuitive, and he loves talking to everybody. And he kept saying to me for the last few months that there was going to be an explosion and that I was going to be in the middle of it, but I was going to be safe and nobody would be hurt.
Okay.
And as it turns out, before the alarm was called, I was sitting at the light on 25A, which is right where the lab is, which is right where I live, and the smoke was billowing everywhere from the property. Oh. And of course, you don't want to think, how could this be happening again? Because the lab burned down in Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it took at least another 5 minutes before there was even one alarm sounded. And his lab is right across the street from the fire department.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I have some pictures, and they're in the beginning to restore it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I spoke with one of the directors over there, who was one of the first visionaries of bringing and reviving this lab back into a community center. And she's devastated because it's in her heart. She has a passion for this lab, and she says, we're going to keep going forward. And most of the roof is blown out, and the windows are blown out, and but the brick looks stable, and we're hoping that the foundation, everything is good to go. And when everything was locked down, they had replaced the tower. There was a big tower, and on the top there was this ornate, massive wrought iron, beautiful grate. And during that, I took video of that. They restored that, and then that became the chimney for billowing smoke.
Okay.
But that was an event, and it actually energetically cleared the area, because Brookhaven Lab is 7 miles down the road from where his laboratory is. So
yeah.
And then of course we have Montauk Point.
Yes.
And this is a nice big triangle of energy and what goes on in that area. Mm-hmm. So this is more than just a fire,
mm-hmm.
my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And so it's sabotage more than likely for many reasons. I'm sure you can explain them. And of course, I do believe that Tesla is still trying to communicate with us from the other side constantly, feeling us. Yeah, go on.
There was another, but did everybody connect with the explosion on the Rainbow Bridge or something like that in Canada?
Oh, tell us about it.
That's what I'm saying. I only heard about this in passing, that right around the same time on the same day, going from New York to Canada on the bridge, a terrorist bomb exploded.
Okay.
Same day. Is that even true?
Oh, right.
Rainbow
Yes.
Bridge explosion, possible cause of Niagara Falls crash revealed.
There you go. Niagara Falls and Tesla.
Yes. Yes.
First off, because he was up at Niagara Falls, the Niagara Falls International Rainbow Bridge, commonly known as the Rainbow Bridge, is an arch bridge across the Niagara River Gorge. It connects the cities of Niagara Falls, New York, and Niagara Falls in the U.S. to the east, and Niagara Falls, Ontario to the west. I'm trying to see. It says vehicle explosion at Rainbow Bridge closes U.S.-Canada border.
It says no sign of terrorism.
No sign of terrorist activity in relation to the vehicle explosion at a checkpoint that closed the Rainbow Bridge and left 2 people dead. The governor said people in the vehicle died when it crashed near the bridge on the U.S. side. She described the driver as a local resident of Western New York. She says at this time there's no this is the governor, no indication of a terrorist attack.
Good.
Federal investigators are still analyzing the scene, and it is unfolding. What I would say, it seems energetically connected to what happened at the Tesla lab.
Absolutely.
Yes, very much so. I do want people to understand historically that Nikola Tesla derived a lot of energy from Niagara Falls, quite literally, physical energy as in power. And with that, we return to both these guests to continue the discussion.
Yep.
I do want them to know that that explosion, when it first took place, was reported as terrorism by the feds themselves. So do understand. Yes, yeah. Do understand that this could be an attempt to prevent panic. Right. But at the same time, from what I understand, what they're revealing or what they're covering could be a cover story. It could be what they're revealing as they investigate. But they say apparently it was a married couple with no known connections to terrorist networks who somehow suffered a car that blew up, which, of course, as we know, cars just don't do that. So go on.
Unless it was a Tesla car.
Yeah. Yeah.
Those do blow up.
Touche. Yeah.
And I also want to remind you, and for those who do not know, Niagara Falls is just a stone's throw from Buffalo, which is a stone's throw from Rochester.
Yes. Yes, which is Kodak country, and of course my own father's, haunting grounds. So by all means, back to the twain of you.
This is what I wanted to, Yanda. I'm going to read the email she sent to me, because this will reorient you to what you said to me. And this might have been all I could have read if she wasn't with me tonight,
right?
Because this is her experience, not mine. She says, I was at the traffic light when it went up and everything became engulfed in smoke so fast. It looked like a wall of smog. The smoke was so strong, I thought my car was on fire. The first fire alarm sounded at least 5 minutes from when I was sitting at the light on 25A. I drove home, and when I got out of my car, all I could smell was smoke, and then the first alarm sounded. I walked up to the building, and by then the property was surrounded by fire trucks. The tall stacks they had refurbished was like a tower of billowing smoke. I went back the next day and the walls are still standing. The boarded up windows were mostly gone and the roof is in bad shape. Right now the word is that they plan on continuing with their plans to build the Tesla Science Center. That's the public version. For you and a few friends, I have been getting messages from Tesla that he wasn't happy for the past 3 years or so. I don't know why, but I can tell you the energy of the planetary grid was tampered with at the site where the foundation of the tower still remains. The fire purged very black goo. Now this is real black goo from the fire. This isn't.
No, this is spiritual black goo.
Okay. So she says the fire
purged the fire. The fire itself cleansed.
The black goo that emerged from the portal connected to the party. I know that you see the deeper meaning of the fire.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep my eye on the property. So anyway,
Yeah, well,
go ahead. Take it from here.
His original foundation to the tower that was built it's still there. And they had taken people out and they put it on TV and everything, and they were measuring where the highest energy was on what point of this grid and what point of the foundation. And they proved with their machines that where every main, I guess, I don't want to say pole or arch, main beam of his tower, every quadrant of the geometry of the base, the main beam up to the tower, the energy was gathered and was intensified at each spot. So he was able to gather from, they say, a pyramidal foundation, gather the energy from the earth, grounding to the earth and gathering it up and how he knew how, and putting it into specific spots on the geometry of the foundation to shoot it up the tower that they eventually blew up. Well, somewhere along the lines, during the quarantine, the next time I went back on the property, they had dismantled each one of those, and the energy on that whole piece of property is completely different. If you can feel the fields of energy when you walk around, it's completely different. And he's not happy.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm not surprised. I mean, there's a lot to be unhappy about in his case, but go on. There always was.
Yeah. So that area of Long Island is a really big energy power spot, especially with Montauk out there and what's going on. And the energy over Brookhaven Lab, I drove through there, right down William Floyd. The energy over Brookhaven Lab, and I used to teach at Brookhaven Lab. I know the lab in Preston. I was on there with Preston many years ago, and you.
Wow.
I know the energy of the lab very well. It has lightened up
Okay.
since the fire.
Uh-huh.
I can't explain what's happening on the East End, and about a little over a year ago, if you work with sacred geometry, spontaneously, sacred geometry, the Merkaba, was appearing all over Montauk and different areas around the East End, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and Douglas, I want to say one thing. It's like, Yanda, I just showing her my finish downstairs, which is now finished because except that it needs to be organized and cleaned up a little bit. I've got all this stuff I've been buying for Christmas. I mean, I'm not buying it for Christmas. It's like Christmas. Right. All the stuff coming in that I'm putting here and doing this and that and the other thing. And so, Yanda's got to see the house here. She's seen it from when it was scratch, something I've been working on for 30 years. But one of the interesting things is just the other day in my one of my rooms, I have these art pieces she did on sacred geometry. And I asked her for these. She gave me copies of them. I'm going to frame them and put them up in my house because she's an incredible artist, incredibly sacred geometry. So it's like the house is coming together. And I said, I don't know where I'm going to put them, but it's just energetically going to improve and change the house in a positive direction. So it's very appropriate that she comes at this time.
Yeah.
So it's really good experience. And I want to tell the audience, and I want to reiterate what I said to you as we were coming on the air, before we came on the air, was that we're at a very critical juncture where we left off last night talking about the HAARP and the evocation of spirits into the HAARP project. We're not going to go there just now.
Right.
But this was a major juncture, which I haven't even had a chance to tell you, Douglas. I alluded to it in the email I sent out, but that I see how it ties into the time reactor as well.
Yes.
Through the concept of a world line, which we'll get into later, if not later tonight, on Wednesday. But what I want to say right now is, Yanda, I want you to tell your initial meeting with Duncan Cameron. That before there was any book, before there was anything, Yanda was having a party at her house before I ever knew her. And to just tell her about your initial encounter with these guys.
I had already met you because this was like 1988 or 1989.
Well, you might have met me, but I had no connection to Montauk at that
No,
time.
no, but I knew you.
Okay.
We all circulated in the same big crowd.
Yeah, okay.
And in this big crowd of spiritual people, we took turns hosting parties. So I had said months earlier, I'll host the Christmas party. And I was living in West Islip at the time, which is where Duncan lived.
Mm-hmm.
And I see outside my living room window, which was elevated, this man getting out of a cab. And I said to myself, oh, good, he's here. I run down, I open the door, and I start talking to him. And you remember George Dixon?
Yes.
George says, oh, Yanda, you know Duncan. And Duncan's a name that if I had ever met Duncan, I think I would remember that name, but I knew him totally.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking about him today, so of course you bring him up.
Yeah.
And George, I said, no, George, I never met Duncan. And I'm watching Duncan's energy field that is not in his body. It's floating everywhere else. And his body is walking around, and there's Duncan's energy field. And I know nothing about anything. And this young friend, she says, come on over here. You know something about Montauk? And I said, no. They had just started talking about it, like informally.
Right.
So she told me everything about Montauk. And right before she started telling me that, I hear my inner voice say, listen to what she's going to say because you're involved in this.
Right.
And I could, because I knew Duncan so well that, and he never could remember me.
Mm-hmm.
You had to introduce me every single time he met me.
Wow.
And I got to know Preston very well. I got to know Al Bielek, and
Yeah, and Preston really respected Yanda.
Okay.
And of course, she brought us over when she was teaching English at Brookhaven Labs to these foreign scientists, teaching them how to not hate the United States.
Right. Okay. Got it.
An inbred hatred, a prejudiced hatred, that not because of what the United States had actually done, just but what they were told.
Right. Indoctrinated. Go on.
Indoctrinated, and then they had a big event with the third top physicist in the world from Vienna.
they have speakers.
Yeah, and they opened the public, and so
Yes.
she invited
Preston.
me and Preston, and I had another friend come.
I remember.
Yeah.
But I remember Preston said to me, you and I are up in the front. And so I started seeing, as I said to him, light balls flying back and forth in front of my face. So when at the Wine and Cheese,
Yes.
I said to Preston, I told him everything I was seeing in the auditorium about you. He was sending light balls from his eyes to the other scientists in the auditorium and this and that. He says, you saw exactly right. And he said, they're all around here, the psychic scientists, and we communicate intuitively, he said, and they project thought forms, and he says they communicate intuitively. He says, and he was basically introducing me to the scientists, the intuitive scientists at the lab. And Preston was always guiding me and talking to me.
Right. Yeah.
Out of body.
Preston?
Out of body or in body?
In both. Whenever he was always teaching me about his music and his patterns and his rhythms and his sounds and how he was creating a vortex with his sound.
Yeah. Go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that before, while I was preparing everything for production for tonight's program, and it was really a miracle, as always, that we establish ourselves. Whenever I get established right on time, like I did, it's always a bit of a miracle, and especially after a major holiday like we're all just returning from. But I do want you to know that the word that kept popping in my head, for some reason, Merkaba, again and again. I have no idea why. I'd like you to explain a bit more about that later at your leisure.
Well, it basically, very simply, our light bodies, and that's what the geometry. I started getting into sacred geometry, and I was in college. I didn't even know it because I found some of Da Vinci's papers, and I was told to throw them out and don't pay attention to them. And he was studying the flower of life.
Okay.
So when my professor said throw them out, they're not important, I saved them and started researching them the best I could, the flower of life.
Good for you. Why do you think whatever possessed your professor to say such a thing? Was he a Satanist or something?
No, because that's what the archaeologists do, and they even had it on TV, doing research about Da Vinci, and you'll see in his book, The Unknown Da Vinci or whatever, Unknown Leonardo, I think, something like that. They have some of his sketch papers, some of the ones that I found, and probably made copies out of that book years ago. And they said, and they even throw them out because he was studying the flower of life. And to me, I think we've entered a stage where the flower of life is becoming our language, the language of light.
Okay.
Communicating in thought forms of massive amounts of information. And I like to look at Nikola Tesla with his focus on energy and medicine. The future of medicine is energy, because frequency and balancing the body.
Yes.
And so I like to tap into his information that he sends to me about the physical body and what he studied about the body, and with his Walter Russell with his
teacher.
Yeah, how could he not be into light, the light language? And I'm talking about the light language, which at Brookhaven Lab back in 2006 they were trying to decode the fractal patterns to get the information out of all of those patterns. So but all of those patterns are right inside of us. And we each have access to infinite information. And when I look at Tesla's technology and apply it to the body and ground the body, the system of the body, to the earth, then we are this massive internet all around the place, connecting with, you and me and everybody with all this infinite information.
Right. Okay.
I think pretty good place, don't you?
Yes. By the way, shout out to Vicky Johnson. Kisses to her. And CRXSH says, I've heard the Merkaba is Thothian, as in Thoth, the Egyptian god. You're probably familiar with that entity,
Yeah.
I'm sure. And then he says, I hear the Merkaba is Thothian from the fallen matrix flower of life configuration. Is that not true? Is there benefit to activating this? He probably said that just before you went into everything that you said. I just got to read it now. He also follows up with, I hear a lot of flower of life coming from Drunvelo Melchizedek, who has a questionable background, no judgment, and worth a convo for sure. Okay, so you don't need to necessarily follow up with that, but yes.
I will follow up with it.
Okay.
I will follow up with it. What I heard about Drunvalo is he's invested a vast amount of money, which some would consider questionable gains, because he did all these seminars, made a lot of money. He was the star of the New Age.
Okay.
And he was, but the thing is, he's getting old, and this is what I heard, and then this stuff's not working. He's invested a lot of money trying to get youth.
Ooh.
And I will tell you point blank about the pyramid, and it's actually explained very succinctly in my book, Montauk, Book of the Living, when I talk about getting into Chigong. But the whole essence of the pyramid, and Qigong is all about the pyramid. They have all these big to-dos about pyramids. Conferences, they'll never invite me because they don't recognize it. My teacher was an expert in pyramids. And the thing is, you have a pyramid down in your groin. In martial arts, they call it the qua. It's energetic. It's a fulcrum. And the reason the pyramid is called a pyramid, because pyr is like pyre, like funeral pyre, fire. It's fire in the middle. And there is a fire in the middle of that pyramid, upside down pyramid, in your groin area, qua,
Yes.
which is what is ignited. That ignites your kundalini. If you can keep that thing, you have a flame there, and you keep it lit, continually lit, it sends energy up your spine. But there's also a series of pyramids that on top of that pyramid, it's like from your waist down to your groin is an upside down pyramid. There's an upright pyramid on top of that goes up to your solar plexus. And there's another one that's upside down that goes from your solar plexus like a V up to your clavicle. Clavicle is the base of the pyramid upside down. And then there's another one that goes from the shoulders over the head. And that's why you see the pharaohs wearing a headdress that mimics that pyramid.
Yes.
And then above that is another upside down one, which is like a funnel coming into your head. These are, I could say this is a great secret. It'll go in that upper pyramid is called is connected to the 1,000-petal lotus. But basically, people need to start at the bottom, and they're too unwilling to do that.
They need to ground themselves.
Yeah, grounding themselves, and this is the basic root level of Qigong. People go up to my teacher and say, I want to learn about the pyramid. Teach us about the pyramid. Why aren't you teaching all this stuff? And he'd ignore them. Okay. If he liked the person, he'd say, go talk to Peter Moon.
Wow. This was Roosevelt Gainey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he knew far more about the pyramid than I did. This is yeah. So I'm just saying is, and the Merkaba is basically your vehicle. It's like a car.
Wow.
The Merkaba is like Yanda described it as a light body. It's an energetic body, and we're not relegated to just our bodies, but to be grounded into the body and to be in harmony with the body, with the heaven and the earth is the whole game here, is to be in harmony with everything, as much harmony as you can. And that's the great challenge, the great mystery. So we've addressed this question. Yanda, if you have anything to say right now, go ahead and say it.
Please.
Have you seen Drumbelo's books? They're old.
Okay.
And back at that time, they were like Bibles to people who wanted to know more about sacred geometry. And he kind of did like a translation. You know, when you go into the spirit realm and you get all these messages, how do you translate it? You kind of lose a lot of it, but you can give an essence of it. And it was very helpful for me as a stepping off point, understanding that the sacred geometry and the language that they're calling the language of light, which it's real, and people are taking it in different directions. It's a language of what I believe Nikola Tesla was able to tap into and process information in a more holographic way within his being, and he could think things through with his imagination before even touching paper. And people do this. And as we do this in groups, we're going to be accessing more and more information. And that's what I believe when Nikola Tesla said that he was ready for the future. They could have, what he did yesterday, but he was preparing for the future. I think that's right now.
Well, this is a very important point, because a lot of young people, and some of them not so young, they see things, indigo types, they see things, and they get very frustrated with the way things work in the physical plane and with all the corruption and all the things in this world that don't make sense. There's a lot in this world that doesn't make sense. And they become frustrated and they tune out. They refuse and they reject. They're rejecting this world. And this can create problems for them because they can't integrate their knowledge. And Yanda works with young people. She's a educator. You have a master's in education, or what? You?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So she's like a real teacher.
I'm a real teacher.
Yeah. Beyond that, so she understands, and she teaches. This is why she did the sacred geometry. The kids get things that adults don't get, or she teaches them. So I'd just like you to talk a bit about your teaching kids and what you do teach with the geometry and stuff.
Oh my goodness. Well, a long time ago I started getting into past life regressions and became certified in that, and used to do teenagers and whatnot, and they're really good. And the teenagers who are now in their 30s and 40s were saying to me that they needed help with their intuitive abilities. And I was speaking about, the indigo kids and doing programs for parents and looking at the life path of their children through different pictures and things that they may think about that the child may be leaning towards, or this or that, and guiding them, because they knew they had to educate these kids differently, and they do. And or how do they handle them talking about past lives when they didn't even, the parents weren't sure if they believed in past lives. And the parents were opening up, and this was all through the late 1990s and to right through like 9/11 and whatnot, that era. And those kids are now parents and have young kids, and the children are just becoming so intuitive that they need adults to really keep their intuitive windows open. Because if they see adults, because they said if the adults step out first, the kids will step out behind them. This is what they tell me. Behind us, the adults. And they're right. The adults have to step out first and say, you know what, we're intuitive. And we're communicating intuitively. And we have massive leaders that have communicated information way beyond, like Da Vinci and like Nikola Tesla. And one of the directors over at the Science Center went to several school districts, and none of the school districts right in the community where he lived and worked would not take in him as like the magnificent inventor that he is. They put a little biography, he lived here and this and that, and they're not treating him any differently, and the system will never treat this man the way he needs to be treated. And that is one of my goals in life, is to make sure everybody knows about this man. And why shouldn't they? We wouldn't be using computers and cell phones if it wasn't for him.
Okay, yes.
So, and we need to think. Have you ever read how he thinks?
But see, people know of him now. They didn't know of him very well when I first started.
Oh, I know.
But now he's a household word. But what happened, it's been co-opted with Elon Musk's Tesla, which degrades and degenerates the whole idea of Nikola Tesla, because his car has nothing to do with Nikola Tesla except for the fact that it's not using conventional energy.
I know. Well, we have to build upon Nikola Tesla's work that he left behind for us to work on. That's how I work with kids. I bring in Tesla's information about him, a little about his biography, a little bit what he said about his life, where he grew up, and I talk about his quotes and his inventions and ideas. And I started working with a group of kids. They call themselves the A-Team, and we worked on Nikola Tesla Peace Ray at Wardenclyffe, New York, and we worked on how we transmit peace around the world, and was a group of kids. So we worked on a project with our imaginations and how we go around transmitting peace, and I brought in the sacred geometry and meditation and breathing very simply, and I've been doing this my whole life with children, and they get so creative and so intuitive that they can always access that inner knowing and that inner flame in them, no matter what life brings. Mm-hmm. And that's what I'm doing, and I'm still doing it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. No, that's very profound and appreciated. And by all means, continue with your arc of narrative. Both of you have done so well. No point in my interrupting. And Peter Moon, of course, lay it on track again for the both of you, and we'll take it from there. Let's check.
I think it would be interesting, Yanda, if you went back to the beginning. To the beginning.
Which beginning?
The beginning with myself, and the beginning. Well, you mentioned Duncan and Preston, and they had been talking at different locations. I think they called it the Dry Rock Cafe.
Yeah.
I had never been to those lectures, and then I met them at Psychotronics. I know you had been to you went to the same building as Psychotronics. I don't know how many of those lectures you even attended, but you'd seen them. First of all at your house, and then you might talk about how this all began from your perspective. What I would say started off by saying that David Heller had called me. He heard that I was doing a book on Montauk and that I needed to go out there with a psychic at Preston's recommendation. But as I was writing the book, he says, you need to go out there with the sensitive. So David says, you want to go out there with Yanda. and he gave me your phone number, and I called you, and you were going to go out with me, and the first thing you said is, you're in for more than you bargained for. You're in for more than you bargained for. This is, it's very real, and it's tied to the inner earth, you told me.
Wow.
And you were going to go out there with me, and then you had to beg off because of your boyfriend, Michael, not wanting you to go. So take it from there.
Wow.
So it winds up, yes, this man that had just started dating, I met at the Psychotronics.
I didn't know you met him at Psychotronics.
Yes, that's where I met him. Over there at those meetings.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay.
And this is a long time ago. And he was asked by Preston to originally write the book.
Was he asked by Preston?
Yes.
Oh, I thought he wanted to.
No. Oh,
Okay.
no, he was asked by Preston and if he would think about it. No, there was no definite think about it. And then you have it in the book where he was leaving Preston's house and you were walking in.
Well, this is what happened.
He said, you can have it.
Yeah, no, what happened is, this was November 7th, 1990. I had gone to Preston's, I had arranged with the secretary to go to Preston's lab. And there were a bunch of guys there. There was Michael, myself, Noel Pietro, who had very weird experiences. And Preston really helped him explain. Noel would see weird things, and Preston taught him to put aluminum around his room as a Faraday cage, and it really helped him a lot. Noel was a really nice guy. He was an artist, but he says, yeah, the government turned you on. And so he really helped Noel. Frank, if you remember Frank was a backup for the Montauk chair.
I remember Frank.
And of course Michael, and there were a few other guys there. And he did his music stuff, and Michael was, I had been informed that Michael was going to write the book. And when we stepped outside after the evening, I said, Michael, if you never want to do this book, let me know, because I want to do it.
Right.
I want to do it. I know you've got dibs on it. He says, no. He says, I don't want to have anything to do with this.
That's right.
Do it. You do it. I don't want to have anything to do with this. Now, it took me 6 months to feel good about doing it, and then I worked out a contract with Preston. I went back. I scoped it out. But that's what happened between me and Michael. And then it wasn't till months later, because you were still seeing him.
Right.
I had no idea that you were seeing him, or that that's where you met him. I know you went out to Montauk with him, but he didn't want you going out with me because it spooked the hell out of him.
He felt I would be in danger.
Okay.
That's why. And psychically and spiritually, he was right. It's very intense out at Montauk. I'm used to it. I'm prepared, But you want to just back then in 1990 or something, just, okay, I hardly know anything about Montauk and you're going to throw me out there. I would have been way in over my head.
But you went out there with him at the lighthouse. You told me about that.
Yes, yeah, we were at the lighthouse and the raccoon chased me.
Go.
With rabies. Yeah, we had rabid raccoons. And
Oh my God.
And people venture out at Montauk, and as Preston said, they tore the vortex at Montauk. He used to put it like that. Like with all the experiments, they had injured the vortex, which, those are dimensional words. And that in them releasing the information and people going out there with their drumming and their prayers and the meditations through all these years, it was healed.
Yes, and there was hardly any animal life out there, and what animal life was out there was pretty sparse.
Right.
And as
true.
you say, in this case, rabid.
Yes.
And then with regards to what happened with me, is I couldn't get anybody to go out there with me.
Well, yeah.
But so I finally got the vice president of Psychotronics, who you remember, Howard Metz.
Yes, Howard.
Who was not so much a psychic. I mean, he had but he was
Big on pyramids.
he was an expert on pyramids, knew everything about the Great Pyramid, and he's the one who was responsible for getting the Sphinx restored, and with that guy's name Schlock.
Schlock. Shock. Robert Shock. Yeah.
Yeah, he took credit for what Howard had actually given the Getty Foundation, all the information on how there was erosion in the Sphinx that proved it was much older than everybody thought.
Mm-hmm.
But Howard, he went out there with me. He was an expert on the Federal Reserve. He knew everything about the Federal Reserve, but he went out there with me.
Okay.
And we parked in the parking lot, and we had to. We were going through, what do you call it? I want to call it sagebrush. It wasn't sagebrush, but it was flora that was very intimidating. We finally walked to the back gate because you couldn't get in.
I know.
There were signs, there was fences. We could get in through the back very gate at the southeast end, and we walked. It was a very long walk. We got onto the base. We looked around quite a bit, and then state trooper came, or state park police came, and were very angry. They wanted to see the blueprints that I had, and they let us have them. I mean, they were just garbage. Was nothing, and they asked us to leave. I mean, it was very aggressive and very nasty.
Wow.
And that was my first trip to Montauk, is with Howard, because I didn't go with you. But Howard, Preston wanted me. He says, "Do not go out there alone. Whatever you do, do not go out there alone." And he says, he wanted me to get a sense of the reality of the place, and that was the first trip. But what I remember that was the most foreboding is when you get from Montauk, the city of Montauk, and you get out a ways, and then you see the first sign of the transmitter tower, and it's a picturesque shot. Oh man, this thing feels so foreboding.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels like Mount Doom, and it's like, oh, that's what I remember the most.
Wow.
Yeah, that the Delta T, the big.
But that wasn't a Delta T. That was the transmitter.
Oh, okay.
The Delta T is a octahedral antenna that you saw on top of Preston's lab in his garage. That was the Delta T antenna. Now, there was a Delta T underneath the transmitter building that none of us have seen, because that's what the chair was put in.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't see that visually.
Okay.
From above.
It's an unusual experience out at Montauk. It really is.
Yeah, it definitely, I can imagine. I want to remind everyone, of course, certainly click an upvote. As soon as we start transmission, we're automatically assailed by a plethora of downvotes to hide the transmission from appearing on searches. So you need to hit every IP port that you've got, which will provide a different IP address. So your PC, your laptop, your tablet, your computers, your cell phone, just hit everything with an upvote, and it will help get us on searches, which is very important. We do have an enormous number of people watching right now. I want to bring to both of your attention some responses from the chat room. CRXSH says that it's all very insightful. He says that he appreciates the wisdom both of you are sharing. He says he himself came into Druenvelos' work around the same time he discovered a woman named Ashayana Dean, who wrote Voyagers, which seems like a very similar body of work that takes a different perspective on the Christos. He also asks what the best type of Qigong is to study. With that, I turn it back to both of you.
Well, okay, thank you for your questions. I think it's unfortunate what people are subjected to in the bookstores. I believe Ashiana Dian is a person that was also known as Anna Hayes. And Anna Hayes was known in Queens as Katie Ty. People don't even know this. They all get wrapped up in her stuff.
Wow.
They all get wrapped up in her stuff. And excuse me while the phone rings.
Of course. No worries. Yeah.
I should invite him on the air too. He's one of my old friends.
Wow.
But but anyway, he recorded all your stuff or archived it somewhere.
Wonderful.
But,
Who
anyway.
is this person? Yeah.
But he was the public relations for the Guardian's Office of Scientology in New York.
Okay, great.
So he was their PR person, and he had various and sundry adventures. And we connected up through my friend Lori Saluzzi at her house, and we've been friends for God since before Montauk.
Right.
So yeah. So anyway, but that's another story. So anyway, where was I? I was talking about answering this guy's question, Katie Ty, and she had very negative effects on people. I mean, I don't even want to go into the brutal details. One of them was Phil Gruber, which it's like people were very negatively affected by her.
Wow.
And I've had people swear by her and then take some, I don't know. It's just like, I want nothing to do with this person. And I would say there's so many, that goes with most people that I see in that arrangement. What do you want to say, Yanda?
I've been, through yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, and the reason that I am going to devote my life to the future of medicine is energy is because I cannot use Western medicine. I have to use herbs and energy. That's it. So I may as well take it upon myself to continue in understanding the energy fields of who we are and balancing it out and keeping the body healthy and using what we have naturally. So so I've been studying all of this stuff, and you have forcing all of us to do all those Qigong lessons every time we would gather, but we would do Qigong lessons together.
Yeah, I will say something about Qigong.
Go ahead.
Like I always wanted Yanda to, meet my teacher, and she says, "Oh, I see him out of body."
Yeah.
And of course, you never got to meet him in person.
No.
But I want to say something about Qigong, and I can only speak from my perspective. Is that I had actually been exposed to a Qigong teacher in it's called the Silk Road in Suffolk County, and I went there and I was in this Qigong workshop. Okay, it was fine. Okay, none of it stuck with me. I remember the instructor, who was Chinese, he pressed into my arm, the inner part of my arm. Oh boy, did that hurt. It was doing a point. I don't think it would hurt me at all now. But nevertheless, but what struck me, I don't know if you ever met her, Yanda, because she was out there in Suffolk County. She was Chinese. She was from Hong Kong. Her name was Heidi. And I remember her pounding my chakras. I mean, my physical body. She was she just kind of pitched in. She was a character. Yeah. I really liked her. Very nice woman. And she was like, I asked her, how did you get the name Heidi? Because she just grew up in Hong Kong. She said, when she came to the United States at about 5, they asked her what her name was, and she explained the name, which was Chinese and was completely indecipherable. Or maybe it was in Hong Kong. I don't remember, but the name was indecipherable to the teacher, and she goes, "You're Heidi. You're Heidi."
Right.
She named her right there. But that Qigong did not stick with me. I then went to a workshop in Manhattan of Mantak Chia, who used to be located in Huntington, Long Island. Mantak Chia, the only reason I went to the workshop was to find out his name, Montauk. It's like Montauk. I want to know his name. Yes. And I went there, and the funniest, and this is funny, because I did 2 sessions, or 2 long 5-hour days with him, and he's from Thailand, and I kept imitating his voice in my head. And I was imitating his voice in my head, just sounding like him, just to myself. And I finally realized that Chinese voice sound like Elmer Fudd from Bugs Bunny. Elmer Fudd. It really did. I said, God, I'm sounding like Elmer Fudd. And I never forgot that. But if you listen to it, a Chinese voice, I wonder if Elmer Fudd was a Chinese person or somebody imitating a Chinese person. But anyway,
probably started off like that. Now that I think about it, probably started off as such and then took it on a life of its own. Go on.
Yeah, but he taught these exercises and whatnot, but it didn't stick with me. They would definitely change my energy field, but then I would meet people who were very, I guess, ill affected by Mantak Chia's work, particularly with regards to sexuality.
Okay.
And because he teaches a lot about sexuality, which is wrong emphasis of sexuality. And it kind of came to a head when I was in this what do you call it? It's not a sweat lodge, but a sauna. Mm-hmm. I was in a sauna at the Omega Institute, which I went there for, it's a whole other reason for my research. And I was in this sauna, and it's kind of funny because I'm having this very intense discussion with this lady. Mm-hmm. I didn't even realize she was naked, believe it or not. It was a co-ed sauna where you didn't have to put any clothes on. I didn't realize she was naked. And she was talking about the problems with her boyfriend and with his sexuality. And I ended up having a very meaningful discussion with her and with him. And it all traced back to working with Mantak Chia. He was all screwed up in his sexuality.
Okay.
I mean, I don't even remember the details. And when I met my teacher, he said that none of Mantak Chia's, well, students would let him get near to Mantak Chia because there's going to be a great collision of worlds. Right. And he'd gone up to Mantak Chia's student and just put his finger on him, and the guy was just completely devastated because he's teaching Iron Shirt Qigong. This is Iron Shirt. You put the energy point on the person, they're gonna break, they're gonna fold. He did not have a good opinion. Then also my Chinese doctor, she worked on Mantak Chia. She said he was all messed up and that he'd acquired all his work. He stole it all from his wife, which is a whole nother. So, but this is par for the course. I've seen such shit talked about with Qigong, just absolute shit. And like, okay, Michael, Yanda remembers my friend Michael, probably not too affectionately. But Michael was the only one from the group I had that ever came to Qigong. He's the only one who ever came because he heard me talk about breath. And Michael had been paying somebody $300 to come over to his house and teach him Qigong. And the guy would put his arm up and put one hand against his arm and stand in this stance. That's $300. This is bullshit.
Thank you.
And Chinese people will get away with this because they're Chinese, they're foreign, and this is often done. And so and my teacher would say there's three types of Qigong. There's poor, okay, and good. But any Qigong is better than none. I say that with some qualification. And I will teach you a Qigong exercise right now to the person listening that will do wonders for you. I will teach it right now. Yanda wants to say something. But if you're a male and the female, you do the opposite. Male, you put your palm over your navel with your right hand, and then you put the other hand over the other palm. If you're female, you put the left on first and the right over, and you breathe in through your nose, long, slow, and exhale. Breathe in, long, slow, exhale. Do that 100 times a day. And you do that 100 times a day, and that's going to create a profound change, because what you're doing, you're breathing, but you're also connecting to your navel, which is all of where your body originated from, the navel. And this will get you in communication with your body. One guy came to class, a very nice guy, he's a landscaper, he's overweight, and my teacher had him doing this and had him just doing this exercise and walking. I assumed he told him to walk in what's called a Wu Chi state, where you're like in a state of harmony and enlightenment. You know, you go into that state. But he had him doing this because what he's trying to do is to get this guy in touch with his body, which he was abusing for, I don't know how he was abusing, you know, why he was overweight, but whatever the problem was, just getting him in touch with it. He didn't stick with it. But this is like a basic thing to get you in touch with your body and to listen to your body 100 times a day. And it does wonders for the mind, body, soul if you actually do it. And if you do that for 100 days and write to me at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I will give you something more to do if you want to do that. And this will do wonders. I would also say that one of my friends, who's an attorney, had a heart condition, and he told me this story because when he heard I was getting involved in Qigong, and he had a book on his shelf that said Qigong. He had a heart condition, and he found this book that told him, I don't even know what the exercise was, told him what to do for the heart. And he said, because he's always busy, he'd go out in his car at lunchtime and he'd do this exercise for his heart. And he got better. So there are Qigong exercises on YouTube, which may or may not be good. I can't tell you. More often than not, they're not harmful. Some of them are good. Some of them are very good. So you can look up stuff, and you can use your own discernment. I will sometimes look at them, and I can look at Qigong videos, and I can filter and discern what I can take away and what I can't. My whole experience in Qigong is very unique and different. I've seen these teachers that I respect, but then again, I've seen them talk about stuff that I wouldn't agree with at all. And that's not to say I don't agree with everything. What I'm saying is I stopped listening to one because I said, it's what you're saying is just dead ass not right. It doesn't mean other stuff he was talking about was not right. So I just cut him off because I said, this is not going to go anywhere for me. But whatever. So it's always a personal thing. And at the end, what I learned, and this was a graduation step for me. This is not something, well, it is a graduation step, is that I became my own teacher. And I say that with great caution. But you know what? You're always your own teacher. You're always your own teacher. And very few people I would go into let them be my mentor. And that was, L. Ron Hubbard was a mentor for me. Roosevelt Gainey was a mentor for me. Preston, in certain matters of technicalese mumbo jumbo that he taught, and David Anderson from a scientific perspective, and Douglas is a mentor.
Thank you.
In the sense of this arcane, strange knowledge that he talks about. So I'm learning from that. So anyway, Yanda, you want to say something and answer this guy's question?
Yes.
About the different
Qigong.
Qigong. I find for me personally that I always ground myself, because when I was at the lab, when I was teaching English as a second language at the Brookhaven lab, there were scientists there that would do Tai Chi and Qigong outside. And they asked me to teach them how to feel energy. So I'm with these men who know the moves, like they would win the Olympics, you know, they know the breath, the move, everything perfectly. They didn't feel anything.
Interesting.
And they said, they were like in tears. It's like, you feel it. And I'm saying to myself, how do they know I feel it? So they're sensitive enough to know the difference. But they said, no matter what we do, we have not been able to feel it. And they were devastated by this. And it really helped me to understand, you know, the women who were the wives of the Asian scientists. I was working with some of their kids on art programs, and because they were concerned that in China, the education, there was no imagination, and that they were trying to bring imagination into their children's lives outside the school system, which is very smart. So I would help them on different things and how to approach teaching their kids, and some of them I did. So I got to see cultures around the world coming into my classroom. And I went through 9/11 with them. I was at the lab teaching when 9/11 happened, and I got to see, you know, what they were going through on the lab and how different countries were dealing with it. And the conversations that opened up at the lab at that time was that they overwhelmingly, the scientists said that they come to America because they want America to succeed, because the only place global peace will rise from is out of this nation.
Yes.
And I sat there because, you know, usually you get the, and I'll say it, the arrogant science attitude, you know, at you, like, you know, and they combat you more than communicate. And I thought they were joking. I said, no, you're kidding. And they said, oh no, this is it. And I understand. They got me to really understand their cultures, and I loved every minute of it, or including the one where they were decoding fractal patterns for the information. They couldn't do it. Well, of course they're never going to do it. They're trying to translate a language into math, or even a spoken language. You can't do it. You have to transmit information whole conceptually. And that's like, you know, like Einstein said, that we need to reach a new level of thinking. So I say to the kids, okay, all right, Einstein says we have to reach a new level of thinking for solutions. What's the new level of thinking? And they don't even know what to say. I said, why would he say there's a new level of thinking if there isn't even one? Of course there's a new level of thinking, so let's reach it. And I believe that that has to do with intuitive communication. And for me, any teacher has to teach more intuitively than in what we call three-dimensional. Less words, less of everything, and give key information in a pattern and a rhythm that brings you into a heart coherence, and then you can just jump into it and become a master because it's all inside of us. And as an educator, I believe that's all we're supposed to do, is inspire the genius in each and every one of us. And that is where I went for Qigong. And I've had some very good people through the years teaching me, and they always show me a few things, but they're communicating information intuitively beyond the breathing and the movement. And that for me is my best kind of a teacher.
Excellent. I want to thank you so much for sharing that. Now, I'm going to read the chat to both of you, also some other input we've had, and I'm going to send an email right now, forward one, to our dear friend Peter Moon. And Peter, this is going to source from my Veterans Administration friend. I have two of those. One is the Federale, Gary States. Another one is the old-timer who was with the VA for 30 years of his life at least, Paul Mosslander, retired now for what seems like forever, and learning to move at half the pace he did before so he could live longer in retirement. He, of course, like many people, has a misconception of Qigong. Now, I'll provide some of the more morbidly entertaining context for the other elements of this email, but you need to scroll down to the bottom of the email and look at the Qigong part. It's referenced to Qigong, and you can correct some misconceptions there about that.
I don't see.
I'm going to send it right now. I just want to make sure.
You're going to send it in the Skype?
Oh, no. I'm going to send it to you in email. Of course, I send it to 2 places at once. I just want to make sure you know you're getting it before I send it, so you'll be on the lookout for it. So I'm going to press the send button now, and let's hope Peter gets it in a matter of moments. Of course, everything we do gets interdicted a lot. When they knew that this young lady was coming on tonight, they blew out Pete's circuits. And by the way, dear lady, have no doubt of that. You have no idea how there's no coincidence in that at all. It happens so often. Just as soon as we start transmission, everything, we can go on just ad nauseum about examples after examples about this.
I agree.
Did you press the button, Douglas?
I did, yeah. So check your spam. It went into your spam. Reset reset your pages or refresh your pages. Yeah, and so I do. In the meantime, I do want to read a few things. First, I want Peter to get a chance to review that, and then once I know he's got it, let's make certain he's gotten it and can open it. And then in the interim, I'll go through what some of the people in the chat are saying, and of course, a lot of people are impacted by a lot of different people offering themselves as teachers. So I do want people to know that, first off, before I say what our dear friend Aristides said to myself, and he did forewarn me, read this first before you decide whether or not, you feel it's relevant. I think it's fun enough. And Grace M has said a lot. Land of No Name has said a lot. T-Tank Barry, who I received a contribution of 100 United States dollars from, is in the chat room. He, of course, delivers this personally through my mail slot. I picked that up when I returned home from the other holiday precedent to Thanksgiving, Transgender Day of Remembrance, a kind of more somber holiday. Of course, that involves my son, and that was something that I came home from to find T-Tank Barry's contribution. We had another contribution from the wonderful Naomi in Hawaii, 30 United States dollars. All of this helps immensely. And T-Tank says, God bless these authentic transmissions. But of course, everyone else getting more directly to the point. Land of No Name says, thank you, DD, for reminding Peter about the Tesla explosion. Netflix, Sam Altman. Next time, understandings Peter has realized. Thank you. New time, understandings Peter has realized. I'll thank you, honey.
Yes. I have the email, and I think Land of No Name is my friend from Hawaii who ended up in my spam folder. I just wrote back to her. I said, you're in my spam folder. I went in the spam folder. I found her,
okay.
Lenore.
Excellent.
But anyway, this is from this character, Russian, Vladislav Doronin.
Yeah.
Was in a relationship with English supermodel Naomi Campbell. Good for him. For many years, I don't know who this guy. He's apparently a Russian-born oligarch.
Yes.
For many years, Doronin has been regularly practicing Qigong, including breathing techniques and fighting methods, and has demonstrated his abilities to demolishing slabs of marble with his head and breaking metal-tipped wooden spears against his throat. According to Doronin, the practice of Qigong is not only limited to martial aspects, this is incorrectly stated, but allows to heal people from various diseases, including cancer. Yeah, if anybody has cancer, you can send me an email at petermoon333@gmail.com, and I'll send you a video on how to heal from it, tumors, but you probably won't do it.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a lot of people don't do it. Go on.
Yeah, but it does work.
Yes, it does.
But yeah, there are incredible things that can be done, sure. And I wouldn't refute anything that's said here. I don't know. I would be wary of anything that comes from Russia. And I don't necessarily say that this guy's wrong at all. But there's been many Russian psychics that used to really make an influence on people. I don't know that, I can't say, but they were, that's a whole different subject.
Yeah.
This is, but again, you have to look at, do you want to be, he's talking about breaking slabs with your head, wooden tip spears against his throat. I saw my teacher do some amazing things, but even before he got involved in Qigong, he did, he'd be hung by the neck, he'd get on a bed of nails, and he said that stuff just didn't do anything. In other words, it's a feat, but what you really want to do with Qigong means breath work. Breath equals spirit equals life. You want to master the life process. Mm-hmm. So in other words, and I saw something interesting on these Instagram feeds. Hulk Hogan, the wrestler, was talking about, this guy was the most charismatic wrestler in the history of wrestling, no question about it. And they were talking about how he wasn't the best wrestler, he wasn't the best athlete, he was very good. These are the wrestlers saying this. And he's talking about all the punishment he took. Including from Vince McMahon, who he got in the ring with. Vince McMahon is, of course, the promoter. He says, Vince, don't hit so hard. God, you hit hard.
Oh, ouch.
And no, in other words, he's taken a lot of punishment to his spine, and he's got a lot of injuries that he's suffering from in his older life.
Yeah.
This is better than the injuries that perhaps the steroid wrestlers took. He might have taken steroids himself. I don't know.
Oh, they all did. Everybody does. Go on.
Yeah, but this is, you end up punishing your body, and this guy got more acclaim and fame than most anybody would have. I know he was devastated from the family situation that happened with him over this reality TV show he had, and now he's married a Scientologist, which is probably helping him in some respects, but this guy is really suffering physically. And I knew a great kickboxer who also suffered physically with his spine. He won all his fights, and that's really an accomplishment. But sometimes, what was that? The toughest player in pro football, Dick Butkus. God, he was tough, but he suffered, because of all of this stuff that was done to his body. So you have to, pick your battles wisely and win the war. If you're going to be busting slabs, it's easier to use a jackhammer. And even jackhammers can be very devastating to the nerves. Better yet to hire somebody to use a jackhammer if you want to break a concrete slab. So in other words, these feats are possible, but what you want to learn is your life and your breath. Do you want to say something, Yanda? Do you want to say something?
Oh, when we're talking about feeling the chi, it's a lifestyle for me. Mm-hmm. And I use sacred geometry all the time in my workouts, in yoga, as I'm doing it, I'm programming I am, or if I'm doing the music tuning, I am. There's ways to override your body system. I was diagnosed in 2005 as not having an immune system. That I don't have an immune system. I was in very bad shape. And I went through a case study combining Eastern and Western philosophy at a school in Syosset, and what they did was regenerate, renew, and reroute the nervous system. And I'm alive, but they said you can't even take an aspirin. So I had to learn how to live like this. That was it. And I've been a vegetarian since I'm 18. I've been on this path my whole life, and I know this is fine. It's a challenge, but it's my destiny. It's because I believe that energy really is the ultimate medicine. Because when Duncan used to talk about, his experiences in the Montauk chair, he used to also talk to us about how energy modifies anything. So if you have a bowl of rat poison, he was telling some women as we were having tea, he said, then you accidentally put rat poison in your tea, what do you think would happen? And they said, well, that would be terrible. They said, no, because if you put the right frequency to it, you can make it into sugar. And they would always impart their experiences to us outside of the lectures because we got to know them. And I believe with everything that I've been through and everything that I have seen, working with myself, working with other individuals, and working with animals, working with the chi and communicating with that language of light to the deeper cellular structure of the fractal patterns, you can send the most basic energy into such a deep area with that language that it communicates. You only have to know like the basics. I'm not going to study Qigong like the masters do, but I need to know, I want the benefits of it. So how do I understand the benefits and the basics of yoga or Qigong or anything and get into the essence of it, ground myself and get into the information inside myself and listen to my body? And that it's a lifestyle, and you have to commit to this. Like, you know, people don't want to get up and do 10 minutes of Qigong in the morning. We're talking about a lifestyle of living, you know, honoring your chi and honoring the day and honoring the earth and Gaia, the system. It's not just us, it's this entire ecosystem.
Yes, great.
I think we're all at challenging times, but the what's coming forth over these last few years is just, I think people are really opening up and coming together and admitting that we have these abilities, and let's start using them. We need them.
Thank you. With that being said, to read more from the chat room to keep you both going, basically, everybody's talking about many different sources for, shall we say, New Age, New Age stuff. So, Grace M, and I'm going to read from what Grace M said first. Did not know about Katie Todd. Spelling she wrote SP in parentheses to indicate she doesn't even know how to spell the name, which is understandable. This lady never went by that name. So she says, did not know about Katie Todd. What are your thoughts on Ashiana Dean's work? In what way were they... No, understood. You've gone through this. Understood. You've gone through this.
It's the same person.
Yeah, it's the same person. And in what way were they negatively affected by her? Meaning these people are interested in some more of these details. And then also Our Lady Land of No Name says, Peter, you're right. Dean's work, along with numerous quote-unquote channeled messengers, hammered us in the 80s after the 70s. After which CRXASH says, any opinions on biogeometry and radiesthesia, Dr. Karim?
Let's take one thing at a time. Take one thing at a time.
Yeah.
And first off, I put a link in there if you want to read about Anna Hayes and all this stuff. And it's just like, I'm not going to put my energy into that, into exposing other people, because it's like, if you, what do they say? Prophets are not appreciated in their own hometown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like the people of Nazareth didn't appreciate Jesus. They called him the carpenter.
Right. By the way, did you put this link in the chat? It's not appearing, because maybe I'll have to make you a moderator.
Yes, I did. It's there.
Okay.
I can see it.
You could. Okay. Okay. It's just, I don't know if anyone else can see it. If anyone else cannot see it, let me know and I'll make Peter a moderator. Because sometimes people can enter links and YouTube will not allow it, but the person who enters the link
It's in there in YouTube.
Okay.
It's in there.
Okay.
I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, but understand, sometimes YouTube arranges it so the person who enters it can see it, but no one else can. It's just YouTube's way of censorship.
There's a ton of stuff on her.
Okay.
And you can read on them. It's like I don't want to spend my time on her, and I won't spend time on her. But I've had people come up and swear by her, and just cut it out, because you don't know the origin of the person and where they came from, and they don't talk about that. And were they taken over? Yeah. and then they come back a year or two later. Oh, you were right about this person. But they swear by the person.
Right.
It's the real deal.
Right.
And it's just like, get a break. Like what would happen in Qigong class if somebody comes in with questions like this? Okay, just go. We're not going to talk to you anymore.
Right.
You're not ready to hear what we have to say.
Right.
Just go.
Yeah.
But it was actually, people were seldom told to go. They were just kind of not engaged.
Right.
I can't tell you how exclusive my teacher was in that way of repelling students. It seemed like he spent more time repelling students than he did in trying to attract them. He did try to attract them, but he spent more time repelling them because he wanted people he could teach, not people that were would ask what amounts to stupid questions.
Thank you. No, this is very important because this shows a true teacher. A true teacher is really trying to select his students, those that are willing to learn. And if he were simply, say for instance, interested in money and was just opening a franchise, he'd take anybody. But there are martial artists who do that, and they're in it for basically making a living. He was obviously in it for a more sincere pursuit. By the way, understood what you said about the lady. I'm going to relay something from Aristides here regarding Druunvelo Melchizedek. Of course, now that I know,
Melchizedek is how it's commonly said.
Okay, yeah, I can't help but in my mind pervert it into male cheesy dick at this point.
No, that's what Preston would call him, Melchizedek.
Okay, there we are. Yeah.
What Preston said about him was, he says like Melchizedek in the Bible, because he had an education in the Bible. Mm-hmm. He says it's higher than Christ. Mm-hmm. He says anybody calling himself that has a lot of nerve.
I'm sure it sounds like a guy on an ego trip. Anyhow, so this is what Aristides, and he can, Aristides, whatever you feel comfortable with, you can let me know. If you don't want me to say anything about this, let me know.
I'm glad you enjoyed your time here.
Otherwise, I'll just read it out because it's funny as hell. He's typing it out, but basically, he says my buddy used to run his website and events always, and the guy was always looking for ways to pay less. And basically, the guy, Aristides' buddy, said that guy's a dick and a cheapskate. And of course, there's speculations he might have been a fad. Here's what's interesting. The response of a guy when Aristides brought up Druunvelo. I'm not going to say his last name because it's going to come out male cheesy dick again. Anyhow, after someone else brought up the ancient name, the biblical name, and please, Peter, you can tell me the biblical pronunciation. A couple weeks ago, apparently, Aristides said he hadn't thought about this guy in 20 years. And yet somebody brought the guy up at a gathering, and Druunvelo, and the response of someone else was that he said maybe he received some nudges from the feds. He fucked up the energy grid around the Great Pyramid about 20 years ago. Someone had to fix it. Now that's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, but he's not powerful enough to mess up the energy grid of the pyramid.
Okay.
He's not that powerful.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
Okay.
It's like it's giving him power. This is like, that
flatters him.
It's like you getting a bunch of guys and putting up a poster, or what do you call it? Those placards they carry, protest placards, and go in front of Disneyland and say ban Disney, ban Disney. It's like, it's like these people. The only power they have is to sucker people.
Right. So I want you to know, Peter, I have two people, CRXSH and Amorfadi, both say they cannot see the link. So say hi, just enter the word hi, and I'm going to use that to make you a moderator. That way I can just link onto what you say and make you...
What, don't. I'm not going to send a link. Look up
yeah,
Ashayana Diane and Anna Hayes. ANN.
Oh, but what I mean to...
Yes.
No, that's great. No, that's definitely appreciated. But what I mean to say is that way in the future, if you want to send a link that matters about something, then people can see it. Because this way they'll be sure to see it if you're a moderator. So just say hi in there. And there we are. Thank you. Then I can hook on that and then make you a moderator, in a matter of some minutes or so. As more people enter, then it'll go up further and I can access it. Okay, great. Thank you. And
I have an interesting...
Please.
You were talking about, drum below and the planetary grid and the pyramid and whatnot.
Yeah.
Just the very fact that anybody would think that anybody is capable of playing with the planetary grid is a very valid statement.
Okay.
And because it goes on all the time.
Thank you. It's very
and
important. Yeah.
I personally look at what's going on.
Yeah.
Is really the battling for the Gaia grid.
Yes.
Energetically speaking, and there's the many grids that you can tap into. After whatever happened at the lab,
Yes,
the Tesla Science Center the other day.
Yeah.
When later in that evening, when I had walked but down behind the lab, and I was standing there and I could feel all the energy shifting going on. There was, I don't know if I told you, right across the street there's
this fire department, right?
The fire department, but also a 9/11 memorial from the city. We have a beautiful memorial with some of the beams around water and the names and everything. It's on Tesla Street at 25A. So it's all right there. And from that site and that location, I started to see these tunnels, these beautiful white tunnels with like little ribbons of different colors just opening up the whole area. It was like the whole area was being just balanced. And that site, what went on that property and what's gone on that little corner and in that area of Long Island is, Einstein was out there too in Rocky Point, right down the road from where all of this is. Everybody stayed out there, and the grid of the planet is very intense right in that area, and it's very easy to tap into the grid. And it's been said that small planes, when they fly along the water close to the ground, some of their instruments will spin or not work right because the magnetic field is different, and it is different. You can feel it. And that is, and then we have waterways very close to the surface out there on Long Island, very close to the surface. So he was able to tap into all of this energy. And you can, as they say, play or manipulate the planetary grid.
Okay.
And let's not underestimate, all these little prayer groups that are, with their intention, working to do whatever they think they have a right to do.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm trying to be delicate with my words, but it's like they're battling over the planetary grid. And with Montauk out here and working on this vortex and knowing everything that's been going on, living right over here by Manhattan and all the experiments going on all over Long Island, it's like we're surrounded by everything around here. And I would have to say that, they're not going to get the planetary grid. That's just my opinion.
I would also say, I was telling Yanda before the show tonight about my friend Stephanie South and her adventures in Egypt and how she was, taken aside and given a private tour by one of the executives. And he was joking he was going to kid her, meaning kidnap. He didn't know how to say kidnap. And then she had all her stuff stolen in Greece right after that.
Jeez.
Yeah, and it was like an energetic thing. That person, in my opinion, was a true guardian of the pyramid, and I say guardian in quotes, but he was exhibiting darkness. It was part of an initiation for her, which she survived.
Right.
But it gave her some uneasy feelings. There is very harmful and negative energy in Egypt, and it's one reason I've never gone there. and I do not intend to go there. I don't go places unless I'm meant to go.
That's right.
If I'm meant to go, I will go there. But so far, I've never been called to Egypt. My friend Chelsea Floor went. She discovered the chambers beneath the Sphinx. She personally discovered them with Boris Said, but she was the one who instigated it. Boris was the cinematographer, and her friend Bruno, who financed the trip. They went underneath that, and that footage has not been made available to me, although it was sold for a short time on Coast to Coast. But but she told me that she went into the Great Pyramid, into the King's Chamber. She said that whole trip really, she felt it contributed to the cancer she got. And she was a heavy, she knew sacred geometry, inside and out. She didn't know Qigong. She did not know Qigong. She didn't know the energetics. By the time I was teaching it to her, it was too late. But she was a brilliant, brilliant mind. But these are some of the challenges. Now, I want to switch gears and answer Lenore's question. Sorry if I'm telling your name, Lenore. Who the hell knows who you are anyway? But she wanted me to talk about Netflix and about Sam Altman.
Okay, yeah.
And I don't know that. Okay, the first thing I'll talk about Sam Altman. He's in charge of OpenAI, and we gave a whole show talking about him, how this character was in charge of artificial intelligence.
Yes.
And he made no sense whatsoever. I think sound like you're eating peanuts or something, Douglas.
I'm not doing anything, really. I'm serious.
Somebody else eating peanuts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or crackling.
Yeah.
Anyway. But this is what's weird. I was just going to mention the fact that he was fired.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
that's right.
It shows him in a picture going to the White House in May for a meeting. So he's going to the White House to meet on AI, as if he knew anything about it, and as if they did too. In fact, it says OpenAI's board of directors abruptly firing CEO Sam Altman, then bringing him back later did not come out of nowhere. So they fired him.
Yes.
That was the news. Yes. I didn't even know he'd been brought back.
No, it took a lot of melodrama, and then he wound back. But he wound up being brought back within a work week, about 4 days. It was and you ask why, but go on. Yes, it's very.
Why was he put on the first place? Yeah. Why was he fired, and why was he brought back?
Yes.
Because did he go in and cry?
It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
It says he is again leading the company, and a newly formed board of directors is charting the path ahead. But the chaos at OpenAI can be traced back to the unusual way the company was structured. Founded in 2015 by Altman, Elon Musk, and others as a nonprofit research lab, it was almost like an anti-big tech company. It would prioritize principles over profit. It wanted to, as OpenAI put it back then, develop AI tools that would benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate financial return. But in 2018, two things happened. First, Musk quit the board of OpenAI after he said he invested $50 million, cutting the then unknown company off from more of the entrepreneur's crucial financial backing. And secondly, OpenAI's leaders grew increasingly aware that developing and maintaining advanced artificial intelligence models required an immense amount of computing power, which was incredibly expensive. So, wow, it's more money than they thought.
Yes.
Balancing ideals with the need for funding. A year later, Musk left. OpenAI created a for-profit arm. Technically, it is known as a capped profit entity, which means investors' possible profits are capped at a certain amount. Any remaining money isn't reinvested in the company. Yet the nonprofit's board and mission still govern the company, creating two competing tribes within OpenAI: adherents to the serve humanity and not shareholders credo, and those who subscribe to the more traditional Silicon Valley modus operandi of using investor money to release consumer products into the world in hopes of cornering a market. Altman, a 38-year-old techno-optimist who previously led the prestigious startup accelerator Y Combinator, tried to thread the needle between the two approaches. He struck something of a middle ground by unveiling new OpenAI tools gradually, first to smaller groups, then larger ones to fine-tune and redefine the tools before making them public. The board itself has not explained why it fired Altman, beyond saying in vague terms that it believed Altman had not been consistently candid in his communications with the board, and the company's structure gives the board that right. It has complete unchecked power to remove the CEO whenever it sees fit. Sources close to the discussion say before Altman's termination, he had been at odds with members of the boards over the hasty commercialization of OpenAI products. Board members worried whether Altman was considering the risks of AI products seriously enough or just trying to maintain the company's dominant position in the crowded and competitive world of generative AI development. It talks about the dangers of spreading false information. It just sounds like a mess.
Yeah, it's just
they don't know what they're doing. I'm not going to continue reading this. You can read up on your own.
Thank you. I do want people to understand this much. AI, true AI, it must involve embodiment. In other words, you cannot have actual intelligence without a body. There's simply because that's what necessitates the kind of intelligence that we perceive as intelligence to begin with. So with that, we go back to Peter and, of course, the lovely young lady with him. I'm so sorry. What's your name again?
Yanda. Name is Yanda.
Yanda. It's an unusual enough name. Could you tell me a little bit about the origins of that name? It's just such an unusual name. Yanda.
It means blue violet, and it comes from the Greek and Hebrew area.
Excellent. Wow. Beautiful. Thank you.
But I wanted to get back to this AI stuff.
Yeah.
Because now you have Elon Musk here, who now we have the Tesla Science Center, and he's donated money to it, and so we have that energy going on there, and he had said that he was going to remove funding from the Tesla Center because this was a couple years ago because he wanted to get more into the AI.
Mm-hmm.
And the chipping of whatever they want to chip, their brain, their arm, their leg, whatever they want to do. And they're going this way, and it's just like the movie, let's just say it, the Terminator, and I think that I hear the discussions among it, and some people feel absolutely hopeless about AI, or whatever you want to call it. The computers are more powerful than humans, and I don't believe that.
Thank you.
And I believe that this human body is so powerful that they're doing everything to destroy it, and frequency will override any chemical or any attack that they're going to do on us.
Okay.
All right, they want to shoot us with whatever they want to shoot us through the air and all this kind of stuff going on. Okay, let's just put it out there. Okay, you stand in the frequency of, let's just get into the 528. They call that the God frequency. You get into programming the I am and getting into the innate and understanding the smart body, the multidimensional aspects of who we are as human. No artificial intelligent computer can outdo this human body, and that is where I totally believe. Totally.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
I believe it's reality. I don't think it's a story. I believe that they want to understand this human body, whoever they is, to the point where they want to control it, where it doesn't matter because it's frequency, and understanding frequency and that language will override any, like Duncan used to say, it will alter. If you put rat poison by accident into your tea, put the frequency into it, it becomes sugar. He says it's that simple. Obviously it's not simple, but it is. And I think that's where humanity is headed towards. We're connecting on that unified frequency of the oneness. And we're finding that we don't have to even look at the news to know what's going on. We know what's going on. We're creating this reality, and we're broadcasting it right from our hearts. And it's getting stronger every day. That's just my opinion.
No.
I want to thank you for answering that. I want to now go address the question here.
Yeah.
And it was also what I put in the email I sent out. This has to do with Netflix. And Netflix just had a big fiasco. It was a big race to get content with all these Netflix-type entities, Amazon Prime. They were throwing a lot of money around to get content. And then there was a writer's strike, which kind of froze everything. I don't know if the actors have sorted everything out, but it sort of froze Hollywood. Now, here it says, near the height of the streaming boom, in 2018, a half dozen studios and video platforms lined up to woo a little-known filmmaker named Carl Eric Rinsch. He had directed only one movie, 47 Ronin. It was a commercial and critical dud, and Rinsch's tussles with its producers had raised eyebrows. But demand for new content was intense. Amid the feeding frenzy, the project that Rinsch was pitching, a science fiction series about artificial humans, became a hot property. And they mentioned artificial intelligence in another article. After a competitive auction, Rinsch and his representatives reached an informal 8-figure agreement with Amazon. But before they had a chance to put it in writing, Netflix swooped in. Cindy Holland, the company's vice president of original content at the time, dangled millions of dollars more, as well as something studios rarely give directors: final cut. That means final cut authority. The director has final say on his movie. Netflix won the deal and would soon come to regret it. The company burned more than $55 million on Rinsch's show, but never received a single finished episode.
Oh.
Soon after, now Rinsch worked for Ridley Scott, a very accomplished producer who did the movie Alien. He's got a reputation for doing movies. He did the Jack Parsons stuff, which was very well done technically, but it was a total fake story. It was good though. It was interesting, and it had some truth in it. At first, Rinsch financed the production with his own money and hired mostly European actors and crew members, which reduced costs and avoided Hollywood union rules. But see, he pitched the project with a few shorts, 6 short episodes ranging from 4 to 10 minutes. And he pitched it as a 13-episode, 120-minute each first season. It was like, wow. So Amazon, HBO, Hulu, Netflix, Apple, and YouTube got involved with the bidding. And then Netflix snatched it away, convinced it had the potential to become a sci-fi franchise as successful as Stranger Things. Now, Stranger Things wanted to call itself Montauk. They ripped off the Montauk premise. Mm-hmm. Now, they're moving into AI. Mm-hmm. You have to ask, why and are they avoiding myself?
Yeah, yes.
You see, I'm right at the fulcrum here. The company agreed to pay $61 million in several installments for the rights to the series, which it renamed Conquest. The deal included 2 unusual clauses. Netflix gave Rinsch final cut and assured Rinsch and Rose that they would remain locked for life to all subsequent seasons and spin-offs. Rinsch now had to deliver. Shooting of the remaining episodes of Conquest got underway in Sao Paulo and then in Montevideo and in Budapest. In Sao Paulo, the local film industry was complaining that he was mistreating the team, with shouts, cursing, and excessive irritation, according to a letter the union sent Netflix. Netflix was informed and addressed it. In Budapest, Rinsch went days without sleep and accused his wife of plotting to have him assassinated.
Jesus.
Rose later said in a court filing, this is his wife, in her divorce case, that Rinsch's behavior had started to change before the overseas shoots. He'd throw things at her and twice punched holes in the wall. And then Rinsch said he was diagnosed with autism and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and took medications for both. He was taking amphetamine for ADHD. And then, during the pandemic, Rinsch asked Netflix to send him more money. He'd missed several milestones and was toggled between 2 versions of the script, a shorter one that matched the original 13-episode plan and one twice as long. Netflix initially resisted the demand, but it relented when he claimed the whole production risked collapsing. So they sent him another 11 million. But he transferred 10.5 million of that to his personal brokerage accounts and was using options and risky bets on the stock market, including got involved in cryptocurrency. And he lost $6 million in a matter of weeks. So this guy is completely irresponsible with money. And he was buying Rolls Royces, a Ferrari. This is classic.
Yeah.
And Netflix has let it go. They say, you know, you can go sell this elsewhere. Just give us our 55 million back if somebody wants to buy this. But what I'm saying to you here is these guys are salivating for what I have to bring to the table, not only with Montauk and Romania, but with Douglas Dietrich.
Thank you.
But they will not move in our direction. And they want, we want another Stranger Things. We can give them something better than Stranger Things.
Thank you.
And I even have the producer to do it. But it's kind of like, I mean, and to tell you the truth, I don't even care.
Yeah.
I don't even care.
What do you think it is that people want to know when they look at Stranger Things? And because I remember when it started to come out and people were talking about it a few years back.
They want to be entertained. They get a good story. That's fine, and they do get a good story. They get a good story, and they're entertained. Yeah, I mean, they you know, and this is what I've heard. I've never watched it, but people, oh God, it's like I remember sitting and watching the finale of the new version of 90210 with my daughter and her friend. I sat there in the living room and watched it with them, and I was more watching their reactions and how excited they were about, oh, this, that, this. I was too unfamiliar with the show, but they were just like having a fun time, living on every, you know, antic that was being done. And this is what people like to be entertained, and there's nothing wrong with entertainment.
No, there's nothing wrong with entertainment, but when you start looking at UFOs, multi-dimensional experiences, multi-dimensional aspects that we all have, and you start communicating intuitively, and you're meeting this one from some other dimension or another planet. That's a different avenue that people under the ground, above the ground, you know, all of these things, all of these questions that people have, like, ultimately, what do they want to know? I mean, I know what I want to know, but what draws people into at such young, and it's almost like they're programmed when
yes.
12 years old. 12 years old, okay, they're winding up, where are the candles? What is this? And I start guiding young girls into da-da-da, you know, like, okay. Because you can very easily find the stuff you don't want them playing with at 10, 11, and 12 years old. And I had boys, 14 for boys. Man, I have done meditations and regressions through the years from starting with my sons when he was a teenager, opening my eyes to the wealth of genius in our youth. And that's why I love education. And to see the genius in everybody, and to hold an infant and communicate intuitively so that they understand that we're communicating intuitively, and that's like a sign of higher intelligence. And it gives the young hope that they can hang on to their intuitive abilities, and the parents get to understand how these children see the world differently and how they learn differently. ADHD, I've been in war zone classrooms from, you know, kids who were, you know, alcohol and drug babies to medical issues, and they were you couldn't communicate intuitively with them because most of them were nonverbal. You weren't going to get much of anything, and you were able to communicate. I communicated intuitively with them, and it was a very big development in my ability to communicate intuitively. And then Preston bringing me onto Brookhaven Lab and meeting the psychic spiritual scientists who used to then come into my room and ask about feeling energy, and that they want to transform a science. Ultimately, what are we doing? I look at it as I'm participating in building a reality of peace on this planet. And what is my purpose and what is my destiny? And doing it. And I haven't watched the news in 5 years. Yet somehow I always know what's going on because I know what people are broadcasting from their mouths. And when they start speaking and using their words very eloquently in the sense of what is the energy of the word you're using, you start to just put that like little drop into reality, and it transforms everything. And that's what I believe I'm seeing, is little by little people are waking up through the last few years and connecting and uniting and using their words differently. Words are very powerful. That's why they're always trying to clamp down on our freedom of speech, because the words are such energy. And what we can bring into this realm and transform it just by speaking is magnificent.
Yes.
I think humans are very powerful.
Thank you.
I'm
Beautiful.
going to make a prediction that they're going to rehire Carl Rich. They're going to bring him back on Netflix to finish this.
Well,
I'm making a joke here.
Oh, we got better stuff than what's on Netflix and everything. Live life.
Well, yeah,
Oh,
yeah. That's
fascinating.
what she started talking about. It's like now, this brings us to the next juncture. Now, I have to tell you, before we went on the air, Yanda asked me for a little bit more of orientation because she's read your book, but that was a long
wonderful.
time ago she read the book.
Wow. Thank you, Yanda. Bless
Yes.
you.
Yeah, but then I kind of filled her in.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
I filled her in rapid succession. We were talking about 8 minutes here on, the art elect, and your experience with that. Little bit about Bohemian Grove. What else did I tell her about the Hitler connection with your mother and you?
Okay.
The biological connection, and I just kind of like pop, and it's kind of like, she just takes in the data, and she not only listens to it without prejudice, she gets it, she resonates it with it, so she understands. But it's a very crash course on what who and what you are. So the vampire stuff too, I told her about.
Okay.
So, I did not get into Sugar Daddy or your son in this thing. But that's a whole other story. Because Yanda's very interested in methods of euthaning and whatnot. But what I want to go now is, we left off at a very critical point last time.
Yes.
And we were going through, you were helping me dissect how, when a spirit, and I'm telling this to the audience, Douglas was helping me dissect it, how when a spirit or an entity is evoked and called forth, the magician or practitioner does it through a state of gnosis, and awareness, and he's in communion with this entity, and then it's brought in like a battery pole, which I'm going into in the book, which we'll dissect as we do the book together, Douglas.
Yes.
I'm really breaking it down so people really get the idea, but they're bringing it into attracting like an cathode on a battery. It's attracting an electron. The spirit is like an electron being attracted to the anode, but it's being attracted through gnosis. And in the case of this, we're talking about a swastika, which the swastika will create hostility with these particular type of beings that are anti-gods.
Yes.
And but what's very interesting is I begin to, and then you ask me a specific question. And this is done through ancient grimoire or spells or iterations.
Mm-hmm.
And I have something interesting to read here that is from an old newsletter that's actually a quote from Aleister Crowley in his book Magic in Theory and Practice.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what Crowley says. I put it in my book, the L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity book. It is the chapter where I mentioned Douglas Dietrich. It is found by experience, which confirms the statement of Zoroaster, that the most potent conjurations are those in an ancient and perhaps forgotten language, or even those couched in a corrupt and possibly always meaningless jargon. And it's like Crowley would talk about things working. He didn't talk about, is it right or is it wrong? Is it good or is it bad? Does it work? And Aquino was so amenable to the dark forces that he was very expert at making these things work. But one of the things, and then of course I brought in the L. Ron Hubbard iterations, which I talked about, which basically stated that batteries and electronics mimic life itself. They mimic life, but it's taking it down into, to use Kabbalistic language, the Malkuthian realm, where it's not in a astral or metaphysical state. It's in electronics are in the physical realm, which brings the being down into the physical realm. It creates a connection to the physical realm, which is basically what any metaphysics is going to do. It's going to go from the meta plane down to the lower plane and have an effect. But you'd asked me a question about using words, and I don't remember what the question was. But it was,
yes,
go ahead.
No, I mean, I remember now I asked you a question about using words, but I'll have to, reflect on that for a minute to recall it.
I will say, I can respond because it's like there's no question of what's being said here is that words have power. Mm-hmm. Words have power, and as Crowley is stating here, when the word's forgotten and it's corrupt and meaningless, it has more power. Mm-hmm. What L. Ron Hubbard would call the misunderstood word or symbol, and it confuses people. And this is not only from an L. Ron Hubbard persuasion, it's from a magical persuasion, is what is senior to the words is the postulate. And the postulate is the thought, the decision, the cognition. It's the world of thought, which is senior to. So we would be oriented in Scientology, Dianetics. This was a development that came out in the last few years that I was there, whereby if you went into a moment of pain and unconsciousness, you would go to the postulate that was inside the engram, which is like, okay, God, I'm dead. I'm shot. I'm finished. That's a postulate. You've made up your mind. Mm-hmm. And you can find these things are going on in your head all the time in regular life. Like, I'm a loser. I can never win at the stock market. My team always loses. Right. Any of these things, and they're usually very subtle. And this is why writing a diary is good, and you write down your own thoughts, and you can reinspect your thoughts and see what are you deciding about your life. Now, when we get to the bigger area, and we're talking about the grimoire of Michael Aquino and parlaying this into the HAARP project, which is bringing in entities to entrap them, ostensibly to eventually release them and create chaos throughout the universe, the local universe at the very least. It's like that is a decision, and he's using a bunch of chaotic things, but that are in league with Aquino to bring them in and play this game so he can feed them. It's kind of like gathering a bunch of Doberman pinchers to do your dirty work. But what if those Doberman pinchers aren't fed? Yes. They'll come after you. This is what but senior to all of this is in the thought. Mm-hmm. And as my Qigong teacher would say, where your mind goes, your energy goes. So if you put your mind into Anna Hayes, your energy will go to her. And it's not worth your time. It's not worth my time for sure. So if you go into like ex-Scientologists spend a lot of time on Tom Cruise, it just wastes your energy. You don't want to be thinking about Tom Cruise. You don't want to be thinking about all the victimizations that have occurred, unless you have some role to play in it. And it's like, these things are a problem. But what I want to, then on top of all of this stuff with the, that's just my comment on, there's something that undercuts the grimoire, that undercuts it, and that's the thought, the postulate, the idea. But that's not to underestimate the power of the word. Now, there's something that Douglas had a very, I remember him recognizing the time reactor. When I talked about the time reactor, and the time reactor has the potential to harvest massive amounts of energy by basically parlaying it off of the rotation of the Earth, harvesting the Earth's energy, but it's using an infinitesimal amount, which could power everything on Earth very inexpensively, without compromising the Earth's energy field at all. It's literally free, virtually free energy, because it's so inexpensive. And it's a different approach than Tesla. David Anderson was not schooled in Tesla. He didn't really study Tesla. His stuff is not Tesla. Doesn't mean Tesla's wrong. Doesn't mean he's wrong. It's just that they're two different approaches. But the thing here is, Douglas recognized that the time reactor and the vast amount of energy that it produces was an ideal, the best tool they could have as far as using nuclear energy or energy to entrap spirits. Yes. Because it takes energy to do this with. And he noticed that right away. And Douglas described in our last talk about which he mentioned, the entity is brought in on a world line. The world line, I actually looked it up, and it's spelled capital WORLD space small LINE. That's how they say it. Okay. I think you had world line with two capitals. But
military habit. The military used to communicate everything in all caps. That's why. So a lot of things remain capitalized, and that's why people complain that I have a hyper use of capitals. But go on. Yeah.
In any case, a world line is a term from physics.
Yes.
Now, when he said that they bring it in on a world line. Now, I'm going to, in the book, and right now, I'm going to go into the world line, because this relates to the work of David Anderson. Now, I brought in, we're talking about the HAARP project and Michael Aquino and Grimoire and trapping entities. And I mentioned how this correlates with the work of L. Ron Hubbard, the relatively mostly overlooked work of L. Ron Hubbard, that traces back to his early days, in Navy intelligence and working with Aleister Crowley. Where the hell did he get this information from? It's astounding, because there's been no explanation for it, even by his naysayers. They don't even say he's making it up. So he's talking about electronics and controlling spiritual beings through electronics, which of course came full circle to me with Montauk. I said, wow, this is exactly what L. Ron Hubbard talked about, except Preston's giving lots of details. Now, I have commented, so I went back and reviewed the information I had done on the world line, that I had collected on the world line. Now, that information is in my videos on the Time Travel Research Center, the Time Travel Education Center, timetraveleducationcenter.com. I have 7 free videos, and that series also has 2 more videos on the time reactor itself. And I went back and I reviewed those videos, because I've said that work I've done on the Time Travel Education Center is the most important work I've ever done. And I can't beg off of that. I said, God, this is even better than I remembered, because I went back and reviewed it. The unfortunate thing about it is underappreciated and can be challenging to understand, although I put it in very simple language. But then I have to go back myself and look at it. That was done 7, 8 years ago. And I go back, and it's very rewarding to go back and read your work. It was done with great diligence. I did the best I could. But Worldline is something that I came to quite a bit of what I'd say cogitation on.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, Douglas talked about a closed circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about a closed circuit. He says, in terms of becoming a super science, evocation, as is the case with any other form of magic, is applied quantum mechanics. It is the completion of an equation, the closing of a circuit. The nodes are created, still points in space-time, creating a world line. The entity being summoned can follow to enter our dimension. Now, world line is very interesting because I talk in the videos about what's called a closed time-like curve. And what happens is the principle, and the videos explain this. I invite people to go and sign up for free at the Time Travel Education Center. And there's a video as you get into different aspects of the simple physics. Time dilation. Time dilation basically means that if you're on Earth and you're baking lasagna, it's going to take you, let's just say, 45 minutes to cook the lasagna. If you are far away from the Earth, orbiting the Earth at a very far distance, it's going to take a little bit longer to cook the lasagna, but it'll seem like the same amount. It'll seem like the same 45 minutes to you. If you're further out, it'll take the same 45 minutes to you, but it'll actually take longer. Now, time dilation, the difference is infinitesimal. You would not notice the difference. Say if you were out on the edge of Pluto, there would be a difference, but it wouldn't be that noticeable. If you go to the center of the galaxy, it might be a lot more noticeable, but it's still relatively imperceptible. The point of it is with time dilation, which is a concept you can look up, is that it says that time can be manipulated. Time is not steady. It's relative. Now, Newtonian physics is in a box. It's in a box. It's real, but it's subject to the senior principle of what's called frame dragging, rotational frame dragging.
Mm-hmm.
And frame dragging is explained in the videos visually. It is creating a very slow turn of the Earth, a very, very different differential of time, as I've just discussed. But it's the rotation that creates the environment which produces Newtonian physics. If you can change the rotation, you can change the box, you can change time. And what's very important here when we talk about rotation, and I even have it in the videos before I ever got into this with Douglas, what is the symbol of rotation? It's a swastika.
Yes.
Swastika is a symbol, it's called a whorl. W-H-O-R-L, a whorl. I've written about this in the Black Sun. It goes into the meaning. And that's why it's a sign of benediction, because it's rotation. The fundamental principles of our existence are based upon the rotation of the Earth. This is even a Qigong thing, the principle of spinning or rotating. You rotate parts of your body. But this is very fundamental. So it goes, so what I'm getting at is here, the work of Dr. Anderson ties right into what we're talking about here with all this, from a different perspective. And the tremendous amount of energy it can create has tremendous power to influence entities.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm going to also insert something here. I'm going to go back to the world line. But as I look back and I reviewed the videos, and I have two videos. One is on the time reactor patent, which I discussed the patent. And the third one, or the eighth one, I think it is, goes into the actual breakdown of the time reactor. It's about 7 or 8 minutes, maybe 12 minutes, just taking the patent and explaining it, giving some visual examples of how it works. And of course, the time reactor works with a self-contained plasma-like field. And it's what I believe to be a noble gas. Because I asked David, he says, there's a gas reagent. I said, is that a noble gas? He says, no comment, which tells me it is.
Okay.
So the noble gases are called what are they called? The noble gases for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the rare elements, the neon, xenon, and other stuff like that. So they're on the periodic table, and they're just really kind of not really, at least when I went to school, they weren't talked about too much. They probably are now. And I met this chemist at Shasta who told me that they are very harmonious. Their fields are very harmonious. That's what he told me about those elements. So you got a lot of harmony in those gases. But the gas reagent is in a self-contained field. It's a low-grade electromagnetic field. And then he has lasers which are basically rotating the field. It's subjected to an environment of lasers. So you get a rotating magnetic field. Now when you get that rotation, he's eventually able to slow time down or speed it up. And when they found out they were slowing down or speeding time up, the device was producing more energy than they were putting in. That's how they discovered that they could tap energy and create energy with it. And there's a whole deep history to this machine that I don't know. It's very involved. But when I began to review, it was, I think, the 8th video. I don't remember. It was the one with the patent. I looked at the date. I mentioned this in the video, that I looked at the date it was filed. I think it was 2009 in April, but maybe December. But what I commented on, when I looked at the astrology of that date, my observation was that the time reactor was pursuing me, not the other way around. And this correlates with the dreams I've had in Chaklavina on morning of August 15th of this year. I dreamt that David was impatient to show me the time reactor. My recent dream of last week was that he made a beeline to showing me the time reactor, strong and intentful. I don't push the issue, but it seems to be pursuing me, which is very interesting. Now, a close time-like curve refers to the experiential path of a material particle in space-time that is closed. In other words, you start at a point in space and it comes back, just as you said, closed circuit, full circuit.
Mm-hmm.
This was first explained to me by my father, who had studied physics, and he said that, and of course my father isn't the source of this material. He was the one that told me about it, and of course you will see this in physics books. Einstein said that if you were to draw a straight line from a point in space and just an infinite straight line, you would eventually end up at the same point. this is a closed circuit. This is space-time is curved. This is what he's basically telling you. That's a closed time-like curve. And I say time-like. It's the experiential path of a material particle in space-time that is closed. This is known as a world line in physics. A world line has much more potential than what I just said. It's closed means that the path of the particle is turning back upon itself or returning to its point of origin. So you have three interchangeable definitions. A closed time-like curve is the same as a world line, is the same as a path of a particle in space. Now, where this becomes interesting, and I go into it in the videos, is that a world line can go outside of like say if you take a light cone is something in physics which is like a beam of a flashlight that goes out 45-degree angle on either side, 90 degrees total.
Mm-hmm.
And if it goes beyond the 45, it's not going at the speed of light. That I'm not going to go into that. Mm-hmm. Because this is graphing it in 2 dimensions. Because if you graph it in 2 dimensions, you have the x-axis and the y-axis, and say 300 kilometers a second. Light travels at 300 kilometers a second, and it will travel, say, a distance in 1 second. And you can graph that. And that graph is going to hit a point where the y-axis and the x-axis, one is time, which is 1 second, one is distance, space. And then it meets at a point, and when you draw the arrow from the 0 point of the axis to that point, that's a 45-degree angle line. If light is to go any faster than 45 degrees, it's not at the speed of light. So therefore, this light is confined to a 45-degree angle either to the right or the left of a axis point. And it's not so important that you really, it's hard to grasp by me just saying that, but when you can curve space-time, and this is the work of Frank Tiplinger, who theorized this, when you can change that light, position of the light, you're changing the whole structure of that graph, and it moves over, and you consecutively move it over, you're actually changing the path of the world line. From going wherever it was going on that 45-degree angle, you're changing the angle. So you can go into the past if you speed it up. If you speed up the rotation, you go further into the past. You slow it down, you go into the future. Now, what's important here, and I know that's hard to follow, but the point of it is when this world line goes out of this 3 dimensions, it's going into a 4th dimension. I mean, and which is time. In other words, it's leaving this world. That's the important point. A world line is not limited to going to the past or the future. It's relegated to going anywhere in the dimensions. And this is where the entity Douglas is talking about comes in through. It can come in through any dimension. And your imagination will suffice for now where it's coming from. But it's coming from another world. So the world line, and I think the world line is better termed worlds line. So this is where David's work, or my explanations of David's work, come exactly synchronized with what Douglas is talking about with bringing in entities. And if you're bringing in power power to hold that entity or to entrap that entity, the time reactor is super big league for doing this. And we cannot dismiss the association. And of course, all of this is kind of new to me. I'm putting it into the book, and this is like a big deal. And that's kind of, I don't know if you have any response, Douglas, to any of this. It's damned interesting. And when I go into the actual mechanics of the time travel stuff that I did, I go, God, this is astounding. Because it generates more stuff.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Why would people want to study time travel? Why would they want to attract these entities? What is their intent? What did they think or feel or imagine before they even ventured on these types of machines?
Well,
Where,
first
what,
I
power?
would say, first we talk about the HAARP project. Okay, well, let me answer that question.
Can all be overridden.
Yeah, well, yes, but we go back to the HAARP project starts in 1963 at ITT Brentwood, and that's like on the biorhythm of 1963, which follows the Philadelphia experiment. There were people that were doing this well beyond, even the knowledge of Preston. Preston's the outsider coming in who is in the middle of the matrix, but we don't know all the hidden players, and they're trying to control space-time. When we get into the evolution of the HAARP project, this is where Douglas comes in, because he was sent to study where the leaks were coming from at Sonoma State at Project Censored, which they were trying to find out. Project Censored was to uncover where the media wasn't covering stories, and it was HAARP was one of the ones they weren't covering, but Douglas was sent up there on behalf of the Defense Department to find out where the leaks were coming from on the HAARP project. And the HAARP project was originally to jam the Kuroshio current that the Japanese were using to send over dirigibles and balloon bombs. But it had another passive act, it act passively, which was to ensnare entities with ostensibly for releasing them in a Armageddon-like apocalyptic, let's destroy the whole world. And this has to do with the concept I didn't tell you about, the anti-gods.
What is the purpose of all of this?
It's destruction.
For control.
Well, I can put some of that into perspective.
Over to you, Douglas.
And now what's the solution to all of this?
Sure. Now, again, just to make certain I get this right, because certain people like their names pronounced a certain way, is Yanda okay? Am I saying that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Names are so important. And so Yanda, just basically to try and explain everything as quickly as possible, and I think that Peter has done a great job going into the science thereof as far as can be articulated for the general public to understand. You're asking some very valid and very basic questions that require textbooks to explain, entire history books, but I'll do it as quickly as I can. We're going to suffice to just summarize this. Now, you read the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, and the book that Peter Moon and I are working on now is going to explain other parts of the struggle that were not exposed in the Roswell Deception. They're actually quite connected to World War II. Really, it all goes back to World War II when a existential struggle was instigated. Now, if you read the book The Roswell Deception, you might recall, of course, that the Americans had started the war, a war that they felt would be easy to win. And they were quite involved with trying to start almost any war. As a matter of fact, through the Rainbow War plans, they had intended to conquer the world. All of this started as what was essentially what they had tried and convicted the Nazis for at Nuremberg. Now, what many people may not understand is that the Nuremberg trials were not only, shall we say, revised in terms of how they were presented to history. Most people think that this had to do with the Holocaust. Actually, the Holocaust was not so much in question at the Nuremberg trials. Most of the leadership was tried for conspiracy to start a war. Conspiracy in a war of aggression. That was mainly the focus of the Nuremberg trials. This is exactly what the Americans were guilty of with their Rainbow War plans, in which they had in very minute detail planned for war with every major nation in the world. And so they had intended worldwide conquest to the point where their original target was Canada, which was their Lebensraum. And this was going to be bring them, of course, at war with the British Empire. So this would have been indeed a world war because Britain was a worldwide empire. So with all of that in mind, you had this war-mad power structure that was determined to commit themselves to a total war of aggression. They had articulated, as we explained in the Roswell Deception, that whatever war would be waged would be total war, that they were conceiving of populations as basically the field of battle would be the destruction of population bases so that the enemy population base could not mobilize. Now, this is already a mindset that is beyond shall we say, redemption. It's beyond any kind of thought processes of logic or diplomacy. This is already, in other words, their enemy is an extension or a kind of just a logical step beyond their extermination of the Native American Indian. So they had carried that out in their policy in the Philippines, where they had exterminated the Muslim population. And I really don't remember whether we articulated this very well in the Roswell Deception or not. But for people who don't know, the largest Holocaust in history prior, modern history, prior the Holocaust in Europe, was the American anti-Muslim Holocaust, in which they killed 3 million Filipino Muslims. Okay, and this is something that they've managed to cover up and hide, but it's all historically quite true, and people can research this themselves and get hints of it. But in terms of the Americans already being on a genocidal footing, just extending from the Native American Indians to the Filipino Muslims in their conquest of the archipelago of the Philippines to their next war, everything was based on this genocidal concept. And when they began to engage in what they had sought, total war, and began to lose, then they began to think in concepts of true nihilism. Now, as I try to explain to people, the cosmology, as is understood by people like Michael Aquino or the Department of Defense themselves, bear in mind, I was liaison to Michael Aquino. I was supposed to be his heir apparent, which meant that by his own vision, I would someday rule the world. Now, when it came to all of this, my betrayal of him and everything that I learned from him, it's kind of like care provision for my parents for over a decade, where I got a medical education the wrong way. Through my liaison with Michael Aquino, I got a theological education the wrong way, and his theology was essentially the theology of the Department of Defense, because he wrote the chaplain's handbook for all branches of U.S. military service. Now, we may not have gone into that during our last book, or at least only hinted at it, but we're certainly just going to at least mention it to a degree in this book. So all of that is important because what I'm giving you is the way they think. The people who run America think. The people who run the American empire are the American military junta. So one of the first things that needs to be expressed is that during the American war for global conquest, World War II, when they began to lose, the Americans entered a very nihilistic mindset. And this was the American military. And they had all the power they needed because of the disintegrating health of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of course, for those of you who don't know, oh my God, you'll have to help me here, Peter Moon, the psychic who was helping him, Gene Dixon. Yes,
Gene Dixon.
Yeah. Gene Dixon used to go into Roosevelt's office, just so people understand this is very important, it's very relevant. Gene Dixon used to go into Roosevelt's White House with the highest security clearance. She had the highest security clearance of anyone other than the president himself, higher than any general. And she would go into the White House with her crystal ball, and it was a little crystal ball, something she could easily hide. We're talking about a crystal ball that fit inside of a purse. We're not talking about something a gypsy would use on display. So she would go in with this little crystal ball, and he would run his war through her advisements based on this crystal ball scrying. So the U.S. military knew this, and they felt that he was completely insane, and he was one of the reasons they were losing the war. So he was being helped along to his death by the U.S. military. Ultimately, as we articulated in the Roswell deception, he was assassinated. Now, even though the Axis was ultimately responsible for pulling the trigger, so to speak, let's just say the military-industrial complex left the door open. So when he died and Truman was put in charge, again, this took an enormous amount of work on a lot of people involved, because the person who was supposed to take over was a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, Henry Wallace, and they had to get him out just in time so that Truman could come in. Now, Truman is someone who is not responsible for anything in particular. The man truly was a victim. You're talking about a man who came in and had no control over the situation at all. He came in during a period of time when everything was on rails. In other words, there's no reverse. It's like a supermassive ship. You can't pull a reverse without causing a miniature tidal wave that's going to suck in all the smaller ships around it. If it's got any in the vicinity, it's going to take a long time to turn. So this ship of state was in a point of no return. It's just headed in this direction where bombs are going to be dropped because they developed them. All this stuff was going on. Truman had no control. Right. So Truman's just along for the ride. And so the people who were running the show at that point were the U.S. military. And the U.S. military knew they were going to lose. And one example of their nihilism was the bomb test. Now, understand that we already knew atomic bombs worked because the Germans had, as we articulated in the Roswell deception, deployed bombs at Kurland. And this was to stop the Soviet advance. This was a nuke. They used a nuke to break the Soviet line so that they could help millions of Germanic people escape. The millions, literally millions. And this was run by the German Navy, this evacuation program. So we know atomic bombs work. This is why they didn't test the little boy bomb. It was a piece of stolen German ordnance brought to the United States by the man who was once running for president of the United States, Charles Augustus Lindbergh, who was deployed by Truman. That Truman did do things. One of the things he did do, one of the first things he did, was get Charles Lindbergh out of the Pacific Theater and send him over to Germany so he could get that bomb, because the Americans under Franklin Delano Roosevelt, FDR promised he would never send Charles Augustus Lindbergh to Europe. Charles Lindbergh would never set foot in Europe as long as he was alive. Well, the moment he died, Truman deployed him to Europe. And so this was to talk to the German scientists as a fellow Nazi, which is what he was, and get this bomb. So this bomb they knew worked, which is why they didn't need to test it. The plutonium bomb now. This was a kind of a more advanced bomb. It's plutonium. It's a different reaction. And the reaction was something the mathematicians felt could start a chain reaction that wouldn't stop and thereby end the world. By the way, to them, this was the purpose. This was not just a plus. This was the purpose of the bomb. They felt that they had lost the war. They were going to end the world. And that was their victory. That was literally their Götterdämmerung, their twilight of the gods. So this is why when that bomb blew, you had this maniac who, of course, is made a hero by the film about him. Now, I'm bleaching his name from my mind at the moment. Peter, help me out here. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Oppenheimer. Yes, he's so despicable. I bleach his name. I mean, just his face, as portrayed by the actor so well in that film, it just says it all. Yeah. A true nihilist. By the way, I don't know if you're aware of this, Yanda, but his daughter killed herself. It was the family was so abusive. I mean, they were a satanic family originally, became Edomite, which, again, requires a little theological explanation here. So this is what bears explanation. Oppenheimer said, "I am become death, shatterer of worlds." He thought that these would be the last spoken words on Earth. He was truly convinced of that. All the scientists were making bets on whether the world would end or not, and they try to represent this as some kind of lighthearted joust among them. No, it was no jest. They were truly convinced the world was going to end, and they were celebrating it. These were all people who were part of a true mass suicidal pathology, this drive to destroy God's creation so they could become as unto gods themselves.
Absolutely.
And so this was their alchemy, their alchemy of the creation and destruction of primordial matter. They could do what God had done, and thus words they are gods in their own minds. Right. So understand that all of this is what is articulated by men like Michael Aquino and those who followed him in the army, those who preceded him in the army, who made his career possible, because his career would never have been possible without people who preceded him. Peter and I go a bit into some of these characters in the book. Certainly one of them was General Leslie Groves. Now, when it comes to all that was going on in the war, the sick fascination with mass genocide that the Americans were intent upon by carpet bombing, what they called later on saturation bombing, this was something that had no tactical or strategic purpose. They weren't impacting the enemy military in the field. All they were doing was massacring enemy civilian populations. And this to them was the objective. It was a genocidal objective, again, an extension of what they did with the Native American Indians and the Philippines. They waged war with this genocidal bent that had never before been seen in history. No one in history, aside from the Mongols, ever came close to this concept of wiping out entire populations. So when it came to what they were doing and when they began to lose, why they were behaving the way they did, understand that unlike the normal cosmology, which if someone truly enters, no matter what their Abrahamite religion, which is what the majority of us come from a background of and understand the best, from the Abrahamite perspective, if one truly reaches a point of theological maturity, then what one understands is whether good or evil, positive or negative, all sources from the divine. And they understand that devils and demons are really carrion feeders created to do their job, which is to tempt, to corrupt, to ultimately damn, and that all of this is a kind of composting that recycles such souls ultimately back into the universe, and this is all how the universe functions. It's all part of the ecology. But outside of that ecology are entities from failed cosms, failed universes, that the symmetry is different. Our universe exists on this, it's balanced on this razor's edge of divine symmetry. If certain natural laws just vary in their values by the tiniest fractions, not even stars can exist, and without stars, life cannot exist. So the majority of universes are like that. They're failed, they're empty. These entities that were kind of the byproduct, a toxic byproduct of such failed creations, these are the anti-gods. These are what roam the cosmos between the universes in this kind of nether space between the dimensions. And they're agents of entropy in the sense that they're not part of the decay and recycling process that devils and demons are a part of, or all these negative forces in our universe, all the darkness that makes light possible. These are instead like nuclear waste or chemical effluvia from massive industrial sites. This kind of industrial waste product that does nothing for the environment but only destroys it. Something like chemical output from the old Kodak factory back in Rochester, or spent nuclear fuel rods. These are the cosmic equivalent of that. So they exist outside of devils and demons. There's something truly destructive. So when someone is no longer satanic, no longer part of this, say if someone's satanic, they're simply worshipping the carrion feeders. In a sense, they're doing what the Egyptians did with the dung beetle. They're simply appealing to a different side of the cosmic ecology. And in a sense, we always need people like that. But when somebody goes Edomite or Adamic, then they're basically trying to gate in, portal in these toxic entities, which would sunder, destroy, rend the very fabric of the space-time continuum of our universe. This is ultimately when they realized the bomb didn't destroy the world. This is when the American military, industrial, intelligence, occult, and scientific complex turned toward the anti-gods. And with more than just setting up a chain reaction that would physically destroy our universe, they sought to rend the very fabric of the space-time continuum itself. That was their motivation for ushering in these beings of mind-shattering power that had roamed the plains of the lifeless universes for eternity. They reference them as the kings of Edom, and these beings from unstable worlds God created and destroyed before our terrestrial cosmos. So when they began to basically, at the end of the war, in their desperation of defeat, seek for a way to destroy not just the Earth but the entire universe as their ultimate victory, that's when it began that the think tanks in Davos and Los Alamos ran non-Euclidean solutions through the contemporaneously powerful computators to awaken the ancient ones and summon extra cosmic abominations. And this was all part of, the theft of the ancient reliquary that they had pursued all over the world. Whereas the necessary evils of war are recognizably human, the taint concomitant, the manipulation of that which man was never meant to know, just twists and malforms every thought and deed. The HAARP project originally started as something to reverse the jet stream, but when they realized that passively it could be used as a massive electromagnetic binding mechanism, then a quantum leap into darkness took place. That with the dimension of cyberspace that became open to them, with the accessibility of the Cray supercomputer after they had lost the war, when they were still trying to find a way to reverse time. Hence, that was their interest in time travel, so that they could go back in time and win it. When they decided that they could go into cyberspace and find out reflections of our universe, find out that the tree of life and death was more than two-dimensional, that there was a third dimension behind it, the Etz Hashayim, the tree of life. Behind that was a tree of anti-life, the Rasha, the unholy, the extraneous to God and the divinity's creation. So then it was that they organized an array of their questionably acquired ancient tomes, their pre-human artifacts of Edomite lore, with the reconfigured HAARP mechanisms all over the globe, placed on ley lines, not just in Gakona, Alaska, but everywhere in the world, that they could establish an ionospheric conductor array project site. These are globally networked. This was all part of Evocation as a super science, so that they could usher in various anti-gods, bind them through these passive binding mechanisms. This is, of course, a minor binding. It's a binding in the sense of very large man thumb cuffed to a buffet table. So long as he's being fed, he's not going to upend the buffet table. But of course, the buffet has to continue, which is why America has always been at war since World War II ended and was effectively lost. They had to continue fighting and just tell everybody that, we're not using the bomb anymore because it's just inhuman. Despite the fact that, of course, it's supposed to win wars, they never used it again. It's because it was a massive failure. So ultimately, this is their motivation, is the loss of World War II, their attempt to win it by destroying first the world and then the universe. Now the question remains one of, what do we do? The anti-gods are here. They're bound very lightly. They're continuously feeding. What's needed, of course, is, basically a banishing. And we're talking about a mass banishing on an occult level never before seen in human history. Such a project to summon and bind so many entities, so powerful, so antithetical to universal existence, has never been undertaken before. The very act of binding them is something that will require a massive mobilization that will take an equivalent effort, something that will take ultimately billions of more dollars. In the meantime, the crux rests with a mechanism that I stole from the U.S. government. So I don't know if our man Pete has tried to explain to you anything about the Vox Arca, but I'll sum it up as basically as possible. In order to unleash these entities all at once, a mechanism was created. It had to be the occult equivalent of the nuclear football. For those who aren't familiar with the term that I'm using, understand that everywhere the president goes, he's followed by a different member of a different service branch on a different day of the week. They cycle every single day. It's the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, the Army. Between them, they pass the nuclear football and carry it for a day for the president. And they hold the keys, which the president will turn to open it and press the button to launch an all-out nuclear conflict if the need arises. So the occult equivalent of that was produced. This, again, was the result of many lives being lost. These were experiments conducted on people who died. I've explained at length, and Peter can explain it to you at greater length later, how the Letterman Army Medical Center, which trained a quarter of all U.S. Army doctors in service, the Letterman Army Medical Center was one of the most important military medical sites in the United States. And it was in San Francisco, in California, where they had an incredible arrangement with the largest prison system in the world. Understand that America is dependent on California. California's economy is the fourth largest in the world. We're surpassing United Germany. We surpassed Great Britain years ago. So the only economies larger than California are the Japanese Empire, the Communist Chinese Empire, and the American Empire, solely because California is a part of it. So California is the fourth largest economy in the world, and its population is immense, larger than most nations on Earth. And so the highest paid uniform constabulary in the world of peace enforcement or law enforcement officers is the California Prison Guards Union. They're the highest paid police on planet Earth. And they have an unholy deal with the military that lasted for generations, where they would offer prisoners gubernatorial pardons from death sentences, the shortening of life sentences into actual pardons and releases at some point, total freedom for those with lesser sentences if they would volunteer for dangerous experiments. Of course, the majority of these people died. At Letterman Army Medical Center, I personally dealt with them because I had to deliver them reading material, being a Department of Defense librarian, while they were held at the Letterman Army Medical Center, or even brought under armed guard to the library to access materials that they were permitted to check out during their time before their ultimate demise. All of these people died. Many of them were skinned, teeth taken out, many of these body parts, based on the trauma suffered by the prisoner in death, were incorporated into leather masks that are, in a sense, reusable, but you change them with each test of the Vox Arca, each diagnostic that's run. The Vox Arca needs to be tested once in a while. It's truly an infernal machine. It needs to be fed, literally, meat. So the Vox Arca, if it were to be used, triggered, turned on to the equivalent of DEFCON 4, the highest defense level, like you would reach in a state of all-out nuclear war, I would have to tracheotomize myself to use it. That way, my voice box would be altered so I could speak the unspeakable names, never meant for the human tongue. The human body cannot literally pronounce such names. So the Vox Arca enables it to do so. The tests that were run on making certain it did so cost many a prisoner their life. And then their skins were rendered into the human skins that would replace the mask that's used each time the device is diagnosed, run through diagnostics. So understand that there's several things this mechanism does, but one of the things that it does is it will change, and I'll explain how very quickly. It'll change the orbits of the stars. Now, not by changing the orbits of the stars in physical reality, but by doing so in physical reality in a sense. the way it does this, and what I'm going to do is put this into the text box right here, right now, so that you can see this, because I think it's very difficult to understand when Peter simply tries to explain it verbally. Here's a link to show you some graphics, and I'm going to put this link in our chat room for our listeners as well. Many people have been exposed to this in the past, but they will be, if you have not, as we always have new listeners, this will help people to visualize what I'm speaking about. So understand that once these entities are unleashed, they couldn't do much. They'd be repelled and flee the Earth immediately because of the swastika in the skies. This is the elder sign that H.P. Lovecraft spraketh of. It's the reason the Nazis co-opted the symbol as a ward. It is a ward against the Edomites, the anti-gods, whom the Nazis considered their ultimate enemy, that they considered the Allies to be serving. So understand, and of course they were right. Ultimately, the Allies proved themselves to be in the service of the anti-gods still today. So understand that your Allied military is the enemy, especially the American High Command. And all of them are frustrated because, as H.P. Lovecraft said, the stars are wrong. There's a swastika in the skies. It spins ever so slowly with the seasons, but to the anti-gods, it's like sped up motion photography, where you see the compressed speed. Speed everything up so that it moves very quickly. That's how they perceive in their stillness of time. That's how they perceive the swastika in the skies, as being ever spinning, ever solid. It's the ward that keeps them at bay. Were they unleashed, they would simply flee. So that would be a mass banishing in and of itself. Of course, I won't conduct it because I'd have to kill myself to do it. And it would destroy a good part of the Earth while they fled. It's not like they wouldn't do so without damage. But understand, how do they unleash the anti-gods all at once without that ward scaring them off or rendering them impotent? Simple. They throw the Earth out of its orbit. So you see, everything has been worked out based on Nikola Tesla's scalar technology, taking advantage of many things that are unfortunately real today. The Earth's axis is shifting because of water. We're discovering new things about the Earth all the time, like scientists finding that water is slowly leaking down there from the surface. People are only just realizing that there's a massive super ocean, a supermassive series of oceans, a world river hidden under the Earth's crust. Now experts concur that the Earth's axis is shifting for a reason no one really saw coming. That has to do with, of course, the rising of the seas, with the melting of the polar ice caps. Groundwater extraction is playing a bigger factor than previously thought. But all of the shifting of the weight of water on the surface of the Earth really changes how, well, where our North Pole is pointed. Creation imbued us with a northern polar star that serves as the center of the swastika, the fulcrum of the Great Bear, the Thor's wagon, the Big Dipper. The North Pole is slowly being shifted towards the direction of the United Kingdom. The phenomena will change the Earth's seasons over time. The reality is that the communist Chinese have worsened it by the creation of the Three Gorges Dam. All of the displacement of all that water in one single space has us wobbling on our axis. The Earth threatens to tilt at any moment. So, if I were to trigger the Vox Arca, what happens is the Tesla technology is impacted by its abuse. Various scalar mechanisms will ultimately be triggered that will generate supermassive earthquakes that will break the integrity of the Three Gorges Dam, sunder the water, flood the Earth. Many new thermonuclear weapons that have been preset underneath the ice cap of Greenland will be set off, and in Antarctica, which the Americans, for those who don't know, are vacating. This would blow the ice caps all at once. This would sunder us with floods of water that will change the orbit of the Earth. And then the skies themselves will change. The constellations will change. The constellae will appear to fall from the skies. To our eyes, it will look as if, as biblically foretold, the stars are falling from the skies. And at that point, as the anti-gods are unleashed, there's no more swastika in the skies, no more elder sign to ward them, and the Earth is theirs. And the universe will be destroyed.
That's what they are planning.
That's what they originally planned, but I have the mechanism, the trigger mechanism, and I stole the copy as well.
Yeah, no, but as the truth is revealed, it alters everything. And as individuals speak truth and become more aware of this and become aware of what's going on, it alters vibrationally through your consciousness, your words, and how you inform others. We're very powerful individuals, and I do believe that if they were going to be so successful, they would have done it already. And I know they're giving us a ride for our money here, you know, what bridge they want to blow up and what fear and terror they want to put in us, and you know, but it's their time has passed. I'm speaking from what's in my heart. Their time has passed.
Yes.
And they're shaking in their boots because they're so afraid of every little individual who's sitting at their kitchen table, who's putting their kids to bed, who are trying to get informed and raise their consciousness. And it's not about unleashing anything against anything. That's the old paradigm. The paradigm I'm talking about is where Nikola Tesla says he built for. He didn't build for this battle that's going on. He went way beyond that and made plans to keep this in a balance. That's what I'm saying. Talk to him. Everybody, open your hearts to him. He's got information for every pillar of society that can help transform everybody into the oneness and the peace without the war. And that's why when his peace ray was supposed to beam out from the building that was just on fire, the government took it, and as the story goes, they changed it to what? The death ray?
Yes.
The death ray was called the peace ray by Nikola Tesla. And they'll never acknowledge him because he's not part of that chaos. So in my opinion, where I'm sitting and everything that I have watched, and Gene Dixon also told John Kennedy, don't go to Texas because it's not going to be good for you, and he didn't listen. So she's been in the government for a very long time. She also foretold back in the 1960s that there would come a day, and she didn't know why, that there wasn't one child in one school across America, that every school was empty, and look what COVID brought. And she said that they would come and tell you, like 1962, it's 1960, that you would be buying water, and everybody back then was laughing. Can you imagine buying water? It's 1960, and you're telling people you're going to buy water, or the schools are empty. So she was around several of the presidents, and quite frankly, I just think that we need to recognize our own individual power and how heart coherent we really are around this planet. And the show they're putting on is fantastic. Yeah, keep up the fear, keep it up, keep it going, keep the polycrises going, keep us shaking. Yeah, weaken our immune systems. No, because frequency is going to build up our immune systems. And your thoughts of how empowered you believe you are, that is the way. What do you say? If somebody says to you, I am magnificent, I am powerful, how does it make you feel? Because then you'll know where you are on the frequency scale of maintaining a central fulcrum of oneness, which is beyond duality. And that's where the sacred geometry comes in. For me, you can translate it all you want, but until you are vibrating that frequency of the language of light, it's a completely different realm. They're translating all this information into duality, and they lose so much of it. And if you want to look at Nikola Tesla's papers, you only look at them from, this three-dimensional reality that you think is so all-powerful, you're going to miss 90% of the details in his drawings because you have to read them holographically, let's say. You have to go into your intuitive ability and communicate with the patterns on the paper that bring in a deeper understanding of what he was working on. And I just think that all of this doom and gloom, it's nice. It's funny at this point because you know what? They would have done a lot more damage already if they were so powerful, and I don't think they are.
Yes, thank you. Deeply appreciate it, profoundly so. Their greatest power is, of course, to corrupt the minds of men. And by all means, tell people how to avoid that.
Avoid the corruption of
their minds. Yes.
It begins and ends in yourself. Everything's inside yourself. You start looking to a government to govern you. You start looking for something to tell you when the aliens are going to land, you're waiting for somebody to say, take this pill or keep the mask on to be healthy. When you let all that go, you will have all your answers. And you start governing yourself quietly and silently, and you start to find others that are vibrating in what they call that heart coherence. And you start to share information and insights beyond the spoken word, beyond the written word, the music. You hear and you see a world while you're still in this human body. And it begins to balance everything. Because the land of duality is always in a state of chaos. It's never going to change. So I thank it. I look for the silver lining, and I live my life every day with the heart coherence. It's not easy. But as you find more and more individuals, they're coming out of the woodwork and they're saying, you know what, I've shut the news off. If I want something, I read it somewhere. You stop listening to the internet so much where all the frequencies are being broadcasted over. My brother worked for top secret projects across the government, and 30 years ago, he was laughing. He says, people, this is 30 years ago, you think you have privacy? You haven't had privacy in decades. They listen over your TV, they do it all. And that was 30 years ago. Yes. So why don't we just admit that, they're watching us, they're listening, so what? I'm not against them. Duality is duality. And if you don't attach anger to it or fear to it, it disempowers it. And you start to empower yourself with the love that you have for yourself in your own heart. And that's what I see happening around me. I'm not saying it's going to happen, it's happening. And I'm not going to deny it, because that's when you start to deny the light that's coming out of people, and that they're starting to be more kind and considerate, and they're looking beyond their little box for answers of oneness and unity. When you start to acknowledge that, you empower that. And I think humanity is getting into a place where they're recognizing we are a self-governing entity of this planet. And why wouldn't we be? So the governments want to fight, let them fight. They'll fade out. Consciousness creates weather. Consciousness, and what they used to say, the minions, how gather together in a certain number, and you work together on a bigger project. Well, like you were saying, what do? Unleash this against that? No, because you will blow yourselves up. It's not going to happen. My opinion is we're coming into the center, and all of the restrictions that are leaving us, we're not falling for it anymore. And that, to me, that was the purpose of this earth. This earth was a school to learn about duality and transcend it, and we did it. And I'm very proud of humanity and where we are. And you should see the kids coming in, because I'm working with the kids. Their brilliance. At 3 months old and 6 months old, they're so in tune, and if all they see is a beacon, an array of light, of consciousness, they start to have the hope, and they grow up with the hope in their hearts. And I believe in the youth of our nation, no matter what. I think they're of the world. I think they're great.
Thank you. Bless you. Yes. And Peter, by all means, it's after midnight now, and of course I feel that we'll probably get to talking about magic again on Wednesday, which will be here before anyone knows it, but you're both welcome to stay for as long as you can stand.
Well, I'm going to check out now. Yanda, if you want to keep talking, you're more than welcome.
Time for an hour and a half ride to get home.
Oh my goodness. Well, we love you, Yanda. You're welcome anytime you wish back on bandwidth with us. I hope you know what days. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. So we transmit every Sunday and Wednesday night, and join us again whenever you wish. I know it's a long ride, but always good to visit Pete, and his home's all fixed up now, and it's great all the way around, and certainly was a pleasure and an honor having you with us. Both of you, by all means, say good night to everyone.
Good night.
Good night, and remember to donate to Douglas, douglasdietrich.com. Upper right-hand corner yellow button. Please, for the information he's providing us, you're not going to hear it anywhere else. Thank you for those, and we'll be back with more interesting news on Wednesday. So with that, I'll say good night to everybody.
Good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Blessings to both of you. Okay. Thank you so much. Skybooksusa.com. And we should have had the young lady Yanda provide us with whatever communications she might have for the public. Perhaps we can have Peter provide that next time. At any rate, we have with us Aristides, and what we're going to do is bring everybody else we can on with us, and then I can refresh myself for a bit and come back. I can, of course, speak about magic if people so wish, but we can go on to many other topics as well. Certainly a lot has been going on. Let's test our man Aristides and his audio and see what we can do with everyone else. This is one of those periods of time when I need our man Aristides to speak so that I can focus. Okay. Yeah, I can focus on calling everybody.
I'm here. Okay, so actually I had something I wanted to ask relevant to what you were saying before she just said all that with the cosmology and the Durus axis and this, right?
Yes.
So you were talking about intentionally their intent to change the Earth's axis and affect all these changes, right? But
yes.
The Earth's axis does have a natural, as far as I understand, a natural precession, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, a procession of equinoxes, you mean? Oh, go on.
Yeah. Such that some thousands of years ago, it was not rotating about the current pole star, but a different location that, as far as I've seen, was nearby to there, nearby there in Draco.
Yes.
Constellation, right? Yes,
that's correct. Back in the time when men were worshipping the anti-gods openly.
That was kind of what So, how would that affect the cosmology and what could be on the Earth, and was that a time when these things could be out in the open, and because there wouldn't have been the same swastika pattern, maybe a different one formed by the Draco constellation.
No, not at all.
But
it was
not like that.
No.
Not like that.
We're speaking of a true dark age. This is when other species ruled the Earth. We're talking about a time when the dinosaurs may have been gone, and the age of mammals was in effect, but it was other species like the Hatruri or the serpent people that ruled mankind as slaves.
Well, I think it's a what is it? It's a 26,000 year full cycle.
27,000, I believe, but
like
but so you've got the right idea. You've got it in the ballpark. Yeah.
So thousands of years ago, that this wasn't the case, and then therefore it was not the case on the Earth as it is now.
Yes, that is quite true.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wanted to clarify that.
Oh my goodness, it appears we've been graced with the presence of Jennifer Hawkins. My delight and our honor. Stephen Myers has also joined us momentarily. Only if you're up to it, Stephen. I only call you out of respect. And how are you feeling?
Thanks, Doug.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, man. I'm still resting. I got to get a certain amount of sleep, man. I'm trying to heal up at a certain time.
Sure.
But I'm tuning in. I'm still tuning in, man. I'll be with you shortly, probably next week, man.
Sounds good.
But I'm healing up. But I'll tune in the morning time,
Yeah, well, we love you dearly, and we pray for you and your recovery.
Thank you.
Whatever you wish to share with us, go ahead before you say goodnight to everyone.
No, nothing. I just listen up till 12 o'clock, then I tune in usually the next day after I get, some good sleep. When I fully recover, I'll give you a call,
Yes, well, bless you. Thank you so much, dear Stephen.
Okay. Yeah, well, everybody, hello. Okay, Doug, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, bye.
Bye for now. And so that was Steve Myers, my brother from another mother, in New York. We have joining us, aside from the lovely lady Jennifer Hawkins, who just left for a moment, hopefully, and will return. Brendan Zonga has joined us. And so, Brendan, do myself a favor. Hold a good God, what is that noise, Brendan? He's at work. Yes.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not? What the fuck is that?
It's a lot of stuff's going on. I just I left a dinner meeting up, so I was getting in my car real quick, and then I'm gonna go for a moonlit,
A moonlit Jesus. Yeah, you there? Yeah. Speak.
A moonlit jaunt.
Okay. Well, I want everyone to pray for our lovely Jennifer Hawkins. She is, of course, the young lady at Gen Arcana who is with the Arcane Observer. And she is expressing the fact that she's been terribly sick. She's only now getting better, and that she cannot talk. So I am, everybody, maintain her in thought and prayer. Yeah, so I will express that to her in text, of course.
Yes, I definitely, yeah, it's a change of season, and I could go on a spiel about, like, what needs to be done, but, you know.
Oh, but all means do, please. Say what needs to be done.
Of course, like, vitamin C, like, you gotta take, like, multiple, like, 5-6 grams a day of ascorbic, any kind of ascorbate you can get your hands on. That's just, like, a basic, and then, you know, Tulsi is very beneficial, holy basil, and then, you know, like, start from there, start with the basics and rebalancing, because what happens during the change of season is this, the kapha is one of the three elements, the three humors in Ayurveda. So during this season, they actually increase. The kapha increases, so the body expels it. That's why you end up having symptoms in the first place. Nothing to do with any kind of pathogen, typically.
No, thank you so much for sharing that. It is profoundly important, and I'm just heartened to have an explanation from our lovely lady as to her absence. It is reassuring, and so by all means, she says thank you, and you are wonderful. I'm going to be listening. Bless you, honey, and she says, and thank you for saying that. So she's thanking Brendan at this moment for the advice. So all the vitamin C in the world, honey, and you know, honestly, you can't overdose. You'd have to really be trying, and so
Just theologically impossible to overdose.
yeah, and so when it's with your voice, though, I mean, it's not that your voice is bad. Of course, your technology. Is there a way to make yourself a little bit better when you're talking to us, so that we?
Okay, hold on, let me adjust here.
Yeah.
Better?
Oh, infinitely better. Holy fuck. Yeah. Yes, by all means.
Yeah, you guys sound closer too.
Oh my God. Yes, maintain that. And what I'm going to do is I am going to try and find a nice little graphic to share with our lovely lady, and I'm going to ask you all to, you know, hold a conversation to just basically hold the stage so I can devote my attention to that for a minute before I go refresh myself. How long are we gifted with your presence, Brendan? A few minutes. Jesus Christ. Maybe I better go refresh myself now. So Brendan, do us a favor. You went all distant again. Do whatever you did moments ago to make your voice close, please.
How about this?
It sounds
Yep.
It's better. No, say something.
Well, I'm still here. I just maybe.
Yeah, do something with the voice. Get closer to the mic, or
Like this?
Yes, yes, please, yes.
That's better?
Yes. Oh my God.
Okay.
Yeah, so stay there, and, okay, hold a conversation with Aristides, if you gentlemen would be so kind. I will refresh myself. I'll be back as soon as possible. And, but in the interim, thank you, Brendan, for helping. And by all means, a lot I want to talk to you about as well. Just a lot going on lately. Certainly glad, yeah, I'd be lying if I said I'd be glad to be back. Obviously, I'd wish to stay at the Estates forever, but, you know, glad enough. Certainly, it's made worthwhile by our listeners and yourselves, both Aristides, Brendan, everybody on Team Dietrich, including Jennifer Hawkins. And all right, let me go mute. You guys have got this. Right. I'll be back. Okay.
Yeah, Douglas is just being nice. I mean,
Yeah.
He tolerates. He'd probably be happy if it was all chicks all the time, I'm sure.
Yeah, he would.
But
yeah.
Who wouldn't? Yeah.
So what do you use, like a headset or something, and like, because it just gets.
Well, I suspect what's happening is my phone is so damaged that even if I have the headset in, it's still using the phone mic. So does that make sense? Like the actual microphone on the phone.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's like not connecting to the headphone mic, so that's what's going on. It's like if I put the phone like in my pocket or away, it doesn't even work. So.
Yeah,
what
we
I suspect
gotta
is happening.
do something, man. Even if I gotta like, I mean, if it's a whole new phone, that's kind of complicated. If it's like
Well,
another headset,
I have a phone replacement, but I just like I'm too cheap to change it. Like this one's still working, and it's like, I take it to work, so I don't really care if it's damaged. Like, so I don't have to like worry about it getting damaged.
all right. Well, we gotta get you fixed up, man. I'll help you out, because like when we get left like this and then your audio goes to shit, like I'm like,
Is
oh,
it really
fuck.
that bad? Like you can't hear anything, or?
I think, yeah, sometimes you're very like distant, and it might be what you just said.
I see. I see.
Yeah. So.
Right. Understood.
But,
no worries. Okay,
yeah.
I'll work on it, but
Yeah.
I might have to take a hiatus for a while, so we'll see what happens.
As far as
on, travel some, next month.
Oh, you mean upcoming,
What?
not like right now?
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm obviously here, but like in the coming weeks, I may not be available. So,
Okay.
hopefully by then I'll have my situation fixed.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
So.
Well, let us know what you need. Let us know what Santa Claus can bring you for audio.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Serious, but
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Vitamin C, man. I think I'm about to go hit some up.
Oh yeah, like do you know about like the mechanism of vitamin C? I mean, I wrote an article about it. I can spiel.
I don't know all the ins and outs. I've just seen enough to know that you are right, and you are only going to benefit from taking a lot. And
yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, vitamin C is like it's basically a molecule. It's in pretty much all natural foods, like what we would say, like fruits, vegetables, leafy greens. So it's something that's necessary for biology, but what has happened in like the human body over time, or whether it's genetic manipulation or however people want to see it, genetic degradation, even a negative mutation of sorts, but the human body is one of two known mammals that cannot produce its own vitamin C.
Right.
So there's some kind of would be like a mutation in the liver enzyme, like the cells that can produce this liver enzyme. That there's a mutation to where humans cannot produce their own endogenous body generated vitamin C. So this is why human lifespan's been shortened. This is why we need to get it from our diets. And because the diets are, processed foods, completely depleted of any kind of vitamin C. And on top of that, there's other nefarious forces obviously interfering. Like, for example, the recommended daily allowance by the USDA is only, it's something absurd, like 50 milligrams, which is,
right.
That's like enough to keep you from having like physiological scurvy, but
right.
Meanwhile, the entire system is starving of vitamin C. So like your Krebs cycle, which is your ATP cycle, uses it. Your immune system, inside of the white blood cells, is the concentration of ascorbate is like 1,000% as compared to other cells. So it's like that's what, when you have white blood cells attacking a pathogen, it's actually attacking it with like concentrated vitamin C. So that's something that once you're low on vitamin C, even if you're taking the so-called recommended daily allowance, which is like 1 orange, which is almost not enough. Or it's beyond not enough. It's like deficient. So that's something that totally can throw off the body politic. And that's why they don't want, people knowing about it, to the point where, like, in the recent years, they had even people, like the last 50 years, they've had people like Linus Pauling and Dr. Klenner and all these, like, well-known doctors literally curing people of cancer and other diseases with intravenous vitamin C. Yeah. But if you go to a hospital, even with like a snake bite or some kind of envenomation or like some kind of toxic like sepsis or something, like they refuse to give people intravenous vitamin C. Right. When that's in fact like one of the most potent antidotes. It's been proven. And at high doses, you can give intravenous vitamin C at like 50 grams, like per hour drip. And like no adverse effects, like at all. Like this has been studied by like Linus Pauling Institute, these like big institutes. The literature's there and it's been proven. Like, so it's definitely suppressed. It's like these basic things are, it seems like almost too simple. Like, you know, like why would they do that? Why wouldn't they? Like that's the mentality people have, is like, oh, why would they suppress something that's like, oh, it's just vitamin C, it's not a big deal. Well, they do it because it's like one of the most important molecules in the body, you know. So that's why it's one of the most suppressed like cures. And if you go into the mechanism of how it works, is basically the ascorbate has an extra electron, so that's negatively charged in general. And so the negative charge of that molecule can neutralize the free radicals. So basically the free radicals come in and they're eating up all the free electrons in your body, destroying molecules, destroying proteins. You know, everyone knows what I mean, at this point, I'm sure if you are into health or something, you know what a radical is. It's like the opposite of an antioxidant. It's an oxidant radical. It's an oxygen molecule that basically eats up everything around it and destroys tissue and causes toxic buildup. So what the ascorbate does is it comes in, donates its electron, becomes an inert molecule, and then neutralizes the molecular effect of a poison. So it's basically one of the most powerful antidotes to basically every poison. I mean, not basically, it is the antidote to every poison, you know.
Shit,
so
yeah. Yeah, if you just heard some rustling now, just open up the bag of the vitamin C powder and chug some. You know.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I do that too when I talk about it. I always like, you know, like it's something that you know, when you know about it, it becomes important. Like that's what I was saying. It's like it's such a simple thing. Like everyone says, oh, just take vitamin C when you're sick, you know. But the point is, we live in such a toxic world. Everything's manipulated as far as like foodstuffs, and our water has chlorine in it. You know, like there's so many toxic load variables, so many toxic variables that load on our body, the body chemistry, that I would advocate, which is what I wrote the article on, I would advocate that the RDA has to be updated, the recommended daily allowance, especially of vitamin C and other like B vitamins, but especially vitamin C has to be raised to at least 2,000 milligrams a day. And that's bare minimum. I'm saying like just to keep up with modern toxicity, that's like bare minimum. And then on top of that, people smoke, people eat fast food, which any fried food is going to have like oxidant radicals in it. I mean, pure oxidant radicals. So people are eating bad food or fried foods or whatever. Like even I eat like, you know, fried mung beans and stuff. Like it's fine to eat fried stuff. But the point is, if you don't neutralize the toxicity of these things, it's like, it's just like you're not operating at maximum capacity. Yeah. And then as I'm saying this right now, there's a buck walking by, beautiful, like deer in the wilderness over here. So what's going on with this vitamin C is it'll neutralize these radical things. You know, oxygen, chlorine, and then once the molecular balance is restored, so to speak, like they neutralize each other, then the body can actually pull them out, and then you can excrete the toxins easier. And then those radicals aren't burning DNA or doing damage to the chromosome or shortening your telomeres, all of things which you don't want happening. So that's what, you know. And then it comes in many forms. So like I can go into the forms in a minute, but the main one would be ascorbic acid or L-ascorbic acid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think that's what I have. Just the ascorbic acid.
Is it like sour? Like taste?
Yeah.
So that's ascorbic acid. So, and that form is really good. What it does is when it enters your system, it'll latch onto sodium molecules and it'll become sodium ascorbate. So that's how actually like it gets absorbed later into your bloodstream.
So Yeah, I've got some. So I haven't opened it. Sodium ascorbate. Is that better?
Oh yeah, that's much better. I mean,
Really?
it depends what you're using it for. Like I use both, or sometimes I'll mix them to even get a better effect. But if you're taking it orally, the sodium ascorbate's actually best because it doesn't acidify. Like, you know. But if you're like really sick and you need to like lower your, you know, toxic load, like I find the ascorbate to be best. Like the acid, ascorbic acid.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
I just got back, and I just want people to know that I'll try and continue talking about the stars because I've gotten a number of emails about those. Grace M, of course, has asked, what form of C do you prefer? I don't know whether you were responding to her or whether you just knew this is what was on the listener's mind. I certainly want you to know that two things I'd like to ask you. Continue with whatever you feel needs to be emphasized about vitamin C. Obviously, we definitely need as much of that as we can get into our body. I do want people to know the Naga are positive. People are asking about, Grace M said, the serpent people, the Naga. She says in the Buddhist monasteries, they show paintings of lots of Naga. I wonder about them. Please explain to her the positive nature of the Naga, how they've been guiding humanity. And aside from that, of course, you know, when you're done giving her a summary of that, I'll ask you a few health questions before you go. By all means, take the stage and finish up whatever you were saying with Aristides, of course, before answering Grace M.
Oh yeah. So, well, that's what we. Directly responding to that question.
Yeah. Hey, you went totally off. You went totally off. As soon as we can't hear anything. Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Okay, now I'm here. So we were responding to, like, Aristides asked me what vitamin C is best, and then he said he had ascorbate, sodium ascorbate. So, like, for basics, the best one is sodium ascorbate. It's the most neutral. It's buffered, means it's not acidic, and it's easy to take. And then, you know, you can take up to like 10 grams of that at a time, and, you know, which is like before you get a C flush. It's called a C flush. It's kind of like taking too much magnesium. It can flush your bowels, but the point is that would basically set your dose. If you take too much and you say, okay, well, that's how much I can take. But if you take under 10 grams, you're pretty much in the clear. Like, it's not going to cause any side effect, and it will have all the beneficial effects. And it's most bioavailable. So sodium ascorbate's key. Then you have ascorbic acid, which is the sour tasting one. The one that comes, that's what you taste in fruits or like lemon juice. This like ascorbic acid it's very tangy. So that one's really good if you want to like flavor up lemonade or flavor up something that is palatable to you. So ascorbic, and then ascorbic acid's also bioavailable, very bioavailable. I find it to be more bioavailable than the sodium one, but they're both the best, like, for beginning. If you just are starting, you could take, safe tolerance is like 10 grams a day, which is like, more than enough. And then if you are in acute situations, you can take, many, many times that, but, depends on your stomach. And if you have a sensitive stomach, the acid could bother it. So you would use the sodium ascorbate. So that's all about that. And then there are also like things that Douglas knows. There's even like lipospheric vitamin C that can get into the cells quicker.
Yes.
That stuff is like, it's actually better than intravenous because of its mechanism of action.
Wow.
But that stuff becomes more pricey, and you kind of, if you have unlimited budget, then you should get lipospheric. That stuff is like,
it's what I get because I'm putting my money where my body's at. Let's put it that way. So please go on.
And I mean, it seems to have been helping. I think you're doing quite well.
Bless you. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
So it's definitely, like no one else who does what you do can like recover that quickly. Like, and it is partially the nano, but plasma, but not fully, obviously.
Got it. No, I mean, believe me.
To take other things.
Yeah. No, really. The lithospheric vitamin C truly helps. Believe me, Brendan knows what he's speaking about because he's literally been under occult siege directed at his health. They have tried to take him down using very powerful magics. Peter Levinda has been the sorcerer behind his attempted occult assassination, and he's countered it with his, well, not just your own counter spells, so to speak, but your health regimen. Go on. Yeah.
Exactly. So that, yeah, I've been undergoing quite a bit, and some of these attacks have literally almost killed me. Where my, it was like beyond it's not even worth speaking of because it's so crazy as far as the pain that was experienced. But I overcame it with, my knowledge and Ayurveda and these sciences that are 5,000 plus years old, the Ayurveda and like the traditional Chinese medicine. These things can now be verified by science, but because of there's so much controversy in the last few years about the medical field, it's like putting everything in a blender, and now no one wants to deal with reality anymore. It's like they're tripping about COVID, they're tripping about snake venom, tripping about vaccine, but the point is these systems were in place. Like Ayurveda's been there for 5,000 years. If you just followed that, as best as you can, you're already setting yourself up for, something good. It's like in those kind of systems, it's prevention is better than cure. So it's like you don't have to throw out the Western medicine. Like obviously it's profit driven and very sketchy and can kill you. But there are things in there like if you break a leg, you have to go to an emergency and get surgery. I mean, that's not negotiable.
Well, another way to phrase it is that Western medicine is for heroic reconstruction when things have broken to a point where you're basically irretrievable, and this is basically you've got no other choice. The other medicines are meant to prevent you from getting to that point, and sometimes can help you when you do get to that point. But these require real masters in the techniques. And back to Brendan. Yeah.
Yes, I really appreciate that context, and it's like. The main tenet of Ayurveda and Chinese medicine is prevention is better than cure, because if you're needing a cure, that means you're already fucked. So that's why the ancients, like the last thing, if you're a farmer or you're like a statesman, you're in ancient China, you're like your whole city depends on you. The last thing you want to do is have to cure your infection. So you live a life. You're the pharaoh of the kingdom. You live your life healthily so you don't get damaged, so you can actually rule your responsibly people and properly.
You live your life responsibly. Go on.
Yes. So that's how the ancients thought of it. It's like prevention's better than cure, and they actually, through trial and error, through 10,000 years, they've developed this system of herbs, food, knowledge, and then now we're getting to the point where it's all being verified. Like the most revered herb in like Ayurveda, for example, it's a fruit actually. It's called amla. Amla is Indian gooseberry, and that now that science has studied it, it's proven that fruit contains the most natural vitamin C of any fruit on Earth. And when you cook it and dry it, its molecular structure and constituents are such that the vitamin C remains bioavailable and undamaged. So normally if you were to take like ascorbic acid and you put it in boiling water, it would neutralize it, or break apart the molecules. But somehow this plant from nature, amla, the fruit, it has properties where the vitamin C is bioavailable, and you can take it internally and it completely cleanses your system, detoxifies you.
Excellent.
So that's the most revered herb in Ayurveda. And then now we're starting to find out why, as far as if you want to, if you really need to go
and bear in mind that medical science had to break through all kinds of preconceptions and prejudices, all kinds of bias to get to the point where they even started investigating these herbs. So, being said, I'm going to, I've just finished drinking my liquid Coke. I'm going to rinse the taste of that malted battery acid out of my mouth. I'll be right back, and then I'll ask you some of my own health questions here. But go on with describing, if you feel that you've described the Naga sufficiently. If not, go ahead with them. Speak a bit about their legacy for us, and also a little bit about the kalpas, because what I'll go into is the astrological seasons, so to speak, because of the question that Aristides brought up. So but go a bit into the kalpas and the kind of different ages of the different metals, gold, iron, lead, that sort of thing. I'll be right back. Okay.
Right. Yes, of course. I mean, the Naga are an ancient being. Like, basically, a Naga in Sanskrit means serpent, but they're basically this semi-divine, half human, half cobra being. They can either assume a wholly human or wholly serpentine form. They're potentially dangerous, but they're mostly actually considered beneficial. Like, especially if you're on their good side, they can teach you things about the multiverse. They have much longer lifespans. And then there are the Naga kings that uphold the throne, the lotus throne of Vishnu himself. So they're considered some of the most primordial forces, are these like Naga serpents. That's why the imagery you get when you see like Vishnu or Shiv, like Shiv will have the serpent around his neck that represents like the Kundalini. It represents like the knowledge he has that's rose up to the third eye. And then you also have Vishnu where he's laying on the serpent, the bed that is the serpents, the seven, Naga kings that uphold him. They basically live underground in a kingdom that's called Nagalok. And Nagalok is near Patal-lok, which is, there are these levels of existence below our earth plane. So earth plane's in the middle, which would be like Midgard. So they're like the Jormungandr, like they're living in this kind of world serpent zone that upholds the cosmos. If you want to go by, Nordic, if you want to kind of tie it into the Nordic there. The creator deity Brahma relegated the Nagas to the nether regions when they became too populous on the earth, and commanded them only to bite the truly evil or those who are destined to die prematurely. So they're tied in with destiny itself. They have knowledge of these things. That's why they're considered wise. That's why there's like the term in the Bible when Christ is saying, be as wise as serpents. And even the serpent that came into the Garden of Eden by like, certain beings like Blavatsky and stuff, she actually considered the serpent to be the positive side in that story. So she would consider the serpent to be someone who was freeing the beings, as opposed to the modern where they say the serpent is equivalent to the devil and he's, actually creating issues. So that's why they called her, satanic or something, Blavatsky. But the point is, she knew about Nagas. Like, she traveled to Tibet and stuff, and she possibly even saw them because they had been on Earth at one point. So, they're like it says here, they're only able, according to Brahma, which is God himself, or the Godhead that created beings, that created the beings in the first place. He ordered them only to bite those who were evil, inherently evil, and those who had, a destiny to die early. So they're associated with waters, rivers, lakes, seas, and wells, and are the guardians of notable treasure. The noble Nagas are the Shisha, or Anat. They're the creation that supports Narayan, which is Vishnu, as he lies on the cosmic ocean, and on whom they created the rest of the creation rests. Vasuki, who was used as the churning rope to churn the cosmic ocean of milk. Takasha, the tribal chief of the snakes. In the modern Hinduism, the birth of the serpents is celebrated on Naga Panchami, which is in the month of Shravan. And female Nagas, or Naginis, are serpent princesses of striking beauty. The dynasties of Manipur in India and the Pallavas in southern India, and the ruling family of Funan, which is Indochine, ancient Indochina, they each claimed the origin of being offspring of a union of the beings Nagi and also the human beings. In Buddhism, the Nagas are often represented to guard doors, or in Tibet as minor deities. The Naga king Muchalinda, who sheltered the Buddha from the rain for 7 days and nights while he was deep in meditation, is depicted on many Khmer Buddha Buddhas in Thailand, Cambodia. Also in Jainism, their savior as well is shown with a canopy of Naga over his head. So they're connected with enlightenment. Once you gain enlightenment, you gain the protection of these beings, the Naga. They're represented in zoomorphic forms as hooded cobras with having one or more, up to 7 heads. As human beings, they're a many-hooded snake over their heads, or half a human body. Below the navel, coiled like a snake. They're shown in postures of adoration, or even as gods, as heroes. They're shown as accomplishing some miraculous feats before their eyes. They're also beings that helped humans understand pharmacology, pharmakia, and different nature magic as like an early form of apothecary. They were the beings that knew about what herbs were good, what poisons to use or not use. They basically developed a form of homeopathy that was used in ancient times. And if you were really sick, you would see a Naga as if it were like a doctor. If you were to, if it was pleased enough to help you, they're all, each one has its own temperament, just as any being. You can ask for its help, basically, in medical field. And then also it's to the point where the Naga themselves had knowledge of genetics. That's why, even to this day, the symbol for medicine and nowadays genetic, the genetic field of study is represented by two intertwining snakes, aka the caduceus of Hermes. So that also represents the spine and the kundalini, but mainly it's showing the knowledge being passed down by the serpent lineage, aka the Nagas. And so they were the original givers of the formula, the pharmacy, the chemistry, a lot of the information of what herbs to use, what herbs not to use. This is all coming from the Naga themselves. So they have an interest to help humanity. Yeah. So Douglas, did you hear that part I said about what Brahma said to them?
No, I didn't. I just got back.
I'll go back.
Yeah. And thank you. Very important, everything that our man Brendan is saying. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. So here it says, the creator deity Brahma relegated the Nagas to the nether regions when they became too populous on the earth, and commanded them to bite only those who were truly evil, or those destined to die prematurely. They're associated with waters, rivers, lakes, seas, and wells, and the guardians of great treasure. So, and there are notable Nagas such as Shisha or Ananat, who in the Hindu myth of creation supports Narayan, Vishnu, as he lies on the cosmic ocean, and on whom the created worlds rest. And Vasuki, who was used as the churning rope to churn the cosmic ocean of milk. And Taksaka, the tribal chief of the snakes. And there were also female Naginis, serpent princesses of striking beauty, of which the dynasties of Manipur in northeastern India, the Pallavas in southern India, and the ruling family of Funan, ancient Indochina, each claimed an origin in the union of a human being and a Nagini.
Yes.
There.
Excellent. Yes. So this is some of the hybrid beings that people are asking about, and so I
think I gave a pretty good little spiel about it.
Excellent.
But the important point is that's why, and also that's why Blavatsky was arguing that the serpent in the garden was actually good.
Yes.
Like he actually helped them, so.
Understood.
They have a stake because Brahma basically told them, like, for one, they help uphold the cosmos, like the higher aspects of the Nagas, like they're saying, but like the actual beings themselves, like the embodied Nagas, like they actually have like a stake, like in our human DNA and stuff. So of course they're gonna help us, but it's like they're also not happy about the way things are going here, So that's why they're gone. Like, they're not gonna come out and help us anymore because it's just so. Like, especially after the stuff you've described,
Thank you. Yes. There.
It's like, there was a joke, like, I basically, like right now, like if someone from the West, like, would you go to Afghanistan, you know? Like, would you just roll into Afghanistan with no cover, no kind of information? Like, you wouldn't walk into an open war. Like, who would go to Gaza right now and just walk around? That's how, like, these higher beings see Earth. It's like, you don't want to just casually stroll out here.
Thank you.
Humans are so insane right now. Like, you wouldn't just come here just because. Like, you'd have to have a damn good reason.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Thank you. Very coherent. Which is, by the way, I remember the question that Peter said. You asked me a question. Is what Peter said to me when he was on about, magics and the like. And it's later on I remembered what the question was. It was basically, is what I'm saying coherent? That's all I asked him, which is basically what you said right now. Does that make sense? Yeah. And it's, we'll go into that another time, you and I. By the way, just so you see how the chat room is responding to what you're saying, Grace M says there are instructions on YouTube on how to make liposomal C using an ultrasonic cleaner. I am planning to try it out. Is there something you can help her with? Is that something she could just avoid by buying something on the cheap, or what?
You could make it with that method, but it's not going to be. Like, they basically suppress the real technology of it. It does require ultrasound, it does require sonics, but like there are certain companies that produce it like properly. They actually hide the technique very well, mind you. Like you've seen that company that makes the other stuff. It's like, I mean, it's very, very hidden technology that makes like lipospheric, but that's not to say that it wouldn't be helpful to make your own. I mean, it would be much cheaper. But like I was saying before, there are other even cheaper ways. You can just take amla powder or triphala. It's called triphala. In Ayurveda, you just take triphala powder and it makes, like, you can just use the powder and then increase its bioavailability by tenfold by using triphala. So, there's many techniques. You don't have to go that convoluted unless you feel that it's necessary. So, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Amla, just start with amla and then add your own powder and just make tea or capsules or whatever. That you can start like that.
By the way, I want you to know you've kept the numbers way up. Basically, we'll talk about that later as well. By the way, so then both Kaiser, just so people know, that's actually the correct pronunciation for Caesar. It's more similar to Kaiser. But Kaiser or Caesar Nagaraja, as well as Grace M, they both have things to say about the Naga. Grace M says the Kundalini, when it speaks, it has a hissy snake voice. And Caesar Nagaraja says, is there such things as reptilian humanoids as depicted by the Eastern monasteries, or no, the Nagas are just intelligent snake beings? Just curious. Because I have been listening to your streams on this, I was curious if there is a possibility of half human, half serpentine beings. His question being, I have a nice winged, looks like a duck, really, that I collect in my room. Nagini, mini statues. Yeah. And just so
they're real. I mean, they're real. But I was saying, like, they're not gonna show up.
Right.
Like, especially ever since like the Middle Ages, when every knight that has a sword's gonna go try and kill you. It's like they're not gonna show up. I mean, like, yeah. And then especially what Douglas said recently, like about what happened during WW2. They were just like, they were trying nefarious things with them. Like, they're not going to show themselves, but yes, there are hybrid beings, like, obviously.
Thank you.
And they're real. Like, I haven't seen one, but they are real. Like, I mean, I have no doubt about that.
Well, tell everyone how we all have the serpent in us through the dragons, the four dragons, the four races. Let people understand that concept.
Yeah, and this is another thing that is in Vedic. Like, if you really look into the Vedic mythology, quote unquote mythology, the Vedic,
science, really, that's been
the Vedic science or the Vedic history, the Puranic history of what actually has happened on this plane. Yes. They basically say that human genetics, as of right now, our skin suit now, this Mark IV human or whatever we are, this human has partially has Naga DNA in it. So that's why if you go to the Native Americans, or if you talk to, like, what are these other, like the Chinese, the ancient Chinese people, like the Taoists, they'll say they're the dragon lineage, you know. And just like this article was saying, Indochina, ancient Indochina, they all said that they were of that hybrid stock. Like, and there's no reason to see, just, they weren't just claiming it like later on, like holy blood, holy grail, everyone's related to Jesus. Like, they actually knew they were related to the Naga, like, because part of our DNA is that. That's why we have the reptilian hind brain. They didn't just name it that just purely, you know.
It wasn't poetic. It wasn't purely poetic.
It was literally like that brain is the same as a reptile's brain, and it's inside of our brain. It's called the reptilian hind brain for a reason.
Yes.
So it's like, that's all this stuff, like the hippocampus and all that stuff is, or whatever's underneath it. That's all evidence that we have partially serpentine DNA, and you know, and then there are other astrological factors too, but physiologically we do have, you know, and the whole Kundalini concept. I mean, that's like right there. That's the serpents sitting at the base of your spine, and then through the proper action you can unlock it. It's like, I haven't done it, but I'm saying like it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Okay, and Caesar Nagaraja says, thanks, man, and I appreciate that very much. Everyone here, also, just so you understand that when it comes to what I've spoken of in the past, I've spoken of the hybridization, particularly of the Japanese, and the more pure the serpent lineage from the Hachuri, or the serpent people of the ancient sunken continent of Lemuria, what they call Zealandia, which you can look up Zealandia and you'll see the original home of the Japanese people who hybridized with the serpent people. Those who retained that lineage when they migrated to Japan, the purest line of it became, of course, their shamans, the priestess line of the matriarchy. That was the original foundation of Shintoism, from which the emperors are derived. And the emperors, of course, are the purest of the dragon bloodline, and that's why they reflect the most sharply in their mirror that is part of their sacred reliquary, their three major national treasures. And so, of course, there's that blood within.
Yanda mirror.
Thank you. And
Kusanagi. Also, the Kusanagi blade means it's a serpent.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
And
it's referring to serpents in that, that title even.
Yes. Thank you, and by all means, there's what else comes to my mind with that? Of course, of course, people may not have heard.
Do you know what the Magatoms were for? Like, what was the necklace supposed to be doing? Like, that thing must be powerful.
Yes, you're talking about it's strung black
treasures.
Strung black pearls is the necklace. Strung black pearls that are each the size of bowling balls. So it's enormous. All of these things are very large, as if made for giants and giantesses. They're...
Amaterasu was like huge.
Yes, that's right. The sun goddess. But relate your understanding of these items to our listeners. I'm sure that...
The Yata mirror can, like, it's like Galadriel's mirror. Like, it can reflect pure consciousness. Like, it can deflect any attack. Like, if you have like any kind of occult assault, like, it can reflect everything, like the Yata mirror. And then the blade of Kusanagi can seal any nefarious being into a state of eternal bliss, of just pure nihilistic bliss. And any nefarious being that comes towards you, it can actually seal it with the right technique, right user, the powerful user that's powerful enough. Kusanagi blade can do that, and the Yata mirror can deflect anything. That's why I was asking, like, what do you think I don't know what the necklace would be for.
I'll try and actually reflect on that, because I remember at one point my mother told me the use of all three treasures. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put this link into the chat room so that everybody can, at their convenience, access later the video in which I'm interviewed by these two Bulgarian bozos, and they're laughing at my talking about the Naga and my mother's involvement with preventing the Naga from being abducted. by the Vice President of the United States in World War II, Henry Wallace, who was dispatched to Central Asia to do just that. Later on, these individuals then started attacking my channel, of course, as the Edomites that they were. This is the kind of crap that I have to deal with, is that people are often just interviewing you to scope you out for what you know, and then they can start attacking you. And by attacking, I mean like literally trying to have my channel taken down, this sort of thing. I'm not talking about just verbally attacking me, but let me spend a moment here. I'm going to reflect on what my mother told me about the necklace. In the interim, what I want you to do is continue talking. Have you talked about the seasons, like the Kalpas, in which the Iron Age, the Golden Age, all this yet? Because I want you to...
No, I never got to that.
Oh, get to that while I do this. I'm going to go mute for a few seconds here, and I'm going to just meditate, concentrate on what my mother said, and then I'll think on the necklace. Okay? Give me a second.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, these time cycles are multiversal time cycles. They're outside of our universe, but are also our local area is governed by these time cycles according to the Vedic mythology, realology. There's, of course, a kalpa is basically the large measure. A kalpa is a day and night of Brahman. So Brahman is the creator itself, the being that pushes out creation, creates it, puts it out, creates the original fractal, and then everything's built on that knowledge and gnosis and divinity. That's Brahma. And then it's preserved through the actions of Vishnu, Mahanarayan, like the great Vishnu. And then there's a third deity who is Shiv, and Shiv, is the being that destroys for new creation to take place. So there's these three, the Trimurti, they're called the three Tridev, the three Devas, the three forces that create, preserve, and destroy. So that's, and even you could break down the word God, like generator, operator, destroyer. Like that's how they are. So Brahma is the generator. So one day of Brahma, like he opens his eyes once, that's an entire kalpa, which is thousands of millions of cycles. And each one day of Brahma is thousands of cycles of yugas or ages. So you have Satya, Tretya, Dvarpa, and the Kali Yuga. And the cycle of the Satya is a sub-cycle within a kalpa, and it's characterized by virtue, wisdom, religion, quote-unquote religion, but they mean, purity of heart. There's practically no ignorance, vice, and this type of yuga lasts for hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years. Different levels can be, shown, how long it can last, and it's variable. It's not like nowadays the modern Hindu thing, they give like these huge numbers to it, and that's not true. I mean, you could be in Satya Yuga, like one being himself can be in Satya Yuga, let alone like a whole realm. But in general, the whole realm itself will have a time cycle of this golden age, Satya meaning truth. Then there's the Treta Yuga, which is the silver age. Things are not as sterling, not as nice as the golden age, but there's still, morality's still good. People are following multiversal law, natural law. That lasts for another 10,000, 20,000 years, whatever it is. Then you move on to Dvarpa, which is the copper age. This is like an age of usually technologies involved, which is kind of where we're at. This kind of like more, it's a more physical refinement. There's a lot of technology and things going around. That would be the Dvarpa Yuga. Dvarpa means the halfway point. Then you have the Kali Yuga is the age of iron and tears, the bottom, the nadir of the cycles. And that's basically what we're coming out of, this kind of dark age of ignorance. Kali means darkness. So it's like, everything's dark. People don't know the natural laws, that, they're stumbling, making mistakes, ignorance, all the negative things come up more easier. It's geared towards negative karma, like just doing things in general, as we all know. So we're actually coming out of that Kali Yuga. It's ending now. That's why all kinds of stuff's happening. So those 4 cycles happen thousands of times within a kalpa of Brahma, 1 day of Brahma. And then there's a night of Brahma, which after he closes his eyes, then the universe gets withdrawn for millions of years, an unknown amount of time, and then gets restored later. So these are huge time scales. Like humans, our minds can't even wrap, you can't even wrap your mind around that kind of, like, millions of years, trillions of years of time. Like, that's why these beings are, exalted. They're higher beings, like Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. And according to Grace M, she says, Brahma, the creator, Shiva, destroyer, Vishnu, arises out of these two. This is how it was explained to me, she says. So I'm not quite sure if that resonates or recovers any memories for you.
What was it? Brahma?
Brahma, creator, Shiva, destroyer. Yeah. Vishnu arises out of those two. That's how it was explained to her. So in other words, basic.
Yes. Yeah. Like Brahma's like, actually Vishnu is actually at the top, but let's not get into the Vedanta. Or not even Vedanta, but philosophy. But in Arabic, it's called falsafa, like philosophy. Like, we don't need to get that deep into it. Like, just like all mythology, there's many iterations, but Vishnu is the one that is helping us out, like, for us to even be here and doing what we're doing. So they're all important.
Yes.
And in fact, in like Vedic, like, you don't even worship Brahma. Like, Brahma's not even, like, you respect like the force that, where he created everything, but you don't worship Brahma. You worship Vishnu and Shiv, because they're the ones, like, without Shiv, like, you would, like nothing would work. Without Vishnu, you wouldn't be preserved every day. Like, the sun wouldn't be there, when nothing would work, like, nicely. Because, like, for example, like in the stories, in the Vedic stories, when shit goes down, they always call Brahma. I mean, they always call Vishnu and Shiv. They never call Brahma, like, because Brahma can't do anything. He just creates, and he can, like, bestow certain things. But, like, when shit hits the fan, like, when these negative beings take over and stuff, the only beings that can help are like Vishnu and Shiv. That's why all the avatars are Vishnu and Shiv, whether it's Krishna, Kalki, all the avatars are Vishnu and Shiv only.
Okay.
Hanuman.
Wonderful. Thank you. And so just so people understand, our man Brendan was asking about the necklace. What does the necklace do in terms of the imperial reliquary? So what I remember from what my mother explained to myself about Yasakani no Magatama, that would be the necklace of the great black pearls, or what they would call black jade. It's been said to be one or the other. But these are either black pearls or they're jade that's the size of bowling balls strung into a necklace. So you're talking about something that is incredible weight, obviously. There's this innocuous little, like, how would I say it? A nondescript jade Magatama necklace that's on display at the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. That's not the actual imperial object, just so people understand that. It's these things are, of course, quite hidden from view. And understand that what I do know about them is that, of course, these are, so people know the horror.
Yeah, some of these images they show are like of like Jomon period, like hand carved Magatamas, and you could tell that's not like those. I've seen this in a museum before. Like, it's not the real one. Yeah.
Thank you. So understand that the real Yasakani no Magatama, or just say Gyoku. Okay, if you're a foreigner, just say Gyoku. That's a gift of the goddess Ama no Uzumi, whose name means whirling. And basically, Amaterasu Omi Kami-sama, the sun goddess, the greatest of the goddesses in a very real sense, certainly the goddess of Japan as the national goddess. She had gone into seclusion in a cave. She plunged the entire world into night and chaos. And so Uzume, the dance goddess of fertility, who, naked except for her jewelry, which was the necklace, except for this necklace that she was adorned with, these hundreds of Magatama jewels. She, wearing that necklace, she performed really what would be considered an obscene, provocative dance that caused a lot of carousing and laughter among the gods, basically like a stripper would amongst men. And she aroused the hidden sun goddess's curiosity with all the noise. So when she emerged from her cave to investigate, the other gods pulled her out of the cave, so Amaterasu brought light into the world again. And Uzume, thankful for her success, gave the Gyoku, the Yasukuni no Magatama, Yasukani no Magatama. She gave that to the radiant goddess, and that in turn became the items, one of the 3 founding items of the Yamato dynasty. So because the jewel is a gift from the Shinto goddess of dance, all the powers of that relic are activated using dance as part of the ritual. Uzume was, of course, a good friend of Amaterasu and the royal family in the original continent, the sunken continent of Mu. I always use the term Lemuria because Mu, everybody thinks the looing of a cow. So I just say Lemuria so people just don't think it's...
Lemuria is like, it's just... Le is like the prefix in French. Just
Thank you.
The island of Murias.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So.
Beautiful.
People don't realize that actually came from French when they say that, but
thank you.
The real name is Murias or Mubaya.
Yeah, thank you. And Uzume, of course, she devised these spells that could be performed using dance, and these often found their way into later folk dances. Her charge was as the co-guardian of the floating bridge to other realms on Mount Takachihi. And, she was there with her husband, I believe, if I remember the myths correctly, when the great cataclysm struck Mu, and the war in which scalar weapons were used to basically liquefact the ground, turn it to molecularly disassemble it so that it became the consistency of gelatinous quicksand. She and her husband, of course, were participating against the enemy in terms of the conflict, the struggle. She was the first to fall to the obscene hordes of monsters, but not before she invested the last of her power in the opening of one of the major gates of exodus to the Japanese islands that the people took to populate the islands of Japan from that continent as it fell beneath the waves. These massive stones or pearls that are part of that necklace, since Uzume was the goddess of good health, when these stones are dropped into foul water, then they transmute them into potable water, fresh, drinkable, sweet water. And this kind of purified water is important for many Shinto ceremonial rites. They try to recreate it, their form of holy water. It's kind of a magic reservoir as the ultimate Magatama, increasing the natural potency of any sorcerer or priest, the shamanist, giving them a great power boost in their spells, their spell casting. And it ultimately opens the floating bridge to the heavens. Basically, if all of the black pearls are restrung into a single great necklace, which no human being could ever fit, because, as I said, each one of them is the size of a bowling ball. They're not meant to be worn by a human being. Restringing them for a human purpose would be to basically open a portal to the old location of Mu, Lemuria. That's the now submerged gateway to the extra-dimensional prison of the great dragon of Mappo, or the Buddhist apocalypse, Mappo no Ryujin, the dragon of the apocalypse. So basically, if this gate's opened with the other 2 regalia physically in the possession of the emperor, who is the ultimate, the pope of the Shinto priesthood, then it starts the end of the Mappo age, or the age we're in now, because it basically Well, it performs what the Vox Arca does in its own way, but for the Shinto divinities who would fight the anti-gods. They would open the gates to Jigoku, the heavenly realms, and basically bring forth the Shinto gods in force, a kind of mobilization against the anti-gods. So hopefully that puts that in perspective for you. Does that make sense?
Yes, very much so. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Thank you. And anti-Vox Arca.
That explains how, what's his name? Toyorama got the idea of the Dragon Balls.
Thank you. Yeah.
About that.
Yeah, well, each one of these...
If you bring them all together, then it summons a dragon, which is Shenron. And,
there,
grants
thank
you.
you.
A wish. Yeah.
Yes, there we are. Yes, that's where that comes from.
It's a Dragon Ball, basically. Like, I get it now. I appreciate that.
Yes, and
beyond expression.
Thank you. And each one of the pearls has an animal carved upon them, a sacred animal, of course. Like one would have the kappa, the other the kirin, the Asian unicorn, the other the dragon, it's a Tara. So each one of them has one of these kinds of animals on them. That's where you get the Dragon Ball idea, of course.
Wow. Great. Grand.
Yeah.
Profound, actually. I mean, I don't think people realize how profound that is.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yes. It took some dwelling on it to try and recall that from my mind, and like our man Brent says, I do my best to destroy myself with drugs, but hey, can still do the job once in a while. So with that, dear Brendan, is it not possible for you to stay with us a while longer, or do you just you have to go, or what's up? Yes, up to you.
I didn't finish the spiel on vitamin C. There's like a few points.
Oh, please. And then I do want to ask you about some health questions myself. So please continue with the vitamin C, and I'll ask you some health questions myself.
Okay, yeah. So vitamin C, also known as L-ascorbic acid, is a water-soluble vitamin. And unlike most mammals or other beings, most mammals, humans do not have the ability to synthesize vitamin C. Therefore, they must obtain it from the diet. Vitamin C is an essential cofactor in numerous enzymatic reactions, aka e.g. meaning
ergo, therefore. Yeah.
Yeah, therefore, thank you. Biosynthesis of collagen, carnitine, neuropeptides, and the regulation of gene expression. It is also a potent antioxidant. I like how they add that in at the end. But basically, so not only is it an antioxidant, as I described earlier, but it is something that you require to make collagen, which is your bones and your skin, carnitine, which is a precursor to neurotransmitters and other proteins, and neuropeptides, which is also the precursor to serotonin and other hormonal things in your body. And it regulates gene expression, meaning it can lengthen your telomeres. It can do various things that can assist the chromosomal kind of structure. Prospective cohort studies indicate that higher vitamin C status, assessed by measuring circulating vitamin C, is associated with lower risks of hypertension, coronary heart disease, and stroke. This is all factual. It strengthens the vascular tissue, meaning your blood vessels. There's some evidence to suggest that vitamin C may be useful to adjunct conventional medical practice, reduces myocardial injury, arrhythmias following cardiac procedure, and other surgeries that are, basically, if you have surgery and you have a cardiovascular disease, it can actually give you enough strength to go through with the procedure. There are insufficient data to link vitamin C to the risk of developing cancer. Observational studies examine vitamin C intake in relation to cancer incidence have found no association. So in other words, they're saying it doesn't increase your chance to get cancer if you don't have it, but it definitely has been proven to help cancer once you do have it. So the evidence of intravenous vitamin C in cancer patients, while limited, the reports are positive. initial reports are positive that intravenous vitamin C can be a good adjunct to cancer treatment. Overall, the regular use of vitamin C shortens the duration of common cold, but yet when taking, this is the key here, taking the supplement once cold symptom has begun it says here no proven benefit, but I would argue with that. It actually is just, it assists in the detoxing. So if you're already sick, it's not like you stop taking it or something. What it does is it will neutralize the poisons that whatever the pathogens are making. So it keeps you from getting more sick, which is obviously needed. So, but because they don't have concrete studies, they wouldn't say that, but there's no scientific evidence that large doses up to 10 grams or more per day can exert any adverse or toxic effect. An upper intake of 2 grams per day is usually recommended in order to prevent what they call gastrointestinal disturbance. But I mean, I've done it. I have a sensitive stomach up to like 10, 20, 30 grams a day. So you just kind of got to gauge your body. It's like a person by person situation, but
Wonderful.
So I already went through the function, the enzymatic function. It can protect molecules in the body such as proteins, lipids, carbohydrates, nucleic acid, which is your DNA, RNA, free radicals, reduces free radicals and reactive oxygen species that are generated during normal metabolism, active immune cells, toxin exposure, pollutants, etc., including cigarette smoke and or chemotherapy drugs. Vitamin C also participates in redox recycling other antioxidants. It regenerates vitamin E from its oxidized form, for example. It's also a cofactor by maintaining enzyme-bound metals in their reduced form. In other words, it can remove heavy metals from your body, things that are definitely toxic. And there's a lot more technical jargon to it, but you get the point. That it's highly beneficial, zero toxicity, and it's actually necessary for biology itself. So
great. Yeah. So
and for some reason, if you go to a hospital, they won't give it to you.
Oh God, so sad, so fucking sad. I mean, really, it's like what else do you expect? It's and so okay. So all such being said, so I was given a little vial of liquid Fotai by V. What is Fotai for?
Fotai is it's a TCM medicine, obviously, right?
I have no idea. I have no idea what it's for. You want me to get the bottle? I can read it, but it doesn't really give me any. It just says Fotai, and it's like an herb, obviously, some kind of herbal extract. What do I use it for?
Foti. Oh yeah, Foti. Okay, yeah, Foti is good for it's definitely good for men.
Okay.
It's it's just an anti-inflammatory. It's very good. Protects the liver.
Is it something for sex? Is she trying to tell me something?
I don't know if you want me to tell you because it might be offensive. It's
to help me with erections.
It's for anti-aging, Douglas.
Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be potency. So it's like a Viagra.
It's good for hair growth, and yes, it does help with men's issues, quote unquote.
Oh, cool. Yeah, cool. What do I do with it? Just follow.
Is it a powder or capsule?
It's liquid. It's like a little dropper liquid.
Oh yeah, no, you just take a couple drops.
Yeah.
You just follow the bottle. It's probably going to be if it's a tincture, then you want to take maybe 30 drops.
Oh, okay. This is before sex or every day?
Well, this is like a tonifying agent, so you kind of want to use it when you need it or when you feel like it's necessary.
Okay.
And kind of gauge it out. You can also use it for skin, stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, great.
It says for aging, longevity, and virility.
Okay, great. Wow. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's Yeah. So she's trying to tell me something. That's the
Probably. Yeah. So yeah, it's good for that thing too. Yeah.
All right. So, like you said,
Or maybe she thinks you're going senile or something. I don't know.
So
No, I'm being facetious.
yeah. Before activity, 30 drops before activity, approximately, something like that. Yeah. That's
Also, but
Yeah.
let me put it this way: like, if you're gonna use it for that,
Yeah.
you should do it on an off day when you're just chilling, just in case, because a lot of these things can, like, each person can react differently. Like some people, like, what would be the word for it? Like, like for horny goat weed, like.
Yeah.
For some people, it could you could feel, everything's working great and you're ready. But then for other people, it can have the opposite effect. And then you're of course going to be in a pickle.
Right. Got it.
Because you're about to go in,
Yeah.
go do something and it's like, it's not working, or it's doing the opposite. And you're just like, you don't want that to happen either. Let's put.
Yes.
Does that make
Understood.
sense?
No, absolutely. No, I profoundly appreciate that. Yes.
You don't want whiskey dick off of some herb that you've never tried before. That's got to be the worst situation.
Yeah, absolutely. No, got it. No, got it. Thank you. No, appreciate that profoundly. Also, what kind of bread do you recommend? What I'm going to try and do is start using the coconut. Now I've got that coconut extract, and in the San Francisco temperatures, yeah.
Coconut oil.
Yeah, it's like raw coconut. Yeah, oil basically, but extract. Yeah, it's the oil. It's like, of course, in San Francisco's frigid temperatures, it's like peanut butter.
It's gonna turn to butter.
Yeah. And so if I spread it on bread, and what kind of healthy bread do you recommend that's solid enough where the bread doesn't break up under it? This is the problem I have, is that most breads, when I spread anything on them, especially something like that or peanut butter, it's just basically it rips the bread apart, because it's because it's peanut butter consistency and it's kind of sticky, and it just takes the bread with it and just rips the bread. What kind of bread do you recommend that's healthy, that is solid, that is...
The best one you're going to look for, and this is like the most recommended bread, I would say, it's called Ezekiel bread.
Okay.
Easy, like Ezekiel from the Bible.
Yeah, biblical.
So it's like a biblical recipe, but that is the best bread. Okay. And it is solid enough to handle that. That's what in fact, I did that recently. I got the coconut butter. It's like a puree that's, it's like, it's not coconut oil, but it's like, it tastes good, it's like really good stuff. And it has all the benefits of coconut oil. It gives you nutrition and everything.
Okay.
So I've always spread it on that Ezekiel bread. And you can find that stuff in health food stores.
Okay.
But in the meantime, you can even get like how do you feel about like rice crackers or something like that?
Okay.
Like something like that, for more affordable.
Okay.
Like a rice wafer. One of the thick ones, those nice ones.
Yeah, I don't know where to find that. You'd probably have to find those in a health store too. I mean, it's.
Well, you have the Whole Foods on market there. I mean,
yeah. Or what is it? The the closest
Trader Joe's even.
Yeah, Trader Joe's is all I can think of, because the closest one I think was what was it? Whole Foods is on Market, you say? I mean, we used to have the.
No, wait. There's one on Ashbury.
Yeah.
Ashbury.
God, I don't want to go to hate Ashbury, but it's like we have the what is it? The Whole Foods is now it's on it's on Van Ness, really. It's near Van Ness.
Oh, yeah, so you're right. That one closed, huh?
Yeah, well, the one that's on Polk Street closed. It's so sad. What was it? What was it? The Real Foods. Real Foods are the heir to that.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah, it closed. So fucking sad. They're gonna reopen something there. I have no idea what. And I don't understand why they closed. It was there forever, but it survived COVID and then suddenly closed. So, but basically, I'm gonna have to go to Trader Joe's or that Whole Foods on Van Ness to get to the either rice crackers. It's been
a while since I've been to the city. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but you get the point.
Yeah.
Wait, there is one. There's one on California.
Yeah. No.
Oh, Van Ness, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. Van Ness, yeah. No, that's still open. The one that
it's there,
closed
yeah,
was the one on
it's
Polk Street. Was Real Foods. I mean, or something. Real
Oh,
Foods.
yeah, it's kind of far from Russian Hill. Well,
No, I can
it's
walk
like
there.
the
It's no big deal. I mean, it's just a loaf of bread. It's if I were by my Gerolsteiner there or anywhere
True,
actually yeah, which I haven't gotten in a while. I had it for a long time. The first thing I did with all that the food stamps was I bought all that
Right.
Gerolsteiner. And but of course
Right.
that can when you're drinking nothing but Gerolsteiner, which I tried for a while. It is all carbonated. It does kind of hit you after a while. It's just, kind of hard to drink. Not that, it caused anything negative, no diarrhea or
Right.
nothing.
Oh, yeah, it's very mineralized. So, I mean,
Yeah.
once your body stabilizes with the minerals, you can
Yeah.
drink less of it, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Even maybe
Yeah.
more economical, you can get just like spring water or something, those like plastic jugs or alkaline water.
Okay.
But I mean, that's...
But definitely Gerolsteiner is the preferred. And so, but what I'll do is go to
Or even get like a Brita filter for like your tea and stuff, so you don't have to spend.
Oh no, it's there's no point in trying filters when I've got cadaver water coming out of my pipes. I mean, that's like I explained. By the way, for those who don't know, all the Bronte sisters, I'm sure you heard me say this before, Brendan. All the Bronte sisters died of cadaver water. They were drinking fucking the downflow
until Jon Snow came along, basically.
Yeah, Jon Snow. What was his trip? What
the guy that he discovered cholera? Like he mapped out all the pumps in London, and he found out where
yeah, everybody's drinking
basically
shit.
Found out that the cholera was in the water, and then he started making public fountains, and everyone got. Or he basically started buying everyone beer, all the workers in that area, and they all got cured of cholera.
Yes.
So they basically deduced that the pump was poisoned.
Yes.
When the government was probably telling them it's fine.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
So this guy, Jon Snow, is considered a hero in London. They have like a statue for him.
As well he should. And so Carl,
those Victorians were ready to kill off all the workers. Like they didn't even care. Even though they needed them.
Yeah. It's like they were trying to keep him alive for selfish reasons.
It looks like there's also like a small shop on. It's kind of far from you. It's on Green Street, but Green and Grant. I mean, it's kind of far.
Oh god, yeah. it's easier to get to. I know where Whole Foods is, and I know
Whole Foods is closer. Where you're at,
yeah. And so you go there, or like you said, what's the other one? Trader Joe's. Either go there or Trader Joe's.
Have it too. I think Trader Joe's has Ezekiel.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'll try the Ezekiel bread and like you said, rice crackers. Get those if possible. And but other So thank you. Excellent. And so that being said,
basically sprouted grain bread is what they would call it if you couldn't find it.
Interesting. Is that what the color it is? Is it green color? The bread? Just curious.
No. It looks like regular bread. It's
okay.
I mean, you could add. Well, what the thing is if you use the coconut spread, it'll be good. Yeah. But if you're just using it as casual bread for a sandwich, I mean, most people would be like not trying to. They wouldn't like it.
Okay.
But I have found with that coconut spread, especially if you toast the bread, like it comes out really good. Like it's nice.
Okay.
Maybe add a little salt of that Celtic salt.
Interesting.
Zap. Yeah.
Oh wow. I never thought of that. But I'll probably have enough salt with what what was I going to say? I probably can't toast it because my toaster is buried in the back. But just as it is should be fine, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Oh yeah. It's usable for sure. Excellent.
Okay, so what I'll do is because these men are holding it so well. Let me refresh myself one more time. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then you can go off into the gentle night. I myself, of course, will be trying to how would I say it? Go to bed earlier tomorrow, so to speak, or earlier than I normally do. I can stay up all day after these transmissions because I'm usually so amped. After transmission, I'm usually up for a better part of the day. But tomorrow, try and go to bed earlier because I'm not home often. I don't take out the trash often. So when I do, it's a lot of trash to take out. So I'll take that out tomorrow. And I always don't look forward to that because I have to get up at 5:30 a.m. in the morning to do it. That's on Tuesday mornings. So that being said, Carl Lindbergh says refreshments are good. Yes, yeah, indeed. Yeah, he doesn't know half of it.
Talking about beer or something?
Yeah, he's probably assuming that I'm refreshing myself with, going out and grabbing something to refresh myself in a conventional sense. Yeah.
Splashing your face with rose water.
Yeah, something like that. Yes, yes. Well, I'll be back soon enough, and I'll go into these cosmic seasons as brought up by Aristides, and Brendan has covered them a bit. And but yeah, I'll be back in just a few minutes and do that. But yeah, just hold the stage for a little bit. Aristides, are you still with us? You can help Brendan here. Aristides? Let's see if Aristides is still conscious. He's usually still conscious at this point, I think. And well, it looks like he's not. Shit.
It's all right.
Jesus. A few minutes not talking, he falls. This, like Peter said, he says, yeah, you gotta do it. For men, hold your right hand on top of your belly and breathe 100 times. And I'm like saying, yeah, your average person's gonna fall asleep doing that. It's like the stuff he says, Qigong, and he says, but people don't follow it. And he knows people don't follow it because most of these people just, they don't, who can do these slow things?
The point of these ancient sciences was discipline was meant to be cultivated. Yeah. Then that's how you get to like higher levels of things.
Yes.
So it's like Karate Kid, like wax on, wax off. That's the best way to put it for a man.
Thank you.
It's like,
thank you.
Like if you don't do the you're not going to get in any further in it.
Yes.
So like whether or not they're beneficial, it's the point of can you do it?
Yes.
That's the self-discipline,
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. The stage, I know you've got this, and you don't be afraid to talk about current events. What you think about the Palestinian ceasefire?
I was gonna bore people. Oh, I didn't even. That's how much I have been following.
Okay.
Yes. Who ceased what fire? What do they mean by that?
Oh, I mean, don't even get me started. I'll try and do some justice to it, but I doubt I'll be able to. It's it's like what I said the other day. I mean, so what were you going to talk about while I'm gone? You said you might have talked about you were going to talk about something else.
Just vitamin C. I'm still on that spiel. And I mean, I know it's boring, but it's valid and very important.
Yes, it is. It all is. And okay, I'll be back soon.
Okay. Yeah. So vitamin C's role in immunity is, first of all, it affects several components of the human immune system in vitro, and also in vivo, meaning in the body and outside in a test tube. For example, vitamin C has been shown to stimulate the production function of leukocytes, which are white blood cells, of course, neutrophils, lymphocytes, phagocytes, all different types of these white blood cells, and immunocells. Specific measures of function stimulated by vitamin C include cellular motility, chemotaxis, phytogenesis, neurotrophies, mononuclear phytogenesis, lymphocytes, meaning white blood cells also accumulate vitamin C to high concentrations, which protect these cells from oxidative damage. In response to invading the microorganisms, these other phagocytic leukocytes release nonspecific toxins such as superoxide radicals and hypochloric acid, aka bleach, and hypochlorous acid, quote unquote, in quotes, bleach. Basically, some of these white blood cells can generate their own compounds that can dissolve other cells. That's how they clean up, things. They surround like the bacteria and they dissolve the bacteria. So it's using these kind of very reactive molecules. Peroxynitrite. So these oxygen species kill pathogens, but in the process they can damage the leukocytes themselves, which are the white blood cells. So vitamin C, through its antioxidant function, has been shown to protect these leukocytes from self-inflicted oxidative damage, which is why there's so much vitamin C inside of the white blood cells themselves. So these interferons are also increased, which are antiviral kind of cell molecules, and these other leukocytes, which are other immune cells that kill things and take them out of your body. Vitamin C has also been shown to increase interferon production. Vitamin C enhances the chemotactic and microbial killing capacities of neutrophils and stimulates the proliferation and differentiation of B and T lymphocytes. So it's able to increase the effectiveness of your immune system. That's like in a nutshell what all this shenanigans means, what they're saying. Vitamin C boosts immune function, yet human studies published are conflicting. Disparate results are likely due to study design issues. And they're often linked to a lack of understanding of the pharmacokinetics of these things. And vitamin C also increases the bioavailability of iron from food, enhancing intestinal absorption of non-heme iron. So it can actually benefit nutrition as well. So its bioavailability is, it's not so easy to get, like, especially by mouth, but that's why I always emphasize to take as much as you can, because eventually it'll absorb, especially, and some of the, what I would call the less bioavailable forms, like the powders and stuff like that, you're still getting some. So like, if you take it, you're getting like, you take 1,000 milligrams, you're getting 800 milligrams over that hour, and then it dissipates. So if you just keep the levels up, then your body will be saturated and it will actually increase your health. You'll feel better. Your immune cells will work, and all this stuff is very helpful.
Excellent.
To the human body. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And, thankfully Mark H changed his name to Magic Mark instead of, Milky Mark or whatever it was before. Yeah. He can jump on the call. Is he on with us?
I'm on here now, Douglas. Yes, sir.
Excellent. So I'm so glad you joined us. And Brendan, thank you for finishing up about vitamin C. Thank you for helping me understand the faux T.
Finished. That was only a little bit.
Oh, understood. Well, how would I say? Kind of go deeper into it bit by bit.
There's no need to go right away.
Yeah. Well, I think people like it in general. They it's okay. People are always interested in health, or they should be.
You didn't hear all the spiel about the lymphocytes. Like, it was getting pretty technical.
Oh yeah, that.
Apologies about that.
Yeah. Well, Peter Moon was going on about his time travel and world lines, and yeah. Oh God.
Well, this is a little more practical. At least you can.
It's
in your own body.
Yeah. Thank you. Always important. Well, Mark, Brendan, say hi to each other. You haven't talked to each other in a while, I think.
Greetings, Mark. Yes.
Greetings, Brendan. Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you, do you know the difference, since you're on the topic of, and by the way, because of the stuff that you've mentioned, I took a trip to Whole Foods and I grabbed some of that ashwagandha. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, ashwagandha. Go on.
Ashwagandha. Yeah,
ashwagandha.
Yeah.
Ashwagandha.
Yeah.
Continue.
No, it's fantastic. And then I was going to say, do you know the difference between, or there's a big difference between the calcium ascorbate vitamin C versus the acidic?
Yeah. There's a big difference. So the ascorbate that's bound to minerals, such as calcium ascorbate, aka ester C, or sodium ascorbate, or there's even magnesium ascorbate. There's I've even encountered other ascorbates.
What's more soluble in the body? Like, what's more what resonates more with the human body, do you think?
So the most bioavailable is going to be the L-ascorbic acid on its own and sodium ascorbate. Those two are going to be the highest absorption rate. If you're just taking pure pharmaceutical level stuff, no herbs included, those are the two you want to look for. Now, the ester C has been proven to be good, but the problem with that is it leaves excess calcium in the body.
Yeah.
And excess calcium without magnesium and vitamin K can be actually toxic. So you want to be careful with that. Like, it's good to add your regimen if you're getting enough magnesium and vitamin K. Otherwise, it's kind of
basically
Overload
a net neutral, which you don't want. You want a net positive. You don't want to be, so I mean, like, if you like, say you bought it and you just hear me say this, like, it's fine, take the rest of it, but when you buy it again, you want to start getting just pure ascorbate either, and if it's too acidic for you, the ascorbic acid, then you get sodium ascorbate. Those are the two best in bioavailable terms. Then you could take it to the next level and start getting stuff like amla powder or aclarola cherry, other, like, or even vitamin C with bioflavonoids is going to be extremely good for absorption, stuff like that. Or if you're really just like, some people say, oh, I don't even want to take pharmaceutical, like any kind of extracts or distillates. So you, in that case, then you just would use amla powder, which you can find anywhere now. Indian gooseberry powder, or you can just use a straight up lemon, like lemon and lime. If you take like 3 or 4 of them a day, it doesn't have as much as concentrated vitamin C, but it's enough because it has bioflavonoids. The bioavailability is off the charts, more comparatively. So then that will even give you what you want.
So do you think do you think you can take too much acidic vitamin C, or do you think the body just breaks it down regardless?
To my understanding, you're saying the ascorbic acid. You can't take too much, because if you take say you take 10 grams at once, like, you'll just get a stomach ache.
Gotcha.
It's like drinking 10 lemonades at once or something. Like, what are those sour, like warheads? It's like eating 10 warheads at the same time. Like, you can't do it, even if you wanted to. So
they used to say if you ate too many of those warheads back in the day or stuff, you put it would do some damage to you. Yeah.
It literally would put holes in your tongue.
Oh,
yeah,
that's crazy.
But so it's like it is an acid, and its pH is 3. It's in the 3s. So you got to be aware of that. But as far as in the body, it immediately binds to whatever sodium is there. So if you have you eat a lot of salt, whatever, it's going to bind to the salt and excrete immediately. So there's not really, it's more about how much can you stomach versus how much is it going to be dangerous if you take too much. Like for me, I take not sodium, just straight up ascorbic acid with bioflavonoids at 10 grams a day sometimes, and nothing happens. I actually like the taste. Eventually your body will start craving it, because that's why, for example, why humans developed a taste for spicy peppers, because stuff like capsaicin and spicy peppers, the fruit of the pepper plant contain extremely high doses of vitamin C. So when you eat those, even though you're in pain, or your body feels pain, the digestive system and the parasympathetic nerve system actually crave that, because it feels the nutrients. It can basically decode, every time we feel that pain, that means there's vitamin C coming in. So that's why people like spicy peppers. So if that makes sense, evolutionarily, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
interesting.
No, it definitely does.
Yeah.
I had a best friend growing up in school that we go to his house, and he had just a shitload of lemons inside of his fridge, and I've never seen anyone do this, but he sliced a bunch of them up and just destroyed them, and I'm like, damn, okay, let me try it, and just like you said, you get over it after a while, and it becomes delicious.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, and lemons have actually higher sugar content than strawberries and oranges and stuff. So once you get past the bitterness of the citric acid,
it's delicious,
it's good.
Right?
That's why everyone likes lemonade. On a hot day, lemonade's great. You don't even need sugar, depending on what kind of lemon you're using. Yeah,
very true.
Yeah. So
amazing, and certainly thank you for sharing that. Trying my best to try and get something down here. Let me see what I'm doing with this. I have little habits where I look things up on while I'm with us on air, and oftentimes I try and find out what was I looking at, and then I realized that I had just misfiled something or something like that. So dealing with a lot of things. I was just curious about both of you gentlemen, your reaction to this. Let's see if you can identify where this is. Can either of you gentlemen, both of you, give a crack at that? Can you identify where that is? Oh, you take a guess. I know where it is. It's a question just for my amusement, in part, but I do want you gentlemen to guess. See if you guess.
Yeah.
Is that Bavaria? It looks like Bavaria almost.
Yeah.
It's Disney. It's Disneyland, right? Or something like that.
It's
You want me to guess?
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like, to me, it looks like Solvang.
What is that?
Solvang is a place in SoCal that's like a Danish village that they built down there, and it's like a tourist area. Yeah.
Wow, never heard of the place. Holy shit! How did you find out about this place?
Because I went there. I've been there.
Oh my god! And like, what is it like? How did it get started? What was the idea behind that?
It's like there were like some the classic, some Danish immigrants or something, and then they owned a bunch of land and they wanted to make, some kind of like theme park.
Uh-huh.
So instead of making a theme park, they decided to do like a whole village, like as a business district, and then it just became popular, and so they built more and more, and it turned into a little town. It's nice. I mean, it's quaint, but it's kind of touristy, but it's like they have good food, like evil skeevers and stuff. They're pancakes that are made out of apples or something.
Oh my god. So what were you gonna say, Mark? Again, you were saying.
I'm keep looking at that photo, and I'm like, it looks like almost. Is it like similar to like a Basque region?
It's well. Look at the kids. What do all the kids look like?
They're Chinese. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. It's Disney opened Frozen Land in China.
Oh, wow.
So I don't know how they managed that at this time. I guess because it's Hong Kong and a bunch of deals had been made years ago before the crackdown and the COVID and then they imported, a number of white women there. The one thing that I understand about most Disney, by the way, for those who don't know this, Sean David Morton's wife is this gorgeous blonde. And she portrayed a Disney something. She worked at Disney, and she used to be like one of these Disney type princesses or characters. And then later on, I guess, got into some more sedate job at Disney for a long while. But she worked there for a long time. And this was Southern California. And then what happened, of course, was just, her involvement with Sean took everything downhill. And, of course, I can never understand why she allows herself to be, weighted down by this creep. But it's probably some kind of self-loathing, some kind of self-hatred, similar to the other young lady who was on with us, which I want to ask Mark about while Brendan... With us, yeah. I want to ask Brendan, while Mark, while Brendan is with us, what Mark thought about the young lady who was with us with Victoria the other night and went into the whole self-loathing trip about hatred of whites and all the rest of that, and what you heard, what you managed to hear about that, and what you managed to hear her say, what your response is to that. But here's one thing that I just wanted to present with that photograph. Is that my understanding of all Disney characters is that all Disney characters, whether they're female princesses or whether you're in the Mickey Mouse suit or dressed like Pluto or whatever, you're never supposed to talk. You never are supposed to interact with the kids in a speaking manner. You don't talk because that kills the fantasy. It kills the fantasy. So I don't know how these ladies are interacting on the stage or whether they're just dancing to a tune or whatnot. But the one thing that I notice that stands out is they're not signifying the characters. The characters are not rendered into a Chinese fashion for the Chinese audience. The Chinese audience I guess they've done the research, I presume, and the Chinese audience simply wants to see them the way they looked on screen, as basically.
Yeah, it seems like they're going there as like, you know, it looks like a, you know, like a Rapunzel-esque kind of vibe. Like that kind of vibe.
Yeah, Nordic area.
It's not like here where they take, you know, where Disney takes like a historically white character like the Little Mermaid, who's a Dutch character, and make her, you know, something else.
Blackafire, yeah, that's
which I would argue is actually more offensive, because there's so many cool, beyond cool, like amazing African stories they could use.
Thank you.
And that's not just voodoo based. They always show like the negative side, like the voodoo practitioners.
Yeah.
But there's so many cool like tribal African stories they can use, but they never go there. It's like offensive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, because they're too ignorant to know about him. They don't bother to do research, because they figure if they do the research and actually present that, most people are going to say, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If anything, most people, and I mean ignorant in the sense of true ignorance here, just blacks as well as whites, most blacks would think it's offensive because they think it's some kind of black stereotype.
Yeah, true.
So they'd rather have a blackified European figure, which is what you see in that.
Which is even worse. I mean,
yeah, thank you. I find it worse, yes, but you and I know better.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah. So.
And it's not some kind of like, oh, I don't want them taking my character or something. It's nothing to do with it. It's like they can have Aladdin. Like, but the point is like it denudes the history of black people themselves.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I've always argued that, and there's other angles I can present to this that would shock people, but they can wait till another time. The thing here that I notice is, what I wonder is, how do these young Chinese kids, the girls in particular who would groove off this, how do they relate to that? It's like, okay, this is like truly a fantasy world for them, which is forever fantasy. They don't aspire to grow up like that. So it's odd. It's just kind of odd to me. It's like
it's just like the children don't have that kind of
thought.
They're not poisoned. They're not poisoned by all that stuff. It's like
the
children
I was
see
just gonna
something.
say.
They see something and they just see it as it is. I don't think they ever once think like they wouldn't like they could see a black lady in that, like a or whatever, and whoever, and they would just say, oh, I want to be a princess like that. Like, I don't think they even think in those terms, especially children.
Okay.
Even if they grow up in this kind of like homogenous society, like in China.
Don't all American young girls think about growing up to be like a princess? I thought that's kind of the stereotype.
Well,
yeah,
I think also Brendan is saying like the whole Disney thing is perpetuating this to the max. I mean, there's sort of like, even as children, when you're exposed to such fantasy, I mean, it is an amazing creation that Walt Disney created, and it lulls these children into like this extreme fantasy world. And I think what maybe Brendan is saying is that it makes it too much, that it sets people up for failure. I mean, obviously, men aren't going to be coming at your door with horses and saving you from this stuff, that type of thing. But in a weird way, a lot of these little girls grow up thinking that they're waiting for their Prince Charming. And I guess that's not the worst thing in the world.
Concept I brought up, like I call it Disney brain, but in this case, it's more like the children are in like this kind of theta brainwave where they can imagine themselves. If it's something that appeals to them, they can imagine themselves doing it. It doesn't matter who's there.
You mean anything?
Does that make sense?
It kind of.
The possibilities are more open. They're more open-minded.
Kind of. I can get that to a point. The other thing, just before it dribbles out of my mind, is you'll notice that the actual Frozen character, the main character, the more mature lady on the right, I'll call her the mother figure as opposed to more of the daughter figure on the right. The left. Its mother figure's more on the left. The more mature woman, they're both actually about the same age and probably supposed to be, but because of the hairstyle, you have this kind of interpretation. This is what I brought up, that Disney characters aren't supposed to talk. She seems to have a mic. What is that thing across her cheek? I would normally assume that to be a mic.
They're probably singing because Frozen's like there's a whole song.
Okay.
Let it snow or something.
Okay.
There's
There.
like a whole song associated with it that all the kids keep singing.
Okay. So
When
that,
it came out, it was like one of those like Baby Shark-esque shit where they keep singing it and it's horrible.
Hey, the mind worm. It's a mind worm.
Yeah, it's exactly.
By the way, and just to kind of disambiguate from the Prince Charming, there was what I called the, Brendan, funny, he said that. He said they can have Aladdin. There's what I called the Aladdin syndrome. And the Aladdin syndrome was that basically the Aladdin character is a street urchin and a thief. He's basically somebody who's a ne'er-do-well who is ultimately given this power that is like the equivalent of a nuclear bomb or whatever that he can keep redirecting and basically make himself the equivalent of a king, if not a king, then the equivalent thereof. Basically by forcing himself into a position with like an infinite repeater in terms of like a gun that's ammunition doesn't run out, his genie in the lamp essentially. So when you have that fantasy, the girls go for all these ne'er-do-wells and these street urchins and these fucking criminals and thieves, thinking that somehow these people are going to be somebody. That's what I call the Aladdin syndrome. That's what I notice is that women tend to go after the biggest losers. Well, I mean, take a look at the wife of Sean David Morton. I mean, that's Aladdin syndrome. I mean, yeah. So that I think
even that chick we were talking to the other day. Like,
thank you, and that brings. Go on.
She was going around like Asia with a welfare South German punk.
Thank you. Thank you.
East German punk.
Yeah.
Or something.
No, it sounded like the most. And she said that like it was like he was on welfare, and she didn't present that with any sense of downing him. She presented this like, the first question you have is, what are you doing with this guy? it's like this. So yeah, it brings us back to Mark. So, before I go into anything serious, later on with monologue, cosmic seasons and all that, Mark, come on, help us out here. So you heard this chick, I'm presuming by now, you heard her, Christine with a Z. Christine. If I had known that, I would have pronounced it as Crease. But, okay, so pathological self-hatred of herself, mainly based on race, picked up this notional strand of Jewish DNA, and that's her chip on her shoulder to basically go around and say, fuck you, to anybody she calls a Nazi, which, as Brendan said, she was calling the Chinese Nazis, Japanese Nazis, everybody's a Nazi. What was your impression of all this?
I mean, like I spoke last time, I see a lot of it. I see a lot of it, not just with her. Obviously, she has her own issues going on with, like, the addiction and stuff. But, like, it's a common thing. And I actually was speaking about it today with this girl I was talking to who's 100% Norwegian, with the Viking DNA. And it's like she's not really ashamed, so to speak, of her. She's not ashamed at all. She loves it because her family is very Norwegian, esque, and they're very into their culture. But she lives in actually Dublin. She lives in Ireland, so she's not really exposed as much to what the United States has to offer as far as that goes. But I mean, I explained it to her nevertheless, and she thinks it's silly. She thinks it's absolutely silly. She goes, I understand why someone would want to hate who they are, regardless of what they are. So I think it stems from further things. I don't think it's just, let me just jump on the bandwagon of everyone just hating your white heritage kind of thing. But I don't understand it. Like, I see it so much. So that's what I take from that.
Okay. And by the way, another thing to point out to both you gentlemen, and let me see if both you gentlemen agree with this. I think that they strategically employed two white women who, they had small breasts. So this is so that they wouldn't, cause a complex in the Chinese. Your normal white woman portraying a a Nordic would usually have a larger breast line, I would think. And it's just, I noticed that their breasts are really small. Either that or they strapped them down. I think they're just small. They hired women with smaller breasts to play these roles who are white. And this way they wouldn't, like, I don't know, look to, like, alien to the Chinese? Or do you think that's, I mean, both of you guys, I think this was strategized. I think there's no way around that.
100%.
Yeah. So, not to cause an inferiority complex or some sense of, like, bizarre. About you, Brendan. Yeah. Go on, Mark, please. Okay. Mark.
I was going to say, I mean, that stuff is actually really important. And, obviously, that's a great point, Douglas, and a lot of people don't understand that. And, those aspects play a huge role when it comes to what they're actually doing out there. And, I mean, even in roles of, it can be very intimidating. I remember, in a totally off-topic, like obscure reference, doing interviewing and interviewing and interrogation technique type of training where, they would tell you if you're going to interview somebody or interrogate them that's the opposite sex, and if the interrogator themselves is a very attractive woman, it affects the interview like 100%. So even, who you choose in different aspects of the work you're doing makes the difference. It really does. So that's a great point that they would do that, because they want to be as conducive as possible. They want to be, received the best way possible. So absolutely, they would do something like that.
Thank you. That makes perfect sense. And I appreciate your input, Mark. It's very important. And it reminds me of something I'll bring up with you soon enough. What about you, Brendan? You were going to say something, if you were, on that note, or is he still with us? At either rate, I have to prepare for later tonight, but I'm so glad you're with us, Mark, for a bit. Wait, what about, so Brendan, did he go to sleep, or is he busy preparing his, he's destroying all these lemons, like you say, the way you expressed it. Preparing himself some kind of concoction.
No, I'm still here.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any opinion on what we were addressing then.
Yeah, no, I pretty much agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
It's like, perhaps to make them, appear younger or something. That's also a factor. But maybe it's just the actual, they don't want to create that kind of, they want to be more likable. Or what's the word?
Relatable?
Relatable. Like, someone similar to you, you would be more associated with them, as far as like the little girls go or something.
Okay, but you could, by little girls, you could also count in the adult Chinese women who aren't that big.
Oh, you're saying the adult? Yeah, well, yeah, it's a factor.
Yeah, it's yeah. So by the way, during Thanksgiving, there's a film that I saw that was actually hideously funny. Your average person would not find this funny because they haven't had my experiences. But there was a time in the Balkan Wars where I came to, and I was in a morgue. So there was this film we saw with it's Spanish, really. It's a Spanish film. When during Thanksgiving with the Blood Boys, I saw a film titled "The Corpse of Anna Fritz," and it's interesting that she was given a real German name, and she's this like gorgeous blonde who's supposed to be a celebrity. That's the conceit of the film. It's the plot of the film. And something happened where she was either roofied or overdosed and was declared dead on the scene and was shipped to a morgue. And, of course, these idiots, which is completely conceivable, not at all uncommon. And I like the fact, she was given a German name, and I like the fact that the guy who was sleazy enough to commit the crime was given a Russian name, Ivan. And so this Ivan guy is invited by his friend, the morgue attendant, to basically rape the dead body. You would not believe how common this is. And he proceeds to try and assault this woman who everyone, for every reason, believes is dead. She, of quote unquote reanimates. This is nothing supernatural. It's a medical phenomenon. She reanimates during the sexual assault, and but she's paralyzed at least at that time, and she regains her mobility through the film. But she's basically trying to avoid these individuals as they realize she's alive. Then they realize that they have to kill her. It's basically the conclusion that they come to, because she's seen their faces while we're raping her. So this is like the horror of this film and the brutality of it. But because of the position I once found myself in, I actually found it hideously funny. I could relate to the position she found herself in. And though fortunately I never woke up to someone sexually assaulting me, the person who has been on this transmission in the past, Michelle Carmela Saldana, claims she did. So it's this film which I at times had to restrain myself physically from laughing openly, simply because of the my own ability to relate to certain parts of the film. But in the end, just so everyone knows, she escapes. But just so I shouldn't even give that spoiler, but it's worth watching from my experience. It's worth watching. Another film just based on the security industry, which you don't want to watch unless you have a strong stomach. And by that, no gore. There's no gore. It's the horror of you want to intervene. You just want to go in there and kill everybody involved, except for the victim. But this young blonde girl, this gorgeous blonde girl, is victimized in this case, I think, far more terribly than Anna Fritz, the character. That's not the actress who plays her, whose name I'd have to look up. But the actress, the character Anna Fritz in the film, The Corpse of Anna Fritz, as abused as she is, she still comes out on top and has the satisfaction, I'll give a spoiler here, of killing her assailants. Whereas in Compliance, it's far more realistic in the sense that this poor young girl, you don't really see justice done here, other than the fact that everyone is proven to have done wrong. But you don't see any justice really done. But she basically is a McDonald's employee, and what happens is this family man, they show the perpetrator. He's a family man who's at home. He gets his sexual thrills off doing this, and he calls different establishments all over the country. And he basically, where he's targeted young girls that he finds out works in different facilities, and of course he has a daughter that he's raising. That goes without saying. And but he targets these young girls who work in different facilities, and he just calls in and says, "Oh, this young girl's stolen some money, and I'm a police officer, and here's what you have to do. You have to, take her in the back and tie her up and strip her naked and get that money out of her vagina where she's hidden it." And everyone does it. It's like and Compliance focuses on one of his victims, where he gets them to do this. And nobody...
They did that with McDonald's, too, I think.
With who?
Did you hear about that? There's a big story. They actually based it on a movie, Douglas, about that exact same thing about the girl from McDonald's.
Yes, it's a real story. It's a real story. Yeah, the film is just a dramatization that is, as far as I can understand, is far more, because they wanted to make it publicly accessible so that it wouldn't be banned as a pornographic film. They had to tone down everything that really happened. But basically, he convinced them to sexually assault this young girl as a group. The whole staff sexually assaulted her. And this is what people will do, because people are just fucking pieces of shit. And they never question authority. So, which was, by the way, the whole theme of my gang stalkers. All of them are always coming from a position of quote-unquote authority. And they're always claiming that I'm doing something wrong. I myself, quote-unquote, Douglas Dietrich. And one of the things I always claim is that Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. I mean, that's the... by the way, just so everyone knows, while we're on that topic, just so we hammer the point home, understand that all my images are genuine photographic images. You can go to... I can tell you the date of the exact image where I can pinpoint something out that is extremely important. And they always say, oh, it's not Douglas Dietrich. But if you try to publish these images on Facebook... you'll be banned for basically, or you'll be struck with some kind of, they'll ban you for several days. They'll block you for several days because they'll say you're putting up Douglas Dietrich, a forbidden person on Facebook. So Facebook has facial recognition technology, and they use that to identify my photographs. So it's me. And but you have all these people who claim it's not, because this is part of their insanity in just trying to claim that Douglas Dietrich is somehow not Douglas Dietrich by name or by image or by anything else. This is like the primary strategy of the gang stalkers, and we deconstructed it so thoroughly that they're finally just going down to racist, what's your real name, and claiming that instead of some kind of fraud. Now they're just claiming racist, which is like a very ironic angle of attack since they're all white supremacists. So, but that's their entire.
I kind of just assumed that was just JMO, that Dark Worldwide.
It's
but who knows?
Yeah, no, it's definitely someone else. J-Mo wouldn't even care about racism. I mean, he knows he doesn't suffer racism. It's not an issue with him. I mean, like Brooke Gibson said, she thought he was white. She just thought he was some kind of Caribbean kind of tone, like he just had a real tan or something. But just so everyone knows, there was a period of time there that you can see various images of me dealing with a toothache on September 12th of 2021. There's a photograph where you can clearly see the back molar that the dentist was working on. That is because my mouth is open and you can see the tooth I was complaining about. You can see another photograph where I'm just gripping my tooth, which is what no model is going to publish. And I can look for that date on that one too. But I mean, there's all things that I can point out here, and I know the backstory behind all of these photographs. So it's part of the insanity of what these people are claiming. But that point having been made, with the film of compulsion, where these people are just taking advantage to attack these young girls. The McDonald's one was only the one where they actually finally the police interrupted. That's the only reason why it made it into film. But this guy did this with hundreds of girls all over the country. So understand that you've got these gang stalkers. And by the way, that guy who did that was almost certainly a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom, because this is what these people do. This is what they do in their spare time. This is how they get off. So understand, this is the enemy, and this is what they do. Always question these people who are coming at you claiming something about someone else in this bizarre ad hominem attack that they perpetrate. And with that, the film Compliance is not compulsion, it's compliance. What do you know about the real story behind that, Mark? And explain to us, like, what, as a person who's in the security industry yourself, tell people what they're supposed to do when somebody calls and claims something like this, like, oh, this girl's stolen money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please, by all means.
So, these are one of the things. First of all, that was an extreme case, and I never thought about that, Douglas. That seems that would be the MO of that of the cult, because it's just so easily manipulative in the way that people react to it. I mean, it's the easiest, to put it simply, the easiest way to do quote unquote human hacking, which is social engineering, is a lot of different ways. And one of them is to appeal to authority. And it's a false appeal to authority. And a lot of people crumble under these circumstances because of their experiences with authority in the past.
Right. And by the way, Brendan, if you could go mute while you're doing that, I think he's wandering through the brush or something and with a machete. Go on, Mark. Yeah.
Absolutely. So, in the technology world, computer hacking, it's changed over recently. A lot of times that these computer hackers had to get really, really creative, so to speak. So what they'll use is something called social engineering, which is basically a variety of different methods to do quote unquote human hacking. And one of the methods is an appeal to authority, which is a very effective method. And it was almost precisely used if you look up the McDonald's case, where somebody was basically just saying, "We're a detective. We've been working on a case for a while. We know that one of your employees has been stealing money." And then it's a very drip type The way that they did it for the McDonald's girl was a very drip type. It wasn't like right away, grab her in the back and throw her in the back. It was a gradual process to sort of break down the barrier between the caller, the fake detective, and the manager, so to speak. So the manager at one point bought into it 100%. Probably, obviously, how do you know it's not wrong? But basically, he's like, I've got a get out of jail free card. I've got somebody that says they're a detective, so I can do whatever the fuck I want. So it works in both parties' favor in some aspects, and it did in that case, clearly. But what you do to defend against such attacks is something that I even tell my mother at this point. You just don't trust anything electronic. I mean, obviously, you're not going to trust anything in person either. You got people trying to scam Douglas coming to his fucking door.
Thank you. Yes.
But the easiest way to defend about others is, you cannot verify anything over the phone. There's nothing you can do over the phone that would be worthy of anybody's time. If you really need to do something to be verified, it needs to be done in an appropriate fashion in an appropriate location. So people calling you, detectives aren't going to, real cops, real FBI agents, real whatever CIA agents, they're not going to be calling you on the phone and telling you that this is, I mean, depending on the situation, but they're not going to be doing this type of behavior, and they're not going to be saying you need to do this, you need to do that. It goes with the same situation as people calling you for your credit card information and your social security numbers and things like that. That's part of the attack. It's an appeal to authority. And that's a really good way that people get information. I mean, if you can convince somebody that you're somebody else, if you spoof somebody of somebody's number that is of an authority figure and you can somehow convince them that you're that person, well, you have free access and free reign to do whatever the fuck you want. So it's a very, very powerful, human hacking skill. So that's what I know about that.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us a security perspective on that. It's profoundly important, and people really need to appreciate this. By the way, I found that other episode that in which you see a photograph of me right outside of UCSF Dental. And so that's Wednesday, May 26th of 2021. So that'd be, May 26th, 2021. No model's going to release some kind of photograph that looks like the way I look there with the swollen cheek and everything else. Like I said, the other date that I gave was for the episode after they had finally fixed that fucking tooth. And you can see me smiling in such a way that back molar is actually visible. Just so glad the pain is over and all that agony. It took them long enough to do that because all this was during COVID, and they were fucking up everything by the numbers. So, I say, and
I was gonna say, you know what's interesting about that, Douglas, is that you had it in the actual health field where I swear to God, people at one point they were using the excuse during COVID, we're just afraid to touch anything at this point. So, I was trying to get my car fixed, and I paid a bunch of money for it, and I get it back, and it shit sounded terrible. And I looked at it, and I'm like, what did you do to my car? And they opened up the hood, and there was something that wasn't put in properly.
Wow.
And I go, what the hell are you guys doing? And he goes, oh, sorry about that. My guys, it's COVID, so my guys don't want to touch anything. And I said,
that's crazy. Go on.
That's your fucking job. What are you talking about? And I'm just like, it blows my mind. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, Douglas is getting dental work, and they're fucking afraid to touch his teeth.
Yes. Yeah,
I mean, just things were just so bizarre at that time. They were so weird that, I say at that time like it was 100 years ago, but it was just insane. It's an insane time for everybody.
Thank you. No, that's incredible, and I appreciate your sensitivity there, and that fact that came to your mind at the time that you were dealing with your own issues. I mean, when these guys said that, and like you said, it's your job, and right. Just the idea that certainly now, just so people understand this, we now know COVID does not spread from surfaces. It's you really have to be trying, like, I mean, like, with all your might to be getting it from a surface. You know, it's like people thought you could catch AIDS from a toilet seat or something like that. You know, I mean, it's like something that it really requires, in this case, COVID, it's aerosolized. So you need to be breathing it in. That's something to be concerned about. But when it comes to, in those days, even though we did not yet know whether it could be contracted through surfaces or something, Brendan, help us out here. I mean, these people repairing cars, they could have put on gloves, which is what you would do when you're working with this. And yet, like you said, these guys are just too, quote unquote, macho to put on gloves. And therefore, they're claiming that as their excuse.
Those people were just full of shit. They just used that as a way to lie about their incompetence. They knew it. They weren't.
You know, I thought about that. I thought about that, Brendan. But in the situation, it was a plug that you just don't forget to plug in. That's what made me kind of buy into what he said. Usually, I understand what you're saying, and I mean, I can see that.
I've worked on cars, and I've met many mechanics in my life, and they definitely just fucked up, and they didn't want to contribute it.
It's tough. Yeah, it's definitely a tough.
And they thought you were just like some city dweller that like, oh, we'll just tell them it's COVID, you know, like.
Jesus.
Listen, I try to pass my office. I try to pass myself off as one of the locals. Okay, I did the best I could.
Well, I'm not saying that. That's the way they would think about it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, no, go on. I think that both of you have got this down. I think that maybe we've all agreed that you've said all you could about it. But what else happened during COVID with both of you that is relevant? I think that this is important to bring up some of this social engineering, these human hacks, and I think a lot of it was being done during COVID. I don't know what stood out to you about what you may have gone through during that time.
I mean, there was some stuff I remember vividly, you know, everybody was really freaking out about the gym. I mean, I like going to the gym and staying healthy and fit because it boosts your immune system. Yeah. And I just remember everyone just not understanding why they're shutting down gyms to keep people healthy to avoid getting sick. And then when they did open up the gyms, it was like, you know, and I don't mean to use the term this way, but they were like Nazis with the masks. and to the point where, like, I mean, we're talking extreme intimidation of use of authority. And like, there were certain instances where like people are working out, they just can't keep, they're sweating, and it's like, they couldn't keep their masks on. And like, literally there were people walking around like, Snow, you know, put your mask back on. Put your mask back on. And I mean, I got into it a little bit because, you know, I like to hit the heavy bag and I like to go at it, and you just can't do it. I mean, and you know, I had some words with somebody, and then that same person had words with another guy who he flipped his fucking shit. He flipped out. And it was one of those things you would see on like, you know, TikTok or YouTube. You know, guy flips out at like, and I saw the guy the other day at the gym, and I told him about it. I'm like, do you remember that time you flipped out on that lady?
Oh my God.
But people were snapping, you know, people were, you know, and then there was other people who step in like, dude, just put your fucking mask on, bro. You know, and it was just, I don't know. And there was so much contention about what should be done, when in actuality, I don't think anybody knew anything about it. So really no one could be speaking on authority about it.
Right. Thank you.
That was my experience.
Yeah. No. And Brendan, how did you survive? You were like spraying yourself with your own kind of, you made something, some kind of spray that you were spraying on yourself.
I mean, for me, it's like, I knew about the pandemic before anyone else here. Like, I was watching Chinese news, like, you know, and Japanese news, like, December 2019.
Yeah.
So, like, I already knew something was up. And so people were, like, making fun of me. They're like, why are you wearing a scarf that's all covered in eucalyptus oil? And I was, like, trying to explain to them, like, you know, like, something's coming and this thing at me, right?
That's funny you said that, Brendan. So, Douglas, you remember we spoke about a gentleman named Tim Rafat on the show before?
Yeah. Go on.
So Tim Rafat was making an extraordinary, for whatever reason, he was just dousing the internet with all these videos, right? It's at the time pre-pandemic. And he had, you could probably still find him. He talks about, he lays it out. He lays out the pandemic saying that this is going to happen. This is going to destroy the world economy, blah, 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 blah. And it was kind of like the same thing. It reminded me of Brendan. I looked at it and I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's no way that's going to happen. I'm like, no one wants to believe it. And then it came to fruition. It was really crazy. So, maybe he was watching the Chinese news too as well. I don't know.
Wow.
Well, it was many things. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, so it's like, it was many things. Like, there was also an astrology factor. Mars came out in the sixth house, or the sixth time, and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the stars were right, everything was right, and then, I didn't know the details of it, but I knew something was happening. So I started, bringing eucalyptus oil and soaking my scarf in it and shit. Because I was greeting people at the front door at this one job that I was at during that time.
Right.
And there was literally Chinese chicks, FOB, fresh off the boat, and they were hacking, coughing, crazy whooping cough type shit. And I was like,
whoa!
And I kept thinking about the shit that was happening. And I remember January 2019, 2020. So I was like, oh fuck this, man. I knew it was sketch. So I was wrapping myself up. Obviously the first wave had already gotten here, or whatever that was. And then I ended up quitting that job, and then I went back to pick up my paycheck in middle of the year. And all those same people that were making fun of me were like, oh my god, you were right, everything's crazy. They were shocked when I went back. They were shell shocked.
But there you are, and it's incredible. And oh my god, were you working at the casinos during COVID, Mark?
No, that was before. I was working at a big box store.
Okay, yeah, no, our man Brendan was a greeter at a big box store, but Mark was working the casinos.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, they actually they shut down. We were open for a little bit, but then when everything shut down, which was pretty incredible, they kept us on because we were considered essential staff, or they had categories for people that were allowed to drive on the street or allowed to go to work, and we were because we were in the security department, we were considered essential staff. And because we actually, in Massachusetts, you have to have security. If you want a building open, you need to have security on premises. So we were there for a while, and then for whatever reason, we shut down completely. I think they just decided all Massachusetts buildings, and they were paying us to stay home. We got paid to stay home for a couple months. Wow. So it was incredible. Talk about living the dream. But to be honest, there were times we were working 1 or 2 days a week and still getting paid the full amount. I preferred that because at least you're getting up and you're doing something. You have some kind of structure, and you feel like you're somewhat working for that paycheck. But if there was a time to just get start a hobby, or do something that you really wanted to do, or get your thoughts and to get together about your life, that was the time to do it. And I think that was one of the things that I took from the whole COVID thing. Was I wouldn't really call it a reset, but I would call it a time of self-reflection. And I think it was a time for people to people really never had that time to sort of reflect on themselves and their lives and the people around them, to really understand what's most important. And I think that's this sort of dichotomy, that's sort of this, this paradoxical feeling that we get from these type of situations. We can get positive things from negative situations, and it's in the experience of having the pandemic touch pretty much every part of the world, in one way, form, or another. it's just incredible that it had that sort of impact on everybody. But I think that by doing that, it also let everyone know that we are somewhat all connected. So maybe we can use that for our benefit. Maybe that opened up the idea for us that we can use it for our benefit, even though it was meant to be detrimental to all of us.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's incredible, and I appreciate that.
The only thing I actually liked about that time was how clean the sky was, and everything's nice, and there's no pollution.
Yeah, get closer to
Animals
your.
started coming out.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, definitely.
The animals started coming out. It was
Yes.
like really clean outside. Everything was nice.
Yeah. Yes. No, it really was like a return to nature in so many cities. Yeah. It was pretty incredible in so many ways. And there are things to look at it as a positive. And George Knight, his daughter was born during that time. She was a COVID baby. So gave him time to do something. Then they all contracted COVID, of course, because his wife was a nurse at the time, no longer so. It's what a time it was. So in terms of okay, well, I'm like trying to get together my thoughts for a monologue. Are you driving someplace, Brendan? Just curious. You're going someplace for like a particular,
Yeah, I was doing some stuff earlier. But
Okay.
Brendan, you sound like you have a pretty nice car, man.
Is that the case?
Well, no, because you got the automatic.
you gotta live life.
There you go. I knew it. Because I was like, I hear the automatic sensors on there. He's good, man. He's good.
Excellent. Yeah. Yes. No, that's incredible. And by the way, you're both familiar with the fact that Derek Chauvin was stabbed in prison, of course, something that was inevitable. Of course, yeah, it's just awful in its own way because it's unimaginable to imagine living like that. A former cop who's in prison, and for reasons that are well known, they're all going to be out to kill him.
It's like, so what about those conspiracies that said he wasn't a real guy and like this was all fake? Like, they just, what did they think? They just threw some random guy in there, or like paid off a guy to go in there?
Yeah, that's part of the insanity of conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
like, I mean, I want to believe it, but at the same time, it's like there's nothing to really about it. It's like, I don't know how to say that properly, but.
Yeah. It's definitely just one of these things that
It's like it worked into the favor of the elites, quote unquote, and caused all these riots. But then at the same time, it's like so believable. It's obviously it happened.
Yeah. And your own thoughts on that, Mark? I mean, what came to your mind when you learned about this? I'm certain you've you heard of it.
Got stabbed.
Yeah.
I actually am not familiar with it.
Derek Chauvin was the guy who was on George Floyd's neck, and he was.
Oh, gotcha. So what was the end result of?
He went to prison, and of course I knew it's got to be hell for any cop who goes to prison. It's hell on earth. But when but when you wind up
that's what makes it almost unbelievable is they actually sent a cop to jail or prison.
Yeah.
That's almost to the point where it is conspiratorial.
Yeah, and it's all pretty. How do I say it? Just it's one of these things where. Oh, okay. So something just happened to my computer screen. I'm trying to figure that out. Trying to. Yeah. Thank you. And
the whole situation's bad. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, so I just had something. I've never seen this before. This is fascinating. So, I'm just running into some kind of bizarre security kind of glitches with the some of the things I was trying to access concerning politics. I was trying to look up some stuff on the Gaza Strip, and what I was trying to look up specifically was basically how a lot of Palestinians are not leaving Gaza, even if they could. And I was trying to look up the reasons why. And then I got this security warning across my computer screen, as if I were searching for child porn. It's just absolutely bizarre. There you go with that.
Douglas, I've been
yeah.
Douglas, I've been looking at. Remember, I told you that I kind of have like a little bit of an interest in the Uri Geller guy.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's on.
Yeah, Spoonbender. Yeah, yes.
Okay. I just want you to know, Brendan, he does that with his mind, sir. Just so you know that. Okay? just want to make sure you know that. But
yes.
But yeah. But he's like, I mean, he's definitely he explains a lot. He worked for intelligence agencies, the Mossad, and other things, etc.
Yeah.
But
he's using gin, but let's not go there right now.
Yeah, and it's weird because I remember like talking to him on radio shows before that. I've had a back and forth with like supposedly it was him on email when I was a lot younger, and I kind of like just wanted to see what he's been up to. But I mean, it's like the PR campaign for Israel. He's it, man. Like that, as far as it goes, like he is the BBC. He is the PR for Israel, man. And if you go on his check out his social media, like it's continuous, it's constant, from what he's putting out there, and he is dead. He's, as far as what he believes in. I mean, he's actually going after people publicly that speak out against it as well.
I mean, he's Israeli.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, well, by the way, just because someone is Israeli doesn't mean they have to be necessarily pushing the party line.
But this guy's been like a hardline Zionist the whole time.
Yeah. He was aligned. Well, as Mark said, he was affiliated with Mossad, right? So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't mean like just an average.
Yeah, but
he was like part of the ruling class of Israel, basically.
Yes. But for what it's worth, I do want people to understand that the majority of Israelis obviously seem to have fallen into the party line. In other words, there's nobody. I don't see any real movement in Israel where they're saying, "Stop this! That if they are, they're being so suppressed that that they've been rendered impotent. This is like Putin's war. In fact, the photographs I'm seeing of Netanyahu and what news we're getting is that he seems to have taken full advantage of this. He's in full power. He's, this is everything that he intended. He's the wartime dictator. So he's gonna. This is why the Israelis keep.
He hasn't gone full Palpatine yet.
Yeah. I mean, but this is why the Israelis keep saying this is just the beginning, that this war is going to... All of them keep saying this is going to last a long time. That's because Netanyahu wants power forever. He can't let this war end because then they go back to investigating him. So, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to the... what you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Oh, God, what was it again? Remind me. If we can,
it just slipped out of my.
I know we gotta like dredge it. I know. Hey, I'm always like that. Yeah.
But you know what too is like I'm noticing for people around here that if you even have, it kind of reminds me of that girl you said you had on here, Christine, was that her name?
Yeah, Christine with a Z. Oh, come on!
Christine,
don't just give us that. Tell us about all your impressions of her personally. Come on.
I can't really. I don't want to really go into it that much on how I feel about it, but as far as like I noticed a lot of people around here with that mentality of I found out I have a very small amount of Jewish DNA. I'm gonna go overseas and fight for Israel, and it's. I mean, I didn't think that was real, but I know it's real. So.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Yeah. By the way, Carl Lindbergh says too many cookies in your computer, bro. Yes, yes. That was what. Thank you for reminding me. That's one of the things I want to talk to Brendan about. Yes. He just is my adult supervision usually when I go in there to get rid of the cookies, because then
at this point you're just gonna have to get like a VPN/spam blocker because it's like
okay.
As well. Why not?
Yeah. Okay. If you can help me do that, or is that something that's going to cost me money, or what?
It depends on how advanced you want to get.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll certainly talk about that as soon as possible. And Carl Lindbergh knows me too well, of course. It's I obviously do a lot of searching when I'm on the show because I'm trying to look things up to discuss. And
I'm sure.
yeah, no, there's that. But besides that, I'm cruising for porn like mad all the rest of the time. So when it comes to like I said, when I was looking up about the Palestinians.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine you for the first couple months after you discovered free online porn. Disaster.
Honestly, well, it's like Jonathan Warrington said. Why would anyone buy porn? He can't understand. Yeah, why would anyone buy porn? It's so ubiquitous and pervasive. However, I will say this. I really maybe I'll discuss this.
That's why everyone goes for the cam girls, because they're more like, I guess, interactive or something.
Well, that I don't understand. I don't understand that at all, because it's like that's money. That's money. It's like I don't get.
I'm not saying I'd pay for it, but it makes more sense.
Yeah. And that's why, yes, tell us about that, Brendan, when you heard Christine say, these cam girls are selling themselves for $5.
I gave her a solution for her whole issue, and she just said no.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, what were you saying, Duncan?
Yeah, she was saying that the cam girls are selling themselves for $5 an hour, and I'm like, for each individual customer, maybe.
Yeah, listen, those cam girls are not hurting for money. Come on.
Oh, no, not at all.
She made it sound like, I'm above that. I'm my client is.
Wasn't she on heroin? How the fuck is she above that?
Thank you.
She's like,
sorry.
Bought me my house. It's like, well, you can have bought your own house if you were just a cam girl.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yes. It's and aside from that, you wouldn't be like
And they wouldn't. Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, they wouldn't be forcing you to inject yourself in front of them for their own satisfaction.
Thank you. And by the way, would she? Because I was kind of shutting down at certain points when she was going on. Did she say that? Because that doesn't surprise me. She was saying a bunch of stuff. Basically they were paying her to inject herself in front of them. That they were getting off on that.
I don't think she said that directly, but it was definitely I could just tell. I've dealt with these people before, heroin addict chicks, and it's maybe not that they're doing it for sex, but it's they're just stringing her along.
Yeah.
They prefer her when she's, on the dirt, as they say.
Yes. Thank you.
Because she's just totally insufferable, so they're cool with supplying her with it or something.
Oh my God. Yeah. Thank you. And by the way, I was also trying to excuse her behavior by thinking, she's a dominatrix as a professional, so some of this, may have something to do with that.
Well, we know she wasn't professional because of the comments about the cam thing.
Thank you.
A real professional would have been like, oh, great idea. They would have been like, I'm already doing that.
Yeah, you would have thought they'd be on that already, or at least have a reason that they're not doing it, simply, I don't prefer that. It could be something like that.
My clients like a more tactile feel of wax burning their balls.
Yeah, something like that, and they pay me enough where, And
then when someone mentioned, I think someone mentioned that, she didn't even have details. It's I don't think she's even doing what she said she was. Not that I doubted her, but.
Well, I mean, she's definitely doing some kind of sex. Definitely doing some kind of sex industrial.
Yeah, I know that, but the way she, it was just very odd, man.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's what I was... this is what we had discussed to a degree. And, of course, hopefully Victoria will join us at some point in the near future again. Hopefully, I think that she probably just felt really bad about inviting this girl into her home and having this girl go off on her. Because, I mean, basically this girl was saying, fuck you, and all because of politics. But when it came to, say, for instance, one thing that I've noticed about these sex industry chicks, a number of them, one of them was brought on by Derek Talley in the past. Now, Mark, do you remember when Derek Talley brought on the young black African-American lady he met at the swimming pool?
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
who ran what she called she called Mermaid Boot Camp, which is just such an odd name. Boot camp. Why boot camp as opposed to like mermaid school or something? Why mermaid school in, or something like that? Mermaid university. Why mermaid boot camp?
It's like a workout program. That's probably they think.
Okay.
Their ass is gonna get bigger if they do it or something.
Okay, yeah, must be, and so she like was obviously saying. She was describing her life, and then she got on and was rather, I would say, sophisticatedly or tactfully challenged by, of all people, Lena Shea at that time, now Lena Crane. But before Lena Shea was switched on as an asset, I mean, like a light bulb, and went back to being Lena Crane, Lena Shea came on and kind of just tactfully confronted her about sex. And you've got this young lady, the black African American, whose name I do not remember, who was running this so-called mermaid boot camp and supposedly teaching people how to swim with fins on and all the rest of that. And here she was saying that she was paid to sing at various orgies. Sing at orgies. Okay, I mean, like, the one thing that I don't really see happening a lot in orgies is them having a professional singer singing something live while they're...
Like, that whole imagery is just whack. I mean, having, like, a mermaid singer while there's just, like...
Thank you.
Whatever's happening. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Thank you. And she would say that she had her little angel wings on. I say this metaphorically. It wasn't part of her costumery or presentation. But she had her little angel wings on, was just tiptoeing through all these people in balls of flesh. And she said she would just watch and participate. And whenever they tried to grab her and pull her down, she would just, withdraw, say, no, I'm just here to sing. And it's like, okay. And this whole thing, then when Lena came on and said, so what do you think about, because this woman was also a masseuse or a massage therapist, as they say, because they don't like the term masseuse anymore. And so she said, what do you think?
That's their job, man.
That's
their job.
Thank you. And so when Lena said, "What's your position about sex during work?" and that this woman responded, "The yoni is sacred," meaning the vagina. The yoni, using a Vedic term for that chakra area. The yoni is sacred, and she already had one child, of course. So this whole thing about like
it's like the same trip as that other chick. It's like
thank you.
They rebaptize themselves every night or some weirdness in
their
heads.
Thank you. And then the young lady, by the way, named Noreen Halpan, who many people thought was my wife for a long period of time when I was on Revolution Radio. And I've nothing against her. By the way, for anybody who knows me, I never disparage. It's like I said, I have more respect for women in sex work than I usually do in other professions. But I can't understand this pathology where so many women involved with sex work are in total denial of it. Now, I said there's that social phenomena of slut shaming, but it's like, what do you think you can get away with in representing yourself? And it just doesn't make sense. With Noreen Halpan, she would just say things like, publicly, she would just say things like, I was hanging out at the massage parlor and, with my friends. And then I noticed there were cameras in the ceiling, and I'm just thinking, how can you tell that story and expect any of us to buy what you're saying? I'm just hanging out with my friends in the massage parlor. Like, people working in the massage parlor, you can hang out with them and just look up at the ceiling. Basically, she was fucking in the massage parlor, and this is what she was paid to do. She was prostituting herself. Her feet are in the air, and she notices while the guy's humping her, hey, we're being filmed. That's basically what happened. And for her to try and rephrase that in such a way, just hanging out with my friends at the massage parlor, like they tolerate that for a second, like you're either working or you're out, right? Get the hell out of here. We're busy jerking people off and blowing them off and whatnot. It's just like, oh God, it's like you're left shaking your head. But
you know what? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Like, I don't get it. Like, you're doing a service. You're, as far as I'm concerned, you're doing fucking God's work in some aspect.
Thank you.
Be proud of it.
Be
proud of it. There's nothing to be ashamed of, really.
And it's like, if you've already gone that far, it's like you might as well just get over it at that point.
Yeah,
it's bizarre.
Yes, thank
you.
you.
Probably like saving lives, man. Saving lives.
Yes. Thank you. And they really are saving lives.
And what's funny is, like, if you look anthropologically in the ancient world, like, all of the so-called sacred harlots and stuff, they were all in the temples. I mean, this was like sacred work, you know.
What about Mary Magdalene, man? Mary Magdalene.
Yeah. We'll not count that one right now, but I mean, she was one of those beings, like those chicks. But I'm talking like the Vestal Virgins and these kind of like old school. Like Roman Greek time, like.
Thank you.
They were never looked down upon. It was just like something that would be a religious thing.
Well, it was sacred. It was literally sacred. They're providing a sacred service. By the way, just so people understand, my understanding of Mary Magdalene was that, like our man Brendan says, we don't want to overdwell on this or get too biblical, but my understanding was that she was more of a street prostitute who wound up hanging out with Christ, and Christ was all into her and shit, and she became essentially the mother of his child, and that was the source of the Merovingian bloodline of kings who were directly descended from Christ. And so that was their claim to divine right of kingship, hence the term divine right of kingship. That's where it comes from. So there we have that. But other than that, when it comes to what was it that was being said by these, you know, while Christine was here the other night, she was like, or what people have said about these temple prostitutes. Temple prostitutes is the term that we should be using for these women who were historically providing a service. And of course, we went on this whole horrible trip where Christianity rejected Christ, really, because Christ was, you know, if he picks up Mary Magdalene, and they're saying that all these women who are providing sexual services are whores, that really disrespecting Christ. I mean, what do they say about Christ when they take that trip? So honestly, women really need to re-empower themselves. And the point is, this is where Christine was coming from. She was coming from this stance of female empowerment, because she's basically ripping into all these guys in Pakistan and India, saying, you know, all these sexist assholes and all this other shit. And she's talking about rejecting her because she's a female who doesn't look broken. And then, but somehow, I'm not having sex when it comes to my professional sex work. That's it's still surrendering to the slut shaming by, you know, denying that. Anyhow, people get what I'm saying. And I could go further another time when I remember more. But as it is.
Yeah, I try and forget.
No, what was the drug she was on that acted as a truth serum? That was because Peter came on and says... Benzodiazepines. Thank you.
So basically, I forgot the one she mentioned, but Xanax or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, she was on a whole cocktail. She was on a fucking cocktail.
But basically, you're not supposed to mix those with alcohol.
Yeah.
And she was clearly doing that, so that's why she was like fading in and out. Like I've done it, so I know. It's like you pass out and then you wake up again randomly, and then keep going.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's what was going on. And then of course, the next day, like Victoria said, her codependent mutual boyfriend, the guy who was fucking both of them for years, came and picked her up because she said, I can't be here with this Nazi in this cabin.
Right.
Shit. So there you go with that.
Yeah. So she's probably still recovering because these people are like psychic vamps. Not to
you recovering? I would say her coda picked her up. It's over, man. She's back on it. That's
No, I'm saying Victoria.
Oh, Victoria's still recovering from that. Yeah.
They're like, I don't want to use the term vampire because it's like.
Thank you.
They're like psychic
leeches.
Suck you by.
Yeah.
That's a good way. Parasites. Yeah. Leeches.
Yeah.
They drain your energy of whoever they're around, and then they wonder why their lives are all fucked up. You know.
Yes.
Why no one wants them around.
Yeah.
And it's like, and no offense to the people, but that's why they end up getting used and stuff. It's like people are just so sick of their shit. It's like we might as well just use them, you know. Like it makes you not a non-sympathetic character, and then it's easier for people to justify people that are borderline nefarious. Then they can justify, oh, this person's terrible, so I'm just going to take advantage of them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no, it's awful, and oh my god, it's definitely Yeah, it's life is hard, and it's hard to find people that you can trust or spend time with. And
Right.
I mean, look at both yourselves, Brendan, Mark, Aristides certainly at the present time. I mean, you're all kind of here without the female companionship in your life right now because you're both very selective about who to finally settle down with. It's hard to find someone to settle down with. Even for a kind of relationship that may be transitional, it's just all kinds of difficulties involved. There's too many people out there making so many demands, and they just have these. By the way, you remember our dear Amy Como? She lives in Vermont, and just was talking about how violent it was in Burlington. And she visited there, and she just described this in the latest episode, how frightened she was to visit Burlington, at how violent the vibes were, and how she feared for her physical safety. And I want everyone to know that she was with us on Wednesday. Saturday night, police have confirmed that 3 20-year-old Palestinian men were walking down the street in Burlington, Vermont, when they were shot by some Jew worshipper with a handgun. 2 of these victims are stable. 1 sustained more critical injuries and may very well die. According to the Burlington police, 2 of the victims were wearing their keffiyehs at the time. So
So they were wearing Palestinian scarves.
Yeah. And so some Jew worshiper ran out and killed it. Either that or he was actually Jewish, but I don't think so. I think kind of like Aquino, Jews use stupid people the way stupid people use guns. Just another guy programmed by Jewish media to.
Yeah, so I won't wear my keffiyeh out then. Noted.
Thank you. Yeah, mine was stolen by the Virgin Australia. But I had one from the Desert Storm days, a genuine Arabic one. Maybe do me a favor. Maybe you can send me one that's kind of desert sand beige color in the future. No rush. Some year. Sometime in the future.
I can get you a HAARP one, like a real one.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, and but
nowadays we'll be like attacked by Jews apparently.
Yeah.
Or, like you said, the people that are just like stupid. What would be the word?
They're just boys. Yeah. Thank you. They're just
fanboys.
Yeah, but here's what I wanted to say. This is what brings us back to Christine. What brings us back to Christine is, as I've said in the past, Americans lack a culture. And because they don't have a culture, they seek some other culture to give them a sense of identity. So the problem with Christine is she has no culture, no identity, and yet she has one. She could identify as Germanic, Nordic, but she thinks, oh, well, media tells me that's all evil. Well, basically, the Jews. The Jews tell me that's all evil. But I found out, thanks to my mother's DNA test, this notional strand of DNA, then I can have this Jewish culture. And then this gives me the right to go around saying fuck you to everybody who I can claim is a Nazi. And it just basically, it gave her this sense of, I guess, depth that she felt she had never had otherwise, this sense of identity. And again, this is part of an American pathology, is the overwhelming majority of white Americans are of Germanic heritage. They reject that completely because the Jew tells them that's evil. And so then they say, well, if they take a 23andMe test, they can look for some Jewish heritage, quote unquote, and then run up and go around saying I'm Jewish now, and I'll go kill Palestinians. That's what Mark said was they'll go fight for Israel, but what you really should say, Mark, is it's not so much fighting for Israel as I'll go out and kill Palestinians, to mass murder Palestinians. That's basically it. Go on. Yeah.
I was just going to add to that, Douglas. Also, too, I don't know what it's like in other parts of the country, but around here, there's a program. It's called the Birthright Program. So if you produce some sort of proof that you're a little bit of Jewish heritage, they'll send you to Israel for free, and they'll hook you up.
Wow.
So there's some incentives, absolutely.
Shit, I just gotta pay someone to fudge a 23andMe test. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, that's I mean, God, what do you make of that, Brendan? You can have that fudged. You can go over there, be one of the chosen.
Right, but the point is, why would you want to go to like a nightclub infested city like Tel Aviv? It's like, I mean, there's nothing there.
To get laid. What else? I mean, it's just not. It's a flesh pit.
Yeah, exactly. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Because like I told you about how a couple years ago they were pushing Tel Aviv as the gay capital of the world, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna go there and it's gonna be a bunch of prostitutes and gay dudes, and it's like, what do you want to even go there for?
Yeah, I got that here in San Francisco.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You don't have to go anywhere if you want that.
Oh God, that's fucking funny.
And then on top of that, you'd be in a desert where it's like, at least you have good real estate up where you're at.
Yeah. At least the real estate here is astronomical. That's.
Or I'm saying you get like an ocean view of some nice California weather.
Yeah. Granted, our man's being rather facetious here. I know that Brendan is well aware of the fact that as far as many people are concerned, San Francisco is hell on earth in terms of climate. I mean, it's it's cold, it's frigid. It's unbelievable how cold it is lately. The salt air rusts and molds everything. Everything molders and mildews. It's but you don't get that kind of effect in Israel because you've got that desert near the sea. Granted, there's a lot of things that are attractive about, shall we say, the desert environment. You get, there's a certain attraction to many of these people that you get the gamut of genetics, like you do in San Francisco. People who look Semitic, people who don't, because half these people are Eastern European, and another bunch are different ethnicities. Like Indian Jews have all fled, many of them to Israel, that sort of thing. You get all this, like, it's international, cosmopolitan feeling, but it's and no, I've never been there. But I just want people to know that's obvious, and it's certainly what they make public. But it's all under this truly totalitarian government. It's under a government that is truly a police state and is truly an apartheid state. So it's what South Africa was. If you remember what South Africa was during apartheid, party state, gambling city. Sun City was Sun City was Sin City, one of the big places to go to. Now it's simply the rape capital of the world. But when
I was gonna say, wasn't South Africa actually more functional when it was under apartheid? Like, literally, this isn't an exaggeration. Every person I've either met or seen online that's from South Africa has been stabbed.
Yes,
like, literally. Like, I met some kid in college, and he was like telling us a story about how his family and all this stuff.
Yeah,
and then he was like, yeah, one day we were attacked by bandits and I was stabbed, and we were like, what the fuck? And then we were like, how old were you? And he was like, oh, I was like 12.
Yeah.
I was like looking at him like, what the fuck? Like, I'm never going to South Africa. Like, that sounds crazy.
Thank you. No, of course not. No.
And they left him to die. They
of course.
Like, the bandits almost killed all of them, and then they left the kid to die in the desert or somewhere down south.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, of course. No, it's it's under apartheid. And by the way, this is not like, oh, look, Douglas Dietrich is right. Preaching apartheid.
Advocating.
Yeah. No, under apartheid, blacks drove more cars than any other blacks in South Africa. In all the continent of Africa, you had more blacks having access to cars and the ability to purchase them and drive them than in any other nation in Africa. They had more employment opportunities. They had a greater chance for a kind of upward mobility. Obviously, they weren't allowed to run in politics to any meaningful extent. But then you had Bantustans, where they had, quote unquote, their own governments. This is something that they call ghettos in other parts of the world, but it's they were they had their own kind of authority. It was like self-governed, autonomous, and there were plenty of them, and there were more of them that were increasing under apartheid, just because the whites were trying to keep them broken up, balkanized, and basically separate from white rule. I mean, now, of course, for those who don't know, Mandela was a communist, and he got his funding from the Soviets. They all did. Now it's all communist China. So communist China has moved in, and aside from that, apartheid's gone. The place is going to shit. I mean, it's really gone to shit. So when it comes
one of the
to
most dangerous places in the world.
Yeah. I mean, one of them, definitely. I mean, one thing, it's like 50% of the population, no matter what your race, no matter what your gender, 50% of the population's got AIDS. It's like, no, it's a nightmare. It's
What?
a nightmare. And the Israelis will claim that if we equalize, Palestinians, give them like co-equal everything, that's what it's going to become. And well, yeah, it's kind of like, but it's a situation. It's like, well, what do you expect? You're a white settler regime.
I mean, they need it. They definitely, those countries, that and Lebanon, like they need to get Iran out of, and Syria. They do need to get Iran out of there, but I mean, that's just.
I mean, let's put it
not
this
feasible.
way, just so people understand this. Iran is basically out of the axis of evil. It is. It's more and more threatened by Turkey, which is aligned with Israel, and Israel and Turkey both supported Azerbaijan to wipe out Armenia. And so Iran, for reasons of its threat from Turkey, is on the side of Armenia now. So the Sino-Slavic synaxis, which is centered, of course, on Russia and China, that is now more and more gearing towards basically Israel, as opposed to Iran. And for reasons of pragmatism, functionality. By the way, I got to look up something else now that I think about it. You've just reminded me of something, and that has to do with Taiwan's stance on the whole thing. So let me look that up and just find some more details on that, and maybe address a little bit of that later in monologue. But yeah, it's just so frustrating, the geopolitics. So many people. Now I'm getting this. Your ad block has been updated. Installing the latest. Do I cut this off? I mean, it's installing. We've blocked 9,647 ads for you. Your ad block's been updated. That was something that was installed by those criminals over there at the, that Pakistani place that I called that time with Microsoft. Yeah, well, there you go. Hasn't stopped the cookies from piling up. Anyhow, so when it comes to again this dividing everybody, have you been working with enough people where you've seen the political effects of this? I know our man, his work, Brendan doesn't really interact with that many people per se, but maybe he sees it in school. And yourself, Mark, of course, you must see it most personally, close and up front. Did the politics ever come up at work where you see people in the hotel impacted by this conflict in such a way? Both of you, gentlemen, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mentioned before, I think I had a conversation with an older gentleman, and I say older, not much older, but just an older gentleman about it, and he gave back the the most simplistic reaction, to which most of everyone does, is that, well, they're our allies, and it's just there's no sort of, once somebody's so locked into that sort of mind state, there's really no convincing. It's just the dichotomy at that point. It's just that completely diametrically opposing arguments, and everyone sort of shuts down at that point. So you try to make a point. Well, it's a little bit more complicated. The whole issue is a little bit more complicated than just what you're thinking. But I think it just hurts people's brain too much. It really does. They just don't want to do any kind of research or anything at all, or maybe it's a bunch of different things as well. But I think that's the main cause, is that they're just lazy and they really don't want to learn more about the issue. They just rather just take, a side that sounds great on TV, I guess. I don't know.
Thank you.
That's what I've been noticing. In my line of work, honestly, there's not, which I find strange. There's not a huge Judaic influence from what I notice. So, yeah, I just noticed that differently. I mean, it was a lot different in the casino industry. It was the opposite. So, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting from where I'm at now, but I'm not sure what Brendan is experiencing in his location.
Yeah, do you see anything going on at school, Brendan, when people are there, so to speak? See if he responds to that. Poor guy. Maybe they got him. I hope not. Jesus Christ. Oh, there's something else I want to ask him. Brendan, if you're there's something else I want to ask you now that I think about it. Oh yeah. Here I am. I'm running across these searches. Yeah. To give you the best possible experience, this site uses cookies. How the fuck does this site using cookies give me the best possible experience?
All this talk about cookies, all it does is make me hungry. I don't know why they have to call it cookies. It's all about cookies. Why can't they name it something else?
Oh, where does that name come from? It doesn't even make sense to me. But there you go. With that, how did you feel? You weren't with us on Friendsgiving, I believe, right?
No, I wasn't.
Yeah. And so how did you feel? Were there any times that you felt depressed by Thanksgiving, or obviously if you feel uncomfortable about speaking about this, don't you? But did you find time with your family, or was
luckily I've been very blessed. Definitely been, the source has blessed me recently. So no, we had a great time with family, and it was actually a sort of reckoning with family.
Okay.
I don't know.
By the way, the holidays are often that. That's what the holidays often are. They turn out to be a reckoning with family. Go on. No.
And that's exactly. It really felt like a spiritual reckoning with my family, and things seemed to be just, I don't know, falling into place. And it was interesting because there's all the generations there, and that really was sort of magnified during the dinner and during the hanging out with the family. Was, my cousins have children now, and those kids are like, they're growing into consciousness, and then they're conscious of other beings, and they're conscious of other people. And one of my cousin's kids was like, knew about me and was like, oh, I want to see my, cousin Mark. And he was so excited, and he wanted to play trucks, so I played trucks with him, and then, it was just kind of like everyone was laughing. It was just a really good time to be with family. And I don't know, it's really blessed. And I feel bad for people that don't have that kind of experience. But what I would say to that is that Friendsgiving is that. And I think that friends, especially for me, I'm an only child, so friends for me have been sort of like blood and sort of like brothers. And I've made that sort of, my mentality all along. And that might be why I could be somewhat of a likable guy, but I truly do believe that. And blood isn't always thicker than water, because, I really do believe everyone's connected, and we can provide that for each other. We can provide that feel of family for each other. It's just really it's a nice thing to be able to do that with your own blood. And I'm lucky enough that we can all rally together and, forget and embrace the good things that we remember about each other. And I think that's the most important thing, and things change. You go into, seeing, you think that you might have an issue with one of your family, and then you might want to say something, and then you realize, you know what, it's not, it's just not worth it, or it's not worth even the waste of energy to even have that kind of that thought process. So it was incredible. It was incredible to be around family like that, and yeah, so that was my experience.
Wow, that is incredible. So when you're playing trucks with this young kid, did it give you any desire to ever be a father?
It was interesting because we're playing trucks, Douglas, and I looked down, and the trucks we're playing with were my trucks. Some of them were my trucks, and they were passed down from to me, and they were passed down from me to my cousin, and then from my cousin to them. So I was playing with my own trucks.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and I made that a point to notice everyone, and I was like, hey, that's a special truck. That's one of my own trucks, and the kid it was a funny thing. It was kind of interesting, like, and the child, my cousin's kid, has a slight touch of, which I'm sure I had, or I still have, is like, like a little bit of ADD, has, little focused things, but once it gets focused properly, it can do some magical things. And I found that to be that this child was somewhat needing that embracement as well, to say that he needs to, put his energy and focused on certain things, and then you'll see some great things come out of it. But yeah, it did obviously with the right person, because like you mentioned earlier, Douglas, like a lot of reasons why, probably guys like myself and Brendan and Nemo are single is like it's scary out here a lot of times, man. Some of these women, I don't mean to say it, and please forgive me, I don't want someone like Brooke to kill me over here for saying this. Some of these women are psychotic, absolute maniacs. So I mean, it's just a lot of traumatic experiences from childhood, experiencing these nightmares. And it's not obviously women, because women are divine, and it's amalgamation of things, but it's a nightmare of experiences between men and women that I think, for me personally, just has always scared the shit out of me. It has kind of given me that, that kind of like commitment complex kind of thing. Because it's just freaky, man. It's freaky, and a lot of my two or three of my best friends are in the process of getting divorces now.
Ooh.
So right. So all these people that 10, 15 years ago, everyone thought were having this like, little Disney World kind of life. They're all crumbling now, and they're back to fucking square one, and they all want to go out and fucking hang out in Boston with me,
you represent the free man to them. Yeah.
Right. And that's what they were telling me the whole time, and then they were like, oh, dude, I'm like, shut up, bro. I'm like, you've got, you're married, kids, you're fucking done. Like, you've done it. Now you can do, So it's just an interesting, dynamic. But I think I'll go back and say that I really do believe that, the manipulation, the constant warring between the masculine and feminine is just, I think that's probably one of the biggest ways to divide and conquer. And it's been true to be so. To everything I see, I think if the masculine and feminine come together the way they should and blend the way it should, we see a lot of problems just dissolve. So that's the kick that I've sort of been on lately.
Wow, that's
the kind of feeling I'm getting on. Yeah.
Well, so when you speak to people along those lines, when do you, first off, I would presume you never get much of an opportunity to speak to people along those lines, but if you do they stare at you as if you're an alien, or
some do, yeah. I mean, it's I take these things that I say, and I try to push it like a grain of salt to them, but yeah, some people do, and I shut off quickly if I know someone's freaking out, you can't even mention the phrase, like, you can't even mention the phrase conspiracy theory to like anybody, because they just shut off immediately. And I get it, but I don't know. I thought, I thought a lot of things like that would intrigue people, and the idea of thinking about something different. I just think it's gotten sort of like this extremely negative connotation more recently, probably because of political means. They start thinking of, what's that thing that Ian West was talking about, the white hats or whatever.
Right.
How people sort of attribute it to that, and they go right to Sandy Hook. Yeah. And I'm just like, Jesus, man, like, is this what it's become to have a different perspective? I mean, 10, 15 years ago, you would say that phrase and it would just be, okay, well, 9/11 or something like that, It's become just totally politically centric. And I think that's on purpose, because I think that shuts down free thinking, and I think that shuts down creative thinking completely. Because like I said, when females hear that, and guys, they just, that's conditioning, and they'll just won't mention it again. They won't mention anything that's free thinking anymore. And then, okay, well, let's talk about the Patriots. Let's talk about fucking Tom Brady. Sausage, like just weird, dumb shit.
I admit, I wanted to hit you. I wanted to hit you with that Patriot shit when you came on as a joke. I keep reminding myself to do that, but whenever I read,
it still goes. It's still there, man. It's like, oh, what are you up to today? Oh, nothing. Just getting finished with a game. Oh, that game really pissed me off. I think I'm just gonna go to sleep tonight. Are you fucking serious? Like, you're a football game dictated you going to sleep early because you're mad? You're mad we lost the game? I'm just like, God has blessed me with you saying that to me, because I'll never want to fucking talk to you again. Thank you. It's fucking so bad, man. It's insane, but I don't know. What are you going to do?
You're just left. It's you want to cry for people like that. It's I feel sorry for them, because it's at the same time, I shouldn't. We shouldn't. I mean, this is just the speed at which some people operate, as my dad used to say. The man who raised and guided me. It's it is what it is, and some people are perfectly happy with that. And I guess we should, be happy for them, in a sense.
For them, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not something you and I can tolerate, because we just don't have that gene. We don't have the sports gene where we can lock onto something like that. Sometimes, of course, I can understand and appreciate the drama of sports, but but not all that often.
No, not at all. And it's weird. I'm like, all right, I gotta try to pretend, like I'm one of these motherfuckers. So I'll just catch up. I'll catch up on some random knowledge on the radio with, like, oh yeah, this Jack Johnson over here was picked as the first pick and number 1. He'll be starting this year. I'm like, oh, perfect. I'll take that shit and run with it. If I'm in a situation where I'm stuck talking to some schmuck, then let's be like, hey, yeah, you hear about that Jack Johnson? Jack Johnson. And then they'll just run with that for like 20 minutes straight. Hey, it was great talking to you, man. It was really good talking to you. I'll see you later. Incredible.
Yeah,
it's a good way to build a rapport.
Thank you. No, it's incredible. You just give somebody an opportunity to run and just speak, and drone on. Then they'll say what a great conversation it was. It's incredible. It's incredible, but that's how to handle people. That's the security professional in you, by the way. That's like an interrogation technique. It really is. It's you break down their barriers. You break down their barriers like that.
Well, it's funny when, like I said, I was only in private security, but like doing this, I would be interviewing people like on a daily basis for a long time, and that was actually a fun thing, because I like talking to people like in that type of environment. It's just an interesting thing. It's like a battle of wits, But I always prided myself on being the most ethical of all the interviewers, because I wanted to give everyone the utmost chance always. So my technique was always being upfront from the beginning, and just being like, this is what it is. I'm going to do this, and we're going to talk about that. If not, But the main thing was the rapport. If you did not have a rapport with someone within the first few seconds, you're finished. You're absolutely done. So what I prided myself on doing was research. If you're going to speak to somebody in a difficult setting, in a difficult environment, about difficult things, you need to know something about them as a person. And I'm not talking about creeping on them and doing all that shit, but finding about what someone is outside of what they do. Like, you know, what are their passions, what are their hobbies and things like that. And then you merge it with things that you also are passionate about and enjoy. So it's not fake. You're not just doing a research on something like, oh, I like motor cars like you. No, it's merging. It's merging things that they enjoy that you also maybe enjoy, and it's a genuine experience, and the whole thing is a genuine interaction. That's what makes a conducive interview. And in actuality, it can be beneficial for both people, which I think it was for me too, and that's why I enjoy doing it. But I think if more interviewers in the profession of the criminal justice field had that, they would get better results. 100%. They would have 10 times better results if they had that. But unfortunately, the techniques that are used by law enforcement is something called the Reed technique, which is an extremely aggressive technique that is pretty much the opposite of what I would do. It was pretty much, you know, starting off with like, you're a fucking piece of shit and I know you did it. Now let's talk about what we're going to do. You know?
Why are they taking that stance? It sounds counterproductive.
It does sound counterproductive, but unfortunately, most humans, some of them respond to that the way that they want them to respond to. Even if people aren't guilty, the Reed technique that's why a lot of, you know, people in that type of industry, the police industry, that they'll get in trouble because it's so powerful that it makes people believe they did something when they didn't.
Wow.
And it pushes on that authority thing.
Yeah.
Where, you know, people, they can somehow get false
confessions. They get false confessions.
Yes.
Go on.
I mean, if someone gets into a certain point, I remember at some point too, and I wasn't aggressive, but some people get into a certain point where they just start spouting everything. And I remember having an interview with this kid was telling me stuff like it was out of like the Goonies movie, that's something he did to his grandmother when he was 5 years old. So they'll just spill anything because it's the moment. It's the moment this is their moment. You know what I mean? So you got to be very careful, and that's why it's very important to be ethical during these things. But the Reed technique is it can be, depending on how you use it. It can be so aggressive that it intimidates people in this circumstance where they'll give up some things, and sometimes it'll turn out to be something that'll be useful for the interrogator. But I don't know. I don't know if they're using like, you know, a blend of two different styles. The styles that are, for I believe, more conducive is something called the Wicklander status. And the Wicklander is just a little bit more for privatized security, and definitely a little more strategic, I believe, and definitely way more ethical. Basically, the Wicklander is like a conversation. It's basically a conversation you have with somebody, and it turns into somebody writing a statement at the end. That's what I take from it. And the Reed technique is a straight up interrogation. It's straight up, you know, hardcore aggressive stuff.
Wow. And I mean, what I want you to know is that you've earned my deepest respect. You're very much the professional. You've actually taken the time to comprehend these techniques, the differences between them. It's incredible to me. You really have, whoever has hired you should really be consider themselves most fortunate to have you in their service. I feel that one of the things you said is, I'm only in private security. Well, surely you're aware that more and more security with the feds is more and more privatized. You know this, I'm sure.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
to tell people a bit about that phenomenon. I mean, the fact is governments are becoming more and more dependent on privatized security, and this is how we wound up with things like Blackwater. I mean, honestly. So, but dude, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not involved in any kind of clandestine stuff or anything connected with the government, as far as I know. But yeah, absolutely, what Douglas is saying is true, and there's a couple of different reasons for that. A lot of them, one of the main reasons is, you're avoiding liability. It doesn't fall back on the company itself. Company meaning government, and it sort of just compartmentalizes what your task is doing, what the operation is doing. So that's one good way to do things. That's sort of similar. It's kind of similar to how we did things at the casino. It was extremely compartmentalized. The security wasn't just security. It was security surveillance. It was access control. It was this. It was that. So, that's sort of like similar to how things in the federal government go as well. It keeps the tabs on people a lot easy. Not everyone knows what they're doing, and they sort of run around with chickens with their heads cut off. But as far as the being a privatized company, using privatized company, I think it's, for the long run, it's being seen as more effective. I don't know about cost effective, because security is not cheap. It's definitely not cheap. It costs a lot of money to put human bodies, even if the human bodies are just stupid, don't know what they're doing. It costs money to pay to have physical security on premises. Yeah. So I would just assume also it might be hard to find qualified candidates in some aspects.
Yeah.
So they can use people as expendables, and they can be easily expendable because they can't relate them and trace them back to where they were working from. So that's my experience. And I have spoken to guys that did supposedly will do similar stuff to the Blackwater things, and that shit scares the hell out of me. Like, I don't know. I just don't. I know they pay those guys well for doing that stuff, but that just is freaky stuff, man.
Thank you.
Freaky stuff.
Thank you. Well, I mean, obviously at that point, you're no longer dealing with ethics, professional ethics at all. I mean, you're in the realm of basically Murder Incorporated.
Wet boys.
Yes, thank you. And but such being said, you really have taken your profession seriously. I'm really glad you wound up in a place where where you should be. And with such being said, how did those trucks last that long when you were playing? I mean, most toys, they just get destroyed through the years. Is somebody like putting these away with it? I mean,
was always. Luckily, I take a lot of pride in my
possessions.
My possessions. Even as a child, I mean, like, I've always really. My mom jokes about it, but she takes, everything that I've ever been given or had, I've really sort of just appreciated it as much as I possibly can, and they've remained in immaculate condition. Surprisingly, I mean, the car it looked brand new, and I'm like, how is this even mine? But I knew it was mine. I knew it. I knew it. But it's just a nostalgic trip, and it's kind of an interesting thing. It brings you back to when, for me as an only child, that I didn't really have that experience of having the brothers and sisters to play with. So my toys were everything to me as a kid, and I think it's powerful. It's a powerful thing to have imagination and creativity, because I remember vividly creating my own world out of the these toys that I had. And you really do create you create a world for your own that you want to live in, and it's fun, and it's like you forget these things when you get older. You suppress them so much that you have this, and it's a gift. It's a child's innocence, a child's gift. I think that's an extremely powerful thing. So it was kind of a cool little trip, to be able to have that experience again. and to see the kid, my cousin's kid, be so excited by it, just like, oh, Mark's playing cars with me, like he was blown away by it, and my cousin was so happy, because now he's gonna, because he doesn't talk much. Mm-hmm. Now he'll be excited about something to go talk about later,
Wow.
So it was a good little like experience to have, to hopefully jog something in him and the young child to get him going where he needs to go, and so he can be blessed as he is. And it was nice for me to remember what it was like to be a kid and to have that, create that imagination where I could sit down, like I did with him, and I was just sitting on my knees, and you're just playing with trucks and you're playing with toys and you're pretending and you're creating your own things. And these are powerful gifts. And this in and itself is magic. This is magic. And I think it's something to be said when, you re-experience that type of thing, So I think it was fantastic. It was really good.
Wow, I'm really happy for you. I mean, this really was a Thanksgiving the way it's supposed to be. This is how we imagine Thanksgiving the way it's supposed to be. And almost nobody gets that these days. Honestly, Friendsgiving is as good as it gets for many people, though I will be the first to say that for most people, Friendsgiving is far better than they ever had with their families, because most people, their families are really just shit, And
yes, and then they can, like with Friendsgiving, like you said, and that's a culmination of people that maybe haven't had the best experiences with their blood family, and that their answer for that is their friends, which I said is just as good, if more powerful than that, and they can let loose. And they can enjoy, and they can have a few drinks or whatever it is they have to do, and it's a safe place, it's a safe environment where you won't always get every single day of the year. So yeah, Friendsgiving is just incredible, and I think it should be done more often. I really do. I think friends should, people that have similar interests and enjoy each other's company should get together more often.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's
definitely something I want to emphasize. I mean, what I'll do tonight is I'll cover a bit about Friendsgiving that I didn't during Friendsgiving, because we were joined by Amy Como, which I really appreciate. I'm so glad she came on, and I'm so glad that we were able to do what we did. And I want people to understand that what I can express is the fact that even though it's past midnight here on the Pacific Coast, now, which means that like the majority of you listening on the East Coast, I'm also into the next day. We're into Monday, Cyber Monday, I believe, as a matter of fact. So we'll be going into that, and I just will kind of let people know that effectively Friendsgiving season ended at midnight. It goes on past November 25th into November 26th. Because you want a few days after the actual dated quote-unquote Thanksgiving, in which people can still meet together. And of course, I call these kind of like pizza days, because at that point everybody's going to try their best probably to avoid turkey leftovers, simply because of that being kind of like their staple for the next several days. If they have anything to do with actual families, you're going to get that turkey leftover phenomena. And so, these are kind of like pizza days anytime after Thanksgiving itself. When people hold a Friendsgiving, they're going to go for something different from the turkey. But all that being said, I'll explain to people a little bit about how all this came into being and how it really provides an opportunity and in a sense, why we shouldn't have it, and not as we understand it, because all we're really creating is kind of an anti-Thanksgiving because we're trying to avoid basically the sobriety or the somber, just ultimately morbid and very depressing fact that Thanksgiving is really the national American Indian Holocaust Memorial Day. And so you want to spend that day doing something. Now, I've encountered, when I was on Facebook, of course, just wretched people who want to be wretched. They definitely want to be basically as offensive as possible. And they'll just go on saying something about, oh, yeah, well, you know, I'm going to eat everything on Thanksgiving and enjoy myself and do all this shit because they are basically saying how they're pissing and shitting all over the dead Indians. I mean, this, of course, is just wretched, but it is what many people are all about. They just thrive off being as offensive as possible. And but for anybody who's a decent human being, you're going to want to ultimately give up Thanksgiving as it was. It's simply wrong. And so when you've done that, you turn towards something like Friendsgiving, but then after a while you realize what Mark said. Well, why have this once a year? This is something people should be doing once a month. Really is getting together with their friends because they're really how do I say it? We don't have enough of it. People are alone. They are truly isolated, and COVID really made it all much worse. Yeah, for most people. I mean, yeah, I don't know how your family reacted to COVID, but, you know, now that Brendan has essentially... God, I hope Brendan's all right. You know, when he was driving and everything, I hope he didn't crash, now that I think about it.
No, he's fine. He's got the anti-crash. I heard that beeping go off. He's not going to go off the road. He's fine.
Oh, okay. You were talking about what a great car he had.
Yeah, it's got that noise, like, it's like, it lets you know if something is near you, if you're going near a curb or anything like that.
Holy shit.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
And he kind of affirmed it. He didn't deny it. It seemed like he had a nice car.
Yeah, well, like you said you only live once or something like that.
Yes.
So
Very.
Yeah, he pretty much, yeah, like you said, he confirmed what your suspicions. That's incredible. So you've both got a... by the way, I looked up that mobile home that you brought up with Jennifer Hawkins.
Airstream.
Yeah, and it's just very nostalgic. Very nostalgic. It's like timeless, but at the same time very much period piece. It's you know, just of course I can't imagine living in a mobile home myself, but then again, I can easily imagine people living on Snowpiercer, the train. Yeah. I don't know if did you see that film?
Is that the one where it's? I jog my memory. I think I did, but the name's not popping up.
The train in the snow.
A train in the snow.
Yeah. It was basically the train was as far as they knew it, they were the last of humanity.
Yeah. And then they found out it was young kids that are running in the bowels of the train.
Yes, that's right. That basic. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, and it's based on but for those who don't know, that was based on a French graphic novel, which, of course, people use the term comic book, which I find offensive. And I do want people to understand that, you know, these are well-respected mediums of communication in Europe and Japan, and they have a long history. As a matter of fact, you can take a look at many of the European comics that they were the basis for Star Wars. All Star Wars was ripped off so many things. But one of its big inspirations was European graphic novels. And there was the couple, fictitious couple. They were portrayed by some young people. One of them, of course, that wonderful lesbian actress who's openly lesbian. And I'm forgetting, Avril Lavigne or something. I'm trying to remember her name. Might have it wrong on that. But she's a model. And, of course, I just don't have time to keep track of all these people. But that film that they made, Valerian, City of a Thousand Worlds, which flopped in America, that definitely was based on a European comic that had been around forever and was a heavy inspiration for Star Wars. Sammy Romero has joined us. Oh my fucking god! No need to type, Sammy. Come on and catch us up with whatever you're willing to talk about publicly. This is a man who's now the father of 2 children, and no need to go into any details for security reasons, but the enemy knows everything about you anyway. By all means, say hi to Mark, and Mark, say hi to Sammy. Yeah.
Hey, Sammy. Go on, man.
Yeah. Sammy.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, you were okay. Are you at work or at home?
No, I'm at home. Just can to drop in and see how you guys doing. I've been listening to the transmissions the last couple of times. Last transmission was actually very interesting. A lot of refreshers that you've talked about in the past, especially with Evocation.
Okay.
Which had me thinking a lot about my personal life and certain things that I always thought about. Obviously, my background with my father and him being a man of the cloth. Yeah. So it's just little nuances that I've just been thinking about. But it's definitely good to be here. I'm sorry that if I don't sound as loud, it's just.
We are at home. You got to whisper. Everyone else is asleep, including 2 kids you don't want to wake up. Go on. Yes.
Of course. But definitely, the one thing that did come to mind was the whole perfect possession
Yeah.
subject that you guys were talking about. Obviously referring to, that classic film, The Exorcist.
Yes. Which, by the way, it was not an example of perfect possession, just so everyone knows. So go on. She was actually saved. We know that she was saved in the film because you see the priest. The demon goes into the priest who then kills himself. So we know the girl was saved because the demon visibly exits her body and then is destroyed by the priest in his heroic sacrifice. But such being said, that's in the film. And, of course, we don't know what happened to the real story that the film was based on was a young boy who might have been perfectly possessed, which is what Jennifer Hawkins argues. So go on. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I was going to refer to was the real story about the young boy, growing up to work for NASA.
Yeah.
Which, here's the thing about, and obviously, anytime I come on here, I share a little bit about my family. It's not that, I want to tell the whole world, but it's just, I almost use this transmission almost as almost like a diary in the sense of, not completely, but just some of the stuff of growing up.
Yeah. Don't be afraid to say you use it as therapy. That's fine. Yeah, I say that's healthy. Go on. Yes.
That's probably a better choice of words.
Yes.
And
one of the things you remind me of by your very presence is I want to tell people that it's really hard in this day and age for men to make friends, because when I think of Sammy Romero and Isaac Romero, I think of safe spaces, these third spaces that men need. But go on. Yes, by all means. Keep talking.
One of the things that I do remember you talking about the past was most exorcisms are usually failures.
Yes.
Which, I don't know if I ever told you this story, but my sister a couple of months ago was talking to me about obviously my background with my family. We come from evangelical Christian.
Yes.
Not necessarily, the snakes and all the other stuff that some denominations practice.
Understood.
It's evangelical. It's we speak in tongues and we believe in the rapture and all these things. But that's neither here or there. That's a different story.
It's important in its own right, and I'm glad that you share that. Go on. I had never known that your particular denomination spoke in the tongues. That's wild. So go on. Yes.
Well, see, this is the thing about it. It's one of those things where, how can I say it? The best way I can describe it is when I ever want to get into the presence of God, I have to be vulnerable.
Yes.
Okay. I have to get into that vulnerability space.
But by the way, we all need to get vulnerable when we get in the presence of God. If anyone's not getting vulnerable in the presence of God, you've entered the territory of insanity. But go on.
Of course. That's obviously, and it's very interesting that you brought up that as far as, even when you talked about evocation, when you talked about some of the entities, as far as the conditions being right, obviously it kind of works the same way as far as trying to feel the presence of God. The conditions have to be right. You can't be in an Ozzy Osbourne concert. It's not going to work. But anyways, back to what I was telling you. What my sister was telling me was, when she was about maybe, I would say, between probably about 8 years old and my other sister, they're about a year apart. She was around 6 or 7. Well, they witnessed, they were in the service and they witnessed possession. In a sense that whoever was, it was a woman. I guess she was in service, and whatever was in her did not want to be there.
Wow.
Obviously, this was a moment of worship and prayer, and just, I guess, the reaction of that environment triggered whatever was in her.
But by the way, just so you know, they try and portray a scene like that in this latest Exorcist film, Exorcist Believer. They actually try to portray a scene like that in church. Go on. Yes.
The thing is, this woman started becoming very violent. According to my sister, she remembers. And to the point where she actually started throwing a couple of pews across.
Woo! That's, you're talking about heavy wooden benches that multiple people sit on. This is like Hulk shit. Go on. Yes. She-Hulk. Right. Go on.
She obviously had, obviously normal strength or
abnormal strength, yes, manifesting. Go on.
So
yes.
Some of the ministers, tackled her, and they're praying. But the thing about my sister said is everybody was just in prayer, worshiping still and prayer and trying to not let, I guess, this possession disturb what's going on.
Wow, now that's impressive. Go on.
And part of it was, it's the thing about it, that's one of the things that I remember my dad telling me is, you have to learn how to worship, or you have to learn how to say it. You have to worship within the storm.
Yes.
Doesn't matter, at the end of the day, you're going to be tested.
Yes. And
what she was telling me is, they're hiding. They proceeded, everybody was praying, but my sister and my sister were hiding. So they were hiding and they would peek at this lady being tackled, and she would literally break free and they would re-tackle her. So they would just peek, and what this woman being possessed was doing was looking around, trying to see, because they were praying. Everybody was still focused on worship and praying. And I guess the atmosphere, it just wasn't whatever was in this woman. It wasn't the right atmosphere for whatever that was to be in there, obviously.
Yeah.
So, but my sister was telling me that, this woman kept looking. Obviously, she wasn't herself.
Right.
And she would tell my sister, don't look. Just, act like you're praying.
Mm-hmm.
And eventually, she was subdued, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
They prayed and she calmed down. And for the most part, she was fine, I guess. I guess they suppressed whatever was in it through the prayer, I guess. It's one of those things where whatever it was suppressed. I say that to say this. This lady ended up being a babysitter for my brothers, from my sister. She ended up babysitting them.
Holy shit! Whoa.
So, you know, here's the thing about it is this is just me thinking about certain things, because obviously my background. My father was very, what he gave a lot was love. He was a very loving man. He's a very giving man. And his faith was very strong. And that's one of the things I think what gave my father a lot of strength was his faith, but also his testimony. You know, he was an alcoholic, and he lived a life of what he describes emptiness, in the sense of not really having spiritual connection to anything. So, you know, being born again and having that sense of belonging and fellowship, but most importantly, you know, God touching you and just feeling like you have a second chance. It really transformed him and kind of gave him that self-confidence to teach himself how to read. He read through the Word of God. That's how he taught himself how to read through the Bible, of all things, right?
Yeah.
And he's that was part of his passion, his ministry. And it's one of the things that I think why sometimes I do struggle. Not struggle. In the sense, sometimes when you kind of describe it, Doug, where everybody has their own paradigm to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But all the things that you talk about, it's not that they don't conflict with my paradigm. It's it adds more to what I just know, or what I know, is what I'm trying to say. It kind of adds to certain things, but at the same time, I think about these things and try to at least, I wouldn't say, I'm gonna say it adds to my background, in the sense of why I question certain things at times. Because unfortunately, obviously my father passed before, I could really ask him these things. And it's one of those things where I would like to ask him about his interpretation of some of these questions that I always had, in the sense of how the best way I can describe it is this: what's affected my faith, and it's not necessarily really anything bad. It's just life, people failing you, people that you trusted failing you, but in a lot of ways it's just me growing up.
Yes.
Unfortunately, human beings we're very faulty.
Yes. Fallible.
Right. Thank you. A lot of the times it's the understanding that the church environment that I grew up, it can be toxic, and it can be, there can be a lot of just messed up things, but in a sense, it's really me not really looking at things for what they are, in the sense of reality. You can't hold on to things that are not really there, in a sense of, I don't go for, I love the social setting. I love fellowshipping with people, but at the same time, I'm dealing with human beings, and people that have the flaws that I saw in people that I trusted really were always there.
Yeah.
It's just, you don't know people. You only know people until you until you have a disagreement.
Yeah.
And you see if your relationship can really grow or not grow. But back to what I'm trying to tell you with what my sister was describing to me, it kind of makes me think, this lady babysitting, my sisters now, who quote unquote was exorcised or was delivered. Was she really delivered, or
perfectly possessed?
possessed? But I also had to think to myself, well, wait a minute. Obviously, we all have our vices. We all have our things that we deal with, our quote unquote, demons or devils. It's really how we manage them. Because we how can I say it? We're all capable of doing horrible things. In fact, we can kill someone with, the best way you describe it is with your tongue. Yes. Sometimes you don't need a gun. You can massacre somebody with betrayal.
Yes.
So in a sense, I try not to make too much of it in a sense of what I try to use some of your transmissions is kind of like guidelines in a sense of it makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, a lot of what you talk about, I already heard through my father in the sense of his version of his through my paradigm. It's how I have to understand certain things. Even when you talk about, the anti-gods, because to be honest with you, I was looking up all the Lovecraft entities that you're talking about, and I was reading through them. You Google stuff, and a lot of what's very challenging at times is obviously it's written as fiction in a sense of what Lovecraft. It's written as fiction as far as what I looked up.
Yeah.
At the same time, the way it's written, it's not.
Thank you.
It's too much detail.
Thank you. Yes. And worse yet, it's presented as entertainment. But go on. Yes, go on.
Right. So I even looked up the Cho. The Cho are in the Lovecraft, and I also looked up that pork sauce, the gangula pork sauce you talked about.
Thank you. Bang bok chow. Go on.
So look that up, and it describes it, but it's very eerily describes it as a Vietnamese dish. I'm like, wait a minute. This is supposed to be fiction. Why are they mentioning Vietnamese and South Asia, the South Asian dish?
Thank you.
So they correlate with a lot of. Well, they correlated with what it is. It's just masked as entertainment.
Yes.
But definitely that's one of the things about your transmissions that's really what they bless me, in other words. It sparks I'll put it to you this way, okay? You very much, as I hate to say this, but a lot of times you do proxy Aquino in a sense of I can hear him speaking through you.
Understood. No, I take what you're saying without any offense. I assure you. Go on. Yes.
But in a sense too, it makes a lot of sense how much he actually liked you.
Yes.
And when you talked about even your detractors saying, well, state your name. Who are you?
Yes.
That's one of the things you talked about, where Aquino never stated what entity he was.
Thank you.
Entered that stillborn kid or that baby.
Thank you.
He never did.
No.
Probably was because that's probably one of his main weaknesses. If you find out what entity he is, then you can figure out even more about him.
Thank you.
In a sense, though, it's almost like he already did tell you. It's just it's really off through his knowledge. Yeah. And he was a knowledgeable man. I have to obviously I have to commend him for that. He wasn't a dumb guy. But at the same time, I don't really want to get into the mind of someone like him because it's redundant in other words.
Thank you. No, well, it only in the end to overdwell on trying to delve into his mind is like going into the mind of Hannibal Lecter. It's demonstrated through that franchise of Silence of the Lambs and that entire franchise, Red Dragon, all part of that Hannibal Lecter thematic. The trope is that the FBI officer pursuing him becomes his mind slave, just slave circuited to him. She becomes possessed by him, brainwashed by him, converted to his cause, because in the end, to understand him is simply to enter his madness. There's something similar with the Kino. It's rather different because we are talking about an entity, which is something Sammy remembers that most people tend to forget. Most people think of Aquino as simply a very evil man, and they tend to maybe give him his due or his credit as an intelligent man, but very evil, malevolent, a kind of evil genius. But they tend to forget he's not really human, that he wasn't really... This was an example of perfect possession. This was perfect possession, so personified. So go on. Yes.
Oh, and it also makes a lot of sense why he had to disassociate himself with you after the night of the broken circle.
Yes.
Obviously, he couldn't share you.
Yes.
He couldn't share you with the Peacock Angel.
Yes.
So in a lot of ways, you both mirror each other. You know, obviously, minus the aesthetics, obviously. Without abuse, minus that.
Yes.
But in a sense, you're not human. You're
That's
not
right.
quite human.
Thank you.
And your bloodline, your lineage. So it makes a lot of sense why he even liked you before.
Yes.
And not only that, I mean, the man had ego. He was an elitist.
Yes.
To go beyond the occult is already saying what he was. It wasn't good enough. So in a lot of sense, you know, it makes sense. But look, a lot of things have changed in my life.
I could sense that. I could sense a lot was going on with you. I can't even begin to imagine. Go on.
Fucking private, obviously.
Of course.
But what I'm trying to tell you is, in a lot of ways, it's me growing up. It's part of even my paradigm, which is at times you kind of have to go in and out. As far as me, because I'm very much an introvert.
Yeah.
And when you're always in your head, in a sense of thinking, you tend to, sometimes overthink. And even with your information, and the information that you, or really the knowledge that you provide, obviously I've learned to take it in, but not get overwhelmed, because it's one of those things where obviously you don't do it to torture or stimulate, but in a sense too, I've had to catch myself not forgetting my what's going on in my life and
right.
my priorities, vice versa, because I've seen the effect on the information that I've just shared a little bit with some of the people that I know, and I talked about it with far as perfect possession with a coworker of mine. She has a church background, and she was very much she was interested, but at the same time it makes too much sense, is what she told me. And it's almost like people are not ready. At least she wasn't, because it also kind of, how can I say it? People don't want to go there. Once you introduce certain subjects, some people just don't want to go there. Even in my life, where I look at the blessings, I'm a blessed man. I can say that.
Yes.
In my struggles, I'm still a blessed man. But at the same time, I always do think about how you talked about how, unfortunately, the ugly. If there can't be no beautiful things without the ugly.
That's right.
It has, and when you talked about earlier with with Peter Moon and his guests, when you talked about the stars falling and the scenario of what would happen if obviously the Armageddon version of the anti-gods happened, I can almost understand in a sense that you already seen it through the Vox Arca.
That's correct. Go on. Yes, thank you.
Seen this already, and the way you described it, that's pretty much what I told myself. Like, you've seen it already.
Yes.
And it's one of those things where, like I said, if you feel that way, and just how the tone that you're talking about, you know, it's one of those things where, yes, it's obviously very vital information, but at the same time, this can overtake it. It can overtake the listener, let alone the receiver that's taking it, using obviously what you have.
Yes.
Which is you know, the mind is a very tricky sort of thing, and it makes a lot of sense why you have it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
In a lot of ways, it's a big burden that you have, but at the same time, you know, this is something that even me, just, you know, chewing on it really challenges me to kind of maybe not necessarily how can I say it? Not necessarily go against what I believe. It's not really that. It's just there's a big space that I need to put together to make sense.
Yes.
You know, it's one of those things where even when you talked about, you know, obviously it's actually a very appropriate season. It's you know, Revelation and Magic.
Yes.
Thank you. That when you talked about that really, at first I didn't quite understand. Obviously, the king's coming from the east, obviously China.
Yeah.
But because of my cultural paradigm, I never would have thought that the Chinese were responsible. But when I really do think about it, it's the only answer because of, you know, the Asian background. Asian background, if anybody would see the star in the mind, would be the Chinese.
Thank you.
Because, you know, just because of the culture.
Yes.
That even what you described about the communists being the Romulans and
yes.
You know, the Nationals being the Vulcans.
Yes.
All this stuff to me, it's one of those things where I really do, I'm blessed, but at the same time, it's one of those things where and I've always told you this, you know, be careful what you ask God, be careful what you, and not necessarily the bad thing, it's just if you put God to the test, you need to be ready.
Yes.
In the sense of what you're asking. So, you know, it's, in a nutshell, that's really what I can say right now. But definitely, you know, it's a great thing to have, as far as me taking in this information. But definitely, it also does. It really stimulates my mind in a sense of where I'm heading in my life, you know. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I just am so touched by everything you're sharing with us. Believe me, you're on my mind quite a bit. I think of you often. So you've noticed, I presume, or at least I hope, you've noticed that I've called you with each episode just in the hopes that you'll come on when you're available. But I've always understood. Yeah. Oh, you didn't?
I appreciate that. I also got your text message.
Oh, you did? I didn't get that. On my cell phone? Oh, just now? Recently? Or
about what you asked me.
Oh, I never got that. I never got that.
Oh, don't worry about it. We'll talk about it.
Yeah, we'll talk about privately then. Yes. Oh, did you ever succeed in making contact?
I'll get back to you on that.
Okay, okay, we'll talk about that privately then. Oh my God, maybe in the morning after transmission, we'll see. I'll certainly make another attempt at communications myself, so again, we'll talk about that later. In terms of so many other things to speak to you about with the Mark, by all means, with what you've heard Sammy say, I'll respond to it soon enough. But I'm still, shall we say, much of what Sammy is discussing is basically what I have kind of always perceived is what Sam is he's been maturing into over the years, has been a kind of way to cope with the fact that we're living in such shall we say revelatory times, and we are coming to grips with a lot of what Sammy's father was preparing him to contend with. Sammy's father certainly, I think, put a lot of energy into Sammy and Isaac both. He was very concerned about them in a number of ways. For one thing, of course, with 7 sisters, there was always that fear that they would grow up to be gay. But he, of course, I think was he had nothing to worry about, and we know that. I'm sure he died secure in the sense that both his sons were straight, and ultimately, I only wish he had been alive to see them get married. I'm sure they all wish that. But both your father and your mother had been confronted with forces of evil in the past, and in terms of this one woman, that's incredible. The story that you share is profound to me, and the fact that the people handled it the way they did, it really shows that you were among a community of at least they were able to receive that in good faith, hold their ground. It's pretty incredible. At the same time, my impression is there was a lot of fallibility in that community as well. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it was after your father died, but it seems almost as if, well, while he was alive, there were some assholes who were involved with that community. I remember that. But, or was that the case? Maybe, maybe I've got the chronology wrong. Maybe after your father died is when all the assholes kind of came out of the woodwork.
Here's the thing with that, okay?
Yeah.
And this is the one thing that I'm learning, okay? At least in my paradigm. What my father was is he had a lot of love, okay?
Yeah.
And I say that to say this, okay? When you're pastoring somebody or you're trying to introduce a new way of spirituality and just dealing with your problems, okay? It's one thing to be religious, and it is another thing to be real, okay? And that's what my father was. He's a very transparent person, okay? And not a lot of people in religious organizations have that. It's very corporate. A lot of money's involved. A lot of tax-free money's involved. Go figure, right?
Indeed. Go on. Yes.
At least the Church of Satan pays its taxes, right? That's what they brag.
Yes.
But but what I'm trying to tell you is, unfortunately, that does go away. That authentic, that real part is what I'm saying. Because, and this is one thing I realize in organizations like these or religions. And I say religions, faith in religion is different, obviously, but in religious organizations is, at least how I see things. The reason why I notice there's not a lot of men in these organizations, in the congregation, it's because men they're gonna question things.
Yeah.
And boundaries are set, when there's men around, but also that's the thing. Eventually, there's going to be conflict, and you're going to resolve. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. No worries.
You're going to have to. That's going to need to be resolved. And it like any organization, it's flawed, but at the same time, what I really always did like about my father was there's always a mission in a sense of the people that he dealt with obviously were of Hispanic background, but it's him taking the time and just doing a small gesture of having dinner with you, not even talking about religion, just talking about life, not even, and really integrating the Word of God through that and introducing the Word of God through that, not necessarily hammering you down with doctrine,
right?
Because you can't go from the mindset. Cause really, then you read the Bible, it's like, who wants to read it? You talked,
Yeah.
even you talked about it, where books speak through you.
Yeah.
But if you're not in the mind frame of actually reading and studying, this is where the background that my dad came from. It's actually reading, comprehending, learning, let the Word of God speak to you. It's not like that no more. It's a lot of churches are now pretty much like nightclubs.
Yeah. Good way of putting it.
You can go to church and pick up a girl, and you're like, is this a Baptist church or we're at Studio 54? Just because there's music and it's a great ambiance, but at the same time, it's not. If you hold on to those things, it's all great. Believe it or not, there's a method to this. I can respect it, like anything, but it's like anything. It's corrupted. Anything that man touches gets corrupted. It's just how it is. What I'm trying to say. But the one thing that I did always appreciate about my dad, it was very much about a personal connection with someone, and just being a righteous Christian is what I mean. And what I mean by righteous, or trying to say, is taking out the selflessness of it, the ego, the position, taking that away, and the true form of love is unselfishness. You got to be unselfish to really show love, right?
Yes.
And that's really the best way I can describe it. That's how my father really connected with people. But at the same time, I also saw my dad get hurt, in a sense of people failing him. And, obviously in my older teenage years, but he never really was broke. That never really shook him. It's just part of the investment. And nowadays, I'm not saying it's not there. It's just because more information is out there about the inner workings of an organization, a religious organization. People's intentions might be totally different now, and it's just what it is. It's one of those things where I've always agreed with this saying: whatever you want in life and you're looking for, you're gonna find it eventually. It's just eventually how it happens. Or at least this is what I'm thinking about. And really, I know my explanations don't sometimes do justice as far as how I articulate myself, because I tend to think faster than I can speak, but
that's fine. No, you do fine. Brooke Gibson had the same issue where she was thinking far too fast to express it many times, but not that both of you have the same case, but anyhow, so go on. So it just came to my mind. That's all.
I'm not calling you an asshole.
Sorry.
But no. But what I'm trying to tell you is definitely, just how you describe certain things, it very much, it also just necessarily confirms a lot, okay, on what I've always thought, not necessarily doubted, but it's like, the one thing I know about you is you definitely understand these subjects that I'm referring to, and probably a little too much. But at the same time, it definitely, I'm definitely blessed to know that, unfortunately you had to go through what you had to go through, but it's not in vain.
Thank you.
And I think, every listener here that listen to you, whatever subject they're trying to at least comprehend, and whether it's the occult or magic or history, that's really how I really got drawn to you was a history.
Yes.
And never realized how much all this is connected. Definitely, I'm very much interested in the side of the Japanese Empire and how they've, from what you've talked about, they've already made provisions for this, as far as even calling their gods.
Yes.
As far as the Shinto, it's very much coming into how much they really were victorious.
Yes.
And how much really the United States really had to, go not only rock bottom, but just drill even more lower.
Yes.
To pretty much just try to end it all.
Yeah.
So that's very much. It can, at least with me, it's very much simple, but at the same time, it very much shows you how well protected the Empire of Japan is as far as their culture.
Yes.
And not saying a lot, because a lot of what they have, especially the regalia, it's very much. I'm glad that's the way it is, because I think if it wasn't that way, then it really would be a lost cause.
Yes.
A lot of ways. Definitely. Very much. I'm glad that really is the way it is, and really, I think it's really divine intervention in a sense of how the Creator really balances things out, even when certain people in charge think they have all the answers, and it's not quite so. So
thank you. Yes.
Okay. So that's a lot I can say right now, but
well, I think it's beautiful. I mean, you have no idea how much I appreciate your sharing your presence with us, and believe me, it's been too long. Are you open to speaking a little bit about work? You're still working in the same place? I mean, what are you willing to share about work with our listeners? Obviously, they were used to you coming on regularly for a while. Obviously, you've been overwhelmed with responsibilities as a parent, but are you still working at the same place, or is this something you'd rather discuss personally?
This way, things are changing a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
Even with the industry I'm working in, and I'll just leave it at that. I'll fill you in when we talk. It's just, honestly, my priorities have been really just really family right now. Very much. I'll put it this way. I've been overwhelmed in a good way, in a sense of really being grateful. I've seen a lot around me, and it's really humbled me in the sense that how blessed you are, even when you think you're not, you really are. And I know it might sound cliche, but it's just it's the best way I can describe it without telling the whole world, and not that I'm really anybody, but it's just I'll fill you in at least to what I mean. It's just definitely your subjects are really spark, especially in the crazy thing about it is you talk about these subjects, and I don't think it relates to me. It actually does, in a sense that growing up, what I had to experience, in a sense of when my father used to have these trials and battles. I'll give you an example. When you talked about how was fighting these entities that roam the earth.
Yes.
So the astronauts can go up to space.
Yes.
You remember that?
Barely, but if I go back into myself, I'll remember more. But tell me more that you remember so that I can recall more of it. I remember it, but the details, it's like, like what I was doing about what my mother had said. Go on.
The Bible talks about the spirits roam.
Yeah.
roam the earth.
Yes.
Okay, they roam the earth looking for hosts.
Yes.
Okay, and you talked about how part of Kino was his one of his mission was to allow, and forgive me if I do not listen to it well. It's just
no worries. We'll get it together. Just paraphrase it. Yeah. Continue. Yes.
Pretty much manage these entities so we can go up to space.
Yeah, the demons of the air. The demons of the air, as they say. Go on. Kind of like the Prince of Persia, etc. The powers and principalities. Go on.
Here's the thing, okay? Yeah. And the subject sparked something to me, okay?
Yes.
It has to do with my family, of course.
Yeah.
I have a cousin, okay?
Yeah.
I have a cousin of mine who had a near-death experience.
Mm-hmm.
She almost drowned. I think it was in Santa Monica Pier. She almost drowned at the age of 12.
Right.
And ever since she drowned, she almost drowned. She literally almost died. She literally was seconds away from drowning.
Uh-huh.
She was resuscitated, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Ever since that moment, when she woke up, she can't stop hearing voices. Voices in the sense of entities talking to her.
Yes.
And anything involving somebody that wants to wish her harm, these entities talk to her and tell her what the person's thinking.
Yes.
Or their intent. At least that's how she conveys it.
Yes.
My thing is this. Does the ocean, obviously the ocean can technically be described as a graveyard.
Yes.
People die.
Yes.
Is it far-fetched to ask you, Doug, is there also entities in the ocean being a graveyard that might have wanted her?
Oh,
Because,
absolutely.
Escape.
Go on.
She escaped death.
Mm-hmm.
So what I remember my dad telling me is the reason she hears these things is because unfortunately she has to experience this because she was gonna go
join them. Yes.
Join them. And that's one of the things that came up to me. It's just obviously there must be entities, or ghosts or spirits in the ocean as well, not just in the sky.
Yes.
But yeah, till this day, she does. Sometimes she wakes up and she says stuff like "shut up,"
right,
or it's just something she has to deal with. And that's just when you talked about that literally flashed in my mind, and I started thinking like, wow, that makes a lot of sense, So can I?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. First off, what I'm trying to do is download a little image from. Let me see what year it was. About 1896 is when this was drawn. So this is not some new modern horror story type of image here. And what I'm doing is I'm downloading this now, and I will hopefully spell it correctly. Paracelsus. For those of you who don't know, Paracelsus was a very famous alchemist and a physician. As a matter of fact, his actual name was Bombast, from which we get the term bombastic, which these days is used as an insult. However, it is something that was not insulting in its day. Bombastic these days means melodramatic, and it implies something along the nature of somebody's exaggerating or something of that sort. In his day, it meant that you were talking about things that your average person did not have the wherewithal to address. So Paracelsus being a investigator into the paranormal, obviously as a doctor as well as an alchemist, he had seen his share of death. And as a matter of fact, I don't know, has that gone into? Yes, it's there now. So this illustration was produced in 1896, and it is an illustration that the person present saw the physician Paracelsus assailed by demons in the form of larvae. This was an eyewitness illustration. They didn't have photographs in those days. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the link and I will put it in the chat for our listeners, and that way they can see this themselves, what somebody was witness to at the time. Now, there is a famous quote by Paracelsus about demons, not simply based on this experience, but upon the number of demons. Let's see here. There's plenty, of course. Quote on demons, number of demons. Number of demons. There we are. Thank you. Let's hope this can get me the correct famous quote from him. But something about my own latent sainted sire, the man who raised and guided myself. By the way, I noticed that the first thing that the internet does for me when I try to search for Paracelsus, the quote on the number of demons, the first thing it did was it told me there's no matches for my search. So I'm going to try a little other techniques here. Obviously, this is being scrubbed from the internet, which I find surprising in this day and age, but then again, not surprising at all. But so when it comes to basically one of the more famous quotes from Paracelsus on demons is the limitless number of them, just the almost infinite number of them, and how the fact that they're everywhere. Now, just from a very personal experience with the man who raised and guided me, the late and sainted George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, who was a sailor all his life, he refused to eat crabs. He could not eat crabs. And the reason he couldn't eat crabs was because he had seen so many of his friends who had died and sunk into the sea, and so many bodies that he didn't know, but victims of war, fatalities of war, soldiers, sailors alike, Marines included, airmen whose planes were sunk into the sea, devoured by crabs. I mean, when the body begins to putrefy, whether it's above the waves or beneath them, the crabs will go at it because they're carrion eaters. So, because he had seen so many crabs devouring human cadavers, he couldn't eat crabs because, as far as he was concerned, he'd probably be eating the body of somebody he knew indirectly. So he just said that was off the... I, on the other hand, love crab, but and my mother did as well. But my father, he would have none of it. And such being said, understand that the ocean is one of the world's greatest graves, and it's the souls that are lost there are traumatized, and they seek hosts just as demons do. And they were almost joined by this young lady, a member of Sammy Romero's family, who now is kind of stuck with them because she came back, but in a very real sense, she didn't. She did, but they are always with her, and they are kind of warning her, because they warn her whenever she comes near harm or whenever someone intends her harm, because obviously they are feeding off her life force. The fact that she's alive, the fact that she can eat, experience life, they vicariously feed off this, and therefore she's kind of stuck with them. I don't know if it's necessarily, if it doesn't seem to be interfering with her life to the point where she needs some kind of intervention. But Sammy and I will talk about that privately. In the, shall we say, in the realm of the seas, think about it this way. When as we said before about the techolite blue and what this divine blue that could only be formed from a maritime snail, the trunculus snail, which is of course a sea snail. This was a sea snail that was taken, and by killing a sea snail, crushing its shell, you were able to extract a single drop of this incredibly precious fluid that initially was purple, and you had to hold it into the sun for the biochemical reaction on the molecular level through solar radiation that would change it into this very divine blue, the color of the sea or the sky. And this is the whole point that was being made repeatedly about the techolite blue that God was trying to remind the high priests of biblically. The fact that if you take a jar, an empty vessel, and fill it with air from the sky, and you look inside that jar, if it's a transparent jar, you don't see the sky, you don't see the blue, you think of it as empty. If you take a jar and fill it with water, that water's going to look transparent. It's not going to look the blue of the sea. It's only in its wholeness, without being subdivided into parts, that you see the divine color of the blue of the sea, the blue of the sky. And as Aquino was emphasizing the fact from his readings of Paracelsus went into the number of demons in the sky, in the air, that we could not see, that once they became visible and knew that they could be seen by Paracelsus with his experiments, they attacked him. That's why the man in the room had to illustrate what he did. Then understand that the air is full of demons from here through to hard vacuum, to the point where we enter that barrier between the atmosphere and the space itself. So the ocean is the same, also filled with demons. This is, of course, one of the reasons for the phenomenon in the Bermuda Triangle and other similar triangles like the Dragon's Triangle. There's many factors, of course. There's geophysical factors. There's the factors of these sort of mutated races, the product of the slave trade that I've gone into in the past. But the seas, for all intents and purposes, are haunted. They are a very hostile place. They're a place where nobody should be going cautiously. Good example here. What is it about the sea that literally lures people to do stupid things? Let me give you an example of this. I'm going to look inside of my own files right now because this example was so egregious. I actually filed it. It was something that I filed because I couldn't understand why the people presenting his case were trying to cover his ass. The guy was named Gregory Wilhelm, and Gregory Wilhelm was in Hawaii, and he was there's no other word for it, spoiled white boy. He went through ROTC, which is Reserve Officers Training Corps. So theoretically, he was given some semblance of discipline. Before that, he was a Boy Scout. Then again, so were Michael Aquino and the Magus Anton Zandor LaVey. In fact, both of them were Eagle Scouts. The top of their scout avocation. At that point, they could have made a career of it and become scout leaders. Now, when it comes to this guy being a Boy Scout, it's relevant. He had training in survival. He had gone through ROTC. He had training in navigation. Yet, when he was in Hawaii, he and his friend, they decided, hey, night's coming upon us. The tide is rising. Let me take this cell phone. The battery's dying. Put it in a plastic baggie, as if that were waterproof. And he dove into a cave. Now, I'm sorry. This is a man who deserved to die, and he did. No, this is something where, why do people do these stupid things? These are the spirits of the sea luring them in. This is not to take away his responsibility. He answered that siren call. This is why sailors would say the mermaids are singing the song that drives all sailors to their death. The sea calls to people. And if you're not a sailor, and you're not trained to close your ears, you'll be like this poor son of a bitch, and you're just going to wind up just answering that call and dying. Just diving into a, as the sun goes down and the tides arise, find yourself diving into the sea and going into a sea cave where you ultimately don't have enough oxygen to last, and of course you die. Gregory Wilhelm, again, this individual's name. I couldn't believe the YouTube video on this guy where they were just saying, he prepared meticulously. He was exemplary of discipline. I mean, why are they saying this? Is it just because he's a white guy and they got to cover his ass? It's like, dude, the guy's dead. He can't sue you. It's, you just say what it is. The guy's an idiot. He deserved to die because he's a fucking fool. Maybe people would say, no one deserves that, Douglas. You can't say that about people. No, yes, you can. Now, when it comes to individuals like this, my father would have had no sympathy. Even if someone was drinking heavily, there's no excuse for this, because this man was putting other people's lives at risk. All the rescuers who dove into that cave to rescue him in the dark with a rising tide, with the tides arisen at that point, all those rescuers who went in there to get his body and retrieve it, he's putting the lives of half a dozen other men at least at risk. At least half a dozen other men. This is an asshole. So when it comes to my rant, bear in mind what I'm saying, bringing up Paracelsus, bringing up the demons of the air, the demons of the sea. Just understand that, as Brendan Zogia was saying about 5G vibrations from the various antenna that we would have to place everywhere to truly achieve 5G, fifth generation, we'd have to have an infrastructure where we've got antenna basically in every room for the cities. And this would almost fry us in a level of vibration or radiation we've never experienced before. We'd all be living in a kind of a microwave. Now, they say theoretically this would be safe, and it might very well be, but some people might be very sensitive to it. They might succumb, might be fried by it, health-wise. Like Brendan Zogia was saying, if you're at the right vibratory level, you will walk through this immune to it. It'll be like entering a hot bath, and then you'll walk out without this having changed your vibration, without it impacting your health. You've got to simply enter a certain state of mind where you're vibrating at a different frequency. This is something which many people can never do. They don't have the discipline, they don't have the willpower, they might even not be health-wise capable of doing that. So it's the same for the demons all around us. If you're not in a frame of mind where you're at the right vibrational level, the right frequency, you will be fried by these demons as if you were in a 5G environment, where there's an antenna everywhere in every room in order for the infrastructure to support that level of technology, where you're getting instant data, everything is instant. This is something that, of course, you got somebody like Elon Musk literally killing thousands of monkeys and animals in order to perfect sticking a chip in our brain. And whoever doesn't see this man as the Antichrist for seeking that as his objective, well, you're just blind. So we live in an age of the Bible mentioning more than one Antichrist, tin horn Antichrist, if you will, like tin horn dictators. Elon Musk falls into that role, a tin horn Antichrist. We live in an age of apocalypse, an age of revelation. So all the demons have been around us forever, and you've grown up in this environment, this soup of them. It's only when you see them, like Paracelsus did through his experiments, that they realize they're seen and they attack. Of course, they attack otherwise. You see them when you're dying, and that's where Samuel Romero's relation was at. She was dying and she saw them. Now, that's the one thing that would need to be clarified. If she's not experiencing anything overtly negative, what she's experiencing are basically dead ghosts. You'd call them ghosts, spirits. To seek a different term to dignify the phenomenon. Basically, they're spirits who have clung to her body and they're experiencing life vicariously through her and protect her so they can retain that experience for as long as possible. Parasitic but benevolent, benign parasites, even mutually assisting. There are parasites all over the ocean that do this, that will inhabit a body and then basically render that body as their vessel. As a matter of fact, let me find a great example of this for you, and I'll put that into the chat, as well as show that to our man Sammy here in the chat. Let me see if I can find this more quickly. Okay, it wouldn't be in this file. I'll look for it in this file. Okay, here we are. And so there's a great example of this. And of course it comes out of the sea, and what we're going to do is show how Sammy Romero's relation is kind of, experiencing this. And it might be not a pleasant way of looking at it, but really it's a good way of looking at it. It's the most useful way of looking at it. So give me a few minutes to find it. I know it's definitely going to be in this file. And what I have to do is kind of go through many other things I keep in this file. This is the problem with my files, is they really get loaded. And I just kind of get to the right area where we can, basically find it. So that being said, while I'm looking for this, give me a few more minutes here. What is this this wonderful young lady's cousin? Is she a cousin? What was her relation to you? I can't remember what you said, Sammy. God, I hope he didn't fall asleep.
No, she's my cousin.
Okay, cousin. Okay,
yeah.
So give me a few minutes. Here, I found it. Okay, so I found it, and here we go. Give me a second here. Cut and paste that baby, and let's see if it sticks. Okay, gonna put this in the chat room, text box right here, and there we are. So if you take a look at that, just like watch it with the sound off. Turn the sound off. Watch that with the sound off. This is an example. This fish, crustacean. This crustacean gets inside of a different kind of sea animal and uses it for a ride. And it can be mutually beneficial, some of these arrangements. And this is something like what has happened to your cousin. She is now, the sea spirits, sea spirits have, basically, they occupy her in that sense. They're not harming her, but they are basically using her as kind of like a ride, a shelter. And that is an example of benign. I consider these hopefully to be spirits. Is there any indication, instead of sea demons, any indication that has she ever experienced anything similar to that woman in a church where people might have felt that these were infernal? It doesn't seem like that was the case. It seems more like these are just kind of vicarious spirits, like I said.
Oh, well, that's really what she can only make sense of ever since that near-death experience, almost drowning. She has never been the same. No, I mean, she has kids. She's married. I mean, she lives a normal life, but they do communicate with her as far as individuals. If they, you're talking about her, she literally will tell you, you're saying X, Y, and Z about me. They told me.
Yeah.
So it's almost where I guess she's pretty much lives with it. She lives with it, in other words. She lives with this near-death experience. And she's learned to cope with it in a sense of just dealing with it without, going crazy. Her background is not as different as mine, except, little differences here and there, but No, I mean she has kids. She has a husband, and she lives a relatively normal life. But there is that near-death experience. I know she had to deal with a little bit with in the beginning. She had to deal with she drank a little. She developed a drinking habit a little bit to kind of cope with it, but she kind of the best way I can tell you this, I think what helped her a lot was our background, as far as it's one thing not knowing, but not really having the information to at least give you an idea of what you're dealing with. You have no background as far as any spiritual background, religious background, anything involving, heck, even a cult, it really is an inversion, right? It's just, no, she with our background, it kind of did help her when she finally decided to deal with it and just live her life.
Excellent. In other words,
just,
her faith helped her to cope with her new condition.
Right. And one of the things that I've always, at least myself, a lot of the time, it's the vulnerability, being vulnerable to admit or being vulnerable to share with somebody, about this. It's not, I gotta say this, people brush it off, I think, because one, they just don't want to talk about it, or it's just a subject that necessarily, it's hard to accept, because we want to accept the fact that, we're human beings, we're the dominant species, everything bows to us, and we have all the answers, and if we don't find it on Google, it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah.
So at least it's the way I'm interpreting it, because these subjects are not subjects that if you look at your listeners, it's just a niche. Certain people are drawn to information, and it's many walks of life, by the way. It's just not not one, we're not all heroin addicts.
Oh, by the way, what did you think of, let's finish this serious discussion first, but after that, what did you think of that whole experience with that chick? What did you think of Christine and her I'm a Jew trip, that as I say, Americans have no culture, and she had to go find herself one so that she could be pissed off at everyone else all the time. But go on. What was your impression of all that?
She has that luxury. Good for her. I mean, she, it's just, it is what it is. I can't. It's one of those things where I don't know. I'm unfortunately, it's just people dealing with their problems. Some people, people could laugh at my problems, like you have none. In a sense, it's just really, it's how you deal with things. More power to her. She's doing what she's dealing with. It's, hope she kicks a habit and moves on with her life. End of the day, you can't stay in a certain place. You have to move on. You have to learn how to, move on, because you become stagnant. So.
That would, of course, I appreciate what you're saying, but that would, of course, require that she do things like tolerate the fact that Victoria has a certain political ideology that she adheres to, and just tolerate that so she could make use of the cabin to do that. But no, she couldn't, and so her coda boyfriend, picked her up, and so that rehabilitation has ended. We can bank on that. So
look, two crackheads can find each other and be happy. More power to her, man.
Yeah.
She can at least say she's not alone. You know, it is what it is. You know, I don't know. You know, I'm not here trying to figure out complete strangers. You know, that's one of the things that I kind of learned, Doug. Is, you know, sometimes your show it can be a landmine of personalities and sense of certain people that were associated with your show. I have to learn how to, hey, you're there, I'm here. You know, we know Doug, but you know, even yourself, you know, you're very good at kind of weeding out the people that are not useful in your life, and either, you know, stab you in the back or just lame. You know,
thank you.
It's just part of being a grown up. I don't know, man. I'm honestly, it's just one of those things where I've kind of learned to do the same. Even with, you know, certain friends that we have, mutual friends that we have, I wonder about them, I worry about them, hope they're okay, you know. But at the same time, you know, I have a family to raise, I have responsibilities, I have a job, you know, and all these wonderful things. I have to still be a good friend, you know. I have to show some type of stability in my life where I can afford to be a good friend, you know. So to a certain extent, you know, hey, if her journey is to, you know, struggle with this more longer, than, you know, it is what it is. I can roast and I can make fun and stuff, but it's like one of those things where I don't know these people, you know. In a sense too, I kind of have to, you know, that's her story, you know. If she feels like, you know, that's what's the best, you know, it is what it is, you know. I did hear them though, and it's rough. It's rough, you know. Stories, man, like, it's rough, you know. It reminds me, to tell you the truth, it reminds me a lot of we call heroin addicts, and there's a term in Spanish, they're called tecatos. And where I've heard it from is it's usually prisoners. And especially, you know, dealing with the prison gangs that I was binge watching as far as information. A lot of these shot callers in the pen they're just shooting up drugs, you know. A lot of these guys, they're very intelligent. They can literally orchestrate drug deals behind bars, but they're addicts themselves. And, you know, eventually they deteriorate because these drugs just eat them alive, and either they end up getting killed or they have to PC up because they're considered weak. It's just it's one of those things where eventually, you know, you kind of have to face it. You're gonna have to deal with it because the body can only take so much, you know.
That's right.
It definitely makes you think about you in the sense of how much you're not really human, you know. But what I'm trying to say is, you know, definitely, I hope she finds a recovery, and, you know, unfortunately, you know, I pretty much don't know this person from a can of paint, so that's the best thing I can say, you know. Really, to tell you the truth, dealing with your information is already enough.
Thank you. Yes.
Because it's pretty much reality staring you in the face, and it's not very pretty. Definitely when Colonel Kino left this plane, in a lot of ways he left for a reason. I'm sure he knew what was coming. It's just what it is. People know something is coming. It's pretty easy to accept, and it's time to go. definitely, you know, I'm not saying it's all gonna be planned out how he thought. It's just that's just how he perceives. You know, people have their own perception and their own conclusions. Not necessarily saying it's what's gonna be, but definitely, you know, he had an idea. You know, but in a lot of ways, like I told you, it's one of those things where hearing you talk about this information and how much he invested in you, speaks a lot to his failure and also his success.
Right.
He's very successful in grooming you and teaching you a lot of this information. And I have a feeling a lot, he left a lot that he didn't want to teach you. Because I think it could have changed you in a sense of power.
Yes.
This is just also, you know, Doug, there's one thing about you that I have to keep in mind. I know you, but I don't know you. And what I mean by that is, I still humanize you in a sense of you have a lot of very good traits that some humans walking around don't even have an ounce. Okay.
Thank you.
At least if I know you. Okay. I've actually talking to you, speaking to you. I've seen you in person. Okay. And one of the reasons why I did this is, you know, because I wanted to see who you were. I wanted to see who you are. And you very much, you know, you gave me more than what I have asked. As far as, you know, when we took a tour of the Presidio, I can see the memories flooding into your face, and very much you do resemble your biological father.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to say is, definitely, it's one of the things that what I focus on. But also, you know, you have a lot of good in you, and I wouldn't be around someone that didn't have what I have. It's just, unfortunately, you got your education the wrong way. How you said it, just like, you know, like my sister got her education in the funeral business the wrong way.
Yeah.
What she had to deal with, and at the same time, it's even with her being in that business. I've seen her change in the sense of how she looks at and how she when someone's around death all the time and sees people mourning and mourning their loved ones and seeing them change,
yeah,
you kind of get into the meaning of showing remorse or grieving, period.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you know, I talked about the tenets that she has in her establishment. That small little girl that always is in her chapel.
That's right. So people understand what Sammy's referring to is the spirit of a young girl haunts the chapel affiliated with the funeral business of his sister. Right. Go on, yes.
Right, and you know, when I saw her not too long ago, she told me that, you know, when she does viewings, and they still see her. You know, it's one of those things where, you know, it's around. You know, it's not something that it's not there. It's just what you've helped to provide, and I have to give you your flowers while you're still here. You know,
thank you.
Is you break it down in a sense where almost how a lot of the ways you have to draw from what you know. You make it practical, and you take away the mysticism, the fear. It's pretty much raw information that you have to respect. And obviously you contextualize it your own way, and you add culture to it. I've always told you that you add culture to things. I appreciate that because, you know, I have my culture.
Yes.
But at the same time, you know, I think this is where I can see where really Colonel Kino did necessarily fall in love with you, because whatever he was, you definitely struck enough for him to invest so much in you, to lose you, but enough honor to call you an enemy. You call someone an enemy, it's almost a compliment.
Yes, it's true.
Because, you know, you're talking about someone that ate cadavers of generals.
Yes.
Broke into, you know, the tombs and ate them and tortured them while in death.
Yes.
This is somebody that was not to be played with.
Yeah.
So, you know, and I hate to bring this up, but it's almost, you have to understand who you're dealing with, and even how, you know, Dr. Tran, your psychiatrist,
yes,
how she didn't even want to speak about him.
Yes.
Literally mention his name.
Yes.
That very much says a lot. By the way, I did read a little bit of what you sent.
Oh, good.
Tell me, we'll talk about that more, but
okay.
Very much all these subjects, and this is a lot of information.
Yes.
It's a lot. And very useful information, but it's a lot. So, you know, like I said, you can get overwhelmed. But like I said, it's one of those things where it's really all verifiable.
Yes.
I mean, looking up the Playboy Mansion, and I hate to be, I don't know why I brought this up, but it's just popped into my head. You know, they sealed up the Playboy Mansion tunnels in the 80s.
Yes.
They were connected all over Los Angeles.
Yes.
Los Angeles had these tunnels prior to during the big automobile explosion.
Yes.
They created tunnels for kids can go under because, you know, they're promoting you know, the automobile. Well, kids ended up going missing.
Yes.
So they closed them up, and there's still some that are somewhat sealed up, but like I said, it's, you know, all this stuff, it's all verifiable. It's just what happens is, and this is just what I've seen this, and we've had people in this transmission who all they talk about is tunnels.
Yes, go on.
Put that together, right? But what I'm trying to tell you is the practicality of the information you bring. That's what I really do respect, in the sense that you don't make it more from what it is. I'll tell you one thing. This last week, I survived. I went to Disneyland. Okay. I wish this country was run as Disneyland. Disneyland has a very creepy security system. It's very much the Gestapo, and I hate to even
degrade the Gestapo. Go on, yes.
But it's worse because you got people. I'm gonna say it. It's just very creepy. You have certain people dressed in trench coats, like kind of like Harry Potter a little bit.
Holy shit!
And they're in character, but they're also security.
Oh my god!
So it's, and you know, so they're called castmates. So it's one of these things where it's like, oh my god, it screams, you know, you better watch your kid.
Yes. You know? Yes.
So you know, it is what it is. I actually took a piss in the parking lot because, you know, my bladder was gonna explode, and the security. Oh my god, the security was just ridiculous. So they had to be for the bathroom. So you know, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna take a piss in your parking lot. It is what it is.
Oh my god.
Obviously, there was no one around, but I hope not. But at least but you know, yeah, I definitely survived. Don't ever go on Thanksgiving week. It's
yeah, whatever possessed you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was a very much survival, but you know, I made it. By the way, too, you can't cut off the parades. They will tackle you.
Oh shit!
Literally. So yeah, that's very much your own country. But actually, you know what? That's actually how. Actually, I thought about you. I'm like, man, I need to get Doug Disney tickets just he can experience it for once. But yeah.
Yeah, I never had that experience as a kid, and so I appreciate that thought. And do remember what happened when Emperor Hirohito won World War II.
Yeah, they actually still have that picture up. They have it. They have it up. They actually have it up. It's hilarious because, people think it's that Star Trek guy, the gay dude, or what's his name?
George Takei. George Takei.
They probably think it's him.
Oh shit.
It's look. That's one thing about Americans that we can get away with. We're terrible at remembering anything. Most Americans, your transmission is very much ahead of its time in the sense of history. How much, most people do not know this history, let alone, how can I say this? If you would walk up to anybody, any Joe Blow, they wouldn't know who Colonel Kino would be. They wouldn't know. And it's not that, it's just not, he's like the known of an unknown.
Yes.
Okay. And it's like, obviously he is who he is, but Americans are stupid. It's just what it is. It's just call it what it is. We're very much ignorant. We're in our own world. The people when I went to Disneyland, the majority of people are adults that are they're just there, Doug. They buy into it. They buy into it. They dress up. They're like kids. They transform into kids, and you see that, grown ass people, there, but I took, I was taking my kids, but I can only stand so much of it. I had my wife putting on she put on the bunny, the Mickey ears, and that's all fine. I'm not gonna do that. It's people buy. What I'm trying to tell you is people buy in. They want to buy in. They want to pay, $300 a ticket. And still pay $30 for a turkey leg. It's just.
Oh my God.
It's just, it's just what it is, Doug. This is what Americans buy into. It's just. So this is the type of people you're dealing with. So when you tie them, you need to believe that the Third Reich wasn't what they propagandize, and if you don't open your mind and start at least thinking outside the box as far as what your history is, that swastika that protects you might change because of your mind and what you believe.
Yes.
And one of the things that's kind of come into sink in as far as my background is very much that your faith. It starts with the mind. It starts with what you believe. It's stuff that you intake, and very much it makes a lot of sense. People. Someone goes to Disneyland, you see people literally believing it's really Disneyland. Oh my God, it's a magical place. You look at them and you're like, man, these people are sick, but it's people believe, don't get me wrong, it's just it's very much a cult,
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely a magical place in its own right. It's it impacts people, and you're able to escape. It has its own magic. I've never been there, but when I was young. Yeah, go on.
I'll tell you one thing, okay?
Yeah.
Disneyland does have its nightlife. I don't know if you know that.
Oh, I always heard that it's actually a great place for adults as well as kids. Go on. Yeah.
They do have their after dark. Little, shindigs they throw. Yeah. So it's not just for kids, quote unquote. But what I'm trying to tell you is, look, it is what it is. the more the more I start really thinking about things, it's not that far off from going to church.
Yes.
And I don't. It's just what it is. Okay, people are going to buy into what they want to buy in. We have free will. That's one of the things that you talked about. Is the one thing that we're blessed is we can be summoned.
Yes.
At least, not yet. I don't
know. Only in court. Yes, go on.
But,
can't be summoned by spells like other species, other relic populations. Go on. Yes.
Right. So it's one of the things that they're definitely is definitely true. They definitely buy into it. But like I said, I probably have to leave you.
Understood.
But definitely, it's good to talk to you. Like I said, we'll talk in private. But definitely, all your listeners, man, I hope your information brings alignment, just like it has with me. It's just we all have to be adulting somehow, and even you, how you did it with. I heard about the ride share. You got like a taxi service, right?
Yes. It's paratransit, not rideshare. Thank God. Rideshare would imply almost like a carpool. No. Yeah. It's just. Yeah. Go on.
Well, that involves adulting. We got to adult, and we have to get back on the grind and be somewhat responsible. But like I said, it's really what I try to bring to even to you, Doug, is to be a friend, and at least share a little bit of what my background. I think for the most part, I think you get that from all your listeners, at least the ones that like you. But definitely, I'll have to say goodnight, and we'll definitely talk in private.
Oh, yeah, I look forward to that. We'll do that as soon as possible. And it should be possible this week. It looks like it's not going to be so overwhelmed as the rest of the month was thus far. Going to try and contact the individual we both know. We'll see how that goes. She did reach out to me. Unfortunately, I was away for Thanksgiving. So people have to understand, when I check out, I truly check out. But definitely, Sammy, blessed be thy dreams, sweet be thy slumber, and awake in good health. And we're always with you. And sounds like your family's doing okay. And health-wise, everybody seems good. And I'd like to find out more about the nightlife at Disney. If you know about that. My question would be, do some of these actresses who dress as Disney princesses, do they still dress like that, but actually talk to the adults at these night parties, or that's something different? They're on a different trip, these night parties, probably. You can tell me that privately, Brad.
Let's just say this, okay? If you're going to be there, you're going to be there. Like, it's one of those things where, it's fucking Disney, man. People, you're not gonna go forcefully unless I don't know, you have a kid and he wants to go.
Yeah. But
even then, I can only think so much of it, because it's like, I need to shoot myself, but it is what it is. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you in private, but definitely good night. God bless everybody.
God bless you. Okay, we love you dearly. Share that love with your family. Bye for now. Okay, that's Sammy Romero, and so glad he was able to join us. Mark H. had to check out as well. And so both these wonderful gentlemen carried us to the point where, of course, I'll now live up to my obligations and begin to monologue. And I want to thank you all who have stayed to this point, like Amor Fadi, who has said very wise words from, let me make certain to get this out of the way, from El Senor. Sammy Romero, thank you so much. I should relay that to him. I will relay that to him. Amor. Okay, with the audience that we have, which is a good number, a really good number for this hour, and especially on a Sunday night, into a Monday morning, let's get started. when we have, we've got great numbers. And normally this would be enough for me to go into what I promised about the cosmic seasons. We, of course, can do that on Wednesday, where we'll probably be all more in a mood for that. And maybe our lovely Jennifer Hawkins will join us, and Victoria hopefully will join us as well. I honestly pray this recent experience didn't scar her for life. Anyhow, Monday is today. You survived Black Friday, only to find yourself facing Cyber Monday, a marketing event with an origin story that dates back to the days of AOL, America Online. I don't even know if they're still with us. I highly doubt it. Would be astonished if they were. This was back when they had dial-up internet access. Back then, the only way to shop online after Thanksgiving without waiting long periods of time for pages to load was to use your office computer with its faster connection and hope your boss didn't catch you. The day after tomorrow, Tuesday, November 28th, is Giving Tuesday, a global celebration of generosity and a yearly reminder that you can make a difference in your community or around the globe. At any rate, you, of course, could participate in that quite handily by contributing to myself. There. Douglas Dietrich asks for your giving because, well, I give to you in turn right here. Because friends are also family. And this is where we get into when you should celebrate Friendsgiving, this year or any year. And I will, let me drink and rehydrate myself with water. Before going deeply into this, honestly, I could drink all night this water and just kind of, holy shit, rather than getting into the monologue. But, you know, duty calls. Give me a minute here. Anyhow. So when it comes to what I would call a large format punch, it really does deserve to be your new Turkey Day tradition. Friendsgiving isn't like other holidays. It's a casual holiday, which means it's cool. The celebration of Thanksgiving dinner with your friends. This usually occurs on the Wednesday before or the Friday after Thanksgiving Day itself, since Thanksgiving is usually reserved for family gatherings. Now, Friendsgiving took over millennial culture. The past decade or so, hosting a Thanksgiving meal among friends a week before the actual holiday has become a standard part of the celebration for many young adults. And I'd be the first to say, as several people have suggested, Peter Moon, Mark H., we don't need to keep doing Friendsgiving. Don't get me wrong. There are clear reasons why many of us, including myself, enjoy Friendsgiving. It's an excuse to come together with friends and family, chosen or otherwise, and eat delicious food. It's a celebration of the harvest, centering joy and gratitude ahead of darker and colder days in the winter. In a time like now that has been characterized by isolation and loneliness, it can feel more important than ever. But for all of this positivity, the celebration still revolves around the most controversial American tradition, Thanksgiving. The holiday, which many observe as the national day of mourning, it remains mired in the intertwining legacies of genocide and repeated attempts to cover up and erase that very genocide. Many Americans simply don't observe the holiday of Thanksgiving at all anymore, conscientiously objecting for one reason or another. It is impossible to deny the genocide of Native Americans never ended. It just evolved. Nations were attacked and displaced. Generations of children were stolen in an attempt to prevent cultural traditions from being passed down. Blood quantums were imposed to divest communities of their land. An entire racial group, an ethnos, was depicted as a relic of the past instead of as contemporary peoples. In more recent years, Native Americans have faced mass incarceration and a horrifying COVID-19 infection, hospitalization and mortality rates beyond all other populations. Despite all this, Native Americans continue to organize to preserve and advance their cultures, languages, and communities, and to reinforce their sovereignty over their land. As many adult settlers, refugees, and immigrants reckon with the true history of Thanksgiving, it opens a question. How does one address the bloody elephant in the room? The holiday already feels too deeply entrenched for many of us to do away with altogether. On a purely logistical level, this is one of the 12 days out of the entire year the majority of your family can reliably take the day off. Black Friday workers notwithstanding. The Oglala Lakota chief, Sean Sherman, urges people to use the Thanksgiving holiday to not just eat indigenous foods like turkey, corn, and pumpkin, but to gain a better understanding of Native American history and support Native American growers. In an opinion piece for Time magazine, he wrote, "There is no need to make Thanksgiving about a false past. It is so much better when it celebrates the beauty of the present." In many ways, Friendsgiving is a way to hold on to the best parts of the holiday while refusing to pay homage to the bad ones. No longer must you listen to your racist uncle's political commentary, and no longer must you reinforce the Thanksgiving myth of pilgrims and Indians. But the change is still reformist. It attempts to deflect the history of Thanksgiving while still reaping the rewards. The Ojibwe writer Christian Allaire has suggested throwing the festive energy of Thanksgiving behind Indigenous Peoples Day instead, which would replace Columbus Day. Writing for Vogue magazine at the time he said it, he asserted that in November he always plans to have an anti-Thanksgiving, his words, an excuse to hang out, commiserate about this hellscape of a year, be sad, and drink far too much red wine. And I myself don't think we need it. What if we didn't need to rely on the framework of Thanksgiving? A potluck with all of your friends doesn't have to happen once a year. It can happen monthly. Cultivating joy and gratitude with your loved ones should extend throughout the year, not just one arbitrary Thursday in November. Workers should just get more days off to spend with their families because life shouldn't be about capitalist production. Native Americans should get their land back because it is still unceded. And honestly, they are far better stewards of it than anyone else has ever been. Contrary to what you might think from listening to me, I don't actually hate Friendsgiving. I actually love it and what it's given to people, especially queer people, like my flock of blood boys, plenty of whom get their joy and comfort from their friends rather than family. But, in fact, with the blood boys, their friends are their only family, as it is with many young gay people, especially men. But I think we can do so much better than Friendsgiving to celebrate our loved ones, get in touch with our gratitude, and address the harmful legacies of Thanksgiving. What does the Wayne, the U-A-N-E, actually pronounced Uinya? That's U-A-I-N-E, all uppercase, all capital letters, United American Indians of New England. And again, it's actually a Celtic word. It's self-referring to a bright, vivid green color. Although this is the most commonly used term for green in spoken Gaelic, it is actually a relatively rare word for place names. Frank James of the UAINE, again, United American Indians of New England, who took as their acronym the Celtic, the spoken Gaelic word, Uinia. Frank James is also known as Wamsuda. He was the leader of the Wampanoag people, and he founded the United American Indians of New England in 1970 after being uninvited to make a speech at a celebration hosted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So what does the Uinia group hope to achieve? The annual tradition they hold, not only in memory of their ancestors, but as a way to fight and protest existing racist beliefs and ideologies in America against all indigenous people. In addition to protesting Thanksgiving, and in the words of Uinia, the pilgrim mythology perpetuated in Plymouth, the Uinia organization also protests racist team names and mascots and other struggles faced by minorities in America. Their website states, "We believe very strongly that we must support others in struggle, particularly other communities of color, the LGBTQIA+ community, and the disabled community. For all those who feel rejected by family, Friendsgiving can be a lifeline, and in a very real sense, they fall into those categories, even if they don't fit into any of them. But for many LGBTQIA+ Americans in particular, especially those with immigrant roots, traditional notions of Thanksgiving and family simply will never apply. The holiday offers, Friendsgiving offers, another way to celebrate. I think we can all agree that Friendsgiving is the best faux or fake holiday of the year. But perhaps what we've yet to agree on is, when is Friendsgiving? Exactly. It's easy to love the holiday, a dinner party that excludes all family drama, in lieu of a friends-only guest list, and it gives everyone a chance to show off their potluck skills. But as it's not an official holiday, it's not actually on the calendar at all. So while National Pepperoni Pizza Day and National Rubber Band Day get their own dates, Friendsgiving is this vague, meandering holiday that can't seem to stick on a date. Can't seem to be calendrically pegged. That said, while the holiday is not observed on one special date, it's November 18th per fixed calendrical reckoning, just so ye knowest, or the Saturday preceding chronological Thanksgiving by way of practicality. There is a range of dates that are generally considered to be prime Friendsgiving time, and that's any time between November 21st through to November 26th, which ended at midnight yesterday. But it's totally acceptable to celebrate any time between November 6th and Thanksgiving. While, of course, you're free to celebrate after the official holiday, the reality is there's very little chance that anyone will want anything to do with turkey after the big day. So to ensure that your Friendsgiving gets the excitement and appreciation it deserves, it's always best to celebrate before the main event. Anything after that is more of a pizza day gathering. If you're looking to celebrate Friendsgiving on Skype this year, fuck Zoom, This gives you a ton of flexibility to work around friends' schedules. If you haven't hosted a Friendsgiving celebration because you're overwhelmed by the prospect of all the cooking and cleaning, know that this millennial forward holiday is really the anti-holiday that you are automatically relieved of. Well, in that you're automatically relieved of all the traditional responsibilities of celebrating a holiday. Generally, the dress code is whatever you want it to be, so feel free to instate a sweatpants only rule. The menu is potluck, so if you don't know how to cook a turkey, you can delegate someone else to do it, and the dining style is, well, whatever works. While you'll want to take some basic COVID-19 safety precautions if you're gathering in person, no matter the year, depending on the amount of people, location, and if everyone, shall we say, quarantined beforehand. If you live in a serious enough area of exposure, believe me, I'm not exaggerating here. My gang brother Beaver has just recently attended a wedding in the last few months, and everybody went bare. No masks. We've conquered COVID, and without gathering in some kind of bizarre orgy at all. These are conservative Chinese people, after all. There was nothing kinky going on, I assure you. They all caught COVID. All of them. Everyone came down with it. So, believe me, you are fucked if you don't take COVID precautions seriously. It's not unreasonable to just ask everyone to pretend to quarantine a little bit beforehand. Or you could even have, say, for instance, if you're a hypochondriac or a very weakened immunosystem, which people do have, you could have a socially distanced picnic or sit around a coffee table in front of the TV while you and your besties marathon watch Brendan Fraser movies. I prefer him only because he's blacklisted in Hollywood. Fuck Tom Hanks. And enjoy the gift of elastic waistbands and no rules. If you're hosting over the Skype, which is essentially what I did with our latest transmission, and to a degree did so tonight, you won't have to worry about providing foods or drinks, which is perfect if, like myself, you cannot cook. But you can all agree on what to eat, order the same dish to keep the spirit of the holiday going. As for the entertainment, you can play a drinking game, have a talent competition, shoot a TikTok video, play board games, do a YouTube tutorial. Friendsgiving is whatever you make of it. If you're hosting virtually, make sure you have conversation starters and online games lined up. Friendsgiving is a holiday devoted to showing gratitude for your friends and actually celebrating your friendship. So there's no reason to stuff yourself into uncomfortable dress clothes or rent a white tablecloth or bring out the unchipped china. You can do this however you want. If you want to go all the way, go all the way. If you want to keep it light, it's your right. Don't miss an opportunity to celebrate the holiday because no one's stepping forward to host. Just raise your hand and get the party started. Friendsgiving memories will keep you warm through whatever chilling holiday-related family drama is to come in the next months. Celebrate whenever your schedules permit. Friendsgiving isn't like other holidays. It's a casual holiday. Now, being alone on Thanksgiving doesn't have to be miserable. And, of course, if some of you spent it that way, if you were alone on Thanksgiving, hopefully not because of the coronavirus, it didn't have to be miserable. I'm going to try and provide some suggestions for how to spend your day next year, or maybe Christmas. There's the at-home spa day. For once, you have a whole day free. Use it to pamper yourself. Start with a full body scrub in the shower and a scented bath, followed by, a luxurious moisturizer and an at-home facial. Add in mani-pedi, manicure, pedicure, and drying time, and you've taken up at least the entire afternoon. Let's just put it this way. Honestly, you don't have to be female. There's this phenomenon now of male metrosexuality, where you can enjoy everything I've just described as a man and not be ashamed of it. And all the while you can be blaring 90s R&B, rhythm and blues. That originated in the 1940s, as a term at least, and that's when it replaced race music, as they called it in my dad's day, as a general marketing term for all African American music, though it usually referred only to secular, not religious music. That's optional, but most people would say it's recommended. You could volunteer. It's a classic for a reason. If you don't want to be alone on Thanksgiving or Christmas, focus on being there for others. You'll have the chance to connect with fellow volunteers, and you'll get to spend your day doing something useful. Whether it's passing out meals or raking leaves, ideally reach out directly to an organization you're familiar with, but if you're looking for opportunities, you can check volunteer platforms like Volunteer Match or Engage. That's the name of a platform. If you're in New York, you could try New York Cares or Mutual Aid NYC, where you can connect with a mutual aid group in your area if you're interested in volunteering your time in a more sustained manner. Of course, with Christmas coming up, you could wind up shoveling snow, and many of you may not have the physique for that. So always be on the lookout for what it is you're volunteering for. That goes without saying. And of course, in a different sense from your body, but not necessarily for your spirit, you could try doing a deep clean, even if you keep a tidy home. When's the last time you cleaned the inside of your oven, disinfected your dishwasher, or replaced your air conditioning filter? If that's too intense, you could always go with a classic closet clean out, or something more fun, like repotting plants or rearranging a bookshelf. Spending the day making your living space more pleasant to be in is a guaranteed comfort, and the act of cleaning can feel soothing and contemplative, meditative, if you will. If you give yourself a task you know you can finish in one day, you'll likely end up with a sense of accomplishment, which, of course, is quite a lot to ask for most of us. Most of our homes are such that we could make a career out of cleaning them. Well, maybe I'm thinking too personally on that. Well, cook something special. Many people have always found, well, my mother, for instance, always found cooking something elaborate to be an enormous comfort, especially in lonely times. She wasn't the only one. Fashion news writer Danya Isawi. She said her boyfriend spent 3 Thanksgivings in a row alone. Each year he baked 2 pecan pies to make himself feel better. You too can bake 2 pecan pies. I assume maybe he was cheating on her. At any rate, try a giant lasagna, or perhaps a simple, delicious cornbread, or hang out with some strangers. Now, that got to be cautious here. Obviously, this is not advice I'm giving loosely. This may be something you don't want to do. This may be the last thing on earth you'd ever want to do. But there's sites like Meetup, Eventbrite, even Reddit. Find your local racist meetups thread. There's good places to find something to do on Thanksgiving with other people who might find themselves alone. And one presumes racists normally would. I've found pickup soccer games, parties, guided walks, including there was this absolutely wild Kennedy march. This was just morbid curiosity. Basically, I was cruising for porn, and this shit came up, and I couldn't stop looking at it. There's parkings, even potluck dinners. If you're craving connection, go forth and hang. But then again, just be cautious. I mean, good God, I really don't know what some people are thinking. I think it was during COVID and or just before it got started, or just when it got started. There was this young gay guy. I can't remember. Was it Craigslist? Whatever he got onto, he hooked up with some stranger, went to his home, started playing a video game the guy invited him to loosen up with. And then the guy came up from behind while he was engaging in the video game and strangled him, basically to death. He survived, but he was strangled with such violence that basically almost every vein in his face burst, and his face was left this tomato red, just beet red. I mean, just awful. And, Red Skull shit, all puffed up face. Not Red Skull, it's the opposite. It's like, one of those blowout goldfish that have the puffy faces, except it's all red, ooh. And, of course, the police had no sympathy with him. They were just like, gay guy looking for sex. I mean, just sad. At any rate, you don't want to wind up in a hospital like that, so obviously caution is the better part of valor. There's always a movie marathon instead. Now is the time to watch all the Studio Ghibli films you haven't seen, or catch up on the year's predicted Oscar nominees. Personally, I believe a screening of the Shrek movies is always in order, because my gang brother Beaver, I always compare him to someone who sourced out of far, far away. I haven't seen the Star Wars films, but those seem like a good option, and I'd be remiss not to recommend Fast and Furious Marathon. After all, our man Sammy Romero is often mistaken for the star of that series. If you don't want a series or franchise, but you do want a loose theme, you could structure your programming around a particular actor or director or a year or even a location, like movies set in Chicago, for example, or mermaids. There are several excellent mermaid-centric movies out there. And, of course, there's always that long walk, or run, or hike. A walk is one of the best solo activities there is. If you're in New York, Thanksgiving is as good a day as any to walk from the top to the bottom of Manhattan. Just make sure you avoid the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade route. If something rural is more your vibe, hiking trails are likely to be far less crowded than usual, and it's easy to feel gratitude when you're surrounded by trees. Because, unlike people, they can never be assholes. Many cities are also, they also host some variation of a turkey trot if you want to go on a walk or run with other people. Who knows? You might even get an invite to someone's Thanksgiving dinner. Speaking of which, say yes to pity invites. If you really can't stand to experience either November 23rd or December the 25th without a traditional Thanksgiving or Christmas meal, you probably don't have to. Thanksgiving and Christmas are the 2 days of the year we're all culturally conditioned to make sure no one spends alone. If you mention that you'll be alone on Thanksgiving or Christmas to someone, there's a solid chance they'll invite you over. Even if it's a little awkward, it'll probably be a good story. Just ask the features editor, American volleyball player and 3-time Olympic medalist Jordan Quinn Larson, who once accepted an impromptu Thanksgiving invitation from a former hookup who, it turned out, had a girlfriend. Still, in the end, she says, at least the food was good. Or you can stay home and read something instead. It's as good a day as any to catch up on your reading list. If you want something you can finish in one day, go for poetry. Ross Gay's catalog of unabashed gratitude comes to mind. Or a really juicy novel you won't be able to put down, like Bolu Babalola's Honey and Spice, or even Britney Spears' new memoir, The Woman in Me, the audiobook, of course. If you're open to a longer read, my son recommends Braiding Sweetgrass. which I have no idea what that is. It offers apparently an indigenous perspective on concepts like gratitude and reciprocity, all while teaching valuable lessons about plants. I mean, I'm sorry I can't get into it, but really, my son loved it. We really are different in a number of ways. A discomfort around vulnerability and lack of prioritization may be partly to blame for many men, straight men, feeling like they don't have enough, deep enough friendships. Most men don't have enough close friends. Friendships aren't just about those you sit with on the school bus or play alongside on your childhood baseball team. They are a core component of the human experience at any age. But making and retaining deep, meaningful friendships as an adult is hard, especially for men, as proven by research. Now, according to a 2021 survey from the Survey Center on American Life, less than half of men report being satisfied with their friendships, and only about 1 in 5 said they had received emotional support from a friend in the last week, compared with 4 in 10 women, which still is bad. Children may have trouble making friends as they return to in-person interactions, but, experts have concurred on how to help them create genuine connections and making a good first impression. As an adult, understand your partner is not enough. Putting everything on a romantic partner can strain a relationship, whether it is going to a female partner exclusively for emotional support or depending on her to cultivate friendships and get-togethers for holidays and weekends. It may seem like a good solution, but it works neither for the men nor the woman they're looking to. Per the doctores Niobe Way, a researcheress and a professoress of applied psychology at New York University, authoress of the book titled Deep Secrets, subtitled Boys' Friendships and the Crises of Connection. We are all born with two sides of ourselves. The hard side that is stoic and independent, and the soft one that is vulnerable and interdependent. The hard side has been characterized as masculine and inherently preferable, and the soft side has been seen as feminine and lesser than. Boys receive messages that growing up and manning up mean shedding that soft side completely. A mindset that neuroscience, social science, and developmental psychology have all proven is harmful to men. It's downright toxic. And the drive to toughen up and never show vulnerability that restricts men from friendships only leads them to loneliness, violence, and anger, ultimately, of course, manifesting in wife beating, girl battering, and mass shootings. Seriously. Heterosexual men seeking closeness might turn to those they see as better at building relationships and feel comfortable exploring their vulnerability with, and that's basically limited solely to the woman in their lives and their romantic partners. The key is to move beyond banter and general niceties and ask questions you find meaningful, such as what friends like about their jobs, or what happens to their feelings after breakups. Don't worry, it's not rude to do so. Most people report wanting to be asked those questions. And if you need to build friendships from scratch, follow the lead of the woman in your life and ask someone to grab coffee or a bite to eat. To quote the Dr. Niobe Way herself, boys don't start emotionally disconnected, they become emotionally disconnected. We live in a culture that clashes with our very nature. If we raise children to go against their nature, we shouldn't be surprised if some of those children grow up to struggle. So, well, let me advise you about building friendships. If you are wishing you had close friendships, or that the ones you have went deeper, it's okay to start small. Per Judy Yi-Chung Chu, who teaches a class on boys' psychological development at Stanford University in California. I met her through my security work there. You don't even have to disclose your own vulnerabilities at first. The falling off of friendships between men begins around middle and late adolescence and grows starker in childhood, and those who do maintain friendships with other men say they tend to have lower levels of emotional intimacy than women report. All humans have the innate capacity and desire for close, emotionally intimate connections with others. We need these relationships for survival as babies, and then to thrive as we get older. Man is a social animal. Research has proven that close friendships protect both our mental and physical health. And men who prioritize those relationships are fighting off one of the most harmful things to human health: loneliness. Community is important, to say the least, and keeping struggles, questions, and concerns with one person or one relationship doesn't always provide the best help to see them through. It is crucial to have multiple people to go to for support, for different perspectives. You might start asking something of a friend and find that person is hesitant to talk about it. If this is the case, you can jump in and offer your own vulnerability by talking about how that topic might be bothering you as well, or how you've been thinking about it too. To quote the Doctoress Yi-Chung Chu, we gender relationships as feminine. If that's a feminine thing, it becomes a weakness or liability if men admit to needing friendships. Men need to know it's not just a woman thing. They need to know that men can do it too. A male partner thinks it's betrayal to talk to another person. But the female partner is saying, please do it. Please get other perspectives. Because you're basically riding on her shoulders and they're breaking. That was my insertion there. My interjection. Back to what Dr. Judy Yi-Chung Chu said. A very powerful place to start is listening and asking real questions. All people love when they can trust that this situation is safe and that someone is genuinely interested in them. So there, Dr. Frank Saleo, a psychologist based in Ridgewood, New Jersey, emphasizes that research has proven that just as many men strive to eat right, exercise, succeed in their careers, and raise children, men should prioritize developing friendships as adults. So why is it so goddamn hard? When Dr. Cilio first began conducting research on male friendships in 1995, many participants automatically assumed his survey was about homosexuality. Such stereotypes that male bonding would be or become sexual in nature are simply inaccurate, to say the least, but it all revealed some of what may be holding some men back from deep friendships. I'm understating all of this. Basically, all straight men are afraid to get friendly because they're afraid that everyone will think they're trying to get chummy, and it's It's so fucking stupid. I mean, it is really so fucking stupid. If you wonder why I prefer the company of young gay lads, aside from their fucking blood, which is obviously the primary reason, and they know that, they just don't have the stupid hang-up. I mean, Jesus Christ. Now, nearly 30 years later, from 1995, I think 27 years exactly, assumptions might be different, but social pressures remain that make it difficult, to say the least, for men to express the vulnerability and intimacy needed for close relationships. Well, close friendships. Relationships with women are bad enough. Imagine trying to have a friendship with a guy and you're hung up on this shit. Characterizing the gender of these experiences has a clear impact. Men who were more emotionally restricted, focused on power, and who scored high on surveys measuring homophobia, are less likely to have intimate and close friendships, which is their loss. Each relationship has its own rules and protocol, and it's good to work within these. Sometimes the rules of the relationship might mean avoiding the vulnerability of sitting face to face. In those cases, find an activity such as the gym, work, or a community project where you can connect side by side through a shared purpose. Putting in time, effort, and intention is the key. Showing up and spending time is crucial to building those important friendships. In the words of Dr. Saleo himself, disclosure of emotional distress improved men's emotional well-being, increased feelings of being understood, and resulted in less reported loneliness. What men are at risk of losing is this sense of not being alone in the world or not being alone in their experience. Quality counts here. If you can have a handful of friends that are quality, that's better than having a slew of friends that don't mean shit. I added the last interjection myself, but yeah, we saw enough of them on Team Dietrich in the past, but those were plants, of course. But they're out there for the normal guy as well, not just the public informant who cracked down on the world's largest human child trafficking ring and busted it wide open, and has been paying for it ever since with gang stalkers, who often try and posit themselves as friends so that they can run away and then say, I left Douglas Dietrich, for like, I don't know what they think they're suggesting with that, but it certainly outs them as the fool. Now, in terms of what I've just expressed, that's, shall we say, good cop first. We were talking about interrogation techniques. Acid Kick 96 says, excellent transmission, Douglas. Thank you. Thank you. And when we were talking about interrogation techniques, our man Mark H was getting a lot more sophisticated than just the old good cop, bad cop. What I just did was the good cop, and I was telling you things that can help all of you out. But let's get to the hard part about why Thanksgiving is so bad. I really, as a historian, am obligated to educate all of you, this is what you're here for, about why Thanksgiving is so awful that you have to reject it. The Mayflower had no innocence. The Mayflower arrived in a world already scarred by slavery. When the Mayflower arrived in America, history often records the event as a ship arriving in a new world. But these shores were not new. The colonists aboard the Mayflower were stepping foot on lands that had been home to people for centuries. They were also not the first Europeans to make the journey at all. Jamestown was one of several established settlements in Virginia by the winter of 1620. Records prove that by that year, the Virginia colony was already involved in bringing black African slaves to America. When the Mayflower set sail from its final departure point in Plymouth in September 1620, it set a course for Virginia, its intended destination to build a colony. The ship was voyaging to a place already actively engaged in slavery. And its eventual destination to modern-day Massachusetts was one that had experienced the cruel abduction of the indigenous population to sell as slaves. European sailors had already landed at the settlement of the PIIÐŽA people, the lands the Mayflower's passengers eventually settled on and built Plymouth. Those European sailors had abducted members of the indigenous population of Native Americans in the years previous, with the intention of selling them as slaves. While the Mayflower's passengers did not bring slaves on their voyage or engage in a trade as they built Plymouth, it should be recognized the journey took place at a time when ships were crossing the Atlantic to set up colonies in America that would become part of a transatlantic slavery operation. The passengers may not have had a direct hand in the birth of slavery in America, but they became part of a world scarred by slavery. This brings us to the abduction of Native Americans. When the Mayflower originally arrived in Cape Cod on November 9th of 1620, they were wary of sailing south towards their intended destination because of the stormy conditions. They instead searched the coastline, eventually settling on, a place known to the indigenous population as home to the PIIÐŽA people of the Wampanoag tribe. Watching on as they explored this area were a small group of Native Americans, people for whom this area was already home. The new arrivals tried to follow them but got lost and stuck among some dense thickets. They decided to change course and came across cleared land where corn had been grown and abandoned houses. They found buried corn, which they took back to the ship, intending to plant it and grow more corn. They also found graves. This village they had stumbled upon, was once home to the PIIŽŽA people, but had since been deserted following the outbreak of the plague, the disease known as the Great Dying, thought to be a European disease brought to the region by sailors storming the shores to abduct Indians to sell as slaves. This was a legacy of what the Native American people had already experienced from European colonists in the years prior to the Mayflower. The native inhabitants of the region around Plymouth Colony were the various groups of the Wampanoag people and other tribes who had lived there for some 10,000 years before the Europeans arrived. Ships from England had been fishing and trading in North American waters since the beginnings of the 16th century. They would also bring Native Americans back to Europe, some as slaves, often to callously exhibit as animals in a zoo. Some were taught English, like parrots, so that they could become interpreters in the future. In 1614, 6 years before the Pilgrims arrived, 27 natives were seized by a man called Thomas Hunt. The majority came from PIIŽÐA, the very abandoned village the Pilgrims would later find. They were devastated, the remaining survivors, by the diseases Thomas Hunt brought when he raped Native American woman, ashore in what is now modern-day Plymouth, Massachusetts. Hunt lured 24 Native Americans on board his ship under the premise of trade. Their number included a man called Tisquantum, often known in history by the nickname the white man gave him, Squanto. Hunt locked them up below deck as if they were blacks in a transatlantic sail, after which he, well, voyaged for Spain and sold these people into the European slave trade. It is thought Tisquantum was liberated some years later, when it is thought that he returned to America in 1619, working as an interpreter for Captain Thomas Dermer. Tisquantum later searched for his homeland, but tragically he arrived as the Great Dying reached its horrific climax. His tribe had all been wiped out. His home village, Pautuxet, was lost. He would go on to play a key role in relations between the Wampanoag people and the new colony, and is closely associated to the early growth of Plymouth and the survival of the Mayflower's passengers after the harsh first winter that greeted their arrival. He is thought to have died in Plymouth Colony in November of 1622 after suffering a severe fever. So let's talk about those Virginia settlements now. The Mayflower voyage itself was largely financed by London's merchant adventurers and the Virginia Company, which offered patents for colonial settlements. These merchants wanted to colonize America for profit. That profit would be made from trade. Several colonies in the Virginia area had already been established before the Mayflower's arrival, the biggest being Jamestown. And to grow these settlements, 12 years after Jamestown was established in 1607, the London Company began to import slaves from Africa. The 1619 slave traders forced black Africans to get on a slave ship named the White Lion and took them to Virginia. The approximately 20 Africans on that ship, originally from the present-day Angola, had been seized by the British crew from a Portuguese slave ship. Piracy of slaves. In March of 1620, 32 black Africans were documented as residing in Virginia. By 1661, Virginia passed its first law allowing any free person the right to own slaves. The culture of owning slaves would soon spread. In the later years of the Plymouth colony, slavery was by no means widespread, but it was present and seemingly accepted. The families of the colony did not possess the wealth to own slaves, though records from 1674 onwards prove the presence of slaves in some households. In other words, slaves were often stolen. This brings us to the story of Thanksgiving and the National Day of Mourning. Without the help of the Native American community they met upon settling in America, the Mayflower Pilgrims would likely have, likely never survived. Instead, the mutual understanding between the Twa groups led to one of the world's most well-known dates, Thanksgiving. But the story of Thanksgiving involves Twa groups of people: colonists who were aboard the Mayflower and the Native American people whose land they chose to settle upon. And although these groups formed an alliance for a time, the events of the 17th century and the years that followed the arrival of the Mayflower led to the unprecedented mass killing of Native American people, the seizing of all their lands, and the enslavement of all their people. For those descended from those who survived, it is not Thanksgiving. It is a national day of mourning. You've got the ship that arrives from the east. After 66 days at sea, in truly unpleasant stormy conditions, the Mayflower and its passengers finally reached North America on the 21st day in November of 1620. But instead of laying anchor in New Virginia, where they had permission to colonize, storms had forced the Mayflower far off course, and the ship landed in Cape Harbor, at what is now Provincetown, a place in which they technically had no right to settle. A document called the Mayflower Compact was drafted and signed by 41 men, 41 of the men on board. This laid down the rules for the Mayflower Pilgrims to abide by before going ashore and for the good of their new colony. This was later claimed to be one of the foundations of American democracy. Once the colonists agreed to work together, the Pilgrims sent search parties ashore to find an ideal place for them to settle, while also collecting juniper wood to burn in the ship's rancid living quarters in order to make it smell a little better. After exploring the area, the settlers chose a clearing previously occupied by the Wampanoag, a local Native American tribe. The tribe had abandoned the village several years previously following the outbreak of a deadly disease known as the Great Dying, brought to their shores by European sailors and slavers. Deciding they would face no resistance in resettling there, the colonists departed the shores of Provincetown, arriving in Plymouth Bay, Massachusetts on December 26th of 1620. Setting foot on land, no one was prepared for the harsh winter ahead, and the colonists struggled to build their settlement, find food, and ward off sickness. Many had stayed on board the Mayflower, which soon became home to the sick and the dying. By the end of the first winter, 50 of the 102 original Mayflower passengers had lost their lives. Once his crew began to recover from disease, the Mayflower's captain, Christopher Jones, sailed the Mayflower back to England, taking half the time that it did on its forward journey. Now, the Native Americans, they went to Plymouth to avert an attack. Illustrations of what the first Thanksgiving might have looked like often depict Massasoit Wasamaquin, the leader of the Wampanoag tribe, accepting an invitation from the Pilgrims of Plymouth to join them in a feast. Then early settlers and Native Americans break bread side by side, a Christian thing to do. Scant recognition of these facts has led some Wampanoag tribal elders to believe Thanksgiving should not be celebrated as a holiday at all. Cedric Cromwell, chairman of the Wampanoag tribe, has attested that popular lore often also skips 17th century realities. In reality, the Pilgrims were preparing to attack. But the Wampanoag proved themselves crucial to new settlers' survival that first winter, and the tribe had its own government, culture, and religious beliefs. The use and taxation of more than 300 acres of land still be in dispute. Cromwell has testified on record that the Wampanoag tribe is still fighting over sovereignty and land rights established in the 1770s, after the Trump administration reversed an Obama-era recognition of the Wampanoag's tribal land trust, which shows you that Trump wants to carry on the genocide. On the eve of a House vote in May of that year on a bill reaffirming recognition of those tribal lands, President Donald John Trump personally tweeted that Republicans must vote against that bill because it was supported by Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. His words, "It is unfair and doesn't treat Native Americans equally because it gives them privilege over us whites." The bill passed the House with bipartisan support, but so far as I know, remains in limbo in the Senate. This legislation is about more than just land rights. it is about acknowledging Native Americans' contributions to the establishment of this nation. To quote us therefrom, Thanksgiving is the day which we call the National Day of Mourning because we are still not getting our just dues as those original people that helped form this country, that had relationships to help those first settlers establish and create this great country. We sent 90 men over to the first settlers to see why they were shooting guns and practicing arms, to say, hey, what are you preparing for? And they were preparing for some kind of war to take our people down. So we sat down with them to have a discussion, and that led to a feast. There's this whole Norman Rockwell fantasy of what Thanksgiving was about, that it was this huge celebration between the first settlers and the tribes that sat down and talked, and that really was not the case. And where are we today as the Wampanoag people? We're still fighting for our rights. Well, this brings us to King Philip's War. When the Mayflower arrived in America, the colonists and the local Wampanoag tribe settled on a peace built on mutual interest. But just over 40 years later, tensions grew. The Wampanoag no longer believed the Plymouth colony were honoring their agreement and feared the rate at which the colony was expanding like a cancer. The colonists demanded the peace agreement should mean the Wampanoag hand over any guns and hanged 3 of their tribe for the murder in 1675 of the Christian native John Sassamon, who had told the Plymouth colony of a plan to attack English settlements. What followed is what became known as America's bloodiest war. One of those often believed to bear responsibility for the war and the souring of relations between the twa groups forever was the governor of the Plymouth colony at the time, Josiah Winslow. He was the son of Edward Winslow, a passenger of the Mayflower, and a diplomatic man who played a major role in the peace between the colony and the Wampanoag. The war decimated the Narragansett, Wampanoag, and many smaller tribes, paving the way for additional English settlements through genocide, kind of like what the Jews are doing in the West Bank. That's their second front in the war on Gaza, where settler violence has increased astronomically. They're taking advantage of the war in Gaza to hide the fact that they're committing genocide on the West Bank. Their two-front war of genocide, which Jews expect you to cheer because they'll say they're killing terrorists. At any rate, that's what the original Americans said about the Indians. Yeah, you know, they're fucking savages. That's the word they would use in place of terrorists back in those days. Anyhow, thousands were killed, wounded, captured. Those captured were inevitably sold into slavery. Some worked as slaves in New England, others further afield, with some exported to work on plantations in overseas territories. A fate worse than death. When the Mayflower landed in 1620, passengers arrived on the shores of North America. It was the Wampanoag who would help the passengers survive in their lands, and it is said that they formed a historic peace treaty with the Wampanoag chief, Wassamequin, which, albeit briefly, allowed the twa groups to coexist in their shared lands. Decades later, they would be enslaved on their own lands, along with the black African American slaves brought across the Atlantic. In March of 1621, it is said that an English-speaking Native American called Samoset entered the Plymouth colony and introduced himself. He was a member of the Wampanoag, And after a night talking with the settlers, he brought another English-speaking Native American called Tisquantum, also known as Squanto, to meet the Pilgrims. Squanto had been previously abducted by European sailors and sold into slavery. He had returned to his homeland, having been liberated, and working as interpreter for another sailor. A meeting was arranged with the Wampanoag chief, Massasoit, and when he visited the settlement, one of the first to greet him was Edward Winslow. A leader in the separatist group, Winslow had not only been instrumental in organizing the journey to America, but was also one of the men who signed the historic Mayflower Compact. So a bit about this man, Edward Winslow. His interest in the Wampanoag tribe resulted in a relationship forming between the settlers and the Native Americans. The Pilgrims were able to establish a peace treaty with Massasoit, and the Wampanoag went on to teach them how to hunt, plant crops, and how to get the best of their harvest, saving the Pilgrims from mass starvation. This was not thought to be an easy alliance, of course. It was one built on mutual interest. The colonists, who became known as the Pilgrims, needed help to survive, and the Wampanoag needed the colonists' help in warding off aggressive rival tribes. Following a successful harvest in the autumn of 1621, the colonists decided to celebrate with a 3-day festive of prayer. The 53 surviving are said to have eaten with 90 indigenous people in what became known as the First Thanksgiving. One account of this celebration is contained in the book Mort's Relation. That's the title of the book, primarily written by Winslow himself. The book describes in detail what happened from the landing of the Mayflower Pilgrims right through to this celebration. Winslow's account reads, "Our corn did prove well, and God be praised. We had a good increase of Indian corn, and our barley indifferent good, but our peas not worth gathering, for we feared they were too late sown. They came up very well and blossomed, but the sun parched them in the blossom. Our harvest being gotten in, our governor sent 4 men on fowling, so that we might after a special manner rejoice together, after we had gathered the fruits of our labors. They 4 in one day killed as much fowl as, with a little help beside, served the company almost a week, at which time, amongst other recreations, we exercised our arms, many of the Indians coming amongst us, and amongst the rest their greatest king, Massasoit, with some 90 men, whom for 3 days we entertained and feasted, and they went out and killed 5 deer, which they brought to the plantation and bestowed upon our governor, and upon the captain and others. And although it be not always so plentiful as it was at this time with us, yet by the goodness of God we are so far from want, that we often wish you partakers of our plenty." And that, of course, presaged all the years of bloodshed that followed. The Wampanoag went on to teach their visitors how to hunt, plant crops, and how to get the best of their harvest, saving these people, who would go on to be known as the Pilgrims, from starvation, leading to the events of the First Thanksgiving. However, over the years, more settlers arrived, and their colonies continued to expand into Native American land, and relations soured, which came to a head following the death of Wassamaquin some 40 years after the Mayflower had landed. What happened next is still considered by many to be the deadliest war in American history, leading to the deaths of thousands of Native American people, their enslavement, and the loss of all their land. Native Americans today face disparities in employment and wealth. Indigenous people have the highest rate of suicide and second highest rate of opioid overdoses of any demographic group in these United States. This brings us to the task of reinforming the history of Thanksgiving. As the residents of Plymouth, Massachusetts, prepared for a dinner in 1970 to mark the Mayflower landing, a leader of the tribe that had feasted with the Pilgrims drafted a speech to deliver at the event. In 1970, Wamsuta, known as Frank James, was the leader of the Wampanoag. In the year of the 350th anniversary of the Mayflower's sailing, James had been invited to a Thanksgiving state dinner to mark the anniversary as part of a celebration that embraced the misleading school book narrative of the Pilgrims' relationship with the Wampanoag that culminated in a great feast. He was asked to deliver a speech to mark the occasion. James wrote a scathing indictment of the Pilgrims. He described how they desecrated Native American graves, stealing food and land, and decimating his population with diseases. Once the organizers requested this to be read beforehand to censor its content, a line from, well, the speech itself remarks that Aquinnah Wampanoag tribal leader Wamsuta Frank James had planned to give, well, it reads this way. The Pilgrims had hardly explored the shores of Cape Cod for 4 days before they had robbed the graves of my ancestors and stolen their corn and beans. The speech was deemed inappropriate and inflammatory, and event organizers would never allow it. Even 350 years after the cross-cultural feast that most Americans learn is at the root of Thanksgiving, Wamsuta James was given a revised speech that said, "Hail our great white father, the mighty white man, who gave the Indian civilization, whereas before we were but savages." He refused to read this bullshit and was uninvited from the program. Tall Oak, a member of the Aquinnah Wampanoag tribe, has testified on record that when he presented it to them, they said, "Well, we can't allow you to read that because 90% of the people would walk out." So he withdrew. It's the one day out of the year when all of America bows their heads and gives thanks for all that was taken from us. He vowed instead that the Wampanoag and other native peoples would regain their rightful place. Supporters followed James to hear him give his original speech on Coles Hill, next to the statue of former Wampanoag leader Wasamiquin. This became the first official National Day of Mourning. As word spread of that outcome, so was born the annual National Day of Mourning, a sort of counter-commemoration that happens every fourth Thursday of November. Now in its gathering, well, I think now at this point it's maybe about 55th year or so. The custom involves a few hundred Native Americans and non-Native people gathering on Coles Hill, overlooking Plymouth Rock, to consider Thanksgiving from the perspective of Native Americans. There's a plaque at the site that notes, "Thanksgiving Day is a reminder of the genocide of millions of their people, the theft of their lands, and the relentless assault upon their cultures. Participants in National Day of Mourning honor Native ancestors and the struggles of Native peoples to survive today." To quoteist Matawin Monroe, co-leader of the United American Indians of New England, OINA, is how the acronym UAINE is pronounced. We go there every year, along with many non-Indigenous allies as well, to talk about the truth about Thanksgiving. We still have to retell the story because it's still not known well enough. But I do think that more and more non-native people are listening and learning and are interested in the truth about what has happened. So, this week last, the United States celebrated Thanksgiving on the fourth Thursday of November. It was established in 1863 during the American Civil War between the states for rights, when Thanksgiving became a national holiday. It's believed President Abraham Lincoln furthered an idealistic Thanksgiving narrative for purely cynical reasons of political exploitation. So, Thanksgiving, a day of celebration or of mourning. Indigenous peoples in America recognize Thanksgiving as a day of mourning. It is a time to remember their ancestral history as well as acknowledge the racism and oppression which they continue to experience today. The holiday is not observed because they reflect back when the Pilgrims stole all their land. Some pinpoint 1637 as the true origin of Thanksgiving, owing to the fact that the Massachusetts colony governor, John Winthrop, declared a day to celebrate colonial soldiers who had just slaughtered hundreds of Pequot men, women, and children. The well-known story of Thanksgiving is, of course, that account of how the English and Native Americans shared a meal in Plymouth, Massachusetts. In reality, peace did not last between the English settlers and their one-time Wampanoag allies, and the twain became embroiled in a devastating war. Just a generation after the famous feast. The first National Thanksgiving Day did not invoke the Pilgrims at all. President Abraham Lincoln declared a Thanksgiving Day on the last Thursday of November, hoping to reconcile the country in the midst of a, massive civil war. Existential one, really. In reality, the holiday was soaked in the blood of Native Americans and on the backs of slaves. A tribal leader compared the white culture and the native culture, how one conquered and the other was enslaved and forced to assimilate. One thought it must control life and profit therefrom, and the other believed a life was to be enjoyed because nature decreed it. One was portrayed as organized and disciplined, and the other as savage and uncivilized. Well, at least he ended on a hopeful and uplifting note. What happened cannot be changed, but today we must work toward a more humane America, a more Indian America, where men and nature once again are important, where the Indian values of honor, truth, and brotherhood prevail. Our correspondent in South Florida, Clarice Claudette, has articulated that we have many examples there of the past presence of Native Americans and the conflict between the United States. The Tequesta tribe, or Tequesta tribe, lived in villages in what became southern Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties. They were hunter-gatherers and traveled in canoes to search for food. The Hobe Indians captured the passengers and crew of the English ship the Reformation, of which Jonathan Dickinson was a passenger. He wrote a book describing the natives, the land, and slavery. The prehistoric people of Bella Glade lived around Lake Okeechobee around 500 BC to, well, through to Anno Domini 1700. They built large earthworks which dot the region. Some of the native language is familiar to us today. Miami means that place. Loxahatchee, that means Turtle River. Hypoluxo, that means water all around. And Hialeah, that means prairie. Ancient shell mounds, or middens, were once numerous along Florida's coastline. They were all destroyed to make way for development. By the 18th century, most of the native tribes died from European diseases, warfare, and slavery. When Florida's original population was exterminated, the Seminoles arrived from Georgia and Alabama. They were pushed south from their homeland because white settlers wanted their lands. Eventually, the Miccosukee and the Seminoles became the dominant tribes in Florida. Both came in conflict with Florida's white population, resulting in 3 wars. Fighting in Palm Beach County erupted west of Florida's Turnpike in Jupiter, now known as Loxahatchee Battlefield Park. After this battle, the soldiers moved a few miles east and built Fort Jupiter on what is now known as Pennock Point, about 3 miles from the Jupiter Inlet. During the wars, the soldiers built a dusty trail between the coastal swamps and the Everglades, which became known as Military Trail, which runs through Palm Beach County. With the exception of the remaining Seminoles and the Miccosukee, who survived in the Everglades swamps, what remained of the others were forcibly removed west to Oklahoma in what became known as the Trail of Tears. Given the culture we are experiencing today, should we not all sympathize with the Native Americans that Thanksgiving be observed as a day of mourning instead of a celebration? In New York City, a statue of Thomas Jefferson was recently removed from a government building since he was a slave owner. Since George Washington owned slaves as well, should we not change the name of our nation's very capital? Should we not acknowledge the past and, while investing the holiday with contemporary meaning? I mean, the Wampanoag leader, Metacom, known as King Philip by the English, refused and led an uprising of the Wampanoag, Nipmuc, Pocumtuck, and Narragansett tribes. Should we not also lead an uprising to render our capital as, well, Metacom? That would be a better district than Washington. Naming it after, of course, the man known as King Philip by the English speakers. Our enemies? The Republicans. It's the Republicans' hatred for America that's showing itself ever more. Remember when the right wing exploded because the presidential candidate, Barack Hussein Obama's pastor, once yelled, "God damn America!" Well, take a look at the hatred against America coming from today's Russian radicalized right, led by the former President Donald John Trump. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, the Republican from Louisiana, is on tape saying that America is so dark and depraved. Trump famously described America as sick and defined by American carnage. And as we enter the 2024 election cycle. What's going to be the most important election ever held in American history? The columnist William Galston has written in the Wall Street Journal that he shivers with fear that a Trump return to the White House will, in his words, trigger the biggest threat to constitutional governance in these United States since the Civil War. Long ago, hatred led the southern states to break away and form an anti-American confederacy. Today, we are watching Donald Trump encourage his own rebel hatred of America, and it poses the biggest threat to constitutional democracy since the Civil War between the states for rights. There is no way to downplay Trump's disdain for the pillars of American political stability. The Washington Post and New York Times now report that Trump is already planning to use the United States military against political opponents who demonstrate in the streets if he returns to the White House. Those plans include going after former staff who now express alarm about him. The Post reported that he wants the Justice Department to investigate former allies who have become critical of his time in office. In other words, hunt down the traitors. The week before last, Trump seemed to confirm those stories when he said that once he is back in power, he will root out what he called vermin, kind of what Christine calls Nazis. You're all vermin. And she said that in the racial sense for Chinese and Japanese. Trump specifically targeted people willing to deny his false claim that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from him. Trump is constantly undermining public trust in the nation's courts by lashing out at judges, prosecutors, and even court officers involved in the 4 indictments he faces on 91 criminal charges. That includes the First Amendment protection for a free press. Trump was recently quoted as saying America should take my words to heart. I believe the press is the enemy of the people. To quote ABC correspondent Jonathan Karl, who spracketh to Trump for a new book, said Trump's hatred of modern America is also evident in his claim that recent immigrants are, in his words, poisoning the blood of our country, coming in with disease. Trump is talking about a campaign of revenge and retribution. He's using this language out of the Soviet and communist single-party states. Enemy of the people. According to the Washington Post, the head of the League of United Latin American Citizens compared Trump's comment to Zionist propaganda about Palestinians. The head of the Anti-Defamation League, Jonathan Greenblatt, predictably represented that into the Nazi Jewish dialectic. Greenblatt, so telling CNN, we've seen this kind of toxic rhetoric inspire real-world violence before in places like Pittsburgh at a synagogue and El Paso at a Walmart. Trump's hatred for America fits with his imitators' efforts to undermine Congress Representative Matt Gaetz, a Republican from Florida, a big Trump backer, who has an anti-American agenda that boils down to stirring so much chaos, including nearly a month without a speaker, that the House is now so broken it fails to even pass an annual funding package. The Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent majority's disrespect for America was evident in the embarrassing schoolyard-type elbowing incident between former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, a Republican from California, and Representative Tim Burchett, a Republican from Tennessee. The same Trump-inspired disdain for American democracy was on display when a Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent senator invited a witness at a public hearing to engage in a fist fight. Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican from Oklahoma, had to be reminded by Senator Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, that you're a United States Senator. That was in line with the violent January 6th, 2021 attack on our Capitol by Trump supporters to stop Congress from effecting the democratic transfer of power to a newly elected president. According to the Capitol Police Force, threats by the public of violence against members of Congress have skyrocketed from fewer than 1,000 in 2016 when Trump was elected to more than 7,000 last year. Those threats come amid ominous occurrences such as the vicious hammer assault on former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband Paul, which Trump still jokes about at his rallies. In September, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who polls second behind Trump for the nomination, complained that the Proud Boys were getting excessive sentences for rioting at the Capitol and promised to look at all those cases if he is elected president. The FBI reports that far-right domestic violence, hate groups like the Proud Boys, which Trump famously called on to stand by, now constitute the biggest domestic threat to the security of these United States. This disdain is on display in Senator Tommy Tuberville, the Republican of Alabama, blocking promotions for hundreds of United States military officers for months because of the Pentagon's abortion policy, interfering with an essential government operation and revealing more disdain for not only American democracy, but our existence as a civilization by preventing our ability or preempting our ability to defend ourselves. Hatred of America and Americans, fueled by the incitement of violence and stochastic, that means randomly determined, having a random probability distribution or pattern that may be analyzed statistically but may not be predicted precisely. Stochastic terrorism is what the Republicans promote. It's all winning in the Republican Party. It is, in the end, terrorism, the real platform for Trump. The Russo collaborationist Red Party's frontrunner for its presidential nomination. Of course, history isn't in Trump's favor. Election losers usually lose the rematch as well. Former President Donald Trump is seeking a rematch against President Joe Biden in 2024, which would only be the 6th presidential rematch ever, and the first since the 1950s. But the track record of rematches at the statewide level during that time paints a clear picture of the hurdles candidates face when they make comeback attempts. In 25 Senate rematches since 1950, just 2 ended in differing results the second time, according to an analysis from the University of Virginia Center for Politics. And of 44 gubernatorial rematch elections since 1950, just 14, that's 31%, had different results the second time around. Regardless, we will never recover as a nation from Trump. The retired federal judge J. Michael Luttig believes that the United States will never recover from the damage caused by former President Donald John Trump and his allies. He stated that the efforts to deny the 2020 presidential election results have severely impacted Americans' confidence in their democracy, elections, constitution, and rule of law. Luttig has expressed doubt that our empire will be able to fully recover from this assault on our democracy, and our global reputation as a beacon of democracy has been tarnished. To quoteist Judge Luttig at length and verbatim, "The Republicans, led by the former president, instigated a war on American democracy on January 6th, 2021. And now, today, 3 years later, we know that they are determined to prosecute that war to its catastrophic end. Thus, the former president and his allies have continued to deny the 2020 presidential election for 3 years, maintaining that that election was stolen from the former president, notwithstanding that there is no evidence whatsoever of that, and that, indeed, President Joe Biden won that election fair and square. Meanwhile, during those 3 years, that effort led by the former president has laid waste to Americans' confidence in their democracy and their elections, in their constitution, and in their rule of law. America will never recover from this assault on its democracy. Hopefully, with time and in the not-too-distant future, America will come to its senses and move on and beyond this tragic period in our history, but we will never recover as a nation from these past 3 years, nor will we ever be viewed in the same way by the world prior to January 6th. We were the beacon, if you will, of democracy around the world. No longer, I think, will that be the case." So, it brings us to several other important questions. I'm going to check around in the chat room before I get to them. Maintaining numbers, okay, that's important. And I am, of course, just, how do I say this? Completely thrown off as usual by, how do I say it? Just all of the, the subjects I have to cover. There's just simply way too many of them, and I try my best to emphasize that which is important, and of course it all takes time. It's something that I want everyone to know. Is something that this is why I maintain a roundtable before I get into monologue. And I think that it's important for all of you, of course, to provide me feedback on everything that I say. Don't be afraid to leave entries into the chat room. And with that, I cannot overemphasize the fact that despite the fact that most second runs are loser runs, 2024 is still the most important election year in history. And so I do want everyone to act, to fucking vote. Goddamn, get out there and make it happen. Make certain that we take this to an end in which the Democrats win, and ultimately we can prosecute what's obviously going to become the next American Civil War in a victorious fashion. Now, again, just going into how do I express this? Just the importance of, well, everything. I'll do my best to do it justice. And we've got Taiwan, my native Taiwan, having elections this year as well. It's an incredible year. You have no idea just how important it is. It's when what's going on in Taiwan is going to affect you just as much as what happens here. So understand again, 2024 is the biggest election year in history for nations all over the world. There's more to democracy than voting. And, well, with that in mind, I can get into some details later. When I talk about everything that has been done in terms of damage by the enemy, the Red Republicans, it brings us to a basic question in American life. Should people have the right to say awful things without facing legal consequences? Those who want to curtail freedom of speech do not log the debits and credits of censorship, nor do they care about the balance of norms. They act when they have power. Now, terrible times breed terrible words, and words have consequences, especially when what you say can be recorded and broadcast. Yet society cannot agree, perhaps more so now, on which views are acceptable and what the consequences should be for a person expressing them. Last week, Stuart Seldowitz, a former State Department official, was arrested and charged with a hate crime after videos of him delivering a series of bigoted rants against Mohammed Hussein, a 24-year-old Manhattan street cart vendor, went viral. In these, Seldowitz called Hussein a terrorist, insulted his Muslim faith, and said, with a hysterical crack in his voice, "If we killed 4,000 Palestinian children, you know what? It wasn't enough." Hussein, for his own part, repeatedly asked Seldowitz to leave him alone. The online case against Seldowitz is fairly open and shut. It is quite clear that he is a bigot and a bully. As hundreds of people on social media have pointed out, his dangerous rhetoric is far more disturbing when placed in the context of his proximity to the highest levels of United States foreign policy, in our governmental establishment, no less. Seldowitz served under both Republican and Democratic presidents and worked in the State Department's Office of Israeli and Palestinian Affairs. These are your Americans who are slave circuiting your imperial foreign policy to Jewish genocide. Now, bad people go viral for all sorts of reasons, but there's a special level of contempt reserved, or should be, for those who seem to reveal something at the core of the institutions of power itself, such as Seldowitz saying that killing 400,000 Palestinian children is just the beginning. Acid Kick 96 says, "You're sounding great, Douglas." So thank you so much, sir. Definitely appreciate that. Definitely appreciate the feedback. It lets me know I'm being heard, and that's important. So with that, let me give him a thumbs up. Checking into live stream again. Good numbers going up, and or at least maintaining. And with that, back to the task at hand. Now, the legal case against Seldowitz comes down to this. In New York State, a person can be charged with stalking in the 4th degree if he intentionally and for no legitimate reason engages with someone in a manner that causes the target to have reasonable fear for his or his family's health and safety. In the videos, Seldowitz appears to make bizarre threats to sic an Egyptian intelligence agency on Hussein's grandfather. This is because, of course, the Israeli Mossad has connections or leverage over other intelligence networks, and therefore Seldowitz is basically saying, as a Jew, I can have anybody killed that I want to have killed. The law also protects people against threats to their employment, by the way. Seldowitz told Hussein that he was going to call immigration authorities and repeatedly asked him about his citizenship status. There is also a clause that says you cannot repeatedly initiate contact at someone's place of business if that person has asked you to stop. Hussein asks Seldowitz to go away several times, yet he appears to have come back on at least 3 separate occasions. Harassment in the 2nd degree is a similar charge that says you cannot engage in repeated acts to seriously annoy another person if those acts serve no legitimate purpose. Both charges are misdemeanors. But do think of my gang stalkers. And all that feels appropriate enough here. But because Seldowitz said clearly bigoted things while committing these acts, he has also been charged with a hate crime. Of course, Seldowitz has predictably pleaded not guilty to all charges and has said in interviews that he was responding to a provocation from Hussein. The provocation that the man was Arabic, he said, was enough to provoke him and should be enough to provoke anyone. That's his case. Obviously, he's a head case, but then most Jews are. In such a case, the verbalization of hate is what matters, but there are no clear standards for what counts and what does not. This ambiguity has led to a fractured and absurd enforcement, whereby individual police departments and prosecutors make judgment calls on how to classify discrete incidents. You could punch 3 people of a particular race in the face, and your social media could look like a Nazi propaganda wall, in the neo sense. But unless you actually say a racial slur and either someone hears it or it's caught on film, chances are that the hate crime charges are not going to survive the legal process. To the point, between 2004 and 2019, the Justice Department decided to prosecute only 17% of the nearly 2,000 suspects investigated for hate crimes. And many of these hate crimes resulted in someone's death or near death. There are many reasons that police departments and prosecutors tend to avoid pursuing hate crime charges. They are difficult to prove because, absent some verbal proof, it's nearly impossible to know why anyone does anything. They can sometimes taint juries, which might fixate them on whether the crime was actually motivated by hate instead of focusing on the crime itself, and some prosecutors have ethical concerns about pushing for more punishment in a seemingly arbitrary way. Now, the peculiar evidentiary standards for hate crimes, combined with law enforcement's reluctance to bring relevant charges, means that the statutes can be reserved for high-profile cases when a particularly repulsive person goes viral. Yestermenses, last month, Jean Umana of Santa Barbara was charged with a hate crime after she verbally abused a Latino construction worker and a street vendor as well in 2 separate incidents. Both instances were caught on video and sparked protests in the city. On Tuesday, Hadassah Boja Karavani, that's a 48-year-old Brooklyn woman, was arrested on hate crime charges after she went viral for screaming Islamophobic slurs and throwing hot coffee at a man who was walking with his 18-month-old son spilling hot coffee on the child, and causing burns. These are awful incidents, but the prosecution as hate crimes suggests that we may be setting up a show court for bigots that serves mostly to placate a rightfully angry public, with no results. The decision to bring hate crime charges should not be pegged to whether a video goes viral, nor should those, like myself, who criticize the arbitrary nature of law enforcement, make exceptions as we see fit. The 4th-degree stalking and 2nd-degree harassment charges for Seldowitz are appropriate, although I myself would argue that both laws feel like they were written to be cynically enforced. But hate crime laws should not necessarily be used as a tool of retribution against the stars of viral videos, is what some would argue. Now, what I myself am simply presenting here is a moral question about whether people have a right to say terrible things without legal consequence. There's an argument to be made that those who find Seldowitz's words repugnant should have grace and set an example that speech should always be protected. This course of action would act as a bulwark against those who blame today's censorious environment on the so-called woke purges of the past decade. I don't find this line of reasoning particularly convincing because it assumes that somehow consensus, however shaky and conditional, can be created by the push and pull between polarized factions. A theoretical bargain, such as, if we agree to defend Stuart Seldowitz's right to say horrible things, you should, if we agree to defend that, you will promise to stop harassing students and firing employees for expressing their support for Palestinians or Black Lives Matter or whatever other cause they think is righteous. Well, that's all premised on a silly fantasy. Those who want to curtail freedom of speech do not log the debits and credits of citizenship or censorship of citizens, nor do they care about the balance of norms. They act when they have power, and they should be resisted because it is immoral to imprison someone for expressing their views, however righteous or repulsive they may be. This, of course, was different. This was terrorism. This was harassment, along the lines of my gang stalkers. Now, all of these principles, not stalking and harassment per se, but the hideous and heinous verbal abuses, were once safeguarded by institutions such as the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, which famously defended the First Amendment rights of Nazis and Ku Klux Klan members. But that type of advocacy feels both verboten and anachronistic now. It's hard to imagine that any legal organization would come to the defense of Stuart Seldowitz's right to say awful things about the slaughter of Palestinian children. This is unfortunate in the sense of the gang stalkers, because we are in a period of seismic change for civil liberties, especially when it comes to the First Amendment, surveillance, and the sanctity of a free press. And it has never been what some would say was a more vital time to defend the moral case for free speech. You know, one does not need to put forth a slippery slope argument to point out how this could all go wrong, or all this could go wrong. Nearly everything we do in public is surveilled. Most of our communication is controlled by tech companies, and any of us could go viral at any moment. So, what my gang stalkers would argue is that we should denounce any show court that bends the law in arbitrary ways to incarcerate people who get caught on video saying unpopular things. But you see, this is the tactic and technique of the enemy. These are the people who would do anything to get myself deported and try and attack everything I say. These are the Judeophobes who would serve the side of the very Jews they want to exterminate, whose Holocaust they deny. That's the nature of my enemy. So this is why we have to prosecute Stuart Seldowitz with a hate crime. This is the reason why we have to eliminate the First Amendment. There can be no freedom of speech in a world where we're all surveilled. Speech is the most dangerous weapon in the world. It is used to launch genocide. It is ultimately the weapon of the enemy. You can't say my speech hurts anyone because statistically, demographically, nobody knows I'm alive. Yet they do everything they can to suppress me. I'm the most suppressed person on earth. I have no freedom of speech. There's no way to disseminate what I say except through you. We are the resistance. If you do not disseminate my word, the enemy will win, and all you're going to hear is the ilk, the like of Stuart Seldowitz, reveling in the slaughter of children. If these people are so willing to kill children, they're willing to slave, traffic them, sex them. This is your enemy. My enemy is your enemy. We can't afford to let them talk. They certainly refuse to let me talk. So understand, freedom of speech is bullshit. It always was. There is no freedom of speech. I am given no leeway to speak whatsoever. Take a look at that cunt Christine. She's on my program. You can't reason with someone. If you have the most logical, reasonable, rational argument in the world, as I was presenting to her, you cannot present it if someone physically or metaphorically continues to punch you in the teeth, kick you in the teeth, punch you in the mouth, punch you and kick you in the crotch and in the groin and in the stomach and in the everywhere they can. Speech ends at that point. You're down to physical combat. That's what she wanted to bring it down to. That's what it would have been if we had been in physical proximity. She just would have attempted to punch me in the face, kick me in the crotch, slam a baseball bat into my belly. All you could get out of them is a fuck you. There is no reasoning with this enemy. They are dehumanizing an entire ethnos, so they have the right to slaughter them, and they revel in it. Whether it's myself or some poor fucking Muslim street vendor, they will stand there and shout at them and say how they intend to slaughter their race. This is the insanity that we're dealing with. We cannot afford freedom of speech. It's only a ticket to terrorism. Oh, Acid Kick 96 says, which transmission was that, Douglas? The one before the latest. The one before the latest. Oh, yeah, well, it was, that was, the one with, my son's, face on the, embedded in the thumbnail of live stream. Let me get it for you. I'll put the link into the chat room here. It deserves more people listening to it. So here we go. Give me a second to cut and paste this, and I'll put that into chat. And therefore you can listen to this and just get yourself, yeah. You don't listen to it now. Wait till this transmission is over. And let me check now with see if there was some stirring from our man Aristides or something. Okay, I'll go on with other subjects now. And with that, let's try and talk about some why people get into this point of madness. Basically, morbid curiosity can lead people to conspiracy theories. And the answers lie in early human evolution. Do you like scary movies? True crime broadcasts? Or violent sports, perhaps? And let me see if I can get this. I'm going to really have to hydrate myself to continue with this podcast, or as that young lady referred to it as. I was mentioning true crime podcasts, and that's almost like a fucking tongue twister. So before I get into that, Acid Kick 96 says, thanks, Douglas. Thank you. Okay. And it's something that bears re-listening, basically for everyone. And it's a all too common symptom of the pathological that they grab some fantasy that they're Jewish so they can go out and kill for Israel, like that guy who killed a couple of poor bastards, tried to kill 3 people, wandering in Burlington, Vermont. At any rate, he's doing this on behalf of the Jews because he feels that he'll get them to heaven. Now, the reason I asked all these questions about whether or not the listener likes scary movies, true crime podcasts, or violent sports is that research has proven that a major part of the attraction is their appeal to morbid curiosity. Engaging with frightening media and the emotions it creates is a safe setting, in a safe setting, can help people alleviate anxiety and build psychological resilience. That would be the argument of people who participate in such fare. However, research published in the British Journal of Psychology proves that a heightened interest in learning about threats can also lead people to be interested in less constructive types of stories. Conspiracy theories. So, from blood-harvesting Satanists who stealthily run the world to shape-shifting alien lizards invading the world, conspiracy theories often offer alternative explanations for unsettling events. They all center on a proposal that a malicious group of people is behind strange or political happenings. Conspiracy theories have another thing in common. They go against mainstream explanations and lack concrete evidence. If the drive to seek out conspiracy theories is motivated by a desire to identify and understand potential threats, then we should expect interest in conspiracy theories to be linked with higher morbid curiosity. So there was testing of the link. To investigate this link, they ran 3 studies. Each study had different groups of participants with a close to even split in genders. The first study tested the question, is morbid curiosity linked with higher belief in conspiracy theories? Using the morbid curiosity scale and the generic conspiracist belief scale, they found that the more morbidly curious people were, the higher their general belief in conspiracy theories. In psychology, morbid curiosity describes a heightened interest in learning about threatening or dangerous situations. It can be measured using the morbid curiosity scale, which gives a rating for general morbid curiosity and curiosity in 4 domains: minds of dangerous people, violence, paranormal danger, and body violation. Violence is when you're curious about the action itself, such as a boxing match. Bodily injury is curiosity about the aftermath of violence, like going to a surgical museum. Younger people tend to be more morbidly curious, but there doesn't tend to be a big gender divide, if at all. For the second study, they tested if the link between morbid curiosity and interest in conspiracy theories was driven by people's perception of threats. They had people rate how threatening they felt several explanations of events were. The events included both mainstream and conspiratorial explanations of the same thing, such as whether aeroplane contrails are water vapor or harmful chemtrails. And they found that the higher people's morbid curiosity, the higher they perceived the threat in conspiratorial explanations. And for the final study, they investigated whether morbid curiosity makes people more likely to seek out conspiracy theories as explanations for events. They had people make a choice between a series of paired descriptions, choosing which of the pair they would like to learn more about. Some were morbid and non-morbid pairs, such as seeing either a photo of a man who killed his girlfriend and ate her, or a photograph of a man who saved his friend from drowning. Others were pairs of conspiratorial and mainstream explanations of the same event, such as the Titanic sinking because it struck an iceberg versus being deliberately sank in an insurance scam. And it was found that the more morbidly curious people were in their choices, such as choosing to view the photograph of the man who killed his girlfriend and ate her, the more likely they were to be interested in conspiratorial explanations. Across these three studies, morbidly curious people were more likely to have general conspiracist beliefs, perceive conspiracy theories to be more threatening, and display a stronger interest in learning more about conspiratorial explanations. In all three, the domain of morbid curiosity, which was most strongly linked to interest in conspiracy theories, was the minds of dangerous people. So let's talk about the minds of dangerous people. Why minds of dangerous people? Previous research has suggested that, in general, people are particularly attracted to stories about social relationships and threats, but the hostile groups associated with conspiracy theories may have a particularly strong attraction to humans. Hostile groups of other people have long been a threat to humans. Groupthink emerged early in the evolution of Homo sapiens sapiens. The wisest of the wise is what that name means. I don't know if that name has ever really been earned. As a matter of fact, I can conclusively argue it has not. But always remember to humble yourself. Not to humiliate yourself, but to humble yourself. That while most primate aggression is reactive, the evolution of language in humans around 300,000 years ago allowed your aggression to be more premeditated and coordinated, as well as deceptive and conspiratorial. This meant humans needed to be curious about the intentions of potentially dangerous people. Although curiosity can be useful, sensitivity to explanations of threats, for example conspiracy theories, can lead people to assume others have dangerous motives where there be none. Understanding events in our complex modern world can be challenging and may lead us to be alert to potential threats, tapping into our ancient morbid curiosity. Morbid curiosity is not inherently bad, but an increased interest in learning about the dangers presented in conspiracy theories can reinforce beliefs that the world is a dangerous place. And this can create a feedback loop which only increases anxiety, driving people further down the rabbit hole of conspiracy theories. It becomes a vicious cycle that forever feeds upon itself. You don't want to get trapped into that. Now, I'm going to try and hit the current events. I think I've kind of given a good context of what's going on domestically. So it's time to hit the current events. Again, go to check live stream here and basically check the numbers, check the time remaining. Okay, 11 to 12. We've got about basically an hour and a half left. So let's cover some things. Well, Ukraine. Last Sunday's transmission marked 10 years since the start of the Maidan Revolution, a protest movement triggered by then-President Viktor Yanukovych's decision to shelve an economic agreement bringing that country closer to the European Union. And over the course of 3 months, the protests turned increasingly deadly, but eventually led to Yanukovych's ouster. Now, in terms of my take on this, with the decade of hindsight, it is, of course, easy to see the full significance of the Maidan Revolution. But even then, in 2013 and 2014, it was obvious the protests and their immediate effects would have major implications. It was clear, for example, that after years of being a central arena in the competition between the West and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire under Putin, and a target of energy coercion by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, Ukrainians were making a definitive choice to side with the European camp rather than with the bloc that Putin was trying to reassemble around Moscow into a reborn Soviet Union. In doing so, Ukraine was also committing to the United States and European Union-led narrative of democratic government, open economies, and the liberal international order. What was not clear at the time was that, however contested or incomplete the liberal international order was and remains, the Maidan Revolution was in many ways its high watermark. In fact, the protests and their short-term aftermath served as a turning point for the European Union, which had until then championed its model of economic attraction as a new template for welding power, one that could be nonviolent in its methods of influence and create win-win scenarios for the Union and its partners. The aftermath of the Maidan Revolution, namely Russia's decision to annex the Crimea and arm separatists in the Donbas region in eastern Ukraine, revealed how short-sighted and naive Brussels, the erstwhile capital of European Union, was with regard to the geopolitical implications of its approach. What Brussels saw as nonviolent economic attraction, Putin saw as a strategic threat. The EU was not to blame for Putin's reaction, but it was somewhat cavalier about creating the standoff with Moscow. Washington, meanwhile, could not have predicted at the time how entangled Ukraine would soon become with United States domestic politics. In 2014, then-President Barack Obama was severely criticized for not taking a harder line against the Russian Empire's aggression or providing more military support to Ukraine to resist it. In 2019, then-President Donald Trump was impeached for abusing military aid to Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, as leverage in an attempt to coerce election assistance from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, in 2023, military aid for Ukraine has become a fault line within the Republican Party. In hindsight, the sequence of events over the past decade can appear inevitable, but that would be a mistake. There was not a predetermined path leading from the protests in Kiev 10 years ago to Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February of 2022, and with it, the unraveling of the European security order as well as, arguably, the global order itself. Rather, Maidan was a first step in a process that could have had other outcomes. That it didn't was the product of choices made by all actors ever since. And now we are at another, turning point, a crossroads in that process of decisions since Maidan, the Ukrainian Revolution. A distracted West is about to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in Ukraine. Despite the horrors on display in the Gaza, the war on the Ukraine has far greater significance for the greater British Empire's future security and prosperity. Take a step back, and it is clearly the prospect of nuclear war and Putin's forces sweeping over, ever westwards, that demands the Anglo-American alliance's utmost attention. Yes, Middle Eastern terror groups threaten us with attacks, but these are limited and lack the ability to engage in the sort of tyrannical subjugation Putin would dearly like to try in Ukraine. And they do not have the ability, these Middle Eastern terrorists, to send deadly strategic nuclear warheads streaking across the skies. Of course, it's a fantasy that the Russians do either. But, just to be cautious. Because President Zelensky is clearly beginning to become exasperated as the West is distracted by affairs elsewhere. Granted, he's responsible for this by siding completely with Israel simply because he's Jewish. But after 20 months of continuous warfare, the recent sackings of generals and security officials shows a deep frustration with the state of the war. Supplies of Western weapons and ammunition are drying up and apparently being diverted to the Eastern Mediterranean. The elections in these United States and the United Kingdom next year could prove fatal to the continued flow of armaments. Conversely, the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire is heading for a total war footing. Combine all sources of spending, and the military expenditure could easily pass 10% of gross domestic product this year. The Kremlin is willing to throw its youth into the meat grinder of the Donbass, while Ukraine's soldiers at the front have an average age of over 40, in case you didn't fucking know. And, of course, Putin faces no risk of losing the elections next year. This total commitment could tip the balance, and Zelensky knows it. Now, the essay, titled Modern Positional Warfare and How to Win It, by General Valery Zaluzhny, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, is on the face of it a very honest and realistic assessment of the current state of the war. It is also a warning to the West that Russia is far from vanquished. Suggesting that things have reached a stalemate is not admitting defeat, yet there are some subtle messages within its pages, as much for Russian consumption as for Ukraine's own backers, I expect. Nobody thought that in the 21st century, pure numbers of soldiers would be as important as they were at the turn of the 20th century. Russia has reportedly lost over 300,000 soldiers in the 20 months of this war, yet ensconced in the Kremlin, Putin is insulated from the political consequences of this wholesale destruction of Russia's future. Positional warfare allows the Russians to keep pouring barely trained soldiers into the trenches, who only need to hold and fire a gun. Ukraine, on the other hand, does not have safe training areas for its recruits, and I believe the general is politely screaming at the West to do the heavy lifting in this area. Zelensky's constant request has been for new weaponry to shift the needle. In 1917, in the trenches of the First World War, it was the tank that showed the way. At the time, too many did not realize their potential, as they were used piecemeal and not part of a comprehensive and combined arms approach. Yet, as someone who has studied mobile warfare, very much influenced as I am by the works of Colonel Robert B. Rigg, a kind of prophet of the concept, I gauge that the tank action at Cambrai on the 20th of November in 1917 is no different to the tank action in 2023 in the Donbass. It will break the stalemate if we meet the commitments Zelensky is shouting for, particularly if we also provide the missing piece in modern fighter jets. Above all, we in the West must realize that it is events in Europe that will shape our destiny far more than those in the Eastern Mediterranean. Don't let the Jews sucker you in. We must provide everything the Ukraine needs to win. Otherwise, there is the real prospect they may lose and bring a dark cloud down on Europe, which we have not seen since 1939, when the Soviets invaded Poland. Now, understand that in this context, Israel blinked. The ceasefire for hostages deal upends the Gaza war logic. The Israeli government agreed to a deal negotiated via Qatar for this 4-day truce and an exchange of 100 hostages for 150 Palestinian prisoners. What happens next? That's the big question. It's the first piece of good news in 46 days of war. In the early hours of Wednesday, before I transmitted that night, midweek last, Israel agreed to a deal that included a 4-day ceasefire and the release of some of the hostages held by Hamas, 30 children and 20 women, in exchange for 150 Palestinian prisoners, again, women and children. The real question is, what happens next? But first, this agreement, negotiated through the intermediary of Qatar, whose role is essential in this phase, well, had to be implemented right away. This was a complex negotiation because, unlike the previous hostage for prisoner exchanges, it was taking place in the midst of a major war. On the Palestinian side, although Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh is present in Doha, he does not make the decision alone. He must have the agreement of the leaders of the military wing, who are hiding somewhere in the Gaza. It takes 24 hours to send a message back and forth. As you can imagine, it's not as simple as a phone call. On the Israeli side, a consensus had to be built around the agreement. Benjamin Netanyahu's far-right allies were opposed to the deal, in line with their eradication logic, even at the cost of Israeli lives. But the opposition of these discredited parties was ignored, and that will leave its mark. What happens next? Again, that's the most difficult question. The truce will last 4 days, during which time captives will be exchanged, humanitarian aid will enter the Gaza, and fuel will be delivered. But what happens after that? Does the fighting resume after a simple interlude? Benjamin Netanyahu committed his government to this last night. Was it the night before by now? But the diplomats of several countries will be working hard to extend the ceasefire, if only to give Israel a chance of securing the release of more hostages. Israel's dilemma will be played out during these few days of military pause. The Israeli army has razed the northern third of the Gaza Strip to the ground, destroyed Hamas infrastructure, and doubtless killed many of its fighters, but it is far from having achieved its objective of eradicating the Islamist movement. Resuming the war has been for the past 7 weeks, well, as it has been for the past 7 weeks at least, will not be easy, of course. Firstly, the fact that an initial truce has been accepted will increase calls for a real ceasefire, as was done yesterday, the day before by now, by the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, that's what the acronym BRICS is for, and a few others, who will be taking this message to the United Nations Security Council itself. Secondly, because the Americans are under pressure, both internally and externally, they have made it clear that they will not support an Israeli offensive in southern Gaza without a plan to reduce civilian casualties. The terrible images from Gaza are a real political factor. And even if Israel doesn't care, because the Jews are proving themselves a murderous bunch of bastards, their Western allies can't ignore them. Finally, the pressure is also mounting to acknowledge that there can only be a political solution to the Palestinian problem. Prolonging the war will not change this fact. By showing its hand on the negotiating table to save the hostages, Israel has put an end to its logic of war. That, however, does not necessarily mean that a logic of peace will prevail, because Israel is not following the laws of war. Largely absent from the conversation about Israel's military offensive in Gaza is the question of whether or not Israel is using inherently indiscriminate means and methods of warfare. In the debate over Israel's military offensive in Gaza, two questions about the laws of war have driven the discussion. Firstly, is Israel intentionally targeting civilians, as Hamas did in its attack on October 7th, albeit in that case, admittedly, under the direction of Benjamin Netanyahu himself? Secondly, assuming Israel is not intentionally targeting civilians, is its incidental killing of civilians disproportionate relative to the military gains it seeks to obtain? But the war crimes debate over Israel's attack on Gaza is missing something, because there is a third question to ask about Israel's actions in the Gaza, one largely absent from the conversation thus far. It takes Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, to bring it up. Is Israel abusing inherently indiscriminate means and methods of warfare? If so, even if any resulting deaths might be arguably proportionate and incidental, they could still be considered war crimes. The laws of war on civilian targeting are laid out in the Geneva Conventions of 1949, and their additional protocols and war crimes, as well as crimes against humanity, are further defined by the Rome Statute, founding the International Criminal Court. Even though Israel has not signed the Rome Statute, its actions and the conflict more broadly still come under the ICC's, the International Criminal Court's jurisdiction, because Palestine is a state party to the treaty and the court. Moreover, even though Israel is one of just a few states that has not ratified the additional protocol to the Geneva Conventions that contains the codified rules on civilian immunity, these rules are among those considered by the International Committee of the Red Cross to be customary law, meaning that based on their widespread legitimacy as evidenced in public statements, state practice, and codification in military manuals, these rules are considered binding on all countries. But understand, the Jews consider themselves above all countries. In other words, the Jews say the Nazis committed war crimes. The Jews say the Nazis killed us all, and therefore all the Nazis must be tried and condemned according to international law. But do the Jews sign on to these laws themselves? No! Because the Jews say, we can do everything the Nazis did, but you can't judge us! So just like the Jewish bitch on my program telling me, fuck you, I can say, fuck you, Jew! For much more legitimate reasons. Those rules on civilian immunity are both weaker and stronger than is often believed. It is true that the rules don't entirely outlaw killing civilians, which often surprises and even outrages those who wish innocence could be fully spared from war's destruction. But we do have to be realistic. Collateral damage is not an atrocity. It's a tragedy. But it's not an atrocity. It's not premeditated. But nor is war a matter of anything goes if you didn't mean to do it. Under the laws of war, one must actually mean not to harm civilians, and respect for this stricture is demonstrated by the choice not only of targets, but also methods of attack. The rules outlaw, in all circumstances, the intentional targeting of individual civilians, civilian objects like schools and hospitals, and the civilian population as such, all of which Jews kill with glee. Not just with any sense of professionalism, but actual fucking glee, as they demonstrably shout openly and publicly, as you had the son of a bitch shouting at this poor Muslim street vendor repeatedly, "I want to kill all Palestinian children," with his cracking Jewish voice. The only exceptions to this prohibition that I've articulated, that Jews don't follow, are that it doesn't apply to civilians that have taken up arms for the time they are directly participating in hostilities, and it does not apply to civilian objects that are literally being used in the context of battle for the time of that use. But even those exceptions are heavily situational and clearly delimited by the International Committee of the Red Cross's interpretive guidance on these rules, which are considered authoritative. The treaties are clear. Article 50 of Additional Protocol 1 states that in cases of doubt whether a person or object is a civilian or combatant, they must be presumed to be civilian. Even in the context of legitimate operations against legitimate military targets, combatants, military installations, and civilian objects during moments when they are being used to launch military attacks, the rules require belligerents to minimize civilian casualties. Get it? Minimize. Just try not to kill too many. This is when it's absolutely unavoidable. Just try to not to kill too many. This is where proportionality comes in. Military planners and attorneys must weigh the likely civilian cost against the military gain of every attack and take precautions to avoid civilian casualties, whether by using different weapons and munitions, providing avenues for civilians to move out of harm's way, or holding off on attacks until such time as civilians are at least likely to be present. It is currently contested, I'm putting this in as mild a terminology as possible, whether Israel's behavior in Gaza is in compliance with these fundamental rules at all. To be sure, Israel has committed nothing like the willful close-quarter massacre of civilians in their homes with knives, guns, and kerosene that Hamas unleashed on October 7th against Israelis, albeit, again, under the command of Benjamin Netanyahu himself, so that he could take total dictatorship, total totalitarian control over the state of Israel. But targeting civilian infrastructure in the certain knowledge that doing so would have similar effects at any rate, on an even greater scale, no less, raises the question of whether these distinctions even matter. Israeli military lawyers would argue that the law on proportionality allows a certain number of incidental civilian deaths, so long as they take all feasible precautions. But reasonable people can ask, as I am doing now, does the law on proportionality make a difference if it can be used to rationalize the bombing of the Jabalia refugee camp on October 31st, where at least 100 civilians were killed by an Israeli attack targeting a single Hamas commander with a 2,000-pound bomb? During the American War on Terror, after several notorious drone strikes that caused heavy civilian casualties in Pakistan, an American ally. The United States government determined such a ratio was unacceptable and adjusted its proportionality calculus accordingly, saving countless lives. Still, violations of proportionality are much less often prosecuted in international tribunals than willful massacres. Ultimately, the intent and proportionality rules provide actors like Israel an easy out. As long as they know how to use the language of the law, which is, as Tokugawa said, never enforce the letter of the law, but only its spirit, which is what my father Adolf Hitler took to heart. The spirit of the law, it as justice, must be enforced, as opposed to the letter of the law. But the Jews live by the letter, and they use it to kill you. And, of course, as long as they know how to abuse the language of the law and rationalize that they did not intend to target civilians, or that they engaged in proportionality analysis before each attack, Israeli commanders believe they can potentially insulate themselves from prosecution. Moreover, the fact that the discussion of Israel's obligations often stops at these 12 rules can leave the impression that the laws of war themselves are entirely weak and impotent in the face of the harms Israel is inflicting on the civilians of Gaza at will. However, stopping there, as much of the conversation about the Israeli military's targeting in this war has done, overlooks the third pillar of the Geneva Convention's rules on civilian immunity, the requirement to use means and methods of war that actually can distinguish combatants from civilians and can be controlled once they are unleashed. This fundamental rule and the prohibition on using means of war that are inherently indiscriminate and uncontrollable is the basis for specific treaty bans on a variety of weapons, including landmines, cluster munitions, and chemical and biological weapons. But it is also a rule of its own, laid out in Article 51 of Additional Protocol 1, the Geneva Conventions, and reiterated in Chapter 3 of the ICRC's Customary Law Study, that is meant to apply much more broadly to a much broader class of actions undertaken in war that can have willfully indiscriminate effects. In particular, Article 51 prohibits not just intentional or disproportionate attacks, but also those which employ a method or means of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective, or those which employ a method or means of combat the effects of which cannot be limited. That same article includes other plain language prohibiting the use of weapons that attack multiple military objectives in a civilian populated area simultaneously. And here, Israel has far less room to maneuver, to prevaricate. Talk of lack of internationality, or shall I say intentionality. The lack of intentionality or proportionality makes little sense to speak of, so long as the Israeli military is intentionally using means of warfare incapable of distinguishing civilians from combatants. This is something that must be internationally recognized. That all this talk of these good Jewish lawyers, remember what Pete Moon said, get yourself a good Jewish lawyer. All the talk of these Jewish lawyers of lack of intentionality or proportionality makes no sense as long as the Israeli military is committed to intentionally abusing means of warfare incapable of distinguishing civilians from combatants. And to date, Israel has done so in at least 12 ways: withholding humanitarian supplies and abusing aerial bombardments in an urban area. And it has done so in full cognizance of the effects on civilians. These acts not only open Israel and the American empire, these United States as its backer, its slave circuit, its slave state, up to public opprobrium, they likely expose Israeli defense officials and civilian leaders to potential prosecution as war criminals. Intentionally starving civilians is a war crime, explicitly prohibited in numerous instruments, including the Rome Statute, which defines the act as depriving civilians of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies as provided for under the Geneva Conventions. Nevertheless, immediately following October 7th, Israel cut off fuel, electricity, food, and water to the Gaza, willfully violating this provision of the laws of war. Even if Israel could try to argue that the international laws of war do not apply in this conflict because Gaza is not a state, the wider provisions on crimes against humanity, which cover what states do to civilians in their own territories, would still apply. And those prohibit any inhumane act intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body or to mental or physical health, which surely covers starvation. Less well recognized and codified, but arguably equally indiscriminate, is the abuse of aerial explosives in urban areas. While these weapons may have military utility, particularly by enabling a distant actor to target an adversary without endangering their own troops, when used in civilian population areas, they cannot help but have indiscriminate effects. Not only do they kill civilians by blast, fire, shrapnel, and collapsed concrete, but they also destroy buildings and infrastructure on which the civilian population depends for its very survival, depriving them of clean water, food, electricity, medical infrastructure, and livelihoods. Not only is it impossible to aim these effects at combatants and not civilians, it is also impossible to control them once they are unleashed. It is for these reasons that NGOs, non-governmental organizations, have sought for years to curb the use of explosive weapons as a tool of urban warfare, due to their inherently indiscriminate nature. So, if you're a Jew and say, "Well, son of Adolf Hitler, what could and should Israel be doing instead? You fucking Nazi!" The laws of war, if interpreted correctly, require something quite simple: that states put their own soldiers in harm's way to protect their own civilians, while ensuring enemy civilians are spared the effects of indiscriminate conflict. This means that, rather than starving or bombarding Gaza from afar like the cowards that the Jews are, the Israeli military should have sent troops into Gaza in the early days of the war to face Hamas fighters mano a mano. Or, if it had chosen a law enforcement approach instead, saying these are terrorists and therefore this is a police action, to attempt to arrest them and try them as terrorists. Had Israel done so, it would have had no need to adopt a bombardment strategy and demolished entire neighborhoods, refugee camps, and hospitals, like the murderous bastards that they are. It would have had no need to cut off electricity to make it easier on and safer for its own chicken shit troops to enter the Gaza. In other words, the narrative that Hamas left Israel no choice but to indiscriminately harm civilians is a goddamn Jewish lie. And the idea that Hamas is to blame for the choice the Israeli military made to abuse starvation and bombardment instead of sending in troops en masse is painfully incorrect, to use the kindest possible words. To be sure, Hamas is to blame for the war crimes that it is also committing, albeit under the commands of Benjamin Netanyahu himself. It has willfully targeted civilians. It didn't need to follow his orders. It has taken hostages, some of whom have lost their lives. And Israel is legally correct to point out that it is a war crime under Article 51, and one that should be punished, to effectively abuse civilians as human shields by positioning one's military assets close to civilian areas, and by building military installations in, around, or under civilian objects like hospitals, even though, of course, the Israelis are lying about all of that. All of these are still prohibited not only under the international laws of war, but also under Islamic law, Sharia. Hamas leaders and fighters should be captured, publicly tried, and punished for these crimes, if indeed any of them are even true. But none of this relieves Israel of its own responsibilities under the laws of war, also spelled out in Article 51. Those responsibilities go well beyond not intentionally targeting civilians and not engaging in disproportionate attacks. Even if you believe Israel has followed these rules, aside from the fact that you're a fool, it's still not enough. Israel must also choose means and methods of war that can actually distinguish between Hamas fighters and the civilian population of the Gaza. Humanitarian sieges and bombardment from the air simply do not qualify. Okay. So, Polaris 1723, Polaris 23 says, "Good morning. Douglas, are you and Peter working on a second book? If so, when do you think it will be released?" Yes, we're working on a second book. I don't know, as soon as we can. There you go. Thank you for asking. Appreciate the question. Spread the word. Now, this brings us to a question that's awkward for myself. Not about the book, but about the war. And this is something that I'll do my best to put into context. Understand that Ukraine and the Gaza are two fronts in a world war that ultimately includes island China, my Taiwan. And we have to ask, I have to ask, why Taiwan backs Israel, even if our own struggle mirrors Palestine's. Taiwanese, though under the weight of a far more powerful neighbor, have the tendency to idealize Israel and fail to create a self-definition beyond the island China's anti-mainland image. After the October 7th attacks on Israel by Hamas, who killed around 1,200 people and took 200 hostages, Israel imposed a complete blockade. A complete blockade on the Gaza and began a large-scale counteroffensive. Originally, most Western countries fully supported Israel's right of self-defense. However, sentiments have shifted in a section of the West over the past month, with Israel's counterattacks having caused up to 10,000 deaths in the Gaza and pushing the Gazan population into a humanitarian crisis, marked by a dire shortage of water, electricity, food, and medicine. And with the opening of a new front by Israel on the Lebanese-Syrian border, no less, there be fears that the fighting could expand even further, resulting in an even greater humanitarian catastrophe. And after Hamas, the Hamas raid that was conspired by Bibi Netanyahu shocked the world, public opinion in the Sinosphere, the Chinese-speaking world, like in Western society, split in twain. One side firmly supported Israel's determination to defend its homeland and national sovereignty, while the other side invoked the region's history and sympathized with the Palestinians. However, unlike in the West, most Chinese people did not choose a side based on well-considered national interests or humanitarian concern for the disadvantaged, but rather based on their attitudes towards the United States and China. Being anti-American or anti-mainland has become a fundamental factor determining whether you support Palestine or Israel. By the way, Peter Moon has joined us, so I will turn to him before addressing the curious case of Taiwan and Palestine, which we'll probably save for Wednesday. Welcome aboard, Peter, and thank you for...
That's very curious. It's very curious, but I want to make a comment as I was listening for about the last hour, I think.
Okay.
With regards to the war crimes issue about Israel.
Yes.
There's one major there's one major problem here. And it's like there's no such thing as war crimes if you are the dictator, so to speak. Mm-hmm. Like look at Putin, guilty apparently of all sorts of things.
Yes.
Unprosecutable. Hillary Clinton, unprosecutable. Joe Biden, so far unprosecutable. Even Hunter Biden has been unprosecutable to any meaningful extent. It's just delay after delay after delay. The Shogun's Law, I mean, God, he'd be probably beheaded.
Yeah.
With good reason. But it's like, this is the whole issue we've had in politics, not just about Israel, is that, okay, who's the prosecutor? The prosecutor is subject. Goes back to Henry the, was it Henry the, I think both Henry the Eighth and Thomas More, Sir Thomas More. You know, Thomas More was beheaded because he wouldn't renege on the law. He wouldn't, you know, pat Henry VIII on the back.
That's right.
That's all it amounted to.
Yes.
And say, you know, Henry VIII, you're the king, you're sovereign, you know, you really, and Thomas More, you know, held on to his integrity to his own death.
Yes.
And I don't really know what that served, except for perhaps telling people that, you know, if your life isn't going to survive if you don't, you know, honor Caesar. We'll render unto Henry VIII what is Henry VIII's,
yes,
which is his sovereignty. And this is what we're dealing with. The question becomes, as Walter Mondale liked to say when he was running for president against Reagan, who's in charge? Who's in charge? Meaning that Reagan was just too
decrepit.
People didn't know what Alzheimer's was until Biden got here. I mean, Reagan would have his moments of,
senility.
Yeah.
Senior moments. Yeah,
senior moments. But implying that Reagan had no cognizant ability to really be in charge of the country. But who's in charge of? For Alexander Haig came in, I'm in charge. That was, as you explained, that was a great. I don't know if you explained it. It was a great meme, but it wasn't actually what he said.
Yes.
And it was distorted. But so it's like who's in charge? Where does Biden get his orders? Who were the people that put the fake Hillary out there when she was running, and when they, had the guys, the big black guy who was an MD, or apparently an MD, ready to shoot her up if she got weird.
Yeah.
Seriously, they had a guy with a needle right there to shoot Hillary up if she started, spasming.
Right.
They had.
Right. No, I remember. Yes, go on.
Yeah, like who's the operator? Is it Oliver North in the basement of the White House or somebody like that? Of course, it's not Oliver North, but it's somebody like that. It's like, who are these hidden hands, and that determine who can be prosecuted? There would be the implication that it has to do with a secret Jewish council that's running the world, that may or may not be aligned with shape-shifting reptilians. But these are interesting questions, existential, rhetorical questions, like who's going to prosecute? You say First Amendment doesn't matter. Well, none of this stuff matters. It matters for the rank and file. The rank and file can argue points of law if they're well funded enough, or if they have a very clear case that a relatively competent lawyer can execute, or possibly even execute yourself. But it's like this is the whole issue of power. Like, look at David Miscavige, the head of Scientology. Like, God, he gets away with so much, and they're served. They can't even serve him. I think there's an argument whether they served him. He'll have a lawyer go and appear and say, you haven't served my client. And the reason they don't serve him is because they go to his addresses and, he doesn't live here. No. And he doesn't have an address. And then the judge says, well, if you're sending a representative to say he hasn't been served, he has been served by your being here if you're representing him. So that becomes a rhetorical legal issue. I don't know if it's going to stick. And if they do make it stick, then he's going to appeal it, you see.
Mm-hmm.
And then it'll be blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's in so much of what he does centers around the issue, or his legal issues center around the issues of human trafficking. So it's like, this all goes back to this system of law, and we can criticize the Mosaic law, which is all Western world is based upon, is the Mosaic law, which means the law of Moses. The judiciary is based upon that. And where does this law go? It's like, it gives you an opportunity for justice. It doesn't guarantee you justice. And we see that it's not serving its purpose, because there's all sorts of injustice despite courts. A person in power wants to have a justice court, a justice system, so that the rank and file the hoi polloi can get justice. And if they can't get justice, to the degree they can't get justice, they want to have the illusion that you can get justice. And we were taught justice in Holmes Elementary School. We'd see a film, and they showed us how justice is possible in the United States, and they showed us the case of Gideon. Gideon was some poor old guy from Tennessee who was imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. He spent his whole adult life in jail, and he did his own petitioning the Supreme Court, and he was found not guilty and released. I don't know if he was compensated. I don't think he was, but we were taught this is a great example of how justice works in the United States. The guy spent his whole life in jail.
Yeah. Jesus.
You're saying, wow, what justice we have here in the United States. It's so great. They kind of missed the issue. He lost his whole life.
Yeah. Jesus.
Somehow he did get some sort of justification for being falsely imprisoned. I don't know if he was financially compensated, unless he went and, I don't know. That would be something to look up. But I'm saying this is justice, and it's a bitter pill in any case. And as they say, to the victor goes the spoils. Who is in charge? Now, I've never asked you about this, but Hitler, I think one of the last letters he wrote from the bunker, I think it was the letter in which he designated Duncan Donuts.
Yeah, Donuts, yes.
Donuts as his successor for the military, or as the Fuhrer. But, and I think his secretary, but there is a, or I think it's a last will and testament too. And I don't know, you might have some things to say about that, but in it, in one of the last few lines, he blames it all on Jews. He's blaming the Jews, which, I mean, from his viewpoint, I'm not, questioning his viewpoint. I'm just saying he's blaming the Jews. And if that attitude and that letter are indeed accurate, whether it means that at least geopolitically, on the surface world, he was subordinate to them and fighting them, rebelling against them, whether it be the anti-gods or the Jews proper. He was not able to defeat them. That's just, so I'm saying that's damn powerful. Now, if we took it in the context of the anti-gods, he didn't defeat the anti-gods because they had, and even HAARP comes later, FDR comes, anti-god. Although Yanda, before she left, we talked for a while, she says she believes humanity has turned the corner and that humanity is going to make it. Very positive. And she says, there's so much negativity. All you have to do is turn the media off, and all of a sudden you don't hear the negativity. You hear yourself, which, can be disturbing to some individuals, but hopefully not. So anyway, that's my soliloquy on injustice. It all comes down to power and enforcement, and true justice. But do you have any comments on the Hitler stuff, on those letters that were, or that last will and testament, what the authenticity of it is?
As far as I'm concerned, it's authentic enough. It just, to me, what it shows is that the war is still on. The Third Reich, of course, reestablished itself, just like Taiwan and mainland China are still legally at war. The Third Reich and the Allies are still legally at war. So
sure, that's for sure.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Yeah,
exactly. And it's just like it's an abandonment of your station and going elsewhere. I'm not going to fight you on your territory.
No, it's not a question of abandonment. It's like, that would be like saying the Taiwanese abandoned.
I'm talking about the Third Reich. They abandoned.
No. I mean, in both cases, both cases are parallel to me. To me, both cases are parallel. And what I would say is that the Third Reich abandoned the surface world because they had found a new territory which was far more ideal for their purposes, rather than living in an armed camp surrounded by enemies, which is what the surface world had always been. And of course, the Jews were one of the reasons they retreated into Unterland, because of this enormous control the Jews had over the world. Understand, from Hitler's perspective, it's kind of like the same position that the Kaiser had, a bit different, a bit more intensive, probably by orders of magnitude, really. When the Kaiser was shown a colonial map of Africa and basically intents the plans by German interest groups to try and gain some foothold on the African continent that had been just basically devoured by so many other countries. The Kaiser said, your map of Africa is compelling, but this is my map. And he put out a map of Europe, and he said, this is the map of Russia on one side and France on the other, and they have signed an entente in which they now surround us and choke us off, cordon us off from the ability to breathe. And he said, this is my map of Africa. So when it comes to Adolf Hitler, he was confronted with, first, the knowledge that the British Empire had pretty much been checked out of the game to a great extent by World War I. They were now dependent on two major allies that were becoming the superpowers on the surface world, the Soviet Union and the United States. And he understood that in both cases, the enemy was the Jew, that the Bolsheviks were simply a Jewish commissarocracy with machine guns, that the Americans were controlled by Jewish crypto-plutocrats, the government by secret monies. And therefore, why try to maintain yourself here on the surface world? When people try to analyze his military decisions and they keep coming up with the same stupid old canards saying, oh, Hitler didn't know what he was doing, and look at the mistakes he made, and this is where the war went wrong, and this is where he failed. I mean, this is all the actions of people who are blind to reality itself. When Adolf Hitler found the tunnels in Tibet, in Antarctica, the various other places of the world, at the poles, where, of course, he had secret German bases in Canada. People can look this up. Outposts in Greenland as well. All of these places holding until 1945, and even in some cases a few years after, on the surface world. You have these cases where all of this had to do with the connections into Unterland. So whatever poles were used, ultimately the most convenient, the most accessible, the easiest transition poles into Unterland were in Antarctica. This is why the greatest battles of the Atlantic took place there before the Reich was able to relocate in toto. This was something that was the strategic motivation for everything he did in the war. The entire motivation was not to hit Moscow, conquer Moscow, and at that point that these tunnels were discovered and proven to be viable, then the entire point of the war on the surface world was to steal everything that was not nailed down and relocate as, hold everything, hold ground. This is why he gave the no retreat orders. Everything was meant to buy as much time as possible for the retreat of the elite and the select gene pool of Nordic Aryans into Unterland. All of this was far better than trying to maintain themselves on a surface world of infinite hostility forever. There's no hope in that situation, and so it's a expeditious relocation of the government, just like my government of nationalist China did from the mainland onto Taiwan. So it's not a defeat at all. And the Third Reich emerged.
Let me ask you a question. In your estimation, at what point did he decide to, leave the surface world? At what point, at what point in the war, or what time date do you have an opinion on that, or when he made that decision, or was there contingency plans, so on and so forth?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be happy to go into that. Basically, it was really from the very beginning. The Germans had known about Unterland since basically the 1920s, well before then even, from Germanic myth, but it had essentially been discovered and, of course, as I said, explored by a number of German individuals to a degree. When it came to the prospect of mass dissension, as I've explained in the past, the process of populations relocating into Unterland, which had happened before World War II, there were other populations that had done so. This is called dissension, that process of a population relocating into Unterland. So when it comes to the people who had explored Unterland, for the major decisive point, the turning point, was when the Gebirgsjäger, the mountain hunter units dispatched by Adolf Hitler, basically these SS units of mountain climbers that had been dispatched into Tibet, when they confirmed that there were viable tunnels, these Alpine mountain troops, when that news reached Hitler, and he basically made his decision then, every aspect of prosecution of the war is now rededicated to mass evacuation. And we know
excuse me, at what point was that they confirmed? Because, I mean, they were back there as early as the 20s.
That's right.
But that wasn't, because he wasn't even chancellor by then.
No, so, but others had already had pursued that route under the Weimar. And understand that technically, a lot of people don't understand this, the Reich's government was simply a continuity of Weimar. They use the term Reich as well. So when it comes to Weimar government, the Reich is simply a continuity of the Weimar, except with a different legally elected government. And when it comes to the people, the original Germans who were descending into Unterland, you have, in terms of course, the first discoverers were the Vikings. The Vikinger descended by one entrance. And this gave the Nordic myths, of course, that gave everyone an awareness of the underworld. When it came to the real descent, people who really just kind of touched upon, I mean, literally, physically, penetrated deep into several subsidiary cavern systems of the inner earth. One of them was the English eccentric who was thereafter character assassinated, literally character assassinated in court. They brought him into court and they just completely just eviscerated this individual, Frederick Albert Mitchell Hedges. It does remain debatable as to whether or not he personally encountered intraterrestrial non-human intelligences, the intraterrestrials, the relic populations inside the earth. But we know for a fact...
He's related to the crystal skull, too, isn't he? The Hedges of the crystal skull?
That's correct. That was one of the things that, his daughter was the one who ran with that. She's the one who claimed she was, basically put on a rope around her gut and then, just kind of whinnied into this hole where she picked it up from. I mean, she's got her own mythos she's created around her poor father. But the person that we do know, the classified cases of the subterranean, the metropoli that were contacted, this happened with both the Norwegian explorer, the Nobel Prize laureate, Fridtjof Nansen, And Nansen, he was awarded the Coulomb Geographical Medal in 1897. Several other medals, the National Order of the Legion of Honor around 1922, the year before my mother was born. He was definitely someone who had penetrated into Unterland. It was through him we got many of the accounts that led to the writing of the Smoky God, which was simply like written so that it wouldn't implicate him by name. But 2 years later, the Prussian pioneer of aviation, who was to become known as the Glider King, Carl Wilhelm Otto Lilienthal, who ultimately died in 1896 in a crash, in-flight crash. He headed a well-equipped covert expedition funded by the Krupp dynasty. So at that point, we're talking about 1924, the year after my mother was born, the Germans definitively knew under Weimar that the Unterland was quite real and accessible. So that was the Krupp dynasty that then reported that to Hitler. So he knew this the moment he was Chancellor. So there was no doubt.
I like that. You mispronounced chancellor and called it Chancellor. I like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the German pronunciation, would be more along those lines.
But it sounds like the one who cancels the culture.
True. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I appreciate the pun. Yeah, cancel culture. Yes, the Chancellor, the great Chancellor.
The Chancellor.
Yeah, and it was the reports of the latter two, Fridtjof Nansen and of course Carl Wilhelm Lilienthal, our full name Carl Wilhelm Otto Lilienthal. They were both latter to, of course, the Michael Hedges explorations. They influenced the Nordic mysticism of the phenomenon, and of course that it was he who, from the very beginning, because of the developments of the German computer. This is something like when it comes to, say, for instance, when we get to writing a book on the Third Reich, which might be our third book, hopefully. Then
it's very interesting to me.
Yes, then one of the things that I was explaining, say, for instance, to Brooke Gibson, who was completely skeptical and said, I don't believe that this breakaway civilization, she accepted everything about Unterland, its reality. She accepted everything about other dissensions of other cultures, but she couldn't believe, how is it the Germans are so advanced? Why is their breakaway civilization so advanced? So I pointed out to her that Hitler didn't make the trains run on time. Hermann Hollerith did. And Hermann Hollerith used his punch card data tabulator to let railroad planners count inventory and, most importantly, analyze every car and cargo in every Reich rail yard. And the Hollerith machines did the work of 300 clerks with 15 specialists in a week instead of 6 months. So basically, someone thought if we could run everything as efficiently, we could analyze Luftwaffe performance, Wehrmacht logistics, the Krupp resource usage, well, unlike nuclear physics, statistical analysis was basically even simpler. I mean, it's not even conceptual. It's just logical. So
the challenge of this information, though, with people absorbing it, is that it is just so out of their reference frame. In fact, everything they were doing back then was completely occulted and hidden. It's so that's the challenge for people, saying, because people have their egos, and I mean, I see this from Chigong, that very egocentric about what they know. Well, I know this because I'm educated, and you have to get beyond your own. People have to get beyond their own, education, and of course this can pendulum swing in the wrong way when they start, as you were talking about the conspiracies, they start believing anything.
Yes.
Because it's not mainstream. Well, that's mainstream, so it's bullshit, and.
Yes, we have to.
They can't distinguish.
That's the problem. We have to cultivate discernment. So everybody understand that basically when it came to Friedrich Zahn was Germany's greatest statistician. He was chairman of the German Statistical Society, the president of the International Statistical Institute, and he was an SS member since 1933. And basically a last-minute illness in his family forced him to book a train trip from, all the way to Königsberg from Munich at the last minute. And rather than the nightmare of delays that he had expected, everything ran smoothly. And so his excited questioning of the railroad companies revealed the Hollerith machines in all their glory, and he convinced Heinrich Himmler to give his nod to a Reichs, what they called a Reichs Tabelliramt, if I remember, the Reichstabelliramt, the Reichstabulation Bureau, the RTA, the Reich Statistical Office. And basically they had nothing but triumphs after that. They by 1938, the Dehomag D13 could process 2,060 column punch cards per minute and output its analysis into its own precision punched output. And by 1940, the D14/S could algorithmically sort its own card archive and output results via a punched tinker tape, which also served as data storage in these large spooled data mills. I mean, the Germans were so far ahead of everyone else on Earth that they became a breakaway civilization right then and there. And at that point, they calculated they couldn't possibly win the war. So this is where all the stupidity, all the ignorance comes in, is they presented to Adolf Hitler, we cannot win the war against the Jews. The Jews have all the resources, all the manpower. They will exterminate us. This is their intent. And Hitler said, we will relocate into Unterland and breed a true Nordic Aryan Superman, free from their influence, free from their genetic taint, that will come back someday to reconquer the surface world, to liberate our Jewish people, well, our German people from the Jews. And so when it came to what he was doing, everything he was doing was with that in mind. And aside, without that context, nothing he does makes sense. So,
well, I understand. And one thing, there is a certain faction of the population, and I don't know how big it is. I don't mean to suggest it's huge. I don't mean to suggest it's small. That if they were to hear this information that you just said,
yes,
and actually listen to it, it would make them very angry. And the anger would not be, well, I mean, you could say, well, the anger is because, well, why does it make them angry? If it's just bullshit, it's bullshit. It's if, okay, bullshit, hell, laugh at it. But it's going to make them angry because it ignites their own ignorance.
Thank you.
And their own stupidity. And by stupidity, I don't mean that they're dumb in their thinking processes. It's just that they've been blasted with so much information that would make them think this is absurd. But the question is, why do they get so damned angry about it?
There you go.
What's the anger about? What's the trigger about? And we see this not just on these subjects, well, on the people that are so active about false memory syndrome and this sort of thing.
Yes.
They get very angry because they're going to be, they're trying to hide the truth because it will make them exposed or vulnerable on some level, even if it's just being declared ignorant and stupid.
Yes.
Which isn't a fault. I've not heard all this information before. It doesn't make me angry. It doesn't make me lurid to find out, oh boy, more conspiracy. No, it just is what it is, and it's and there's a cohesive and intelligence to the narrative that needs to be heard and understood, and then see where it goes. Because as I said in my book, The Black Sun, the narrative of the Third Reich and all these main players has never died.
Thank you.
It's never died, despite how much it has been ridiculed, dissected, insulted, it's sort of like that very ridiculous scene in The Boys from Brazil when Gregory Peck as Joseph Mengele is saying he's watching, late night Nazi TV in this motel.
Mm-hmm.
People believe, they still believe, whatever. It was pretty sad. But yeah, like he's completely obsessed.
Right.
Although, that movie was, of course, a mockery, but it said that it was trying to tell you that the Third Reich was alive and active on some level.
Yes.
At least in spirit. And it's funny how Hollywood makes these movies. Doesn't disturb them.
Let's put it this way. When I say, when you heard me slip of the tongue there, in its own ways, a Freudian slip, when I said Hitler saying we'll rescue our Jewish people, when I meant German people, of course. What I'm trying to express subconsciously is the fact that, the Reich's propaganda minister, like Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels said, he said that if the Jews did not exist, we would have to have invented them. And the point is that it's the Jews who basically are on the surface world keeping the war alive. They cannot let the war die, and they, in essence, never let the Nazi narrative die. When it comes to the people who are maintaining Nazism on the surface world, it is the Jews. They are vindicating Nazism by all of their acts via Israel right now. This is what ultimately is a situation in which you see a kind of, a consummation of the fact that societies inevitably perpetuate that which they seek to destroy. So the Jews are almost indispensable to the return of Nazism, simply by the fact that they've never allowed it to fade. They've always retained this flame of hatred that renders Hitler the most talked about man on earth. And people who have studied the subject of social science have said that any political argument will inevitably, statistically, bring up Nazism within, they have so many minutes. 3 minutes in a case where it's a heated discussion, 30 minutes in a case where it's an academic discussion, but almost inevitably, it's almost 100% Nazism's going to be brought up. And either in a heated discussion where someone calls the other a Nazi, or in an academic discussion where somebody's essentially doing the same thing except with more guarded language. So it's this is they won't let it die. And the end result is it becomes a part of people's psyche that look at how visceral, again, by the way, shout out to Victoria. Love you dearly, honey. Sorry you've been sickly the past few days. We are sending our thoughts and prayers. The same with Jennifer Hawkins. She contacted us, said that she's been very sick the last few days as well, so there's something going around.
Jennifer, say what's wrong with her?
Oh, I'm presuming in both cases it's the same. In Jennifer's case, well, let's see what she said. I'm going to do a screen share here before I have you say good morning to everybody, because we'll have to close off soon for the sake of the making certain it uploads. But here, let's take a look at Jennifer Hawkins here. There she is. Okay, so here's what she said. I don't know if you can read this. I can try and make this a little, it doesn't go into, basically, I have been terribly sick and I am only just now getting better, but cannot talk. Been recovering since last Friday, but will surely be well enough for Wednesday. It's been terrible. Basically, that's...
I attribute her illness to her association with you and the,
By the way, I take that as, that's exactly what I thought. That's what I was thinking.
It's a quote unquote compliment. But I mean, there is a certain fallout. I mean, I don't know her health history, and as for Victoria, she's she's just. It sounds like she just has a cold.
Right.
Is it as bad as Jennifer sounds bad?
Well, with Victoria, she says, been sicky the last few days. I'm sure that's a misspelling. Sending love, hearts. I believe she's probably been as bad. I think they've both been pretty. Probably Victoria was so stressed out by that Christine in the house that it compromised her immune system.
I missed out on. I mean, I heard about it, but I missed out on all that.
Oh yeah, and just to point out, Christine's trip was in brief, and I probably told you this already.
I heard too.
Oh, just awful. It's just awful, and she just basically. Well, I don't know if you heard this part. She was talking about a Manchurian princess